Dr. Dre is in full effect, and I gotta tell y'all a little something. Eazy-E is down with us. MC Ring, you know he's down with us. DJ Yella is down with us. Arabian Prince, you know he's down with us. Tony A the Wizard is down with us. JJ Fag is down with us. Timmy T, you know he's down with us. DJ Pooh Boy is down with us. Toddy B and Spade, they're down with us. My boy Ice Cube, you know he's down with us. I like to mention, so pay attention to where I'm from, Compton, but the tapes are from the Roadium. My name is Dre, listen while I play. And by the way, I'm also down with NWA. Yo, Steve at the Roadium is down with us. Slanging funky tapes, it is a must. We're number one.
Yo, welcome back to another Sunday episode of Roadium Radio. Before we actually get started and I introduce my guest, my very special guest, I want to share with you guys a little story real quick. This was on a Sunday, I want to say, if I'm correct, 2003. And I was walking to a Mexican market on a Sunday to go buy like some pan for the menudo, you know, in the morning. And I heard a song blasting. And it was so weird because caught my attention really quick because the song was so different. As I turned the corner to the market and I'm walking, I see this lady selling champurrado, tamales and everything. And she has a little boombox and she's bumping a song. And I asked her, what song is that? She said, se llama No Hay Manera. That's what she told me. And I was like, who sings it? So she showed me the CD. I looked at it and I was like, I gotta get this shit. So without further ado, my boys, Akwid.
Yeah.
What's cracking? How you doing, brother?
¿Qué tal? Mucho gusto. It's a pleasure, man.
Yes, sir. Sergio
Francisco.
Thank you for being here, man. It's truly an honor and a pleasure to have you guys here.
I think the honor is really all ours. You've been an inspiration to us since we were small.
Well,
people don't even know.
Yeah,
this is an untold story.
Well, you know what? Maybe you could share with us later or share with me off camera or whatever. But I'm truly blessed to have you guys here. I remember we have a mutual friend, Shotgun.
Right. Shotgun. John Contreras. What up?
John Doe. Much love to John Doe.
Shout out to John. What up?
I called him up and I said, dude, I got to get Akwid on my show. He goes, oh, I could try to make that happen. I was like, please do. I told him that. Please do. Okay. And anyways, he contacted you guys, we exchanged numbers, and we talked. And now you guys are here, and I'm glad that the public is now tuning in and finding out who Akwid is. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So, but before we get into Akwid, before we get into Univision, what are you guys doing now? What are you guys going to be doing in the future? I kind of want to bring it back a little bit to where did you guys grow up? Beginning with Sergio.
When we came from Mexico, we came in undocumented. We landed in the Pico Union area, right in the outskirts of downtown LA.
Okay.
9th in Burlington. The street was called 9th Street back then. Now it's called James M. Wood. And then we moved to South Central LA.
Okay.
And that's where we did our remainder of our time. So originally we were born in Michoacan, in Jiquilpan, Michoacan, in a ranch called Los Remedios.
Much love to Michoacan.
Much love. Much respect, man. That's our ground right
So
there.
Frank, how old were you when you came here?
I was 3 years old.
3 years old?
I was 3.
No, it's 5.
5, so it's 2 year difference. Okay.
Yes.
Everybody thinks you guys are twins for some reason.
No, we used to use that to our advantage, pero ya.
Oh, yeah.
Ya no se puede.
Okay. So 3 and 5. So you guys moved to the outskirts of what again? You said?
Downtown LA.
Downtown LA.
Yeah.
South Central, pretty much.
Well, the Pico Union area was not considered South Central. That was Pico Union is Pico Union. Is where Psycho Round viene de ahí.
It was that was a Latino community, Pico Union area. And then South Central, you know,
was predominantly black around those times. Yeah, era unas culturas totalmente diferentes.
Okay.
Culture clash, if you would.
Yeah,
if you
and
would
today
say.
South Central is pretty much still.
Now it's pretty much Latino.
Yes, pretty much Latino. Yeah. You're right. We've taken over. You know, well, as a matter of fact, we'll get into everything that we've taken over now. So now, what elementary school do you guys attend?
We went to 10th Street School, 10th Street Elementary, which was there, also part of the Pico Union area. It was right around 10th and
Union, Olympic and Union.
And Union, roughly, those cross streets.
Okay.
So we grew up as, regular Mexicans with no English, ESL classes.
Really?
Yeah. You know, I hit the school system at the age of 5. You know, I think I started in the 5th grade. I didn't start in kindergarten. And Francisco did the same as well, but this fucker turned out to be gifted, so they put him in gifted classes, and I was the fucking burro.
Really?
Yeah, fucking right.
Wow.
Yeah, but I the thing is that I knew a little bit more English and a little bit more of stuff because these guys would come home from school. You know, I didn't go to school yet, and I would pick up on the English words. They were like, because my older brother and my sister, they would all already were already learning English, so they knew it a little better. So I would listen to words and what they talked about. So most of the shit I learned was from them. So when I started school, I was a little bit more. I learned the shit at home. You know what I mean? What do you guys trying to teach me?
We were paisa, you know, from the bottom of the food chain, if you would say at that time. In the, you know, we got to the United States in 1978.
Oh wow! Okay.
Yeah, right. And we're still citizens of Mexico, but we went through the entire system. You know, ESL. Got an opportunity to grow up in the Mexican community in the Pico Union area, and then moving to South Central, and it was a complete different, like you said, culture clash.
I was around 10 years old around that time when you guys got here then. And it's funny because in my house, we lived in COMPTON until I was about like 9 years old when my family got here from Mexico. Though I was born here in the city of Torrance, I have 5 brothers and 4 sisters. The majority of them were born in Mexico, some in Torreon, Coahuila, some in Juarez, and some in Tijuana. Okay, and then some of us.
You're all spread out. You're all over the place.
Yes, and at my house, I grew up with a dad that aquí no se habla el inglés. You know.
Yeah. Really?
Yeah. You couldn't speak Spanish. I mean English at home.
Shit.
And so Spanish was actually my first language. You know.
Right.
So I would speak English at home, but when you grow up, you speak more English than you do with Spanish. You know. So actually, my Spanish started to get kind of bad. But
it's the same way is you learn the English here and then all of a sudden you use it more and now both of los idiomas they get fucked up,
right?
You know, so that's how I feel like I am. Like my Spanish is not good and my English is not good, so they're both just I can navigate with both como están de madreados, you know. But it is what it is.
So when you got to go to elementary school, did you guys graduate at 6th grade or did it change?
No. We from the 5th grade.
From 5th
then
grade,
you went to Berendo Junior High, which was our junior high home school.
Okay.
Belmont High, then was Belmont High.
Right. I attended Berendo 1 year. I didn't like it. I thought it wasn't for me. I forged a lot of signatures of my mom, and I swapped schools.
Yo también.
He switched himself schools.
Like wait,
5th grade.
Yes.
In the 5th grade, 6th grade.
This guy switched himself schools, fooling the system that the parents did the whole thing.
Yes, because I was not okay with Berendo Junior High. Like it was just too regular.
That's
too
gifted right there. He was gifted right there.
And that's just insanity. You know, we'll get into it later. But I put myself through college. I also forged my mom's name. I got some loans under her name, and she found out when she was trying to buy a house. And I was like, you know, I need to go to school.
Wow,
this guy's a fraud.
I've been working the system since I was a kid. Sin querer.
It's crazy.
Wow, that's dope though. I like that. So you guys go to junior high. Now let me ask you, junior high. Did you guys graduate at junior high school?
Yeah.
I didn't.
I didn't. Yo tampoco. I didn't. So and I say that kind of shamefully because believe me, not a lot of my mom's kids, like my brothers, graduated school. Period. Now, what high school did you guys attend to?
Mid-City, it's a magnet school.
Okay.
It's on Adams and Arlington.
In South Central, in the Crenshaw district.
Okay.
Yeah.
And did you graduate?
Yes.
Nope.
Otra vez?
No.
This feels like an interview.
Here's the thing.
Like a job interview. I graduated.
I don't find shame in not graduating from junior high because I know mentally where I was. Like, I don't feel that I failed junior high. I feel like it was just there was really nothing there for. At the time, I was skateboarding. I did school for like 2 weeks once.
Skateboard Pete right there, the Mexican skateboard.
You know,
Pete.
it doesn't. I felt that there's nothing for me to learn there. Like I just really felt that it not slowing me down, but it wasn't challenging me in any way. When I went to high school, I mean, the first what happened in senior year is that I was giving my homework to my girlfriend at the time. And she would do it for me because I felt like this is a waste of time for me.
You just put her on blast.
Well, shut up. You know what it is.
Well, I'm gonna hail you, both of you guys' shame. All right.
I don't have no
Steve
shame.
Harvey,
shame.
has other than a comedian, he's a motivational speaker.
Yes.
And Steve Harvey gave a speech at one of the high schools, telling the kids, you don't necessarily have to finish school to be successful. I am a product of that. You know, which is the principal came up to him and said, "Don't be spitting this garbage to my kids because I want them all to graduate."
Right.
So there is a balance between both things.
Yes,
You know, he's absolutely correct, and so is she.
Right.
But he's saying this, I think, to the kids that were like us, that we really have no trajectory in where we were going in life, and we really had to make use of our talent. You know, something natural. I think that's what Steve Harvey was meaning. So I think you guys did the right thing. Both of you.
No, I was gonna say what I was getting to.
Non-high school diploma having motherfuckers.
In junior high, right? In junior high, they used to have a dance every Friday.
Yes.
Right, and there was a DJ. The dude that DJ'd the parties used to go to that junior high.
Yes.
Dude, I didn't have equipment at the time. You know, I was still mixing off of 2 tape decks. And I would tell the dude, you know, just let me DJ. Trust me, I know what to do. I know how to do it. Dude, they never let me DJ. But at the time, I already knew in my head, like, you know, I wanted to do something with that, with DJing.
Yes.
I think that we already had the Geminis by that time or whatever. But, you know, they never, to me, that's what I was looking for. And at the time, just school it didn't feel that.
Right.
It would feel like that's.
Right. Okay. Let me share something with you that maybe you might have heard in another interview. Where I think I messed up at was growing up. My brother took me to a club. As soon as I graduated 6th grade, I was 11 years old. And after that, it was the 18 and over
You went
club.
to a club at the age of 11?
11 years old.
I couldn't even get into the Radiotron. Nadie me llevó, güey.
Hey, one time I went to go see.
You're cutting into a story. Let him finish fucking story. Go ahead, Tony.
So my brother takes me, and that point on, I'll be honest with you, I saw him DJ. I saw how he controlled the crowd with the music.
Your older brother.
My older brother, yes.
Oh, so you were a control freak. You fell in love with the power.
Yes, the power. The money and the power, brother. So lo que pasó, I knew at that moment that's what I wanted to do. So all I thought about was music and women, bro. That's all I thought about.
Because that's what it was, right? At the time, if you had money, you had.
Salud.
At the age of 11, that's the fucking mentality, right?
Well, like they say, life ain't nothing but bitches and money, right?
That's it.
I mean, that
That's
song
a song.
said it best.
Kids don't believe that. Don't believe that because it's not true.
Whatever. It's the
not
fucking
true.
truth.
It's not true.
Unless my kids are watching, it ain't true.
So you remind me a lot of me because you wanted to DJ already. Right. I started DJing my school dances in 8th grade.
Man, I
see,
was
that's what I
jealous of you.
mean.
Look,
That's what I mean.
I at Berendo, the one and only year I did attend, like he says, they had a school dance every Friday for 10 cents. You can either go to
the dance was 25 cents.
25 cents, or you can pay 10 cents to go watch a fucking movie in the auditorium.
Yeah.
But I remember the DJ seeing him and say, "This motherfucker's so whack."
Yeah.
I wish I could spin, you know, but I was nobody. And that, I think, was part of the motivation. Said, I don't fucking belong in this school.
Right.
I need to get the fuck out of here. I was a kid, dude. I was a 6th grader. And there was just too many things going through my head that were irrelevant to education. I was a bad student. I was a below C average student. And it was not because I was stupid. It's because I was unmotivated by the school. You have so much more to offer. I was debated by my mom and dad daily through my entire life, only because I failed to accept the terms that were being given to me. I was like a fucking attorney.
Yeah, he was. You could say he was the black sheep of the family.
Yeah.
Like his opinion was always against the grain.
And it wasn't that I was against what they're saying. It was just, you know, how can you be feeding me this when I can see right through it, kind of deal.
Right,
and it was the same with the school system. I seen it as a young kid, you know, and I was able to get myself out of that. Now that was self-motivated. I didn't have fucking motivational speaker, and there was no internet. That was just, you know what, a la chingada, I'm not cool with this, doses.
Right.
Kick rocks, motherfucker.
And then you went ahead and signed that
I
up.
don't even know what my mom signed like. Here was the advantage. My mom, I think, only went to like the 2nd grade in Mexico. All right? So you can imagine what her writing is like. So her writing was really chicken scratch.
Yeah,
I could write better than her.
Right.
So when I signed, she looked like a fucking doctor. Her name compared to her original signature when she registered me in school, that I doubted those files were going to get pulled up.
I don't think they even cross-reference.
And I did it all through the mail, because the mail was the way to do things back then. There's nothing. You can't fucking FaceTime nobody. My mom can't go to fucking school for a conference because she needs to work, you know? And I don't know. I just figured that out. So you know what? They'll never fucking know.
Right. Okay. So now we're out of high school. When did you get encouraged to either start DJing or start rapping? Who was it or what was it that you saw or that you heard that you said, le voy a calar, you know, I want to try that shit?
Well, it's something that progressed naturally in a sense, because like I said, by when I was in junior high, or maybe early when we started high school, is when we got our first turntables. But from listening to, I mean, I used to record the A.DA weekends, either Saturday or Friday from World on Wheels and all that shit. Like I have tapes of that shit in my attic, the garage. The Roadium tapes. We were just talking about how the first time I ever heard Mr. Postman, mixed.
And we gotta talk about that.
With hip hop, and I was like, what the fuck? I already knew the oldie, but hearing it with to me, like with the music, hip hop, it was just like, holy shit, this is limitless.
Right.
And that's when we started getting the idea of we wanted to do it. Ultimately, we wanted to be a DJ with 4 turntables. That was our dream.
Okay. People don't understand how epic this interview is because it's so out of the norm, and it's going to speak a truth that people don't know, in the sense of where our influences and encouragement came for this. We were considered the bottom of the food chain in the minority, living in the outskirts of downtown LA. Yeah. But when he explained to me the concept of turntables, I didn't fucking understand. When he told me they're mixing 2 songs, I couldn't understand because I've never visually seen it. We didn't have no fucking TV, and I didn't have an audible thing that somebody can tell me what it was. So when we started hearing that shit that you guys were doing, it was fucking groundbreaking, and it was an influential, complete out of our culture, completely out. It was a fascination that we found audibly. I didn't know what you looked like.
We wanted to recreate what you guys were doing on 4-track live.
Live. Okay.
Live. That originally, and then when the music element, the hip hop element came into it, and that whole thing, the very first time I heard the fucking sample, I could say personally for me, the very first Chicano rap song I've ever heard was I'm Not Your Puppet, because it was the first song that sampled an oldie and made it a song into a hip hop. It wasn't in a mix. It was actually something that made it into the mainstream. And I was like, okay, this is some other shit now. Like this is turned into something else. So that whole era for us, it was more inspirational because at the time when he started writing lyrics, when I was already making beats on the 8-second sampler, he
was my DJ, by the way. This motherfucker's still my DJ till today.
One of his first raps was basically a mimic of that high C.
Really?
Yes.
Yeah.
I used to think I was fucking High C, second to none. Little Frog. I didn't know Little Frog and High C were the same guy. I didn't know that Crawford and High C were the same guys. I wrote my shit being just like you guys. Even my lyrics sounded the same.
We thought High C was Mexican, by the way.
Everybody did.
Everybody did. So, it was just a thing. And then to see that whole thing evolved with the DJ Click trick thing and the consistency of the niggas tripping song on every album, and then Quick put one on his album, niggas still tripping. We used to follow all that shit.
Yeah, it was like no social media, but we were hooked.
But that's what I mean, that to us it was a thing, like it's everything just started accumulating into a sense like, well, you know what, we can do this.
Here's where I see that it's epic, all right? Nowadays, we meet a lot of new rappers in Mexico that are really fucking good, that are nailing it. We meet a lot of regional Mexican artists that are fucking on the fucking top charts right now. And, just recently they come up and they say, we listened to your music growing up and we are influenced by your shit. And that's why I'm who I am today. It's crazy to hear that we feel this about you and what you did at that time. That's why I said, this motherfucker, dude, we're going to go interview him. Like, we're starstruck. We're never starstruck.
Yeah, like when Shotgun told me, I was like,
this
you got to be fucking
because you're my fucking childhood. You are... where I was in that fucking mentality, like, dude, how are we gonna do this? This motherfucker figured out the way to make music. And when I would write, hey, boom, nigga, I'm gonna do my shit. Bam, first line, boom, nigga. I'm telling you.
Yeah, for real.
Wow. We didn't develop our own.
I think I have that tape somewhere.
We didn't develop our own sound until a minute. But while we were fucking hustling the streets, one time we got to perform to the entire fucking Florencia gang. We were fucking doing our shit in the streets, and all we had was a fucking song or a verse. We didn't even.
Yeah, it was a verse, and it was like a few verses,
and we rock it like that, Wow. But that is the source of where our fucking, they say,
inspiration.
Fuck it, I'm gonna go fucking do it. Let's do it. They're doing it,
right?
Right.
Well, let me say this. First of all, your guys' words humble me, bro. And so usually when somebody
They're the truth.
Pays me, I guess, homage or respect like that, I run out of words to say because when I did those beats, I was just in my room, never thinking they were gonna go further than the swamp
Right.
beat, And to have one of the biggest companies in the world, Disney, come look for us at the swamp meet saying they want to sign us. Honestly, when they said they want to sign, I was like, to what? Like, and for what?
You said I'm a citizen. What do you mean?
Yeah. So I didn't know. So and then keep in mind, when I got signed, I didn't know how to produce. All I just knew how to do was mix tapes.
Yeah.
I'm not going to sit here and lie to people and say, well, yeah, I was already knocking out beats, because I wasn't.
Right.
So that's when, and I told the story plenty of times, when Steve bought me my drum machine and he took me to Dre's house so he could teach me how to use it.
Shit, you don't know where you were.
Yeah, and
that's crazy.
It's either that or I read the fucking manual that's like this thick for the SP1200. So I have a photographic memory. So when Dre was over here,
Right.
he pounding out the pads, he was like, you don't want to write this stuff down? I said, no, I'll remember. And I did. Okay. And here's how I learned. I said, turn it off. So we turned it off, and I go, so I'm going to turn it on.
Start from scratch?
Yeah. So I put the disc in. I push load here. Okay, here. Here's a segment. And he goes, yeah, you got it. So that pretty much, I would repeat that over and over, and then
it's crazy. You just relived that moment. I was watching your
house.
You just relived it. Here's the fucking ironic thing about this. The majority of the youngsters that are out there with their studios in their homes or whatever that they're doing, they have a doubt in their mind. Now look at this. It's fucking 2020. You never thought that you were gonna do what you did with those tracks in your room. You know what I'm saying? But you had this fucking belief system in it. We never thought we were gonna be sitting in front of you, giving you this fucking homage interview. And I know that you're here to interview us, but I'm telling you, I don't get this feeling about people often. You fucking represented and marked a timeline for us. We were in a struggle with our parents, with school, with fucking gangs, and all the shit that you can think of. And this was our way out, right? For the people that are out there that are fucking listening to this and that are fucking considering and reconsidering, if it comes from here, you know it. And you've been doing this since you were a kid.
Yes.
It wasn't something that you went to school for. It wasn't something that you practiced, that you said, I'm just, it was natural. There was no quitting.
Right.
I think that makes and marks a difference to how far and where you get with what you're doing. So my respects for you, man. You fucking did something for us.
Thank you, bro.
All right, thank you.
Well, I didn't know, but muchas gracias, bro. We'll take some shots after, okay? So we gotta get some
okay. You don't know me.
So now, out of high school, you're got Gemini turntables, if I'm correct.
Oh my god!
By that time, I think one of the last school dances that we
had
already had the 1200s. We bought a set of.
My dad had a fucking turntable console. Those old school 80s chingaderas, and this motherfucker was scratching his records on it, right? So he had already was hip to that. When there came a point in time when for Christmas, our tias would all give us a present, and I think my mom had a shitload of fucking sisters, like 13 or 14. There's a lot of them. But the ones that were around us, immediately we said, we don't want a Christmas present. We just humbly would appreciate it if you guys would contribute a donation so we can buy some fucking turntables. Yeah. We were dedicated, dude. And it's funny because we both had the same interests.
It was like, keep in mind, we were like still junior high, willing to give up all our Christmas just for a donation.
Just for a fucking donation for some equipment. So we got some Gemini belt-driven turntables, and that's fucking garbage.
Yeah, they were like $89 at the time each.
When we would see some DJs with some 1200s and fucking just feel the plate.
Oh, there's a story about that too.
Fucking wow, and we learned to scratch and mimic what you professional DJs to us were doing on some fucking Gemini turntables. So our hand got pretty light. So when we would touch 1200s. This motherfucker could get down. This motherfucker could get down.
Yeah.
But that is where we had to start, was some fucking Gemini fucking turntables belt driven that were fucking dragging.
We figured out that
push it, you weren't gonna land shit.
We figured out that the problem was when you push it in, that the platform would tilt and it throw the needle up. So what we did is took the platform off. Remember, we put pennies to heighten the thing.
Wow. We engineered those motherfuckers.
So the minimum amount of lift wouldn't be as much. They were almost scratching like a little bit, but it was enough for us to get our hands to make at least,
to keep the needle from popping on the other side. So we had to engineer the shit out of what we had to try to mimic what you were doing.
Wow. You know, it's funny because, okay, I grew up with oldies, okay? My mom, my dad would listen to more of the boleros, more of the mariachi style of music.
Right.
My mom, she loved cumbias. My dad loved a lot of American music, but mostly Spanish was played at home. But for me, I loved oldies. One of my brothers was from still claimed Compton, my oldest brother, and one of my cousins still claimed that neighborhood.
I had a girlfriend in Compton. Shut up.
So they always played oldies, and I've always loved Mary Wells. So I remember as a kid hearing that song, the one that really loves you. Okay, and every time I would play it, my brother would play it. My brother would always hear me humming to it, and he said, "What are you humming to it?" And I would always say, "A beat." You know, as a kid.
My younger brother's retarded. He's humming again.
Yeah. So when I got my first turntable, that was one of the first records that I got.
Oh, yeah?
And I remember Gigolo Tony Smurf Rock?
Yes.
Yep. Oh, man.
I'm Gigolo Tony, the one and only. I got new
I
brands,
burned
so
the
you
shit
better
out of
jump
that
on
in
it.
school.
Yeah. So
that was where we got the maybe because we didn't have breakbeats back then, so we got
Fresh?
that.
Yeah.
That's what I wore that shit out. We
Yeah.
wore that shit out.
So I turned it over. It goes fresh, and it goes la 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 la, and then dum 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 dum, and I would just ride that motherfucker. And then Steve later on would hear that shit, and he was like, "Let's put that on a mixtape."
Right.
And I was like, "For real?" So I started putting oldies on mixtapes first.
Yeah, see, that's what I mean. That's what I mean, right?
Right.
That was a game changer. You
All
know,
right,
that
I have
was
a question,
game
all
changer.
right? We were trying to remember, but ¿quién hizo esa madre de Mr. Postman?
I don't know. I don't know.
I'll tell you who did that one, because I won't take credit for that one. Dr. Dre did that one in 1985. 85
That was
live.
from 85?
He did that in 85.
Well, we remember the tape number. It was the 102.
Because we didn't get him at the Roadium swap meet. Like, we were getting him at the Paramount swap meet.
Paramount swap meet.
then somebody was
and they
probably
were
bootlegging.
Yeah, they were bootlegging them.
and they were labeling them. So we were, like I said, we were fans of your mixes. And we would always just know the tapes by their number.
By their number, it was the 101 or the 102 or some shit like that.
Yeah, and we didn't know what was what. You know, that was our resource, dude. There was no fucking iTunes, no fucking video blogging, nothing. We had to go to the fucking Paramount swap meet and talk to the dude there and say, what do you got today?
Where's the new one?
Where's the new one?
Yeah. As a matter of fact, so no, there's a correction. That one was called 86 in the Mix. And then, because I started doing the mixtapes in 87, from 87 to 91.
Okay.
So, and it was funny because even though I had heard Dre's mixtapes, I didn't really want to listen to too much of him because I didn't want to be influenced by his mixes. I wanted to do my own.
Do you realize what the fuck you're saying right now? He said he didn't want to be influenced with Dr. Dre. Every motherfucker wanted to sit next to Dre, and you were there, but you were like, nah, I gotta do my own shit. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
That's class.
That's what I mean.
That's class. That is.
A lot of the new artists lack that type of ambition. A lot of the new artists want to be what they already heard. Like, oh, I want to do a song like that or something. Like I was telling Misfit earlier, you know, they're like, he takes chances into trying some shit that nobody has tried. You know what I mean? Like, what they were criticizing, you guys were talking about something about Chicano rap, and it's like, well, that has a lane, you know, if you want to follow that lane, that's fine, but don't criticize dude because he's Mexican and he's trying some new shit.
You know, have a story about that.
So, you know, I mean, they always try to throw us in that, you know, you're Mexican, you must be Chicano rap.
Let me know when you're ready to hear that story.
About the big boy shit anyways.
Yeah.
But, you know, that's what I mean. Like, there's dude, like I said, Misfit Soto, to me, I was telling him, I watched his shit up from Latin Beast TV, I believe.
Yes,
I believe that's a channel that, you know, showcases a lot of that stuff. And I'm like, you know, they show stuff that, all right, here we go. You know, these guys are actually trying some new shit, something creative to get you out of that shit. Because you talk to a lot of artists and they're upset. They're like, oh, no, they don't want to let us in the game. And, you know, here we are.
Yeah.
You know, it's like.
Yeah.
But it wasn't easy. It wasn't easy because we went through the same fucking struggles, you know.
Yes.
And, you know, we worked our 9 to 5. And at night we would work on stuff. And instead of going to the nightclub on the weekends, we'd just fucking sit in his fucking 1-bedroom apartment and just be creative, like entertaining ourselves.
Right.
But we were influenced, you know, by the Anglo market. We were influenced by the black rapper. We were influenced by the culture for what it was back then and what feed we were receiving.
Yeah.
So we started creating, since radio no nos pelaba, we said, all right, well, let's hit up the DJs that are spinning at the radio station. So DJ Cuervo was one that was at Power 106. I forgot the other ones, right? So we started making drops for the DJ.
Yeah.
And that was our fucking foot into Power 106.
That was the only chance avenue that we would have to at least try to get something or the radio to recognize us.
Yeah, mind you, all the other artists had already happened, you know, so we were really under the fucking radar.
Oh.
But one time we got a hold of motherfucking Big Boy, right? And that was like, fuck yeah, we're in, we made it, right? We worked all fucking night because they asked us to produce a fucking drop for their morning show.
Yeah.
So me and this guy were like, fuck, like they just threw a steak at us. You know, we gotta eat this shit up, right?
Right.
We worked all fucking night. Nos desvelamos totalmente. And the next day we had to be at Power at like 4:30 a.m. because their morning show started at 5 a.m., right? It was Liz, Fussy, Fantabulous, and fucking Big Boy.
Yes.
Right? We hit them up. And we were fucking happy with their fucking CD. They come to the fucking door of the studio when we knocked. They opened the door and they looked at us and they said, "Oh, sorry guys, like y'all need to be talking to Kool-Aid then, because we were Mexican."
Yeah, like automatically, like you guys belong on Pocos Pero Locos.
And Fuzzy came out and he literally shut the door on us.
Yeah.
Gave us our fucking CD back and shut the door. Like they liked our music because they said, you know, put it together, bring it by in the morning. We're gonna premiere in the morning through the show. And fuck yeah, me and this motherfucker, you know, we weren't signed, we weren't looking for nothing. We were just like, wow, we fucking made it.
Yeah.
Just getting live on, and that's how you fucking just went like this.
It's like it didn't even take a second to say or to hear what. And it was just like he looked at us and like, oh, y'all need to see Kool-Aid. Because, like I said, they had that show, Pocos Pero Locos.
Y'all need to be talking to Kool-Aid. Like, you can't be here. No, and it's like,
we were like, all right.
Motherfucker.
We had to call in late for work that day, motherfucker.
I'm late. I haven't slept. You know, and it was like a fucking reality check.
Wow.
To how the fucking business was. You know, it wasn't something that it's who you. It wasn't what it is. You know, it was so the most disrespectful fucking. I couldn't believe it. So you know, we went back. And we just kept doing what the fuck we were doing.
We're going to press pause right there like a mixtape.
Yes.
Okay? And we're going to come right back and we're going to pick up on that because I got some stuff I want to say about that.
Hell
about
yeah.
being a Chicano in this industry, bro.
Yeah.
Hey, so far, this is have been the most humbling, simplest, regular interview that we have no shenanigans for. It's like really
It
us
feels
100%. It's
Dope.
really cool.
Feels comfortable.
Dope. So stay tuned. Text a friend, call a friend, page a friend. Let them know that Akwid is in the building. Once again, Tony A. the Wizard, hosting Roadium Radio. Let somebody know. We'll be back. Welcome back, everybody, to Roadium Radio. We're back after our break. I hope you guys call somebody, text somebody, and let them know that we have Akwid in the building. Before I get back to the questions, there's something that I want to say that you guys pointed out, that when you guys knocked on the door of Power 106, if you will, they came out and said, we want to, you guys need to talk to Kool-Aid, Pocos Pero Locos.
Yeah.
Right away, they put you guys in the category. You guys belong over there. You guys don't belong in mainstream.
Correct. Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Here's my thing about that. I'm going to start off on left field, and then I'm going to bring it home. Today, we have an administration that people would say they don't want Mexicans here in United States.
Oh, man. Here we go.
Okay.
I'm going to wait for him to bring it home because he was going to start left field. He was going to bring it home. So let's wait.
Okay. I'm not an America basher. I'm not going to bash America, but we do have an administration that says that pretty much that our people do not belong here. I get it. I understand. I don't agree with you, but I hear you. Okay, now let's just take LA, just LA alone. If you were to take every Mexican out of LA will collapse overnight.
Probably. Okay, especially the food
Yes.
industry.
It would collapse overnight. Who works harder than Mexicans?
Shit, a Mexican without a job? Yeah, there's really nobody.
Yeah, I mean, it's...
Here in LA, we are the hip-hop economy.
We are the fucking workforce and backbone of what we do. You know, the hood moves and everything. LA, if you want to talk about LA, predominantly it moves because of what we do.
Okay,
culturally.
Now, you take every Mexican out of LA, your favorite rapper will have to go work at a warehouse.
Ta cabrón.
Think about it. Who's going to go to their concerts? Who's going to go to their shows? Who's going to buy their apparel? Who's going to buy their tickets?
True.
You know, so for us to be the majority and the main supporter of hip hop and still be on the outskirts of hip hop is still unfair.
We know the politics behind all that.
Your point of view is right to a certain extent, because I think mostly it's music.
Yes.
Because, you know, even though a lot of these rappers feel, you know, like thrown under just because of their race or whatever, but you really take a listen to their music and you're like, well, you know, if you listen to what's out there and you listen to good music, you know, you really have some work to do.
Right.
And a lot of people that start making music don't really understand that. They feel just because, you know, they got this beat and their message on their lyrics is dope or whatever. But, you know, it's not that the industry doesn't want you. It's just that, you know, give them, it's a business. Give them something they can sell.
Go ahead.
I would say that a lot of people forget that the hardest thing to do, other than the music, politics, or the investments and the business aspect of it, hardest thing to do is come up with some fucking good music.
Right.
That's the fucking backbone of the whole thing. De ahí ya se convierte en una política. Who do you know? Who's gonna hook you up? Who's gonna fund you? You know, it turns into a whole other business. You know, who's gonna, what's the marketing? So it just turns into a different animal.
Right.
But in reality, you know, you want to really break down the American dream, or what the fuck living in an American culture means to me. It's a multitude of cultures coming together. And you know what? If you can be the best fucking engineer for me in my fucking country, in my state, then show me. Show me what you can do. You know, put your fucking money where your mouth is. You know, you're good at what you do with music, then fucking, you know, you're telling me you wrote with the best, dude. You know what I'm saying? Nobody can take that from you. Nobody said that you were privileged, because we were all underprivileged. But what you have in here and what you have in here sets you aside from that. You know, a lot of people say Akwid was a fucking overnight success. Right? They don't know how many fucking times we did everything for free. I mean, we went through a whole fucking 14-year period where we were just happy to perform.
Right.
Oh, they're going to let us play? Fuck yeah. And then, you know, it's hard to juggle both. Hey, guess what? You can get paid doing this. Okay, talk to me. Talk to me. You know, that's building a fucking career on a strong foundation, that where you're not being phony. You know your skill set. You know what you do. You're born with a certain genius. You might not be a mathematical genius, but what you do, you give your fucking equipment to a fucking mathematical genius at rocket science, he won't know what the fuck to do with it.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
That's yours to have, yours to do with whatever you want. So all these other politics, I hate politics, especially when it comes to music.
I understand.
But those things I will never put aside. You know, Kool-Aid and E-Dove opened a huge door for us. Mm-hmm. Kool-Aid and E-Dove put us on the fucking airwaves. Kool-Aid and E-Dove didn't see us as Chicano rappers, or, you know, they didn't say you gotta sound like this.
Yeah.
Power 106, Big Boy, Fuzzy, and Liz told us that we were knocking on the wrong door because we were fucking bald and Mexican. Okay. Bottom line.
Now, when you guys heard that,
I wanted to cry, but Fuzzy was big and I couldn't hit him, and they were closing the door, and I was fucking tired and I was frustrated. I mean, you can imagine.
I mean, the frustration was there, obviously, but, you know, to us, it didn't deter us, because we love doing that shit for a hobby. You know, we could care less whether we had a deal or not at the time. To us, every Friday, every weekend was, let's fuck around with some music. It wasn't about the club. It wasn't about the bitches and the money. It was about, what can we record today?
Right.
At the time, I was producing music for our group, Juvenile Style, and for Shotgun and his cousin, which was
Sabu,
Mad Ruckus.
Sabu, his cousin.
I was producing. They were more of a hip hop vibe. We were more of a West Coast vibe music.
Yes.
So I was doing both, and, you know, to me, like, they would come over to my house on weekends, and I'd have probably like 6-8 beats for them to listen to, and then, you know, they're all pick, oh, well, we want that one and they want that one, you know, we'll take it from there. And we used to knock out like 4 songs in one night in a 4-track, you know. But it was fun.
Those
for
some
us.
Good ass times.
Now, let me tell you guys something. Why I shared that, because this is part of it. Okay, this is 1991. We're doing our photo shoot downtown LA for the High C album cover. Okay.
The SKANLESS?
Yes, the SKANLESS album cover.
Classic.
Okay. Now, I've asked people if they can think of another album, rap album cover where you had a black and a Mexican in it. Okay. And I always ask my guests, you know, if they could think of one, let me know. When we shot that album cover, I won't say who told me this, but they kept trying to talk me out of being me.
Oh shit.
Out of being out the album cover. So I finally asked this individual why, you know, and he says, "Who's gonna want to see a Mexican?"
Oh shit!
And I produced the album.
Yeah.
Okay? Now,
okay. As a Mexican,
Wait, how the fuck did you just take that?
I'll be honest with you. I felt insulted. You know, here's the way I feel. Like I was still not accepted, even though I was signed, and even though I produced it. Like, what else do I have to do? You know,
man, dude, you're fucking writing with the best. You're producing for the best at the moment, and for you to, I mean, you're given the recognition as credit, but not in the sense of image. That's a fucking straight insult to you. I mean, to your ego, to your appearance, to what you stand for, where you come from. How do you say, okay, you're right? You know what I'm saying? You can't. You can't.
Right. And you know what? And I've never shared these stories with other people that have interviewed me. I never opened up. But since we're on the subject where somebody's pretty much said, go see them.
Right.
You know, kind of putting you in a category. You don't belong with us, you belong with them.
Exactly.
Even during my video shoots, the same person kept trying to talk me out of being in the video shoot. Now, keep in mind, I'm looking forward to being in videos. I want to be seen.
Yeah. You just got shut down.
Yeah.
Like I told
you can't even make the cover.
Like I told you, you know, when you hear it's like Ranyo Jokuli, it's like Tony A and High C. You know, your name even came first. You know, High C. It was a duo. It wasn't a thing where if you're gonna do an album on Tony A and High C, you want to see both.
Right.
You know.
Right.
And especially for us, we thought, you know, High C was Mexican, so you expect the album cover to be two Mexicans.
Yeah, that was, you know, and what they were rapping to was fucking influenced by Latino culture. Right. You know, it wasn't fucking what your normal hip hop was. So that was already a transitional state for music. I think the cool part about this is that we hold no ill will to any of these people. Right. You know, our first contract we ever signed as music as Juvenile Style was with this guy, John Barunda. He was in the outskirts of Beverly Hills. You know, we knew his family well. We knew him well. He owned all our shit.
That was Sharka's manager too.
We didn't care. You know what I'm saying? There came a point, Sam Hernandez, you know, he now I believe is still with Mixed Matters. Cliff Ritchie. You know, everybody played a role in what we did. I mean, Cliff Ritchie, a lot of people have a lot of stories to say about him, right? That's cool.
everybody smiles when the name comes up.
You know, and considering every single thing that happened, it's something that we normally call like, you know what? All right, we paid to see. We learned. We were green. We didn't know nothing. Estábamos pendejos. We were having fun what we were doing. And each one of these individuals opened a different door for us. So we hold no ill will. You know, it's cool. We had to learn. You know, I can see them today and fucking shake their hand. I can see them today and be like, fucking shit, man. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have nothing else to say. You don't owe me shit. I ain't mad because you fucking took credit for it. It doesn't matter, man. The moment where we're at, you know, where we came from is what matters. So, yeah, at the time when fucking they closed the door on us at Power, it was like, fuck, we were there. we were so there, close. But, you know, we fucked up because we were Mexican. You know what I'm saying? I had to take that shit home with me.
Right, of course.
You know? Pero it didn't make a difference. We said, okay, you know what? All right, fuck it. We just can't count on them. Let's keep doing our do.
Let's keep it pushing.
Let's keep it pushing. And it didn't make a difference. I think if we would have got stuck on that, we'd probably be writing diss tracks. Fuck Big Boy.
We'd be the mad rapper.
We'd be a mad rapper.
The mad rapper. Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
For all the tech guys that like going to the NAMM show, guys that like collecting equipment, guys that love the love going to Guitar Center, San Mash, West LA Music.
Che, you had too much money if you were going to those stores at that time.
Yeah.
I was still stealing shit.
What 4-track were you using? What type of 4-track?
The Yamaha. It was like about $500 at the time. It was a 4-track Yamaha. That's when I first realized that I could make, and I had the 8-second sampler.
Right.
So I started doing multiple loops into the 4-track.
You got real creative.
Yeah. So then
with
I started
less.
Yeah, with less. So I started doing the 4-track. I mean my beats on the 8-track, and then bust it to 2-track. People don't know
the fucking kids don't know what the fuck a track is. I mean,
the fucking struggles of busting, and by the time you get to the end, you know, your track sounds like shit, but you already got your picture.
Got an idea.
Yeah. So then you have 3 tracks for vocals, and we used to do chorus and 2 verses, and you know, it's a struggle. And kids nowadays, you know, they got unlimited tracks, and all. It's just like, fuck. You know?
Now, you guys come up with the name Juvenile Style. Was that the first name you guys came up with?
Yeah, that was our first.
What inspired that?
We were juveniles at the time. Excuse me. We had long hair, ponytails all the way down here. We were really deep into South Central LA, so we used to braid our hair. You know,
culturally, we were really culturally.
Yeah, I didn't realize I had to be Mexican or more supportive towards my culture, because up until like my senior year, I thought I was black. I went to an all-black school, you know what I'm saying? I played basketball. I came home and complained to my mom, why did you marry my dad? He's so fucking short, I can't fucking dunk. I was mad, you know, I was about sports. So, you know, my vocabulary, I mean, straight up, nigga this, nigga that, you know, blah, blah, blah. I was like that. And then I ended up fucking landing in jail, you know, at that time.
Then it changed
and
everything.
I got a reality check. It was like, you know what? This is what it is. And I said, orale, fucking my bad.
Yeah.
I did not know, you know, so the dynamics changed.
I'm glad you're sharing that. I truly,
It was the fucking truth.
truly am, bro, because you know what? When I posted up your picture on the YouTube, people were like, yeah, they used to be nigga this, nigga that. You know.
Oh, dude,
It's true.
Our first music, our first albums. I mean, they made us take some of them out.
When we landed our first deal with Pump Quality Records, you know, trying to follow behind the tail of Lighter Shade of Brown, that
Right.
Hernandez comes in.
Because the influence was High C, DJ Quick, Second and None. It was them is nigga, boom nigga. His first
boom,
lyrics
nigga.
he wrote, like he said, is boom nigga.
You know
That was
right.
That was what it was.
So when we land there, you know, Tom Yamamoto, I believe it was right after Russ Regan. Tom Yamamoto comes in, takes over the company as president, and I believe he was Japanese. He was the coolest fucking dude, and he treated us like fucking people.
Yes.
That
That's
guy
how Steve
treated
Yano was with me.
Right? And he says, you know, I like the album, but why do you have to say nigga all the time? And he would tell us, you know, I grew up with a lot of black friends, and I grew up in South Central, but you know, you guys don't have to do that all the time. And we felt like, dude, this is how we talk.
Right.
Yeah.
You know,
right.
at the moment, I mean, I knew the fucking streets. I mean, I walked the streets of South Central. You know, I knew where, you know, we done it. You know, so you're asking me to do something like that. What the fuck do I substitute it with?
Right.
Yeah.
There's, you know, my vocabulary is this little, dude. I fucking English is my second
not
language.
only that, at that time, even in you know, just growing up, the word nigga in South Central was just like saying dude.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Of course.
Dude, to Mexican kids to this day, you know,
Right.
that still use it, you know, get criticized a lot, but a lot of people don't understand that being in that culture, it is what it is.
Right.
You know?
Well, it's like we grew up telling somebody, you're gay.
Right,
You know,
exactly.
that was
It's just
gay.
But I'll tell you
Yeah.
the flip side to that. Another reality check for me. You know, I was driving a fucking Datsun 510 that my mom used to fucking let
Damn,
me
that
drive.
little hoopy.
Oh, yeah, man. I
Four-door.
used to be driving in the second grade because seventh,
I
sorry.
was saying, what the hell?
Porque I had to drop her off at work and had the privilege of keeping the car and go to school with it. So shit, I had a fucking car in seventh
Yeah.
grade, right? But whatever. One time I went to pump gas. This was right on Adams and Western, right? There was I think it was a Chevron gas station. And I got off to pump gas. And you know, you always got the roamies is what we used to call them back then. The guys that would say, yo, let me pump your gas for you.
Right,
You know,
right.
so I was still fucking black and white, right? And he says, I looked at him and I said, no, nigga, I got this. Oh my God. This was an older man, you know, in his fucking probably mid 60s, early 70s. And he looked at me.
Right.
At that moment, I know I fucked up. Because not everybody got it.
Right.
The minute I found myself trying to explain my culture, I couldn't tell him, you know, I migrated from fucking Michoacan. We came to fucking Pico Union area. I ended up in South Central. My mom and dad divorced. I didn't have time to tell him all my story. All I did was fucking blabbered out some shit that insulted him and his beliefs.
Right.
And he didn't even want to pump my gas no more. He just looked at me like I was the worst person in the whole world. That's when I said, all right, I'm doing something wrong. ¿Qué chingados pasa aquí?
Right.
That, landing in fucking jail and getting checked. They
Right.
told me, okay, I had to go home and have a conference with this guy. Guess what? It ain't what we thought it was. We gotta cut that shit out. It doesn't work that way.
Yeah.
But anyways, that took us to be more in tune with our own roots. That
Good.
took us to be more culturally where we need
Lesson
to be.
learned.
You know what's interesting about that? And I don't mean to bring it up, you know, right now, but it's interesting how that it's only culturally not accepted by Mexicans. For example, Cyprus. I know Cyprus has used it in some of their earlier stuff. You know, you hear some of the stuff, and it's like, all right, well, why is that? Why is Fat Joe saying it okay? You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah, it's Puerto Rico or Dominican. I'm not sure, but it's like, how is that accepted only for a certain type of Latino?
Right. Right.
Where it's still
that debate will go on for years.
but that's what I mean.
I
though.
was just
It's-
talking
it's a
about my
mentality.
errors. I'm, you know, maybe this is my moment of clearing it up with that man. I apologize for the fucking insult and everybody else, but that's just where I grew up and how I grew up.
Te perdono.
The good thing is we figured this shit out,
We
right?
need a priest.
Oh, good, brother. So, Juvenile Style, yes, come on, Juvenile Style, you guys signed, right?
No.
Yeah.
With John Brunda. Well, if you want to call it a fucking signature, then yes.
Okay, was there any type of advance?
No.
He bought us some. He took us to the. We bought some clothes at the swap meet and a drum machine.
He bought him MPC 60.
Oh, dope, okay.
Right? No, that's what I'm saying. I'm always grateful for what happened because
To me, the 8 volt. That's
Yeah.
he was our producer at that young age. He had equipment.
Now, when you say young age, about how old were you guys at that time?
Fuck, we were on 41st and Wall.
probably
in South
19,
Central.
19, 20.
Probably.
Okay.
Around there.
Él, you know, he showed us. I mean, we watched him work with his equipment. We watched him program the fucking MPC.
Yeah.
You know, and we were like, "Fuck, this is all it takes. Like, this is all we need. We don't need turntables no more. This is what we need, right?"
Right.
And that's where John Brunda comes in after that first Juvenile Style album. He says, "Oh shit, well, he got him a fucking machine." And to us, that was our paycheck.
Okay.
We weren't looking for money. We weren't looking to fucking nothing. We were just like, fuck, dude, don't say anything. We just got some machine for this. Don't say nothing so he doesn't take it away.
Don't make no waves.
Right? Because at the end of the day, he was a white boy.
You know,
Fucking Beverly Hills.
the interesting way of how we got that deal was, so we used to DJ, so we used to buy 12-inch records every Friday with the fucking 10 bucks my mom gave us for the weekend.
What would you guys go buy records at?
Bernal's records on fucking Vermont.
Vermont,
Vermont,
and,
like south of
Adams,
Adams,
somewhere
south of
Vermont,
Adams.
Adams, somewhere over there.
She was
So-
a Mexican lady that had a small record store, mom and pop store. She had regional Mexican music in there, but she had a hip hop section.
Yeah.
And she knew that we always looked for that crazy shit, so she would deliberately bring records of different shit every weekend so we can go buy one.
So that's where we bought the proper dose 12-inch Mexican Power.
Mexican Power, yeah.
So I have the original 12-inch that they released on that, and one day we were at my house and he had the mic and we were playing around with the beats and scratching and rapping, and that's when we said, you know what? Hearing the proper dose to us was like, okay, well, if they can get a record deal, you know, maybe the people that got them a record deal will take a listen to us.
Right.
And he decided to just call the number on the damn record. You know,
I said, well, there's a number there. Why don't we fucking call it?
yeah,
Shit.
yeah.
No cell phones. This is a home phone, right? Fucking call. I mean, it's funny how this shit works out. You know, we pick up the fucking phone. We call. John Brunda answers the phone. Explicit Entertainment. Hey, well, I don't even know what the fuck I said. I was a fucking kid.
Right.
Hey, you know, we rap. You know, this fucker, out of that conversation, he goes, yeah, okay, well, why don't you guys put yourself a demo together? We're like, what the fuck's a demo?
What the fuck do you mean?
What's it, what
I got
do we
rap,
need to do?
motherfucker. That's all you
We
need
rap.
to know.
Well, put a few songs together for me and call me when you got it done. And I was like, shit, all right, we don't have not even one fucking song. So me and this guy say, okay, we got to create music now.
Right.
So now we got to come into a music format. We didn't even know
He actually
a format
taught us-
existed.
taught
He
us
taught
the
us
format.
That, no, guys, you know, you can't do a fucking
You mean like
30
16 bars?
Yeah,
we didn't know.
the
It
16
was like,
bars, the
you gotta-
bridge.
this shit gets counted in bars. You can't just fucking rap all day. You need a hook. What's a hook, fucking John? Well, you know, a hook that does this and that. He took us to the kitchen sink in Hollywood to watch Browntown record.
Yeah, when Shotgun was recording
wow.
Dope House in the
Okay,
Ghetto.
we hadn't touched a mic, a professional mic or studio, and we were fucking blown away. The kitchen sink wasn't even completed. It was still like in the woodworking process, but it was still, it was functional already.
Right, right.
He took us there. I remember I was starstruck when I met Browntown. I was like, puta madre, you know, these guys are the real deal. They're in a real studio.
We thought they were dope too.
Yeah,
Like lyrically,
that
like
fucking
by-
loop that Clear did.
the Mustang
for
Sally
Dope House in the Ghetto.
Yeah.
That blew my fucking mind. Right? And I was like, wow, all right, we're somewhere, behave, don't do that shit you do at home. You know, we're professional people right now. But that was the experience, dude. It was a humbling experience. And to see how that shit just fucking comes together in fucking full circle today. Unexpected.
So
you know,
you-
fucking, again, you're here. Melo's here. This is a fucking day. I told you earlier when we got
It's
here, this is
fucking
gonna
awesome.
be epic because just to meet you I was starstruck to receive your phone call. I told you over the phone. when this guy told me, did you see that C-Twerk interview? And I said, yeah. He says, he did say that if he reaches out to you and he doesn't reach out again, he's not going to fucking call no more. I said, I know. I said, did he call you? He says, no, he hasn't. He said, you checked all our social media? Yeah, he hasn't reached out. I said, how do you know it's him? He said, I'll know. And fucking 2 days later, we received a fucking call from you. And it was like, you got to be fucking kidding me. Wow.
Yeah, when Shackleton, like I said, when Shackleton was like, fuck yeah, I mean, whatever.
Bro, let me tell you something. First of all, I know on our next break, we're going to get into, after our next break, we're going to get into the Epic album. And I told you how I felt about that album, bro. Okay. And I told you how I felt about that album because when I fucking first heard that song, la verdad, like I fucking got goosebumps, bro, because I heard a new fucking sound. I've always been attracted to different. To me, different is epic. For an example, when I first heard Melo's first song, everybody knew that was epic, that was different. There was nothing out there like it.
Of course.
When I hear Misfits shit's different. I like different.
That's what I told them.
When I heard your guys' shit, that was the first thing because it felt like a new sound. You know how they say it felt like a fresh breath.
Fresh of fresh air.
Yes, exactly.
A breath
I'm like,
of fresh air.
it's nothing like there's anything out there like it. So what I did, I bought that CD, I went home, and in the very beginning, whoever was talking said, vamos a hacer historia.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And this is something different.
That was this one.
Man, I picked up on all of that. And then and as soon as, boom, I wait.
You know what's crazy?
You put on your sombrero.
Inserts did not exist into a Mexican album, especially in rap. Those were the first inserts we ever introduced because we were influenced by what we heard from what you guys would do. You guys would drop a fucking song and then there'd be another track and it was just nothing but fucking shit talking or whatever. And I was like, fuck, that's so fucking natural. It's so cool. So all this stuff that you're talking about, we didn't write, we didn't rehearse. The executives that were behind the investments for what we were doing, they didn't know what the fuck was up. We literally were thrown into a fucking studio and say, do what you do. The music, we're not musicians, bro. This guy can't write or read music. It was all done by ear. So they brought his production and hired musicians and un maestro that can translate what he did and write it into notes for the people. And they would argue with us and say, because the majority of them were Argentinian, che, lo que él está escribiendo no va con la música. And the other guy kicked in and said, che, tenés a los putos Beatles enfrente de ti, dejalos que hagan lo que hagan. These are motherfuckers that can fucking see.
Yes.
It was a thing where on a keyboard you can break the scale on whatever instrument.
Right.
But when we were replacing what I did with live instruments, some instruments cannot get to a certain scale, so they were like, oh, we can't do what you're playing on the keyboard with live instruments. Guy like, no, you're gonna make it happen.
You're gonna make it happen. Okay.
He had the vision.
We gotta talk about Guillermo Santizo when we come back.
Okay, yeah.
Right? We're gonna
get
into that shit.
Now, we got a couple of minutes before we go to break, and I want to touch on how many albums did Juvenile Style have?
Two.
Brood
in South Central and Time to Expand.
Brood in South Central.
Time to Expand was the first one, and then it was Brood in South Central.
Okay, somebody kept asking me, I don't know who in the hell it is. Was there a song called Jacking for Nalgas?
Yes. and then some people interviewed us, and he wrote down Jacking for Niggas. Oh my God, that created some bullshit for us. We were from South Central. That was the biggest fucking error in the whole world. And they would interview and say, what is this song about jacking for niggas? I was like, whoa, what are you talking about? No, it's jacking for nalgas. Oh, we didn't know. We thought, dude, but yeah, that created some bullshit for us.
And John, with his chopped up Spanish, used to call it jacking for naglas.
Naglas, yeah.
All right, bro. That's what it is.
So the first one, Brood in South Central. Now, how well did that one do?
It did nothing.
It was hot garbage.
Really?
I think for the underground, like, dude, we were in South Central LA, and then we were probably known a little bit in LA, but we weren't doing nothing spectacular.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, at the time, we thought that shit was dope. We recorded it in Hawthorne right here at the Black Hole.
Okay.
Yeah, with Kenny McLeod.
That's
the Black Hole.
Now,
we
so other than yourself, did you have other producers?
No.
Okay, so you
No,
did...
just DJ... Brood in South Central I did by myself.
DJ Aladdin produced a song for us.
On the first one.
Okay.
DJ Aladdin did Jacking for Nalgas.
Yeah, as a
Okay.
matter of fact.
It was a sample from James Brown Popcorn.
Okay.
And DJ Battery Brain produced
Okay.
a lot of our first shit. You know,
Okay.
for John Barunda and Kenny McLeod from the Commodores. Oh, we have a story on that shit. That shit'll blow your fucking mind.
No,
It
that's not
involves
Kenny
you-
McLeod. That's Cochran, the guy.
David Cochran.
From
Okay.
here we go.
from the Commodores.
Not to be confused with Johnny Cochran, right?
No.
No. Otro pedo, güey.
Okay, now, how long was that one out before you guys released the second one?
Oh, I don't know. I don't have a timeline on that.
Okay.
Okay, if Time to Expand came out in 91, 92, Brewed in South Central came out like in 90. I'm gonna say 95.
We were
96.
mad rappers in Brewed in South Central.
Okay.
We were I mean, there's some shit there that, we made a fucking diss track for Lighter Shade of Brown.
Oh,
For no fucking reason at all, just because we were mad because they were good and we were bad. Because they were on the radio and we were not, and we were more gangster. You know what I'm saying? Like,
ODM, he's good. We cool with ODM.
no, but we're somewhere else today. But I have to fucking make that right because I've always had a problem with that. Personally, I tell my brother, you know what? Why in the fuck did we do that? Like we owed nothing. They owed. We didn't even know them, dude.
It was just we were kids.
It was the stupidest thing. I mean, one of them was riding around in a Range Rover, and I was driving around in a fucking 510 Datsun, 1981 Datsun 510 with center lines, and I just had this pinche odio that out of nowhere, dude.
Yeah.
You know, that animosity that we talk about between the culture and the music, I had that.
Right. Okay.
And I shook it though. You know, when I say, esto no está bien, but yeah, we went through that, dude. So when people send me fucking messages de Akwid, chinga su madre, sold out, blah, blah, blah. Váyanse a la verga, todos juntos me vale verga. You know what I'm saying? It's true.
Exactly, brother. Okay, and I'm glad you said that.
I hate it when you're glad about something.
No, so now the second album comes out. Does that do anything?
No, it's hot garbage.
Nothing does nothing. You don't get it. Nothing does nothing.
Actually,
I have to ask.
Delinquent Habits were fucking cracking. Mellow, fucking Frost, fucking you name it. And we were just right there. And then these guys that were getting on the radio, was it Cyclone? Somebody was doing fucking drops for
the Mexicans were influenced too.
The Mexicans, they were very well connected with fucking what's that guy that was on 92.3, the Chinese guy.
Julio,
Theo,
Okay.
Julio, all these people, and it was like, fuck, those are the Mexicans. I'm good. Rato hablamos de esa madre, güey. And it was just like, fuck, why can't we fucking break in? Like, what's going on here? You know, like, why can't we try harder?
Honestly, lyrically, those motherfuckers are dope. Like,
Yes.
I don't think we're like, we never said we're dope lyricists, like, we're the shit. You know what I mean? We never based our skill on the lyrical thing. To us, it was just telling a fucking story to some music that we like.
Sinful's a good friend.
Yes.
Sinful's a really good friend till today.
So, you know, to us, you know, like hearing shit like that, and, you know, it's like, dude, these guys are dope. You know what I mean? Like, these guys can actually fucking rap.
Yeah,
you know?
of course, yeah. Of course, yeah.
No, and it's true. You know, you gotta make sure that, you know, you understand where you're at musically.
Yes,
Like,
yes.
we can't, you know what I mean? Like, if you don't know your place, like, if you really think you're dope, but you're whack, you know, it sucks.
That's bad. That's like a Hyundai. You know?
Yeah.
Like Hyundai say, this is just like the Mercedes. You can kiss my
Like
ass.
right now, you know, when I see Mello, you know, the first thing that came to mind, like our favorite song from his album was "Hoy si que vengo, sabroso y caliente, rumbando." It was in Spanish until I was like, "Fuck, that shit is mind blowing."
Right.
That was the first time that we had heard Spanish in rap.
Of course.
Mentirosa, but
Of course.
But you know, it was like, to us, that was like fully Spanish, and it was like, fuck. It was like, and he's killing it. You know, it's not a whack
And
flow.
the crazy shit about that is that we used to bump this shit because I had sounds in my 510. I didn't give a fuck. It wasn't the regular fucking urban rap music that you're used to hearing. You know what I'm saying? This was a complete different flavor, but even though culturally we're not the same, I took pride in that. I was like, this motherfucker's ripping some shit on top of everything else.
Well,
you know what I'm saying?
I've told Melo plenty of times that he opened the door for many of us Latinos to come in.
Influential, man. Influence.
What's funny, sorry for interrupting, is that even the artists that have made it and that have never made it, all right, we are a perfect example of no matter what the fuck you grew up listening to, whatever influenced you culturally at the core of who you are, even if you hated them, made a fucking difference to who you are today. And I will say that today about fucking Frost, Lighter Shade of Brown, Mellow, every single fucking Latino that I listened to, whether they were from fucking Mexico or whatever, it was just the language. It was what fed me and said, oh shit, si se puede en español, you know, okay?
Si
fuck.
se puede.
Our language is fucked up, dude. My Spanish está pa la chingada and my English is even worse. But what I realized that in Spanish, the vocabulary just opened up.
Yeah, it opened up a whole new thing for us. The very first Spanish rap we did was No Hay Manera. So to us, it was like,
I could rap to you in English and I'll run out of words. You know what I'm saying? My vocabulary is this little.
Okay.
But in Spanish, from all the fucking shit that I hear all my tias and my mom and everybody fucking talking, and this is like culturally, Latin America is fucking ridiculous. So everybody has a way of expression.
It's liberating in a way where how much better you can express yourself.
That I think was a big fundamental to our success, is that we did not say the same fucking word that the last rapper said.
And
I thought he was going to throw some shit.
No. Don't kick us out yet.
No. We're going to press pause again right there, okay? Press pause. We're going to take a 10-minute break.
Like pause. Everybody
and we're going to come right back.
Hey, don't get it twisted. This motherfucker.
We don't go smoke some weed, motherfuckers. You know what it is.
This motherfucker's tall. Don't get it twisted. He'll fuck you up.
We'll come right back. We're going to take a couple of drinks. We'll be back with Akwid. Don't go nowhere. Call someone.
Shit.
Tell someone. Page someone. Slap someone. We'll be back. Welcome back, everybody, to Roadium Radio. We're going to jump right into it. We're live here with my boys, Sergio, Frank, Akwid in the house. I'm having a fucking dope ass time, bro.
Likewise, bro.
It's unbelievable, man. And so I want to pick up right where we left off last time. Last time you had dropped your second album, and if I'm correct, you said it was on 95.
It could have been 95, 96, around there.
95, 96. Now, you guys get signed to Univision, if I'm correct, 2003.
Yes.
Okay.
2002, maybe late 2002. Late
okay,
2002.
so let's say 2002 from 96.
We have to add there was a third album in 2000 called 2002.
A.DA,
2002 A.DA was in English.
From Juvenile.
No, as Akwid, but it was in English.
Okay.
It was our English
Okay,
album.
so here we have from 96 to 2002.
Roughly.
Yes,
Okay, roughly. So now here's what I wanted
feel
to
like
ask.
I'm in court. Yes, Your Honor. Roughly, Your Honor. I don't recall.
So somebody actually said, you sound like an interrogator, Tony. But you know what? I love details, bro. Like, I love
cool.
specifics.
I'm glad.
Ahora. So now, from Juvenile, from 96, how did that transition to Akwid? Who came up with Akwid? For those that may not know what Akwid stands for.
Originally, it was the lyrical AK.
Okay.
That was his when we were with Scrap. MC Scrap was in Juvenile Style. He was from Long Beach.
He knew the dog pound and everybody.
He used to go to ITT Tech out here in
This guy just fucking flamed me up.
Right here,
fucking
right? Down the street
down the street, 223rd in Wilmington.
So he met this dude named Scrap there, and we had a group with him for a while. It was all three of us. It was still Juvenile Style. We had the hats and everything. It's fucking dope. But anyways, after that, that's when we started doing we decided to do a group by ourselves, both of us, and that was the name.
So we went through a few names. He came up with the A&W, like A&W root beer, like AK and Wicked, and that was cool. But then one day he shows up. I don't know if he was doing drugs or not. And he said, what about Akwid? And I was like, what the fuck is that? He says, it's our nicknames, AK and Wicked put together. So, all right.
Lyrical AK, DJ Wicked. I was DJ Wicked.
Okay, DJ Wicked.
Yeah.
AK.
And AK.
So why AK?
Because I know that fucking DJ Quick said I won't compare myself to no Gat, because to me that bullshit is super whack. But I went against the grain. I was always against the grain kind of guy. And like again, I'll reiterate, we went to an all-black school, right. So I was constantly competing with the black kids lyrically. Okay. I was doing that shit in high school, and I was más o menos. I wasn't the best freestylist, but a fucking under 5 foot Mexican at the time rapping in the Crenshaw district. At that time, it was okay. He's okay.
And how well did you do freestyling against him?
I would say 7, 8 out of 10. Goddamn it, 7, 8 out of 10.
He was like a 5, 6.
No, this motherfucker. He was my fucking producer, my DJ. He don't know about rap. He don't know about rap. All right, but no, and that's why I said, you know what? I want to to call myself the lyrical AK from this point on forward. That was my professional rap name, the lyrical AK.
That shit is whack.
And he thought that he was the best DJ in the world because he used to copy your ass. He didn't know he was a carbon copy, so he called himself DJ Wicked.
I used to copy it.
Because he couldn't call himself Wizard because there was already one.
You know what was a influence to a lot of our scratching? There was these series or a group that it was the Megatron crew. They did the B-SKANLESS Miami,
Right.
DJ Debonair, DJ Extraordinaire.
DJ Extraordinaire was fucking otro pedo.
We used to mimic a lot of their shit when we were, DJing and stuff. We would try to bite their scratching and all that shit. But that was a big influence. I remember it was an era when we were buying a lot of that Miami booty music.
Right.
Was we had to play it at parties, so we bought a lot of that stuff.
Okay.
I would say no. I don't give a fuck who you are, how big of a badass rapper you are. You bit somebody at some day, and we were biters. We used to. we had to because we had to find something to fucking do with what we had.
Right.
That was it.
Okay. So you guys, Akwid, you guys dropped an album in 2002.
Yeah, that was even hotter garbage than the previous. No, I'm kidding. Like I was telling them earlier, there's one of those albums where we find ourselves finding our path. You know what I mean? Our music starting to sound a little bit more original in a sense of beats. We were already recording in a Roland 1680.
Wait, you're missing one part. This is really important. There came a moment in the 90s where we stopped sounding like everybody else.
Yeah,
and it wasn't like we said, hey, we need to find our own sound. But all of a sudden, his production got weird. And my lyric delivery got weird.
Well, thank you.
And we have like music that nobody has ever heard where we were, refining
that album
what we
is
were
crazy.
doing.
That whole era was crazy.
Es una pinche mamada, güey, right? But I think that's where Akwid came from.
Yeah.
After that, we said, okay, we found our sound that we were comfortable with. Not that somebody came and said, oh, you guys are different. You guys, no, we were just like, dude, that's otro pedo.
Like we're good with
We're
this.
somebody like now I'm delivering how I want to. He's producing and delivering how he wants to. Now it's more comfortable. Now it's more our own.
But the third album was still English, correct?
Yeah.
Yes,
that was still
was
English.
English.
Okay, now that album drops independently.
No, that came out through Banyan Entertainment with Sam Hernandez and Todd Curry.
Todd Curry with Mix Matters.
Mix Matters. It was a small label, but we did the single with Renee Change.
That was like our first time. That was right before.
That one got some play on Pocos Pero Locos. Originally with Always. I mean, that's the one we started with, but it was their first single, then our second single for that album. And it did what it did for its time. It wasn't a big. We never did something that was something you could say, okay, that marked what it did for us.
Now those three albums. Which one would you say was your favorite, if you guys had any?
I would say 2002 AD.
That's the third one.
That's the third one. That one till today, I'm a fan of that album.
Yeah.
Okay.
I like
a lot of the earlier ones. Don't get me wrong. It's not like they're not dope, but they're a little cringy now. When you hear a lot of the stuff,
there's some shit that you feel
Like, I shouldn't have said
ashamed
that
of.
shit.
Like, damn, I was doing that. Like, why did I say that? And he says, but that one, 2002 AD, I think we kind of grab a hold of ourselves.
Yeah.
And they said, okay, ya no es necesario to say, nigga. Ya no es necesario to do this. Ya no, like you have an identity now.
Like we weren't mimicking what was on the radio no more. We were like, listen to this beat it was just crazy ideas from there on. So it was more fun that way.
Right. Okay.
We weren't chasing a sound or anything.
So now that album drops, okay, and how well does it do? Does it do well at all?
You know what? I won't say that it.
I think you got a round of applause somewhere now.
Yeah, like I don't think as far as record sales, dude, we had zero. We had nothing, right? But it gave us
a few.
Yeah, I know, but I'm saying to make a fucking una pinche marca de decir no, pues vendimos un chingo, no. But it did give us something. It gave us, okay, now we were beginning to get looked at as a serious group. Mm-hmm. Like, we were no longer a Chicano rapper group because Akwid was always just fucking doing some stupid shit on their own. And Kool-Aid and E.DA started to pay attention to us in a good way, It never felt with E.DA or with Kool-Aid like there was any bad chemistry or anybody's trying to do anything. They were really just accepting us and putting us into the Chicano rap culture when they respected what we were doing as different. So I seen that as like, okay, this is fucking cool. You know, there is no discomfort.
Right.
No hay ningún pedo. This is for real. You know, okay. So anything that they asked us to do, anything that we did for them. As a matter of fact, the only reason we ever got fucking signed to Univision was because we were at a Pocos Pero Locos event.
Okay.
Straight up.
That's where I was going now. So the third album drops. How long before you guys, if you want to call it this, the word discovered, that you guys were going to take this sound and start creating a full album? Was it your idea? Was it his idea?
He tells the story better because I was against the whole idea at first.
We were we have an electronics background. You know, I'm an engineer.
Right, okay.
Right? Facial recognition, the shit that you see on Snapchat and all that shit, we developed that about fucking 15 years ago in an outfit called Resonance Technology in Northridge, California. So I have an engineering background. We did it with a different type of technology. We were using facial recognition. It was more of eye movement and shit like that. I'll explain that later if you want. Anyhow, we were working there, and at the same time we landed that gig with Kool-Aid and E-Dub. They invited us to a Pocos Pero Loco event. We hadn't done nothing.
It was in Huntington Park, actually.
An HP. And we went and we did it. You know, we were always the odd apple to the Chicano rap. But they loved what we do, so they would throw us on, and we fucking loved performing. So we were there. By that time, we have already spoken to everybody. We've already been through quality records, Sam Hernandez, John Brune. I mean, we were tired of the entire. We weren't looking for nothing. We were just really having fun.
Yeah.
And this Chinito comes up to us. He wasn't Chinese. He was Filipino. His name was Eric Medina. Eric Medina, he comes up to us after the show and he says, you know, you guys are really cool. I have some people that you might want to meet. He was an insurance salesman. He wasn't even part of the
Jose Sarinana was there too. I remember
Jose Sarinana. He was the investor. He owned a fucking collision company or something like that. And I told Eric, you know, I don't know you. You know, I really don't want to fucking waste my time with talking to people and doing shit like that. And he goes, no, you need to meet him. His name is Nelson Mendoza. His father is Juan Mendoza. And he brought Quebradita music to the U.S. with Guillermo Santizo and that kind of shit. And I was like, you know what? I talked to this guy. I said, well, let's humor him. So they talked amongst themselves. And then he talked to us. And shit was still shady. We were still at work. And one day he says, well, why don't you guys put something together? We said, all right, you know, we're tired of fucking performing like clowns for people. Like, make me a demo, show me what you can do. And I tell this guy, you know what? After work, fucking go home, do what the fuck you do, put some fucking shit together and let's fucking make a song. So he goes home. By this time, we were influenced by our cousin. His name is Pancho. He had just came from Guadalajara, Mexico, when Pancho Barraza, the artist, regional Mexican, was fucking just booming with all this music. So he comes to us. And in our production sessions, now we're drinking, listening to his influence in the regional Mexican music. And I can't sing, but I love to sing when I'm drinking, right? Me hago pendejo. Sí. And he starts dropping a fucking instrumental behind a regional Mexican beat. And I'm like, all right. And then I get stupid more. And then I start rapping behind it, and it's like, okay, this is not that bad. Like, this is actually, más o menos.
This was in the height of the whole Quebradita movement.
Okay.
Keep in mind.
When all that was, we knew nothing about music. We knew nothing, dude. And when these people approach us, and I tell him, you know what, well, fucking echale chingazo, see what the fuck comes out. We go, we do our 9 to 5. He goes home, he comes back the next day, and he shows me a track. And I'm like, oh, shit, okay. That's pretty fucking cool. It was a fucking loop of Te Lo Pido Por Favor, you know, Juan Gabriel, Banda El Recodo, todo ese pedo. I'm like, fuck, all right.
Hold on a second. Now, was it just a straight loop that you add to it? Did you flip it?
Fucking straight loop.
It's straight loop.
Okay.
Because the song itself lends itself for that. It has a part where you can do 4 bars of the just the charchetas, the boom, pa, pa, pa,
mind
boom,
you,
pa. So I knew I was able to do it and then use the chorus from the song, como te puedo pagar, you know, use it as a chorus and shit. So to us, it was like just like a rough draft of this. Okay, you want us to do some shit in Spanish? Here's what we do.
No, they didn't ask for Spanish. They didn't, not yet.
That's when I was fighting with you at work.
That was after the fact. But the thing is that
okay, now when you heard that loop, what was the first thing that went through your mind?
That's what I'm trying to get to. That when he brought me shitty music, I was an influence. Remember, I was the writer, I was the rapper, he was my DJ. Yeah. And then turned my producer. The motherfucker made himself a producer. I don't know how, right? Whatever. But I couldn't write Salud if his music wouldn't motivate me. And he would bring me some shit, and I'd be like, I can't. Like, what are we gonna write here?
It was nothing but hot fire too.
He learned my style, and he would bring me tracks, and I was like, okay, that influences me to do this. That influenced me to do a love song. Like, I was motivated by what he brought me. But when he brought me that fucking track, I heard nothing but fire in my head, and I was like, fuck yeah, that's some shit. Andas en algo, let's go, let's write it. And we went home. We put the song together. It was a one night thing again, and we put it together. And then the next day, I arranged a meeting with these people on our lunch break. I said, okay, so we have a song. ¿Quieren venir a escucharla? Let's hook up. They came by, played it for them. They couldn't fucking believe it. The only thing is that it was in English. We wrote it in English. No Hay Manera is originally written in English. And the guy says to me, can you do that shit in Spanish? And I'm like, fuck. I looked at him sideways. I'm like, don't start this shit again. This is what we are, is what we do. Yeah. It's our fucking shit. Don't start trying to fucking manipulate. If you don't fucking like it, just say it. And he's like, no, dude, this shit is fucking otro pedo. But the people that I'm connected with, they can do something with it. But if it's in Spanish, and I seen it clicked in my head, I said, órale, after all the influences that I've already heard, fucking Melo's verse and everything, I said, okay, aquí hay algo. So I went back to work, to the assembly line. Says, motherfucker, you know what? He says, what they say? I said, they loved it. Fuck yeah. I said, there's only one thing. He says, what's that? I said, we got to do it in Spanish. He goes, fuck those motherfuckers. I ain't gonna fucking do shit in Spanish. Fuck them. We don't need to talk to them no more. I was like, look, dude, you're fucking missing out on something here. There's something there. I said, do me a favor. I said, go home and fucking humor me. Go home. I didn't even write my shit yet, right? I was still on work mode, always. My job required a lot of fucking thinking. So he comes back to me the next day with his fucking verse in Spanish, and it blew me the fuck away. I said, you motherfucking non-rapping motherfucker. You
my
fucking
DJ.
My DJ fucking just smoked me in Spanish. Wow. So I go home and I said, I gotta outdo him. So now I'm listening to my lyrics and I'm fucking translating. And to translate between English and Spanish, it ain't a fucking walk in the park.
Right.
Because you can't say the same shit and have the meaning and attitude. Like you either come across soft.
Shit translates different.
Yes, so we had our work to do. And I went home and I did my fucking jale. He did his fucking jale. And we slapped it together. We brought it to this dude. A fucking... boom, that shit just fucking went dominoes from there, dude. Balls out.
So it was that one song.
It was that one song. They said, fuck, can you make more of this? It was like fucking hotcakes. I'm like, well, we don't have nothing else. This is all we have. Well, can you make more? I said, we could. Well, you have to. And I'm already, more negative than positive. I'm like, these fuckers are we're going on another ride. Yeah. And I'm tired of this shit. I was like fucking done up here.
Yeah.
And, we had a 9 to 5, we had children, we had shit happening already. We had life happening. So it's not like we could just fucking split. And what we did is we went home every day after work to his fucking one-bedroom apartment and with all his shitty equipment. And we produced one song per day. We completed a 10-song album and the completion of the entire album with musicians and everything written in scores in a month. Every song that we produced for these people, they were blown away. And I was like, what's happening? The thing is that we were accustomed to what we were listening to. Fucking DJ Quick, Second and None, fucking IC, fucking Mellow, dude. We were at another level. And when we went regional Mexican, they're so far behind that anything that we turned in was fucking gold to them.
Yes.
Hot fire. I agree. And they burned us up with it. And we just, what are we going to do today? We would call some dude. It's called Brian Plasencia.
He was part of a marketing team.
He was part of the
genius
street team.
Yeah.
Hey Brian, aquí estamos haciendo otra pinche rola. Any fucking ideas? He was like, have you guys heard this fucking song? Mi gusto es by so and so artist. Yeah. You think you can flip that? Fuck yeah, I can flip it. Say, hey, dude, I need you to make me a beat like this, like that, and I need to feel this way. So I started now telling him emotionally how I wanted to feel with the song that we needed to write. And he would be able to produce that. That's where his genius comes in. Right. I was just a writer. Le dimos chingazos. We turned in that fucking song the next day. Wow, it's fucking fire. Another one. So that's how the shit just progressed because we were all fucking hungry and having a good time with the fuck we were doing.
Now, is it possible that you guys tapped into a market that you guys possibly didn't know what was there?
Yeah,
Well, absolutely,
100%. 100%.
Yes.
Beyond a doubt. You know what I'm saying? The Spanish stuff was already done. The regional Mexican already existed. The most important thing I think that happened in our career were that we did not know the people we were dealing with. We didn't know what kind of moguls they were in the industry. We would see them as I would meet anybody else in the street. So when I seen you and I was introduced, I was like, hey, nice to meet you, man. What can I do for you? You know, why are we here? When they were trying to explain to us,
I'm here to rap.
Do you realize who the fuck you were sitting next to? Like, no. That's Guillermo Santizo. I'm like, all right, good for him. He made Menudo. Cool. He made Tigres del Norte. Oh, that's fucking dope. Wait, what? Yeah, he made fucking Marco Antonio Solis. He made Los Bukis. He made Los Enanitos Toreros. He made Balde Recodo. He made, I mean, not Recodo, but the regional Mexican fucking banda sounded it. And I was like, holy fuck, all right. This guy's willing. He's
That's where we started seeing the legitimacy.
That's where the shit started turning. This motherfucker was dropping fucking 40K on an album that we were producing, and we didn't know what the fuck we were in for. We had no clue, but this man had a different vision.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
His history told me really quick, este vato puede ver debajo del agua. You know, he can see talent. And I said, you know what? I don't know what the fuck we're doing, but let's just keep doing it.
Okay, now, you guys, they like everything. So now let's move forward a little bit. They tell you guys, let's go into the studio. Let's do it.
Yes.
Okay. So now you bring in your samples, your drum machine, whatever.
His shitty shit.
So now
It was roaches in my MP.
Literally, right. I made his backlight of his MP went out. And we couldn't afford a fucking LCD backlight. Back then, it was a liquid crystal. So I made him with surface mount LEDs. I fucking soldered him a fucking series of backlights and we fucking shoved them in there and we connected them.
It's still in there. I'll send you a picture of that shit. If they still come on, I'll send you a
His
picture.
shit got hot spots. You can't even read what it says. I'm telling you, we were a fucking miracle.
yes. So now they bring in fucking charcheta.
That was a whole another fight in its own, you know.
Okay, so explain the first day in the studio. What was the first song you guys recorded?
I think it was My Manera. The thing with that one, you know,
there's a story behind that.
Our mentality was, you know, here's a sample. This is the sample is the hook of the song. Blah 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 blah. So when we go into the studio,
we were broke. We were very poor.
We have no clue what these people budgets is like and what their pool is like. So us, we're like, we're just gonna go make our shit sound better, our samples and shit.
Running his garbage through a board.
Yeah,
that was it.
So we get to the studio, you know. I'm sitting there with
sounded like garbage.
Sitting there with my MP and the fucking keyboard, and then the guy starts talking about, okay, so these are.
You know what brand his keyboard was? It was just a black keyboard.
It was in Elises. It was in Elises.
Yeah. It was in nothing.
Anyway, so you know they started telling us, okay, so these are trumpets and these are trombones, and I'm like, well, yeah, on the keyboard that's how I did it, you know. And they're like, okay, so we need to bring those in and bring them. We're like, okay, yeah. So then, when they start bringing musicians in, you know, like these guys are gonna change the whole thing. What was necessary that he heard was that all this shit needs to be done live.
Yeah.
So we had a poor man's mentality. So when they said tenemos que traer un trompetista, I was like, shit, who's gonna pay for that shit? we don't need them. The samples right here. We don't need them.
Yeah.
We don't need them. So our mentality was really, really fucking negative through that whole production.
Yeah.
And they said, well, ¿dónde está la música? ¿Quién la escribió? What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Where are the musical scores?
Within the
we
first
don't have
days,
musical scores.
That was the thing. Within the first days, they realized that we had nothing. It was not written. You know, those people are used to working with scores and the song, and we're like, what do you mean? Like, this is what it is.
Like, fuck, we sampled.
The next day,
this is a sample. Do you know what a sample is? No.
The next day, they brought in Luca. I'll never forget his name. He was taking our hip hop beats and writing them for the musicians, for scores and all that shit.
Like he was writing music straight up.
He was turning my beats into fucking musical scores.
Wow.
For the musicians.
Wow. Now, what studio was this?
This was
Hola Music.
Hola Music Studio in Van Nuys. It was also owned by a Argentinian. We ended up in a group of fucking, well, you know, the Mexican industry, the music, other than the artists themselves and probably certain investors, was mainly ran by the fucking Argentinians.
At that time.
Yeah, they were connected. I mean, our engineer turned out to be engineer. Federico Erlich was his last name. You know, we didn't know nobody. It was like we were surprised that he would say, che, mira que los muchachos necesitan un micrófono. Federico would show up with an entire fucking set of this fucking gold mic. I didn't know what it was. I didn't know what the fuck it was. I was like, whoa, all right. So they started saying, well, what the fuck do you need to complete this fucking album? So, all right, you want to play like that? Well, we need this sample. Which one is it? Lo de no hay manera. Okay, te lo pido por favor. We didn't know what we were getting into. This fucking chorus was written by Juan Gabriel. The song was written by Juan Gabriel.
Right. Which happens to be my mother's rest in peace favorite singer of all time.
There you go. We didn't know. We
Great
heard
composer.
this song interpreted by Banda El Recodo, by El Mimoso, which was the singer in the group. And we said, pero che, es que tu sample se oye muy sucio y se le escucha todo. I said, because we don't have the original tracks.
Right.
This is a sample. We had to teach them so they can understand and say,
Right.
Pues como lo limpiamos, che? Fucking it'd be great if we had the real, but we don't. Fucking next day, a fucking reel-to-reel puts into the fucking studio with the fucking 24-track of Juan Gabriel's fucking banda. And I said, whoa, all right.
Yeah, that was
this
some other
is
shit.
otro pedo. We were all of a sudden spoiled when we're used to his fucking 4-track and his tapes and struggle. ¿Qué más necesita, muchachos? Pues estaría bien si este muchacho viniera a cantar, porque then we have... Okay. Mañana scheduled. Boom. And our days just went like this. After work, we weren't going home no more. We were doing our 9 to 5 and we'd straight into the studio, desvelarnos. Next day, go back to the studio, and it was like that. One day, the other man, Nelson Mendoza, comes in. Very, very fucking good, respectable friend.
Not to be confused with Nelson Mandela.
No, nada que ver, güey. And he says, pues, Guillermo Santizo wants to know what your overhead is. You know, in order for you guys to
Because we had to finish.
work.
They wanted that album like today,
Mind
yesterday.
you, I was in the research development of the company. I couldn't just fucking leave. I was an asset to the company. We used to produce 2 or 3 inventions for the company per year. And I mean inventions, not fucking remakes. Like really thought of some shit.
Right.
So we were an asset, and I said, you know, fuck. I was like at that time I was probably making $23-25 an hour back then.
Yes.
You know, so I was in a good place. I was fucking renting in this fucking apartment in Northridge, California, and I was in the fucking hood, but I didn't know where I was. It was cool. You know what I'm saying? Entonces, my brain just went fucking crazy, and I went to this guy and I said, okay, well, let me talk to my brother. So well, these motherfuckers want to know where our overhead is. Like, what's our overhead? So well, how much do we need to maintain per month? They want to know a 6-month period or a 3-month period. And I said, we calculated. So I went. And I threw them a number 3 times that. And I told him, you know what?
I'm gonna leave this right here, so para cualquiera que... Go ahead.
Entonces, según yo pues, estaba bien. And I go back to them and I say, fuck, we're gonna get turned down. Good, we get to just stay and work and fuck all this shit, right? And I go back and le digo, no, pues esto es lo que ganamos mensualmente cada uno.
Yeah.
I lied through my fucking teeth. The guy says, all right, let me go talk to him. Comes back with a motherfucking check. And I said, okay, well, we can't fucking quit like this because I'm respectful to my boss.
We wanted an excuse why not to do this.
We fought that shit, dude. We fought that. And then they said, you know, we need you full time. We have interviews. We have this lineup. You know, but fuck, we got our jobs. I raised the kid. I had a 2-year-old kid that I brought home at the age of 2. Today she's fucking 20. She turns 21 December 27th. You know, so I had a huge responsibility in my hand at the time, and I couldn't just fuck around my job. You know, I couldn't go to my mom and say, guess what?
And insurance and everything.
Guess what, mom? I quit my job, motherfucker.
Right,
you know what I'm saying?
Which you did do that, by the way.
This guy.
Go ahead.
Oh, I thought, I'm good right here. This guy, when I tell him, he's like,
open it for me, please.
Oh.
Con eso puede.
I thought he said salados.
Que labras, güey.
There you go.
Síguele. Go ahead.
I tell this guy, well, this is how it's going to work out. You know, the numbers are going to work out like this, and it's going to give us an overhead of a year and a half. I said, if we can't pull this shit together in a year and a half, then our shit ain't shit. I said, but we got to take a risk.
Yeah.
He didn't want to. He was like, dude, no, like el pinche jale and, you know, these fucking people. I said, dude.
It was just like, to me, it was like, here we go again. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but to me, in my mind, the numbers had already worked out. I said, look, even if we stay in this outfit for a year and a half, we're going to have more growth. Like, my mentality was fucking marketing the numbers, and I was already doing the shit. He's like, all right, let's do it. I go back to do it. I said, bueno, pues vamos a echarle chingazos. What do we got to do? Sign here. Well, it wasn't even a contract. We hadn't signed no contract. Proyecto Akwid, the entire album was produced without a fucking contract until the end.
What the
fuck?
We had people from Universal, Latino. We had every fucking label coming to check out our shit in the studio. We had Pepe Garza coming into the fucking studio and just like, fuck, okay, what are you guys doing?
Okay, I have to stop you guys there because there's two questions that I need to ask you.
Damn it, I need to stop talking.
Okay, no, okay. You guys had Adan Sanchez.
Yeah, that's correct.
On one of the songs, which for the people that may not know who that is, that's Chalino
Sanchez's son, correct.
Son. How did that happen?
Okay, the same way that the Jenny Rivera thing happened.
Okay, before we get to Jenny, let's talk about Adan.
Okay, la misma gente que nos estaba introduciendo a la cultura, digamos, musicalmente de lo que estamos haciendo, we were from the hip hop era. We were rappers. We were not really a regional Mexican type of person. I love regional Mexican music because it's just cultural to me. I love it.
Yes.
But these were all new talents that were being pushed on the radio. We had no idea that they were all connected to the same fucking moguls that were moving our shit. So when they said, ¿qué les parece hacer algo con Adan Sánchez? Digo, pues, ¿quién es Adan Sánchez? Pues mira, el chavalo tiene 19 años, 20 más o menos, es hijo de Chalino. And, excuse me, we weren't starstruck by porque es el hijo de, hay que meterlo. We said, okay, how is he going to fit to what we're doing? Like we needed our music to be music before anything else.
Correct.
And these people, I believe through Pepe Garza, the meeting was arranged. Pues vamos a traerlo. So what we started doing in the studio is like, okay, we have this song here. I think we can fit him here. His vocal range sounds like it can go with this note.
Right.
And that's how I left that homework up to him. You know, he's the guy that has a ear for music. Y encontramos esa canción, and they brought him in. And that fucking kid just fucking went in there, balls out, and fucking killed it. Like, whoa, what the fuck just happened?
Yeah.
That was a marriage between hip hop and regional Mexican music at its core.
I think when they started bringing those artists, if I can compare it to anything, is like when they say, you know, it'd be cool. Like today's artists, like you'll recognize a new artist because he did a featuring with so and so, somebody who's hot.
Yes.
At the time, they were bubbling in the regional Mexican. So they seen like, we don't need to make featurings with hip hop artists, you know, regional Mexican artists. You know what I mean? So that's where Jenny and Adan were at that time. They were beginning, but they were hot on Que Buena at the time. So they were suggested because of their popularity kind of a little bit at the time. So it was a marriage between both cultures because La Que Buena, Pepe Garza's radio station, they all played regional Mexican. And then you see the people who are listening to that music in that station, they look just like me. And I think I'm all hip hop. But this motherfucker listening to Chalino, but he looks like me. I'm like, okay, you know, you start seeing the culture clash where it's like, well, it is me, you know, and I get it. So, you know, you accept it and just being a part of the culture. Not as in, we never seen a value in the artist.
It was never of an interesting with us. We were against the grain. Like, wait, what are we supposed to do with them? Like, ellos cantan español, nosotros estamos haciendo rap. So we didn't see it until the marriage was actually done musically.
Yeah.
And it was like, orale, okay, I see it, you know, it fits. And that influenced the next artist. It influenced us, okay, what else can we create from here? So things started progressing in a way that we couldn't calculate. We didn't invent that shit.
Right.
It just happened in the most natural fucking way ever.
Yeah.
So now, speaking of Jenny Rivera, rest in peace. How does she come into the picture?
It was in the same way. Mind you, when I was working when I was at work in my workbench, engineering and shit and soldering and all kinds of shit, I used to be a Que Buena fan listening to the music, you know. Como te digo, yo soy bien paisa, güey. And I used to know Jenny Rivera from there. Okay. I used to know that she was an upcoming artist, but she was already on the airwaves, so I had a lot of respect and I liked what she was doing. So when we were in the studio and we were doing all this, I didn't know that these people were going to suggest her as well as a featuring. So cuando nos dicen, ¿qué les parece si hacemos algo con Jenny? And I was like, okay, that's fucking cool. How are we going to do this? You know?
Did you guys have a track already?
We did, pero igual se me hace que era en inglés.
Yeah, it was in English.
It was in English.
Okay.
Eye Candy.
It was
Damn,
called
I
Eye
forgot
Candy.
about that one too.
Taquito de ojo. So what happened is that there's this girl that we've been working with ever since the 90s, Renee Miara. She's been my neighbor ever since I was fucking doing nothing. Es una güerilla with fucking dreads. Her dad was an opera singer. He died also. May he rest in peace. And I believe her mom also sang. So she had a different type of skill and talent. She's an all-around musician. She can sing like the best fucking person I know personally that can sing. So we started screwing around, and he would give me the music. I would give it to her, and I tell her, Renee, I need a melody, and I need some fucking lyrics, and hook it up. And she was fucking overnight.
She was awesome.
Write some shit. She'd give it to me, and we'd listen. We'd record Renee in English, and then I would take the material, translate it to Spanish, and then I would hand it to Jenny.
Oh, no shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so Jenny's dynamic vocal range and her way of singing was nowhere compared to an opera singer. But the influence was enough to where Jenny could push her vocal chords
to try to match
a little bit different.
Yeah.
And her melodies were completely changed from what the people are used to listening to. So when they heard Jenny Rivera with Akwid, that was not Jenny anymore. That was a completely different artist. And they're like, puta madre, how did you do this? But it wasn't that. It was just that Renee, with her fucking writing talent, was able to influence her indirectly through us, and that is why that shit came out so different.
Okay.
It was todo puro pinche experimento.
The album's done. You guys listened to it. What was your guys' opinion?
Hot garbage. No.
I don't think I ever had that moment because things progressed too fast for me.
Too fast? Okay.
Yeah, to me, I was always looking after our best interests financially, our status, our business. I've already been through the filters. So I was really writing more instinctively and following a format rather than me really putting my heart out into that. So I never took a moment to say, fuck, this is crazy. Like, this is crazy. Like, I was always in an administrative mind, and I don't know what his
I think to me there was a moment when you realize that this doesn't sound like
the norm.
And you know what you have is different. More than anything, instead of, I never said this is gonna be it, this is the shit. I was like, fuck, I wonder what people are gonna think.
Okay.
You know what?
More than anything, I was worried about public opinion. I remember at that time because we were transitioning from our English into Spanish. Yes. And, I mean, at the time, it was El Control Machete, Cartel de Santa, Molotov. So, we knew our rap was a little bit more evolved, but musically, I wasn't sure because it was so different,
But here's the funny part about that. I told you already, today I'm 46-year-old, right?
Yes, sir.
I text this motherfucker once in a while and I hear our old shit, and I just text him and say, hey dude, this one song that we did this era is a musical masterpiece. Like, wow, es otro pedo.
Fucking high.
It's barely catching up to me. You know what I'm saying? Like, I am appreciating his production at a later time in life.
Right.
Because my mind was always not really there. My mind was always, fuck, okay, we need to make ends meet in whatever the fuck we're doing.
I mean, I don't know if any artist that knows how amazing the shit they're doing while they're doing it until after, they see public reaction.
Okay.
I'm
going to give you my opinion about the album. Okay.
Shit, here we go. Fuck.
Okay.
That's fine.
Turn off the
you know what? Just for the record, I like you a lot. And you fucking mark my child, so go ahead. Dude, say.
Okay. Let me start here. Okay. For everybody out there watching, there's not too many people out there that can revamp their entire career. Start off called juvenile style, and then eventually switch up their whole style and be called Akwid. There's few people that can revamp their style, come out as a new group, and really explode the way they did. Now, when I first heard that song, I didn't know who it was. I said it gave me goosebumps that I had to ask that lady, who was that? She gave me the CD, and I saw Akwid, and I remember the way she pronounced it. It's Akwid. I said, se me hace que se llaman Akwid. And it was funny because the first thing I thought about, they could have come up with a better name. Like, it was
what
weird.
What the fuck is that?
Yeah, I
what
thought,
is that? Soap?
Yeah, I thought Akwid. So, but the music was fucking insane. Now, I went out and bought the CD. I came home, and as a matter of fact, in this very same studio, I didn't bump it. I put on my fucking headphones. Okay. And I listened to the shit going on in, left ear, right ear. And I never Misfits album. I called him as soon as I heard his album. I said I could not press skip.
Okay.
Because I'm one of those guys that 30 seconds, I give you 30 seconds. Okay.
Right. Tough crowd.
Yeah.
Tough crowd,
huh?
Like,
What if you got
skip.
a long intro?
Yeah. Skip. Skip. But I tell you, the intros what got me. Vamos a hacer historia. When you fucking said that right there, I said, okay, I gotta listen. You know.
All right.
And then dun, 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 boom, bum, bum. When that motherfucker came in, bro, and then the next one, boom, grab, boom, grab, boom. That motherfucker was hard. I was like, fuck. These motherfuckers took banda instruments and made fucking hip hop.
Yeah.
Okay. You guys created your own lane, your own music, and if I could say your own genre. And hearing the engineering, hearing how clean everything sounded. And I told you first, I said, to me, that was like the Spanish or Mexican Chronic album.
That's crazy, man.
I'm honored to hear that from you.
No, I told you that first, and then I told you that. I said, to me, that was the Spanish Mexican Chronic album. And for those of you that do not believe me, go listen to every fucking song on that album. I challenge you.
Fucking right.
Okay. Yeah, I'm dead serious. I could not press skip. I kept going, and then but like I was like, oh shit. Every fucking album, every song had me.
Tony, I'm fucking honored, man. I say that from the bottom of my heart. I'm telling you that when I heard the shit you guys were doing, I was mimicking you. Yeah, I was trying to be like you guys. I was fucking IC for like 2 years. You know what I'm saying? But the fucking beats, and to hear you say that shit right now is really something. You know, it's a full circle for me. You know, this is an interview unlike any other we've ever done because nobody has ever really touched to the root. Everybody just wants to know, ustedes son de Michoacán, ustedes hacen esto. So the shit gets fucking whatever.
Right.
But this is real. You know what I'm saying? This is real.
I'm being real with you guys because, let me tell you guys, here's how you know how your fucking album's a classic, bro. And Melo knows this. When everybody else tries to be like you.
Yeah.
And I know you guys heard it. Everybody was mimicking you guys' shit, and I know you guys fucking laughed. Like
you know, we never fucking, we don't pass judgment on nobody.
Yeah, not
because I used to mimic your shit.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
I am who I am because I want to be like you guys.
Yeah, that's it. To us, we know what it is, and it's like I said, when they mimic you, is the best form of flattery. You know what I mean? And we never took it as hate or anything, or just is like, okay, they're trying to. I think what a lot of the people who copied missed was they figured it was just, let me grab a sample from a Spanish song and throw it on a fucking hip hop track.
You know, wait, you have to understand that it's a little deeper than that. You know, I wore my brother's hand-me-downs. You know, I didn't have a fucking nickel in my fucking pocket.
Garzones.
You know, I learned to hustle. I did my shit in South Central LA. You know, my mom used to go out looking for me at night kind of shit. You know, and all of that contributes to who the fuck you turn out to be. You know, and what humbles you.
Yes, sir.
So I never, ever fucking look at somebody and say, you fucked me. No, it is my lesson to learn. It is my thing. I consider it a gift. You know, I never go... that I'm not that guy.
Right.
You know, and I never fucking pat myself in the back for saying Akwid created fucking Spanish rap. That's not true.
Right. I understand.
Or banda rap or anything.
Or banda rap. You know, we did our shit based on what we were influenced by. And I'm telling you that fucking Mellow, Frost, Lighter Shade of Brown, Delinquent Habits, Proper Dose, they all played a fucking part into what we ended up doing. Because we tried really hard to follow in the footsteps, and it's a business that a lot of people don't fucking know that is the toughest things to fucking do.
Yes.
On one of our albums, Clasificado R, we actually did a song with Frost where we recreated La Raza with banda. You know, I felt we needed to do that to a certain extent of
gratitude
in a way that, and a song that to me, I think that's when I started driving in at a certain point, and I remember just hearing that song on the radio, and it was culturally, it was painting the picture of the area where I lived.
Okay.
You know what I mean? It was like seeing the album cover for Scanless. It was like, there's a Mexican dude with a white t-shirt and, you know, and a fucking hat. And it looked like I just seen him at the corner from where I live. So seeing that in an album cover to us, it was like, this shit is opening up, in every...
Look at this in a different way. When I learned about you, and I was listening to your shit, right? I never fucking once... If you were to put me right there in that moment back then where I was, and somebody came and told me, you know, one day you're going to be sitting next to him and he's going to give you props for what you've done, I would have said, he'd have dick the fuck on my face. This is otro pedo, dude.
Yeah.
This has nothing to do with what I've accomplished. This has nothing to do with my success. This has nothing to do with anything. This is at the most humblest state in my heart, dude, that I would never think or imagine that I was gonna be fucking sitting in front of you and you were gonna be saying anything like that. Never in my fucking wildest dreams. I couldn't even go to the fucking Radiotron.
He's so mad about that.
I couldn't do fucking shit, dude. Because I had no resources.
Right.
This is otro pedo.
Okay, I'm gonna confess something to you, okay?
Damn it, she's gay. I knew it. I'm just fucking with you,
Okay, what I said about your album.
Thank you.
I truly mean it from the bottom of my fucking heart, bro. I'm not gonna lie to you. I work out 5 days a week, okay? And for the last several days, I always bump your fucking album, bro. As a matter of fact, I'll even prove it. I'll show you your album is on my fucking phone, okay? But let me say this. You brought up my album cover.
Yeah.
Okay. A guy with a white t-shirt.
Yeah.
Okay. This is the honest to God truth. Okay. And your stories humble me. Your compliments humble me. There was a guy named Angel Montes, and I'm gonna give him credit. He owns the biggest Mexican restaurant in the city of Wilmington. Se llama Los Tres Cochinitos. And I like to give credit where credit is due. He was my best friend growing up. They called us to take pictures in LA for an album cover. I went to his house. I knocked on his door because we hadn't gotten our first check yet. And I said, he goes, "What's up?" And I said, "Hey man, I need to borrow some clothes." And he said, "Come on in." So I went over there and I said, "I need to borrow this white t-shirt. I need to borrow this."
That's funny.
Oh, I can't believe you're fucking saying that right now.
I need to borrow this Ben Davis.
Borrow your white t-shirt.
Oh, shit.
And I need to borrow your brand new Cortez.
You're shitting me.
No, I'm
Telling me that you're wearing borrowed clothes in that album cover?
all of it.
It's called fucking promotion, no? ¿Cómo se llama? Pinche.
That's fucking crazy.
Yes, bro.
That's a crazy fact about. I have
That's
the
a crazy
12-inch album.
story.
I have the 12-inch of that
That's
album.
it. The only thing that belonged to me was I only had enough
Pinches
money.
calzones, güey.
No.
Tampoco.
Yeah. The only thing that I owned was the Tony A hat. I went to the Compton Indoor.
That's fucking nuts.
Okay, I went to the Compton Indoor and they stitched it, but I wanted something to shine. So you know what they did? They put rhinestones on it. Like
Shit.
so you can see it out there in the poster. And I had a regular SKANLESS hat. So let me throw the SKANLESS hat for this right here.
Put glitter on it.
Yeah. And that was it. Everything I wore was fucking borrowed,
That's
bro.
crazy.
Yeah.
That's a crazy fact. That's a crazy fact.
That is a proof, dude, that you should fucking never. It should humble you. Everything, every fucking struggle, everything that you fucking do. You know, it ain't really about the fucking glamour, the bitches, and the fucking money, like you guys were saying earlier. You know, it's a little bit deeper than that. If not, we wouldn't fucking be sitting here.
Now, last night I was bumping your guys' videos on my big screen, okay? And you know what I said to myself? Tomorrow's motherfuckers are gonna be here. That's the honest to God truth. I ain't fucking lying, homie.
Hey, this motherfucker was nervous as always. He's more like fucking 5 cigarettes in the car. Tell him fucking relax, dude.
Hey,
fucking tell
it's
me.
because it's true, you know. I mean, everybody has their thing of where they grow up, you know, whatever you looked up to, you know.
Okay.
And to me, a lot of the scratching and all that shit was like I said, we wanted to be DJs, and we wanted to. What you were doing on 4-track, we had no idea what the fuck 4-track was. We wanted to do live on 4 turntables.
Everything that we've done career-wise for the past fucking 15, 20 years, whatever you want to call it, there hasn't been a realer interview than this. Okay,
True,
because
that's true fact.
This really comes to my heart. This really comes to my upbringing. This is my family. This is what I stand for. I have never had the opportunity to speak so freely about fucking everything. I don't give a fuck who gets hurt or who doesn't. This is the real deal. You know what I'm saying? I never expected to be sitting here in front of you, to be humbled by your words, and I ain't fucking kissing your ass because I got none of fucking gain from that. Anybody that doesn't fucking know what we're talking about, anybody that doesn't know who the fuck you are,
You gotta do homework.
anybody that fucking doesn't want to fucking be where we're at right now doesn't know what the fuck is going on. Literally, because this is the backbone of where it all started for us, dude.
Thank you,
Straight
brother.
up.
I think
if it wasn't for your fucking DJing and being on fucking doing what you were doing, I would have never heard what the fuck my influence was. That would have never happened.
True
That's
story.
The goddamn truth.
Thank you, brother.
True story.
You know
Thank
what? I don't know how to thank you guys other than just say thank you, bro. Because when it comes to compliments, I get very, very speechless. So once again, just thank you guys, brother.
I'm humbled.
You know?
Thank you, man.
So
It's an honor just being here.
One of my last questions is this: that album drops. Did it take off for you guys immediately?
Fucking
before
instantly.
it dropped.
Instantly.
That song was on the radio before the album dropped, probably by what, 2 months? A month? 1
Yeah,
month?
I'll tell you, we were invited to Lincoln Park to the first festival that for us with Que Buena. which we didn't know that they did this all the time, I think for Cinco de Mayo. And this was our first paid gig.
Which we had forgotten.
All right. And we were so caught up.
If you don't mind me asking, how much was that first paid gig? That's all I'm asking.
$5,000. $5,000. All right. Dude, I was not clocking fucking $5,000 an hour like that. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And our gig was probably a few, like maybe 20 minutes.
Yeah,
Because there was still no credibility behind us on stage.
Yeah.
We hadn't been seen live as Akwid. It was just this whole shenanigans on the radio that people were fucking loving. So we're looking at a fucking event, maybe 50,000 festival porque hay muchos artistas. So me and this motherfucker's like, okay, we need 2 dancers, we need a fucking DJ, and guess what? We're gonna throw the fucking banda in the background and let's not mic them in case they fuck up because we don't want to go off beat. And we had this whole plan. The girls need to wear this. We had 2, 3 dancers. Lenny, Nicole, and Erica, we'll never forget them. They were our first dancers that fucking needed our paros on all over the place. They were good girls, man. And we went on stage. We performed that fucking song, No Hay Manera, in front of everybody. We didn't know what the fuck was happening. Everybody really loved it. We got fired up by the crowd. You know, we had the DJ, we had the fucking live instruments, we had the dancers, we had both cultures together on stage for the first fucking time.
And we were all wearing white tees.
And we were done. Yeah, we still look like fucking gangbangers, dude, right? We were all fucking done, and we got off stage, and we tell the DJ, grab your shit, the other group's coming on. Tell the dancers, come on, let's go in the cars, we gotta bounce, we're done. And we're leaving. The entire crew's fucking leaving. And then this fucking assistant to the radio programmer comes and fucking taps me in the back and says, ¿Dónde van? I said, pues ya estuvo el pedo, ya acabamos, ya nos vamos. We were just fucking happy. We fucking made it. She says, we have to pay you guys. I said, what? You're oh yeah, that's right. You gotta fucking pay us for, dude. Fucking mind blowing. First time getting paid for what the fuck you just fucking did that does not feel like work. It was the biggest fucking shit in the
When you realize, when you get paid for something you love doing, it's a different feeling.
I hadn't held a $5,000 check in my hand.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ever.
Now, how far did that album take you guys? Like name some of the spots.
I'll tell it to you. I'll tell it to you like this. I don't even gotta get into a long story about that, dude. We still eat out of our first album today. My older daughter is going to school because of that.
Everything else has been
everybody got shoes and food on their table because of that. You know, we are okay. You know, I can tell you that album to me is like, fuck, all right, yeah, we've done so much shit after that. But to be able to still stand on a stage and, you know, I would have to say sometimes the amount of work we have in Mexico right now, the album was ahead of its time because little
like the new artists,
kids,
new artists in Mexico are coming up to us like, "Fuck, you guys influenced me." I'm like, dude, you're
motherfucker, this shit was fucking.
Dude, you're number one on the charts in Mexico, and you're telling me this. I'm like, what? All right,
you know? Yeah, I mean, Hera MX, you know, we just met up with him. The cool dude, these big rappers in Mexico. Fucking Santa Fe Clan, Neto Peña, you know, these guys are fucking popping. And
Cristian Nadal, you know, all the shit that's happening right now.
When we hear them tell us, you know, fuck, you know, I can't believe that I met you guys influenced my childhood, is the same way I sound to you.
Yes.
Yeah. You know, and it's hard to swallow. It's like, bro, you fucking kicking my ass right now on the charts. What are you talking about?
But I mean,
you know?
More than anything, to me, what has been more impressive is being able, like, you never expect to be performing in Colombia or Argentina or Japan, you know, and internationally, you know. I mean, Ecuador was a fucking surprise for us, you know. It's fucking sold out, fucking like a convention center.
Te lo pongo así de fácil, güey. We were our family DJ. My tías would say, pues que toquen estos güeyes. They had a party, right? It was que toquen estos güeyes. Yeah, we have a blast, right? So we were in fucking South Central LA, 41st and 1. We did that, and then we expanded a little bit in the neighborhood. And then we would do flyer parties.
Yes.
And we would do them for free so they can come see us fucking DJ and perform. I had a verse. And we would tell people, like, vamos a tener quinceañera. I said, let us DJ your quinceañera. If you let us DJ, we won't charge you, and we'll perform live. So we were fucking pimping ourselves for zero, bro, just because we love doing it.
Yeah, I remember one time that we went to that quinceañera. It was somewhere on San Pedro. And the fucking DJs,
where at?
It was somewhere in not in San Pedro, like on the street was San Pedro and like Gage or something, somewhere down there in South Central. And the DJs were like a rap group, DJ rap group thing that were DJs
slash cholos, way.
Yeah, slash cholos, like from the hood, from around there.
Yeah.
So me and this guy, you know, is like, this is what we want to do.
We've never touched turntables 1200 before.
Every party that we ever went to, you find me standing behind the DJ. Like, I know I can do this. Just fucking let me touch them, you know.
This was a fucking
At the time, I was like I said, DJing with a double cassette deck. But anyways, the guy, I was bugging the dude. He looked kind of young. He was like, I was bugging him, dude. Let me DJ. And I think he got fed up, and he said, "All right, I'm gonna let you DJ." And I don't know, I'm gonna let you battle my DJ, because he was the rapper. I was talking to the rapper. He said, "I'm gonna let you battle my DJ. And if you lose, we're gonna fuck you up."
¿Así?
Así, güey. Al pinche Chile. Dude, I was probably like fucking 11, 12. And I said, let's go. They never let me DJ. It never happened. But to me, it was like, I'm willing to take that ass beating just to fucking prove to you that I can DJ better than your fucking DJ.
Wow.
I've always had that mentality.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's like, I knew what I could do on the Geminis, and to us, we used to daydream about some 1200s, and of how good we could be on 1200s.
Just to make a correction, the first time we touched Technique 1200s, the ball monitor at 10th Street Elementary, when we were in the 4th and 5th grade, his name was Raul, and his sister used to work at the Salvation Army, the Red Shield,
right there in Pico Union.
For some reason, he noticed that we had, an interest in music. And he was a DJ. His DJ name was DJ Expertise. This was in the...
Oh, that's what it was.
Yeah, DJ Expertise, I believe in the 80s, with the disco DJs y todo ese pedo.
Sí.
Freestyle.
We were children, so he would take us, he had a Camaro, and he would take us to his house off of the avenues in Highland Park. And he would take us and say, hey, use my turntables, record a tape. He would record us. I mean, we were fucking kids haciendo pendejadas.
Yeah. Sí.
We would grab the fucking needle and put it on the fucking... Because these are 1200s, bro. Last turntable attached was my fucking dad's fucking consola.
Sí.
So I couldn't fucking... I was afraid.
Yeah, it's crazy.
We would mix in a song, and he would say, okay, this is how you adjust the tempo. That man, I don't know who or why... But this was when we were going through our whole hardship with the family, with my my dad being alcoholic, fucking wife beatings. And I mean, it was just horrible at home. So our elementary fucking outlet for this man to give us that, he was a fucking gift.
It was like a field trip, extra.
And this was an after school thing. You'd say that to anybody today, they'd be like, that's a fucking pedophile. But no, nothing ever fucking, he was really, really fucking cool. He just took care, and then he would take us to have hamburgers, and he kind of like... If I would say, I think he felt sorry for us. I think he felt sorry for us, and he just wanted to show us,
a different...
hay algo más fuera de donde están ustedes.
True. That's how I felt about it.
So now, in closing, what can we expect from Akwid? Are you guys working on anything right now?
I can guarantee I'm gonna get older. Guarantee it.
As a matter of fact, I have my work cut out for me. There's so many featurings that we're working on right now, and we have the album coming out, El Atraco, that we've been announcing for like 3-4 years.
Here's in closing. We've grown a lot in industry, and we've captured the eye of a brand new outfit, brand new record label, Parral Music. These were the people that own El Parral nightclub out here. And this guy has been one of the fastest and quickest and most independent growing record label that we have been moved by and influenced by. So
who gets it?
When we come together, Akwid Entertainment and Parral Music, it is an introduction of our past, future trajectory to the new artists that he has in hand as far as the young kids. We've always said... We're always looking for talent. Send us your demos and all this, but you know how hard it is to find fucking talent.
Yes.
So we come across so much fucking talent that it's like, fuck, it's endless. All over again, the shit starts all over again. So estamos ya preparando mucho. Y para empezar, como te digo, Cristian Nodal, a lot of people might not know in the fucking hip hop industry, but you look him up and he's probably one of the fucking hardest fucking artists right now in the regional Mexican industry that has flipped mariachi music in a different way.
Okay.
Hera MX is fucking top notch in Mexico. All other artists that we've mentioned, we have so much happening, and it's almost from a different angle from where we started.
Okay.
A different perspective.
It's like recapturing the generation we captured at that time, but with the new era of, the corridos verdes, the corridos de la calle, whatever. They have so many names, but to me, like when I hear those corridos that these kids are doing, is like, fuck, this is gangster music in the format in in the format of a corrido. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Like, I get it. And some of these guys, you know, like the melodies, the way they started doing them, it's totally different from Carlos y Jose and Tigres del Norte. But that shit too much.
But I'll tell you this, like
Dope.
everything else, Tony, we I ain't gonna sell you on shit because ain't shit happening until it happens. That's just our ideology. You ask a question, that is where we're at, is what we're working on. You know, other than that, fucking we're here. We're fucking grateful. I think this was one of the best fucking interviews career-wise. Hands down, man. My respects. Thank you very much.
Thank you, my brother.
Yes, sir.
Any shout outs you guys want to give
I
before?
want to send a shout out to my baby's mamas. Nah, I'm just
Okay, all of them. A ver, tú primero, Sergio.
No, I would say, you know, more than anything, this is really not a fan base kind of interview or show. This is more giving gratitude
in depth
of where you come from and who you are and why you are who you are in the industry that we're talking about, man. And I hate sounding like I'm just fucking on your jock or I'm saying this and that. But when I see you guys marked an era and I used to mimic who you are, you know, I'm grateful to be here.
Thank you, my brother.
Fucking honored. Never thought I'd meet you in person. You know, nobody could tell me this, you know.
True.
Mello is here. I never thought I'd be able to fucking sit next to him. Like I told him earlier, you know, this is the first time that I remember that we've had a real conversation. You know, we've sat with Frost. We seen ODM the other day, you know, and these things come full circle.
Yeah.
You know, all the hate aside, all the bullshit, all the politics, you know, as people, I think this is one of the most fucking realest shows. Congratulations, man.
Thank
Hands
you,
down.
brother. Anything, brother, you want to...
I'll just mimic what he said. I mean, it is what
Telling
it
you,
is.
I've been selling him since he was little. This motherfucker's for
Yeah,
sale.
he motherfucker pimps me
I've
out.
had a
But
fucking for sale sign on him.
he
ever
pimps
since
my
he was
talent out. He's my brother can do it.
All good, brother.
No, but you know, I just to add on what he said, like to me, literally, like I felt that I'm your puppet musically was fucking next level shit. Like when
That's
I heard
because his girlfriend was a chola. That's the only
No.
reason. No cierto,
I
no
mean,
cierto.
and at the time, like I said, we thought High C was Mexican, but it is what it is, you know. But other than that, you know, like I said, we were DJs, so we hear the chorus, and you used to do all the scratching and the back and forth, and it was like, fuck, that shit is dope, you know,
Thank
and
you,
the
my
beat,
brother.
and we've been fans ever since. You know, we never thought be sitting here because our industry is a whole nother level from every other genre.
Yes,
you know,
yes.
like you said, you know, there's a lane that we're on that it's difficult for, especially hearing from people like you that want to interview us is like, fuck, okay, well, that's a different avenue that we're, you know, that they know us, but,
Yeah.
you know, it's different. You know what I mean?
Let me say this, that when I was flattered to be, first of all, I was flattered to find out that you guys knew who I was.
It's crazy.
That's crazy.
You know, that's God's honest truth, you know. And I had told Shotgun, much love to Shotgun. I was
Much love to Shotgun, what up?
They heard of me and they were like, yeah, they know who you are. And I'm like, oh shit, do you think they would do it? And he goes, yeah, all I could do is ask. All right, cool, whatever. So, first of all, I want to say that I thank you, Sergio. Thank you, Francisco, for coming over here. I would like to maybe in the future do another one.
Sure.
This has been fucking amazing for me.
It was dope.
2 requests that I have of you guys. Doesn't have to be immediately, but possibly in the future. I would love for you guys. Let me tell you, I just don't recommend anyone, okay? But I would like to recommend that one day you do a song with Mello, and then one day you do a song with Misfit, because I believe there's two different distinctive sounds.
I know what you mean, yeah.
Okay.
I think I would be honored on both aspects.
As far as, I know a lot of
Because
people.
as a kid, when I heard fucking Mello doing his shit, I'm like, fuck, what do I gotta do to get next to this dude? And check this out. He's right there.
I'm gonna snitch on you.
He's right
He
there.
used to do your rap at the backyard parties. Oh, y si que vengo sabroso y caliente.
It's not a lie. Look, I'm gonna tell you guys something.
And he passed it as it was him. He's a fraud.
No. Hey, when I tell you that I'm being fucking real and I would not expect this, dude. I mean, what you say is very humbling, but you gotta look at it from my perspective, dude. I was a fucking kid. So
There's no excuse.
Cuando yo hacía las rimas de él and passing it as my own, because nobody fucking knew. Right? I don't give a shit. Yeah, I can rap in Spanish, motherfucker. You know, and when I say, you know, what do I gotta do to be next to this guy?
Right.
I guess I did it because there he is right there.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I'd be honored. It'd be a fucking honor, man.
Yeah,
it
so,
is.
I wouldn't see it any other way.
Like I was talking to Misfit
Misfit,
earlier, and
yeah.
you know, to me, like like I said, let me mention this platform because I think it's important. Latin Beast TV, I think that's what it's called.
Yes.
Which where I discovered Misfit Soto. And when you said who's the hardest Mexican rapper, whatever, I thought I was gonna say it was Misfit Soto, but you know, it's like that's where I seen him. He has a versatile of styles.
Yes.
In the beats and the lyrics, he could deliver the simple rhymes, he can deliver the complicated ones. So I see what he's doing, and to me, it's like, fuck. Okay, this is what this genre needs. The ones who complain that they're held in the Chicano thing and all that thing, but Misfit Soto takes the fucking risk of doing something different, of trying something different to at least feel what's out there instead of just staying in one lane and be like, okay, they don't like me. Like, no, it's like you are doing the same thing you were doing in 1983, bro.
Yes, sir.
You know what I mean?
Absolutely. I agree with you.
So shouts out to everybody who's trying new shit. You know what it is.
Yes. Once again, Johnny Boy, let me give my shout outs. First of all, before I do that, I want to promote the Rhodium Mystic DOCUMIXERY. It is based on a Swami vendor from the city of Whittier who used to just sell mixtapes and who was a huge cornerstone to West Coast hip hop, who gave Dr. Dre and me, myself, an opportunity to be heard. Many artists have come out of this, whether it be JJ Fad, whether it be Dr. Dre, whether it be Eazy-E, Ice Cube, whether it be the whole NWA crew, whether it be High C, DJ Quick, AMG, Second to None. They all came out of the Roadium swap meet, and it all started with this Japanese man named Steve Yano, once again, who's no longer with us. May he rest in peace. So now I'd like to give my shout outs to John motherfucking Elkins, who makes all this happen. Okay, without him, this would not be possible. Also to Daniel Jones, DG Media Clips. You can find them on Instagram, DG Media Clips. You can also find John, JE Visuals. Boomer did it from the Remedy Yard. You could also find Kerry Fujita from South Bay Drones, and Roger Mera, also known as Roger Live, who were a part of filming this Roadium mixtape DOCUMIXERY, which you could purchase at documixery.com. I would also like to give a shout out to my boy Mellow Mayonnaise for coming through. Also like to give a shout out to my boy Misfit Soto for coming through, and also to my brothers Sergio.
Thank you.
And to my brother Francisco.
Gracias.
Akwid in the house, and we are out.
Diles, you know what it is.
You know what it is.
Deuces. Fucking right.
Blueface.
Oh,
let's get into that.
Oh shit!
Okay, let's talk about that. What inspired that song? Take a little swig.
Yeah, let me take it.
Take a little swig. Take your time. They're still watching. And
okay,
what inspired that song? Let everybody know about that song.
When it came to the Blueface, my Proud People song, shout out to everybody streaming that shit, man. That's my most successful song to this date. I love all the love and support, because that tells me a lot of raza out there feels the same way. And it's not just raza. I'm getting a lot of love. If you read the comments, a lot of black people out there like, yo, dog, you did that shit correct. You came at them with respect. You addressed the issue. A lot of black people on there, dog. So that's what I love. That's when I know, like, it's legit. But what inspired that, to be honest with you, I wrote the song before he dropped the video. So, what I heard off the bat, it wasn't so much that it was called carne asada. It was just like, the first thing he says on his verse was, paisa bitch gave me nana. Like, paisa bitch, like, yo, this fool said paisa? Like, that's kind of sketchy amongst Chicanos, even speaking amongst Mexicans to each other. You don't really you can't just call anybody a paisa amongst your own gente. And for a negro to be saying that about our women, like a paisa bitch gave me nana or whatever the fuck he's saying, but then he goes, I don't pay for caca, like he ain't feeling it, like he's disrespecting our women, and he shouldn't be using that word paisa to begin with, because if people don't know, that can be also meant for as a wetback and shit, you know what I mean?
Exactly.
So, like, homie, flip the script, dog. If I was to use nappy headed hoe on my track, you know what I mean? Like this nappy headed, you know what I mean? This hood rat or whatever, like, come on, dog.
Yeah.
It's not that hard to understand, dog. It's not that hard to comprehend. And then when I saw the video, see, I recorded the song before I saw the video. And I see that there's raza in there, dog. There's homies in there, right? All tatted up, essayed out motherfuckers. And a lot of people say on the comments what they don't know, like, hey, how come you're not addressing the Mexicans in there? Like, hey, dog, like, they don't know, though. I made that song in response to the audio itself.
Yeah.
But if I would have seen the video first, you best believe I would have addressed that issue. Because to me, that raza in that video, they're making it seem like it's all love, it's all cool. Like, oh, the Mexicans are cool with it.
Right.
So some black people might see it like, oh, like that's cool, he's showing love. You know what I mean? They got Mexicans in there, they approve. Those Mexicans do not speak for all of us.
Thank you.
At all. Because there's a lot of us out here that are like, even they took heat. Those vatos should take heat, in my opinion. You know what I mean? Even if they're stand-up guys, whatever, that's something they're gonna have to live with. And I know they're dealing with that shit because a lot of raza are gonna tell it how it is. You
Especially in these times right
exactly,
now,
dog. Like, you shouldn't have been in that video. You should have like, yo, that's, you know, homeboys fucking spanking a Mexican chick's ass with carne asada, dog. Dumping horchata. I always say, flip the motherfucking script, dog.
I know.
Give me some Popeye's chicken, dog, and let me spank a black chick's ass with that shit. Dump some Kool-Aid on that shit, dog.
Right.
I'm showing love, dog. I'm showing the black culture love by doing that. It's all love. Get the fuck out of here, dog.
Right.
You know what I'm saying, dog?
Yeah, no, we would never do that, bro. We would never do that. And because, but you know what? The thing is, for those, when I say those people, that raza that was in there, that's what I'm talking about. You should have known better. That's all I can say.
Money talks, dog. But at the end of the day, they're gonna have to live with that and deal with that.
Yeah.
That's always gonna be something in their resume. You get what I'm saying?
Now, let me ask you this. Obviously, that your video is up on YouTube. People can hear it. It's one of your most successful songs.
Simon, it is
now,
by far.
Let me ask you this. I know for a fact that the love was more overwhelming than the negative.
Yes.
Okay. Let's just touch on the negative part of the comments. Who was it that was being negative towards you? Was it our own people?
It was a mixture, dog. It was Mexicans and black.
Okay.
Some Mexicans on the comments were like, hey, I'm Mexican, dog, and you tripping, dog. Like, that song's not disrespectful at all. He's putting on for us. Like, and like, you know, to me, like, I can't even, like, if you don't get the disrespect, I'm not going to waste my time explaining it to you.
Yeah, you can't.
Because you should just get it off the bat, dog.
Right.
But like what I said, dog, just flip the script. What I just said 3-4 minutes ago. That's all you gotta do, dog.
It would be racist.
Yeah.
It would be racist.
And then, you know, there's some black guys out there that are like, oh man, it's funny you're talking about Blueface, but you're using black culture, you're using hip hop. You know what I mean? There's some of those black people that say shit. But overwhelmingly, dog, the black comments on there, they're all love, dog. And they're all like, yo, homie, I respect you for speaking up for your people. That shit was disrespectful. If you look at the comments, homie, a lot of the blacks don't even claim Blueface. They're like, hey, we ain't bumping him, dog. Hell no. Like, we ain't fucking with that. Like, hey, shout out to you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But the raza out there, I mean, I don't know what it is, dog. We're living in a time where I don't think they realize, you know, like, what disrespect is, or they think it's just fun and games. If it's funny, if it makes you laugh, oh, it's cool. It's just, they're just, you know, he's showing us love. Like, nah, man, they're exploiting our shit. It's not just Blueface. There's other artists out there. It's like a trend now. It's a trend to use Mexican culture in black music videos now. And not just that, now the fucking new trend is to slap up the paletero man and shit, you know what I mean? And that's boiling my blood right now, dog. And that's beyond music, because now you're physically harming street vendors. Now you're out there fucking targeting them. That's how it feels like, dog.
Of course.
And that's the thing. The sad thing is you don't see this shit on the news, dog. You know what I mean? There's a BLM movement right now, and we respect that. I respect that to the fullest. I even went out there and marched in Long Beach for George Floyd. You know, fuck police brutality, fuck all that shit, because we relate, man. We're minorities, and we fight the same battle, man. But like, when you see all these videos popping off like that of these negros fucking with our gente, our elders.
Yeah, I don't get that, bro.
Like, come on, dog. And I know they don't account. I'm not stupid. They don't account for the whole culture. Exactly. But something needs to be said, man. I feel like it's reached enough. It's getting out of hand now, because every day I fucking see something. Right. And that's the thing. It's not on the news. One thing about social media, Chicanos Worldwide, I got to give them a shout out. Chicanos Worldwide on IG. Those fools broadcast raza shit like all the time, dog. Raza shit. You know what I mean? Like our shit. That's like my news. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I mean, don't get it twisted. Is it a good source? When I see something there, you can't deny a video. That's real shit. You're seeing something that's really happening. And I feel like that's happening too much. And I feel like some of these black leaders should speak up because they have influence, man.
Right.
You know what I mean? Snoop has influence. Ice Cube has influence. Even if you just say something, it puts the tension at ease a little bit. Like, hey, thank you for speaking up. I got to give Big Boy from 92.3 a shout out, and Matt Barnes, the NBA player.
He addressed it.
They addressed it, dog. And that's puro respect, dog.
Yeah.
And we need more of that.
We need more of that.
That's how I feel.
No, I agree with you. And I believe that Raza feels that way. But on the other hand, I will say this. I've seen few, but I have seen... whether we call them black leaders or not, for lack of better words, I have seen some black leaders take the mic on the street or at least address it with their phone and have Raza behind them.
Yeah.
If you see anybody attacking these people, you know what I'm saying? So we got to show those people love as well because, like you said,
it's true.
That small minority group does not speak for, you know.
It doesn't. And that's the sad thing because that's another sad thing about social media. I keep seeing these things and it's like making me like, yo, should I even march for them? Like they're fucking with us. I don't want to taint my beliefs.
Right.
You get what I'm saying? We march with them because we feel their pain. Because they get fucked with all the time. I mean, you're black and you're walking down the street, you're automatically a target for the Huda, dog. Right. That's just facts, fool. And I'm not blind to that. But like I don't want that small group to taint how I feel about the whole culture, because I got respect for the culture. Even on my Proud People song, the Blueface diss, on my first verse, I say respect for hip hop. I got the utmost. I was introduced to it very up close at an early age, thanks to my bigger brothers. My pops hated it and called me a lover. He called me the N-word lover. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I still, did that stop me? No, I love the culture. I love what they bring to the table, man, and we respect it, man. And I got number love for that cultura, man, and hip hop to begin with. That's their culture. They created it, and I'm blessed to be doing hip hop. You know what I mean?
Dope.
So I got number respect, and I say maybe he was right though, cause a lot of black rappers on my idols, like the Pox and Cubes, Crooked Eyes, Tech Nines. Cause of them, I am not confused. Cause they speak knowledge in the facts, iconic when they rap. It's another form of college when they polish up the track. Like I'm giving them, like those motherfuckers, that was my schooling, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Hearing their lyrics and what they rap about, I got nothing but love for that culture, dog.
That's dope, bro. That's dope. Well, me and you both. So
Salud,
bro.
Salud to that, dog.
Anyways, we're gonna go ahead and change the channel a little bit. And what can people be expecting from you now?
Oh, that's
Anything
right.
coming out?
Good question,
new?
dog. I have an album called Tamales, Flowers, and CDs, dog. Trip out on that. But it's beautiful because it catches your attention. If you see that, Tamales, Flowers, and CDs. Okay. But I've had this idea for like 4 or 5 years, dog. No joke. I even wrote that song, that verse like 3 years ago. And it's funny that all this shit's happening. All this street vendor shit, because I'm not tooting my horn, dog, but I've been on this. That's part of our culture, dog. Street vendors, the palatero man, elotero man, the ice cream lady, yes,
los Doritos,
all that shit's part of the culture, dog. And I always view that as beautiful, as like that's a representation of our raza as a people.
Dude, I got a guy out here. Every damn day, he's my alarm clock. I'm gonna tell you why. Tamales.
Yeah.
Every day, tamales. I be going out there and my butt huggers, my tanta naranja. Hey, wait, cinco. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I'm a primo. You know, I be fucking with them.
That's beautiful, dog.
Yeah, exactly, bro.
Dale. But that's so that's such a beautiful service.
Yes.
And they're out there. That's work, fool.
Yeah.
The song starts off. Did you know slinging tamales was a jale? If you be hating on it, man, I'd be like, chale. Because a lot of motherfuckers hate on that shit. Or the gringos, you know what I mean? Right. Oh, that's tainting the community. It's making us look ghetto. Like, fuck you, homie. Those fools are working. Yeah, they might not have a permit. Whatever, homie.
But they're good.
They're out there fucking working. They're not slinging drugs. They're trying to feed your ass, pendejo.
Yeah. Dr. Dre is in full effect, and I gotta tell y'all a little something. Eazy-E is down with us. MC Ring, you know he's down with us. DJ Yella is down with us. Arabian Prince, you know he's down with us. Tony A. the Wizard is down with us. JJ Fag is down with us. Timmy T, you know he's down with us. DJ Pooh, boy, he's down with us. Toddy P and Spade, they're down with us. My boy Ice Cube, you know he's down with us. I like to mention, so pay attention to where I'm from, Compton, but the tapes are from the Roadium. My name is Dre, listen while I play. And by the way, I'm also down with NWA. Yo, Steve at the Roadium is down with us. Slanging funky tapes, it is a must. We're number one.
Tony A. Tony A. When you're ready, go.
Yo, welcome back everybody to Roadium Radio episode 23. And actually, before I announce my special guest, let me make some special announcements. For those that have been asking and DMing me and inboxing me and leaving comments on when are you going to be on audio podcast, we're already on Spotify, Apple Podcast, Anchor, TuneIn, Radio Public, Cashbox, Podcast, Pocket Podcast, Breaker, Podbean, and Overcast. So once again, we'll announce that once again during the break. But let me see. The Roadium documentary, like I said, I'm a firm believer in promoting yourself until it pays off. And right now, I would put this up against any West Coast documentary out right now. Directed by me, filmed by John Elkins. And we'll have some other special announcements coming up soon. But without further ado, please allow me to introduce the #1 promoter in all of California, probably nationwide, my good buddy, Bobby D. Thank you for coming, brother.
How you doing, brother? Thank you for having me. It's an honor.
Well, it's an honor to be able to interview you, especially since seeing you driving up in the back car, the Batmobile. You guys got to see his Batmobile. Beautiful car.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Before we get started, because I know it's still January, we're still somewhat close to the holidays. They were just over. How were your holidays beginning Thanksgiving?
I didn't rest, bro. Like, everybody had time off and everybody went on vacation mode, and I worked even harder, you know, because I got Snoop on tour. I got Lisa coming up on a tour, so I don't know what a holiday meant, you know what I mean?
Well, Christmas, did you have fun giving away gifts or receiving gifts?
Yeah, I mean, you know, I'm Uncle Bobby for everybody, so I got to give away gifts and take care of everybody. I got a bunch of nieces and nephews that I didn't even know I had, so, you know, they come out of the woodwork.
Oh, okay.
But I was just with my dad. Mom and dad was watching the Lakers game.
Okay.
It was cool.
Yeah. And New Year's night, how did you spend that?
You know what I did, bro? I stayed home.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
I watched the Dick Clark show. LL Cool J did a great job.
And I love it. I love it, bro. Stay away from all the craziness. You know, my dad had a show at the Quiet Canyon with Too Short.
Oh, okay.
It went real good with Sugar Free, and I just checked in, and Too Short called me, says, "Can I get out?" I go, go do your thing. You know, Happy New Year's.
Awesome,
Cool.
awesome. Yeah. Before we get into what is Bobby D doing now, what is Bobby D going to be doing in the future, what can we expect? I like the public to get to know you for who you are as a person. For an example, sometimes I like to ask goofy questions like, what do you do like on days off, if you have any days off? Are you like a Netflix guy? Do you go to the movies? What do you do? You know,
the one thing I love to do, bro, is sit in my room by myself and watch TV and watch what's going on. And I love the movies.
Right.
You know, whether I go with, you know, my significant other or whoever that is, and, you know, I like to just chill when I'm not working, bro. You know, really? I don't like clubs anymore because I grew up in nightclubs because of my father, and I just like to just chill. You know, people think I have this crazy life, and I'm like, nah, I'm home.
Yeah, you know what? Believe it or not, I'm the same way. I like to get the direct TV remote and just watch TV, ESPN, catch up on PTI or whatever. I watch a lot of documentaries, but I also buy a lot of movies. So whenever I want to watch it, you know. Have you seen any good movies lately?
I saw The Irishman. I saw Star Wars, which I thought was going to be a disappointment. That movie was off the hook, bro. I enjoyed it, and I didn't want it to end. It answered all the questions that needed to be answered, so I won't spoil nothing. But it was off the hook.
Really?
I grew up on Star Wars too.
Yeah, I watched The Irishman. I thought it was really good. Some people say it was too long. Yeah. I like the fact that you were able to see Joe Pesci, Robert De Niro, and Al Pacino together.
Yeah, exactly.
So that's why I pretty much enjoyed it. But the Star Wars movie, I have not seen it. Have you been to the Star Wars land?
No. Oh, you know what? I take that back. Yeah. And I kind of got lost in there, bro. I didn't know what to look for, so I just walked out.
Really?
Yeah, true shit.
Right. Okay. Well, that's what I need to go there.
Yeah,
and I haven't watched the Star Wars, but I will watch, especially since I love Star Wars.
Yeah.
So, where was Bobby D raised at, or should I say born at?
We're from Huntington Park. I was born in Linwood. Pops is from the hood, so we bounced from Southgate to Linwood to Southgate to Huntington Park, and then we when we thought we came up, we moved to Downey.
Really?
Yeah, we thought we made it.
Oh, okay, okay.
The Mexican Beverly Hills.
Okay, yeah, the Mexican Beverly Hills. And growing up, were you one of those smart kids out in school, man? Did you get good grades in elementary?
You know, to be honest with you, school was really easy for me. Too easy. And what I started doing was, in high school, I started working really early and becoming an entrepreneur. And I fell in love with a girl who had a kid. My mom wasn't having it. So she kicked me out. And,
Wow.
you know, I let school go by the wayside. But passing the test and all that was easy. So my principal made an arrangement with me. He goes, look, just come twice a week. I was working at a nightclub as a bouncer. And he goes, I'll look the other way. And, you know, you just come in and he goes, pass your test and you're good. So I went in literally senior year for 2 periods, math and science. And I didn't go to prom. I didn't do nothing.
Wow.
It was easy. It was just one of those things where it's like I was trying to support a kid that wasn't mine. I was a kid myself. And, you know, that was the story. My mom was right about everything she told me. She goes, you fall in love with a chola. Yo, watch what happens.
Right,
and it was all bad.
It was all bad.
Yeah, it was all bad.
What junior high school did you attend?
Let me see. Where did I go? I can't even remember, bro. Somewhere in Bellflower, bro. That was
Okay.
the worst time of my life. I hated Bellflower, bro. No disrespect to anybody from Bellflower, but I
Right.
hated Bellflower.
And what about high school? What high school did
High
you
school, I went to St. John Bosco for 1 year, and I killed my parents because at that time they weren't doing good, and you know they thought that because my older brother went there that I had to go there.
Right.
I said, get me the heck out of this boys' school. I ain't trying to be here. So I
Right.
went to Downey, and it was fun. It
Yeah.
was really cool.
play any sports?
I was always working. Like I said, I had that entrepreneur spirit. I always wanted to be what my dad was. So if I was helping him on the weekend, if I wasn't helping him, I'd start doing security and started doing martial arts and, you know, trying to be a tough guy to be cool in the club. And, you know, I didn't have any fun as far as like going out and hanging with people.
Right.
That wasn't my thing. What was fun to me was working.
Okay.
Yeah.
Brothers, sisters?
2 brothers. My older brother and a smaller brother. Man, they're huge. My little brother's 6'5". My older brother looks like a tank. You know, I think I'm the runt.
Well, you're pretty big too.
Yeah,
man.
yeah.
When I saw you, I was like, you're a tall dude,
Yeah,
man.
I'm 6'2", you know.
Okay. And now you're a football guy, baseball guy, soccer guy. What sport do you follow the most?
Football, you know, like anybody, but I also follow martial arts, UFC. I was one of the first ones to join with the UFC when they first started with the Gracies. So I was training with them, and I got to know them on a family level. I've been with them for like 23, 24 years now.
Wow.
And I got to train with them. We started a company together. So I've always been more martial arts, you know,
Okay.
back then when it was like taboo.
Right.
You know
right.
what I mean? Yeah.
Right. Okay. You got a favorite football team?
Saints and Raiders.
Saints and Raiders. Okay. College?
No, man. You know, I always like Florida, bro. Don't ask me why. It's the worst team, but I like them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, to get to know Bobby a little bit more, growing up at home, what type of music was actually played in your home? Like, what would your dad play, or what would your mom bump at home?
I was lucky, bro, because my mom and dad were young. You know, they had me when they were super young. But I was exposed to Mary Wells, you know, the oldie stuff. My mom was always listening to Patsy Cline. Everything, bro, like hip hop. You know, my dad was like wanting to show me everything, and I was stuck by his side. So I got I got lucky. You know, just hear everything.
I know earlier you were sharing with me that you liked a lot of Elvis.
Yeah. That was my grandma. You know, she was one of those Mexican women that would go to Vegas, you know, with her hair all done up real high, and you know, probably didn't belong there, but she was an Elvis fan.
Wow.
So she got me into it.
It sounds like your dad was like real instrumental in your life, and possibly still is.
He's my best friend. You know,
Wow.
Like I said, he taught me a lot, and he took an interest in me early on to teach me the business. You know, he never hid anything from me. My pops did a lot of stuff in the beginning that he used to go away. You know what I mean, on vacation.
Yeah.
And he did that for our family. So you know, I seen him doing that, and there was times when I'd say, "Hey, come home now." He's like, "I can't. I got to be here." You know, I called them the race car drivers. I was like, you know, can we leave now? He's like, no, I got to stay here for a while, but don't worry, you're good.
Right.
So, you know, it was just one of those things where I seen that growing older, I started to realize where he was and what he was doing, and it was all for us.
Right.
You know, to make sure we were cool.
Okay.
You know, so, but yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And now, well, tell us a little bit, if you don't mind, about your dad, as far as how instrumental was he as far as music is concerned? Because I know you're in the music business now. So.
Yeah, well, he started Bobby D Presents in 1985. You know, he had a nightclub that was like a hub for all the new people. Like We Broke, Tone Loc, Young MC. Mellow and Ace was a big part of him. And my dad are very good friends to this day. So everybody would come to my dad's club. If you were about to pop, you'd go to his club. He'd see how it was. Like Mellow and Ace would always sell out the Cover Girls in 1987. Lisa, Mary Wells right before she died. So I got to grow up on this, and I said, man, New Kids on the Block. I took them to In and Out when I was like 12 or 11.
Wow.
It was cool. And they were the greatest dudes on earth, bro. Yeah.
That was my next question. I was going to say, how old were you when you saw all of this?
I had to be 10 or 11, and like I said, my dad would have me inside the club because I was his best friend and I was his road dog, much to the dismay of my mom. And, my mom was like, get him out of that stupid club.
Right, right.
I love being there.
Now, let me ask you this. Being there at the club, do you ever feel at one point that maybe I shouldn't have been at the club because it did something to me? I'll give you an example why I asked that. I had graduated to 6th grade, and I shared a story before where my brother was a DJ at a club in Long Beach called Grand Central Station. Yeah. And he used to DJ there, and I always see him get dressed up, buy his records, leave, his nice baggy pants, comb his pompadour and stuff like that. So I told him, man, I want to go with you to a club. And since being a tall kid, it being an 18 and over club, he goes, okay, I can sneak you in. Right. Just make sure you graduate. Right. So I did. Yeah. And that day he tells me, you ready to go? And I said, yeah, go get dressed. I had my graduation 3-piece polyester suit from Kmart. I'm ready. I just went from graduation. We went to the club. But I will say this, the reason why I thought maybe I should have waited, because at 11 years old, I had no business there. Right. Simply because after that, all I thought about was I want to be a DJ and girls. Right. Right. So, did any of that happen to you? I mean, I just probably shouldn't have seen the things I seen as far as like the drug use, this and that, because that's what happened, especially in the 80s. But I mean, me and my dad were obsessed with each other, bro. Me more so with him. And like I said, it's just part of what I was growing up with too. He never hid anything from me, bro. We would get raided, and we would see things. And my cousins were black, my uncles were black. I didn't know they weren't my cousins in real life or uncles, but my pops was a plug. Right. You know what I mean? And every black guy needed a plug. You know what I mean? So I didn't see any color lines. Right. So I grew up, you talk about music, I would hear, the Platters. I would hear Jackie Wilson in my uncle's house. And I didn't know that Malcolm Curtis wasn't my uncle. I just took it for what it was. Right. So, as far as exposing me to the wrong thing, nah. Because it exposed me to the music. And I remember when I met Lisa, I asked for her phone number. I remember when I met the Cover Girls, I asked for I was only 11 years old, bro. Wow. And I would actually call them. Wow. Yeah, Dino, all those old school freestyle artists. My dad had them first. You know what I mean? So, wow. Yeah. And these were what, 84, 85? 84 to 87, we had that club. Wow. It was cool, man. It was a good time. I had a blast. That's awesome. Because when I think about promoters, me being raised in the Harbor area, there was Carson, the city of Carson was really big in promoting parties. There was a promotional group called Les Chic Attractions. I don't know if you know JC. JC was like the main guy out here. Whether it was a backyard, whether it was a hall, or whether it was a club, it was always him. So I have history with San Marico Hall. There you go. And they had, actually we still have flyers where the Cover Girls were there, Expose was there during the freestyle, the whole freestyle era. But so what do you think encouraged your dad to say, let me open up this club? I mean, was he already involved in the music somehow leading up to that? He always loved music, but I think, when every man that's from the streets wants two things, either a strip club or a nightclub. Yeah. And in his case, he didn't care about the strip club, but he wanted the nightclub because he loves music. And again, when you get a little bit of cash, I guess where you put it into, and that's what he did. And the club was doing great financially. I don't think he was doing good, but we had good times there. It was just one of those things where we were on the borderlines of Downey and Lakewood. So Downey was giving us a lot of problems, being a Mexican owner, whoop-de-whoop, bringing all this hip hop in. I remember Eazy-E was there. I mean, it was just crazy times, bro. Right. But yeah, it was it was cool. Do you have possibly any pictures or any video, any type of memorabilia? All I have is old flyers we used to have. Really? Yeah. You know what I mean? Because no one was taking pictures. We were all just busy doing our thing, and my mom was going crazy, watching my dad because he's young and in the club, and watching her son that just keeps sneaking away. Because I would sneak out. Oh, wow. Yeah, I would get on my bike and just dip. So. Wow, that kind of reminds me of me, because my first battle with the DJs was March 24th, 1988, and it was in Carson. Yeah. And I told my friend to take my turntables. I told my mom, ya me voy a dormir. Yeah. I turned off the lights. I got in bed, and I just opened up the window, and I rolled out. Oh, yeah, I would do that all the time. And I would always get caught. My mom would be right there just waiting to whip my ass. Well, here's the funny part, because I won that battle, but I'm thinking, shit, how am I going to bring this big-ass trophy home? She doesn't even know that I'm, Right. So that was the deal. Yeah. Did your dad have an in-house DJ there? Did he DJ? Did he ever allow you to DJ? His DJ was his partner. His name was Gabriel Renteria. They call him THX. Okay.
Yeah, and he was also the sound guy. You know, he was a guy that was real technical as far as in the club, and he was the bad news guy. My dad was the happy-go-lucky guy, the promoter. Gabriel was like the bad news guy, you know, that would tell you no and blah blah blah. But he was also the guy who knew how to run all the lights and turn on the music and blah blah blah. So he was the boss, you know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, as far as like your father, did you see? How would you say? Because you being a promoter now and having possibly the most famous rapper in all the world, did you ever see yourself like, I want to do this when I grow up?
Oh yeah. Oh, for sure. You know, I seen the way that the artist interacted with my dad, and I fell in love with it. You know, just the actual camaraderie that he had. It was sincere. Like I remember sitting there with Tone Loc, and you know, when he just blew up, like he had Wild Thing, and I just seen the way him and my dad interacted. Then Young MC introduced him to, because it was all Delicious Vinyl days. You know? It was just cool seeing that, and I said, man, I gotta be right there. You know, I would like try to talk like him, walk like him. I was trying to do everything like my dad. You know? Yeah, it was cool.
And did you ever DJ? Did you ever get your pair turned? Nothing?
I wish, bro. It was, I used to look at the thing like, oh man, that thing scares the shit out of me.
Right.
You know, it looked intimidating.
Yeah, sometimes those mixers are very intimidating. The other day we had MC Pancho here.
Okay.
And he actually blessed me with the mixer that his mother had actually given him. Yeah. And back then, I mean, I had the EQ, had the master, had 4 different volumes, the microphone. And if you don't know what you're doing, the shit does look intimidating. Oh, yeah. You know. So your dad had this club, if I'm correct, from 84 to 87?
Around there, yeah.
And after that, what took place as far as promoting, as far as nightclubs concerned?
Sure.
Did you guys go take the next level? Or?
Well, he sold the nightclub to a chain called La Zona Rosa, and the guy ended up getting killed. And you know, my dad was a consultant there helping out. So then when he passed away, my pop said, well, on to the next thing. And my father targeted Central American music.
Oh, okay.
So he started doing concerts with, like, you know, La Sonora Dinamita, Charlie Za, blah blah blah. So my dad was real instrumental in bringing salsa and all those cumbia and all that around here, especially the Central Americans. We started going into the Salvadorian market, and they're great people, bro.
Yeah,
we had such a good time, and we did the Palladium, and they didn't want us there. They hated Latinos there. Can I take this off?
Yeah, go for it.
They hated us there, bro, and but we were making good money, quietly, you know, because no one was messing with the Salvadorians.
Now, why do you think? I mean, if the Palladium wanted to make money, you guys, because well, obviously we're talking about the Palladium in Hollywood.
Sure.
Well, why do they want you guys there?
They're terrified of the Latinos, bro. I remember the owner, like, he's still alive. His name's Alan Schumann. I'm not putting him on blast, but he was like, your people scare me, Bob. They drink like fish, but they scare me. Yeah. And my dad would say, these are good people. They're hardworking people that came here to support your place. Like, you know, his numbers were always astronomical whenever we did shows there. We'd always sell out. And his bars and food would do double what, you know, some country show or this and that would do. It wasn't owned by Live Nation back then.
Okay.
And but he would literally cut our bars off at 10:30.
Really?
Yeah. He says, I don't care. Your people scare me. And my dad's like, this is before like any Me Too movement and all that. So it's like he could, you know, I'm being a little more careful what I'm saying it.
Right, yes.
He was a little more animated, you know.
Okay.
Right? That's all right. We'll cut it off then, you know. We'll have a bunch of sober people here, you know.
And how long did the Palladium go on for?
We did those shows for about 15 years.
Wow.
Yeah. Palladium's been there since like 1940 or something like that,
yeah.
you know? And, but I had some good times. Don't get me wrong. The dude was cool. He was just a nut. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And he was one of those dudes who would walk around the gun. He was a deputy sheriff on part-time, and, you know, and he was Jewish. I'm like, how are you going to be racist when you're Jewish?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? So
for some reason, our people still scare people.
Yeah, exactly.
You know,
no matter
why that is, I don't know.
Yeah.
You know, but now, you know what I didn't ask you? How old was your dad when he started that club in 84? Because you keep saying that he was young.
You know what? Yeah, he had to be 22. And I always trip out on that, bro, because I bought my first nightclub at 27. It was in Orange. And I'm like, you know, again, trying to, you know, mimic my dad and be a little like him. And yeah, he had it when he was 22 years old.
Okay, now share with me about your club.
Yeah.
In Orange. What was the name of it?
It was called Kwan's Rock and Sushi. Okay. It was off the hook. We're like, I care about food. By the way, I own restaurants. I don't know if you know that, but
no. I
went in there and the food was horrible. It was like not rated on anything. And I said, you know what, let me go in there and fix the food first. Once I fixed the food, then I said, okay, there's a nightclub here too. All right, cool. Let me do the food first, then do the nightclub. And I got it popping. But the other owners before me had a lot of problems with the city. So they thought I was a front guy. They're like, you're 27, you ain't the owner of this place. And I was. And the city just kept smashing on me, just coming in and sending undercovers in there to try to bust me, you know, because I had a 47 license, which means anybody can go in there.
Right.
And long story short, but we had a two popping. You know, I did what I do best. I hired a kid named Oscar Moreno, who's OMJ, has all the popping nightclubs at Blush and the Mirage. You know,
Okay.
and he did what he does. He was popping in 1,500 people on a Thursday night, and then Grant Lee was doing his thing, and it was just too successful. And they didn't believe that I was the owner, so the city shut it down. Yeah.
I mean, I'm kind of speechless on that. Do you think possibly because you were Mexican?
100%. 100%. The chief of police told me, he goes, you should have came and did the right thing with me. I go, what's that? He goes, you know what that is. He goes, you're a gangster. And I said, I'm not a gangster. I'm the farthest thing from a gangster.
He wanted to get...
Exactly.
Wow. And about what year did that one open up?
2007.
2007, then it closed.
Mm-hmm. If you Google, my name, which is Bobby Drieslein, it'll the first thing that pops up is that, the nightclub thing, how I cleaned it up. I did everything by the book and blah, blah, blah. And the city, they shut me down.
Wow.
Yeah.
And so now, after that, what is Bobby D's next move?
After that, man, I was just starting to really take the promotion serious. I had created the Freestyle Festival in 2004. Okay. That was the first time we did it with Stevie B and Lisa at Quiet, and it bombed.
Really?
We had maybe about 50 people. But I said, do I give up on this? And Stevie B goes, I don't know. I can't be playing these dead crowds. Are you crazy? Because Stevie B is he's a beast.
Right.
And Lisa was more like, don't worry, we'll get it, babe. It's all good. Don't worry about it. Next year, blah, blah, blah. Next year, 500 people showed up. You know that? 1,500 people showed up. Before you knew it, in 2009, we had about 4,000 people in there. It was completely done. Like, we couldn't put any more people in there.
Wow.
That's when I knew I was on to something. I said, oh, this is cool. You know what I mean? And I had like 12 artists on there. Lisa, Expose, Trenier, Debbie Deb, Susie Q, or Stacy Q, I'm sorry. Everybody, bro.
Everybody.
Yeah.
Any artist you ever come across that you would possibly say, man, I'll never work with that fucking dude again?
Yeah, there's a few, but I'd rather not say because...
I know.
Yeah, there's a few,
Yeah, because my brother, again, he wasn't a promoter, but he used to DJ there, and sometimes because he was kind of husky, I say he was husky buff. You know, he used to security as well, and UTFO. This was like in 1985 because this was the Fresh Fest. And they were performing over here in Long Beach, and UTFO, I got a chance to meet them as a youngster. Yeah. They went to the club, Salt and Pepper, the Fat Boys. So they just kind of did like a walkthrough, you know. But he would say certain people, that guy was a fucking asshole. Yeah. That guy this, that guy that guy this. And even now, once in a while, when I still go out and DJ, and I DJ for a certain artist, the headliner, for some reason, he don't want to come out of the room unless he gets all his fucking money. He wants more money. Right. He didn't know that this club was going to be this packed. Now he wants fucking weed. And I'm just thinking to myself, man, you just need to be fucking blessed that you're even here. Right. You know. So I could imagine maybe some of the headaches on some of the sleepless nights that you possibly went through.
I had a crazy experience, and I won't say who. You guys could probably guess. It's one of the biggest reggaeton artists in the world. Okay. Old school. We had him at Quiet Cannon, and we had about 5,000 tickets sold. Don't ask me how we fit that many, because 4,000 is the cap. But the Central Americans are smaller people, generally. So we had about 5,000 kids in there. And he wouldn't go on unless he got his cocaine. And again, I'm not going to say who it was. You could take a guess. And I finally went in there. I go, hey, you better get your ass on stage. I'm not a fucking drug dealer. Get your shit and get on, and I'll try to see if I can get you something. We'll see. We'll see if it falls from the sky. Right. It did. He got on, but he was like, Adam, I'm not getting on, blah, 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 no puedo, blah, blah, I know, blah, blah, blah. So yeah, I went through that.
You know what I would have did? I would have just put a little pre-workout.
That's it.
Go ahead, take that shit. I'm almost weak.
That's it.
So the club, how long was your club open for, like total?
That one in Orange?
Yeah.
About a year.
Yeah. Fuck. Yeah. Sounded like it was a fucking gold mine, but then
it was, bro. My hookah bar was huge. I mean, the hookah bar itself was the size of most clubs, and it just was one of those things where it's like I would even be in there saying, how do I own this place? I'm not supposed to own this. It's too good to be true. And it was,
See, one thing that I get from you, Bobby, honestly, is just talking to you is that obviously you were groomed for this. Mm-hmm. Your dad was very instrumental in your life. And when you go somewhere, you already know, how can I make this right? And honestly, if there's anything that I can say, I fucking love your hustle, bro.
Yeah, thank you, bro.
I love your vision as far as like, let me do the food over here. Let me get the music right. But then some fucking asshole comes over here because you didn't break him off. Right. But
it's one of those things, bro. It's like the one thing my dad's always taught me is to just treat people right. Never think you're bigger than anybody, because there's always somebody bigger and better than you. Yeah. And it's just like, just try to make people feel comfortable, bro. Like, I try to put myself in shows where I say, would I want to go to that? Yeah. When I do shows in Vegas, I don't go after Roddy Ricch and all them, because that's not my thing. I go after like what I would want to see. Yes. Genuine, Key Sweat, where I'll take my lady and we'll go have a good time, because I'm 41. So it's like I'm not gonna kid myself and pretend I'm something I'm not.
Right.
You know, when I bump my music, it's you know, it's Key Sweat, it's you know, Tone Loc, it's all that. That's what I bump. It's Snoop Dogg, of course.
Me.
You know.
Yeah.
High C.
Yeah.
With Tony A.
There you go.
You know?
There you go. Let's press pause right there.
Sure.
We're going to go ahead and take a 10-minute break.
Okay.
We're going to come back with Bobby D Presents. Please, everybody, stay tuned. Call somebody, text somebody, page somebody, slap the fuck out of somebody. Let them know that Bobby D is in the building. We're going to come back with some more amazing stories. Yo, welcome back, everybody, to episode 23, Roadium Radio, here with Bobby D in the place to be.
Hey.
And we're going to pick it up right where we left off. You were sharing with me a story on how your dad would drop you off and you would pass out flyers. Can you elaborate a little bit more on that?
Yeah, he my cousins and my brother saw it as a punishment, but he used to leave us there on Pacific Boulevard in HP, and we'd promote Vicente Fernandez, because my dad would always get contracted to do it because he was the man. You know, he was a good street promoter.
Wow.
And he'd leave us there with like about 10,000 flyers. He goes, I'll be back in about an hour. It would never be an hour. He'd be gone in 7-8 hours later. He'd pick us up. And there was no cell phones back then.
Wow.
So all we had was, I mean, we're from HP, so it wasn't a big deal. We could run to my grandma's, but I put in work. You know, I loved it. I love seeing people's reactions. Like, oh my God, Vicente Fernandez. You know, Juan Gabriel. Oh, let's do it. You know.
Now I know this may sound dumb, but you mentioned two, Juan and Vicente. Did you ever meet them?
Yeah, of course. You know, I met them on account that my dad was Ralph Hauser, rest in peace. He was his secret weapon. You know, he was a street promoter. You know what I mean? So even though Ralph got big and was using K-Love and all the other big radio channels at the time, he would hire my dad to do all the street promotion, which was me. And, you know, that was our little street team. all his kids.
Wow, dude, you definitely paid your damn dues.
Oh, yeah, bro.
Can't nobody take that away from you. But to be able to meet Juan Gabriel and Vicente Fernandez and all the, I mean, I still haven't even met those guys. But Juan, rest in peace, that was my mom's favorite singer.
Yeah.
So she had a chance to meet him before she actually passed away. So we talked a little bit about promoting. So now you guys did the Palladium. They shut your beer down at 10, if you will. Yeah. What came next for you?
Just, you know, my dad would venture off into different places like the Bonaventure Hotel. We did some big shows at the Disneyland Ballroom, where I got to meet Mark Anthony, the big international pop star.
Yeah.
He was a nobody back then, but my dad took a chance, and we did about 10,000 people there.
Wow.
And when I heard him singing in the background, like warming up, I said, this guy's going to be big.
This guy's going to be, yeah.
He looked like a little chihuahua, but, you know, he made the women go crazy.
Yeah, women do go crazy. Like I said earlier, Latin women, you know, las mexicanas, las salvadoreñas, las de Guatemala, the best beautiful women in the world.
Absolutely. Yeah.
You know, so now, you know, I had a question, okay?
Sure.
And we'll come back to this, but Bobby D is a promoter. And I know it's Bobby D Presents.
Right.
Before we get into Uncle Snoop's Army, but I want to talk about say I come up the street and I run into you at a Starbucks and I say, hey, Bobby, are you signing any artists? Like, how does one go about, like, possibly getting on one of your shows or submitting music? How would you answer that if I came up to you?
Well, we've been real lucky because social media, you know, which I wasn't really, you know, savvy on, but like Blanca, who's here, you know, Giselle, Patty, they all kind of taught me the social media, how important it was. Because it just was one of those things where I thought it was cheating. You know, because I was an old school promoter, and now it's like we put stuff on Instagram where it says, you know, email Bobby at Bobby D Presents, and I get flooded with all that stuff, and I listen to every single thing.
Right.
You know, I don't necessarily respond right away, but I do eventually respond, because it's hard to go through all that.
It's very, very hard.
Yeah, and you know, I'm trying to give the artists that we do have a chance, like Tay the Third, you know, who's going to be super hot. He's from Long Beach. I mean, he's half black, half Cambodian.
Okay.
And he's just blowing people's minds. I put him on the tour, and people are just like, who is this dude? You know
As a matter of fact, my son, I don't know, he's around here. He's the one that turned me on to him.
Yeah.
For the longest time, my son had been telling me, take her.
Yeah.
And I'll be honest, I never heard of the dude back then. So I'm like, who the hell is that?
Yeah.
You know? But,
I signed him officially as a manager, and he's just a great kid. So humble. Like when he sees Snoop and he, you know, or anybody, if you're the janitor, he goes up to you first, shakes your hand, says, how you doing, sir? Blah, 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 nice to meet you. I'm about to kill the stage. And he does, bro. He backs it up.
That's dope.
Yeah.
That's dope.
Yeah.
So back to my question. If I were to say, hey, Bobby, you know, they call me, you know, Tony Panfilo.
Right.
Here's my tape.
Yeah.
You know, like, do you accept stuff like that off the street?
Of course. I mean, you never know who you may turn down, bro. That's why I always say, like, don't diss that person who looks however they look, because they may be the next big thing.
Yeah,
and I don't ever want to lose, you know, the chance to say, oh man, Bobby fucked me over and didn't give me a chance. You know, I try to give everybody the opportunity. If you got talent, it's going to speak for itself.
Right.
You know,
No, you're absolutely right. You know, because okay, we started this podcast maybe 4 months. It's only episode 23, and I encourage people. But I know some people get ticked off at me because they tell me, "Hey, man, I want to send you." They'll just DM me their videos. They'll DM me their music, and I clearly tell them on here, I won't listen to it there. Email it to me.
Right.
Me and my team, we'll get together. We'll go through it, and if we feel that if it fits Roadium Radio, we'll invite them onto the show.
Sure.
I don't care if they're a new artist or an older artist, but submit your music.
Right.
Some people say, "Why do I have to email it? I've been doing shows. It kind of makes me feel like they think they're entitled to it.
Right.
All I say is this: look, give me a time to listen to it, and we'll get back to you. Somebody from my team will get back to you, and after we listen to it, because let's just be honest, Bobby, you've been in this a lot longer than me, and you just can't just take anybody because they say I'm an artist.
Right.
You can't, because number one, you got to get people to show up.
Right.
On here, when you interview somebody, you got to get people to tune in.
Right.
So I always say, you know, it's always important if you have a little bit of history.
Sure.
So that way people at least can say, okay, I know who that is. I know what song, etc.
Right.
But now, do you plan at all to, or I'm asking it as if a fan is asking you now. Do you plan at all to ever open up a record label?
Yeah, I mean, you know, I'm kind of following Snoop's footsteps. He's teaching me the game as far as that, because I don't know much about it. You know, I'll be the first to be very, very honest and say, I don't even know how to get stuff streamed on Spotify and all that, but I'm learning. The one thing I do know how to do, though, is promote. Like, if, you know, I'm getting Tay popular because he's got talent, number one, so the vessel's already there.
Yes.
I'm just pushing and exposing it with Blanca and everybody else on my team. You know, we're making sure, like, Trade the Truth from Texas, we're pushing him. You know, when you've been in the game that I've been in, you know how to push things.
Yes.
I'll just leave it at that.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
So whether it's a certain product or whether it's a certain artist, you know how to push things.
You know how to push things.
Yeah.
You know, and I always encourage people. If I tell you the truth and I say, you know what, I'm not really feeling it, that doesn't mean that somebody else may not be feeling it.
Sure.
You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Maybe it was just not my cup of tea, but I always encourage them, keep pushing it. But I always say this: look, if you have a dream, pursue your dream, but please have some talent to back up that dream.
Right.
You know, because today we just have people that just like, I just want to rap, dude. And I'm like, you know, yeah, okay, you know, cool.
Yeah.
You know, because they see people just upload their video on YouTube or Instagram, and they want to be Insta famous. And, you know, if it doesn't make dollars, doesn't make sense.
Right.
So now you touched again on promoting the Palladium. You talked a little bit about how your dad will have you pass out flyers. When did you start, if you will, like, okay, you know what, I'm going to start putting together Bobby D Presents? When did that come about?
I started doing all age parties. I worked with Edgar and John Pena.
Okay.
He was doing Ruby Sundays. I kind of watched what he was doing, and I was like, man, this dude's got it going on. You know, it was just off the hook. I was about 17. And I said, man, if my dad's doing it, if John's doing it, I could do it. So then we started something called Strawberry Sundays. I didn't create it, but my partners, Edgar International, did. And we started doing these all-age parties, Purple Shield. I don't know if you remember that.
No.
Yeah, they were ditching parties.
Oh.
Yeah, so, you know, but I was pulling Exhibit, the Alcoholics back then. You know what I mean? Just because I had a little, you know, people knew in the street who I was. So I said, hey, come perform at my thing. And that's how I got the bug really for it. Okay. I said, man, I'm doing this on my own now. I don't have my dad, you know, necessarily telling me I'm doing this wrong or right. You know what I mean? And they started taking off.
Okay.
And we were doing like 2,000 people at the Rodeo in Pico Rivera.
Really?
Yeah, it was cool.
Wow.
Yeah.
Did you ever do anything at Potreros? You ever heard
of course,
of
that? Of course.
Really?
Yeah.
Shit. I probably went, man.
Yeah, bro. We had a lot of fun.
Go there, man.
Yeah, we had some good events, bro.
Now, again, I know I probably seem like I'm everywhere, but it's because I'm trying to, okay. When did that name Bobby D Presents? Has it always been?
Okay, here's the story behind Bobby D Presents. Is we're German and Mexican, so we laugh. We say we're Wiener Schnitzels. You know what I mean? So because my dad's last name is German, it's Drieslein. So every time people ask what, so my dad just I'm just Bobby D. I'm just Bobby D. Right. I was known as Fresh. That was my nickname. And since I was a little baby, my dad called me Fresh, and it was Bobby D and Fresh, always together. You know what I mean? And it just became easier to say Bobby D Presents as opposed to Bobby Drieslein Presents, and the name stuck, and
you ran with it.
Yeah, ran with it. Yeah.
That's dope, man.
Yeah.
It's funny. I'll share with you how we came up with Tony A.
Sure.
It all goes back to the 4th grade. There were 4 Tonys in my class. My teacher was named Ms. Van. There was Tony A. There was Tony M. There was Tony O. And there was Tony B.
There you go.
But every time she called Tony, we all said yes. So she finally said, okay, you're Tony A. You're this. So and then what happened was I started DJing as a teenager. Somebody asked me. As a matter of fact, it was JC from Carson.
Right.
What do they call you? They just call me Tony. No, what's your DJ name? And I just said, Tony A.
There you go.
That's all I said. So it stuck. Then I met Steve Yano, this Japanese man here. And he goes, no, you need a better name than that, man. So then he goes, I'm going to come up with a better name because the DJ needs a name.
Yeah.
I was like, all right. Back then, hip-hop guys had 3 names like Cool Mo D,
Right.
Grandmaster Flash, Cool Rock Ski. You know, so he goes, your name is going to be Tony A. the Wizard.
That's dope.
And I was like, oh, okay, why the Wizard? He goes, I don't know, because you're fast. And I go, wizards are fast? Okay, cool. I'll roll with it, bro. I said, I'll roll with it. Fuck it. So that's been my name ever since.
That's
so
dope, because I remember when I was younger, I used to look at your guys' tapes, and you were always all buffed up, bro. You were always yoked. I'm like, man, what's this about to do? Is it in prison or something? Like, he's always buffed up. You know what I mean?
Either that or I was buying shirts from Baby Gap.
There you
and it
go,
just made
bro.
look
Like me. That's funny.
So now getting into the Palladium, you left there.
Yep.
You are doing other. Are you doing other club now? Now,
Yeah, starting to.
have you ever did like multiple here and there, or did you just?
You know,
really stick to one?
my dad was doing shows with the Quiet Cannon in
Okay.
Montebello, QCs they call it now. And I fell in love with the place. I saw an easy way in. I started doing the freestyle stuff. Then I started doing like PD Pablo, Akon, Ciara. I had some big names in there, Rihanna. I had some big names that before they broke in that place. So I was kind of following, again, my dad's lead, the way he did it in 87. And I did it the same way there. And that's how I started maintaining my relationships with the big dogs, the WMEs, the CAAs, where they said, okay, who's this guy that keeps calling and paying big money? But I was charging good money at the door.
Right.
You know, I had the cojones to charge $40-50 at the door. And I was getting it. You know, where are you going to see Akon at?
Yeah.
You're not going to see him at a club. Where are you going to see Ciara? You know what I mean? And we did great. So it was cool.
Shit, dude. I wish I had the cojones to
Yeah,
do that shit.
Well,
man.
sometimes, like I said, I would lose. So I had the stupidity to walk away and say, damn, that was dumb.
Well, obviously you've won more than lost,
Yeah.
but can you say that there were, well, you gave a story when you said, fuck, nobody showed up.
Right.
Did that happen a lot?
Yeah, it happened a few times. I thought we did Expose, you mentioned them, and I thought for sure we were going to have 3,000 people. Bro, 15 people showed up. It was horrible, and I had to look at the girls and say, look, it's not your fault, it's my fault. And I thought I did everything in my power, promoting it, blah, 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 and they were so bummed out. And I said, it's not your fault. You know, one of them started crying. She's like, they don't love us. I'm like, yes, they do. It was just, I did something wrong. You know what I mean?
Wow.
It was a bummer, bro. It like really hurt my feelings. I'm like, man, maybe I should not do this anymore. You know what I mean?
Wow.
But then we bounced back the following week with PD Pablo and did 3,000 people. So.
You know, it's funny. Okay, there's been times where I've DJed like for Quick, Second to None, AMG, and High C. We did little tours. And many times we've gotten there where the promoter, you guys ready to go? Yeah, we're gonna go do radio.
Yeah.
Then we're gonna come back to the club, get sound check, go back to the hotel, get something to eat, get dressed, come back and or perform. Nobody's there.
Yeah.
And now, as a promoter, I'm gonna ask you this: Did there ever come a time where you say, "Look, bro, nobody's here. I can't pay you everything"?
Yeah, there have been times when I had to be a janky promoter in the beginning, bro. But I never ran. It just the only time that I ever got in trouble with an artist was Lisa. I got really drunk, and I forgot to pay her. And I remember, bro, like I took off in her limo. That's how faded I was, and she was chasing me. You motherfucker, you better come back here, Bobby. I swear to God, I'll rip your fucking balls off. And I just took off laughing. This was like in QC's in 2006, and now I'm her manager, and I love her to death, bro. It's so funny. Like she wanted to kill me for like 2 weeks. She wouldn't talk to me. Finally, I'm like, I got your money. It wasn't that I got drunk. She goes, you stupid motherfucker. It was funny.
I bet you she got a hell of a lot of stories to say.
Oh yeah, bro. Remember, she's from Hell's Kitchen, so she don't mess around.
Yeah,
she's like 5'3", but you don't want to mess with her.
yeah, exactly. Now, did you ever get any of those? And I'm asking because I've dealt with a lot of promoters that have said, "Hey, man, you know what? Nobody showed up. I can't give you all your money." Or did you ever meet any of those artists that wanted more money because it was packed?
No, thank God I didn't, bro, because I wouldn't play that shit no matter what. I'm never gonna pay you less, even if I bomb. I won't pay you less, but I'm not gonna pay you more because you're gonna hold me by the balls. Unless I had open-end contract, which I never do. I always do flat rates. If you want 5,000, okay, cool. But I'm not gonna give you less or more.
Can you explain the open one compared to the flat?
Open-end contract means just like there's a back-end deal. Like if you sell out, you got to owe them, after you made a certain amount of money, then they get the rest. I don't do that because I don't want no one in my business, number one. And number two, I always ask the artist, is this what makes you happy? You happy with that? Okay, cool. And that's it. And they're cool like that. You know what I mean? A lot of the new companies like Live Nation, they deal on percentages, but it's always set up for the artist to lose. And I feel like telling them, that's why I manage Snoop, I'm like, I won't take those deals for Snoop. Because I know you're going to screw us. I know the game. So I just say, no, I'm good. I'm cool,
Wow.
Pay us what I feel he's worth, and then we're cool. You know what I mean?
You ever had to get violent with any artist?
Violent? A few times we had fights, especially back in the days. Capone, almost started one time.
Really?
Capone, yeah. It wasn't him, it was his entourage, because he's the best dude on earth, bro. I love Capone, like I was telling you earlier. But, and I actually told Capone, bro, you're so talented, like, lose some of the entourage. Don't forget where you came from, but lose some of them and he's been doing it,
Yeah.
So we got some good things popping coming up with him. He'll be on some more shows.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome. Now, can you share with us a little bit earlier? You had shared with me how he used to get his, I guess, music pressed up.
Yeah.
At your dad's
Yeah.
spot.
My dad would press CDs for him.
Now, it sounds like your dad did a lot of things.
Yeah.
Like, so did he have his own like storefront? Like,
Own printing company.
really?
Yeah. And we still do.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
See, I'm learning something.
Yeah, brother.
So he would come and just you press up CDs.
Yeah, and like I said, he's Papone's an entrepreneur, bro. Where like he was doing this by himself because other labels wouldn't, give him what he wanted. So he says, you know what, I'm gonna do this myself. That's why, like, I hear some things about him. All I know is he's a hustler, bro, and he represents for the brown. And he's never misrepresented that he's Middle Eastern. He just says, I got the brown spirit in me. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I've seen his money's always been green and always been cool. He's never asked for discounts. He's just, in my books, one of the best artists in the world.
Dope.
Yep.
Dope. And you know what? You can't say that about too many other people, man.
Yeah.
What other artists, if you will, would go to your dad's shop to get their stuff printed?
The Temerarios, a lot of Latin groups.
Okay.
You know what I mean? But as far as like the major artists at that time, bro, were still signed to like Def Jam. They didn't need to go direct.
Okay.
That's why Capone was one of the few and many, like Sugar Free gets his stuff pressed, you know what I mean? Independently. But the big artists were doing it through their label still. CDs kind of don't exist anymore.
Yeah.
So it's like very rare that he presses a Benny. I think Capone still does some for like the swap meet shops, that, you know what I mean?
The mom pause.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but no, not really.
I know earlier you had told me, mentioned about Mellow Mayonnaise, much love to Mellow Mayonnaise, that your dad and him were actually really good friends.
Super tight. Yeah, super tight, bro. My dad always gave him opportunity, and he was always pushing his brother's group at the time, which was Cypress Hill.
Uh-huh.
And Cypress Hill was because in Southgate, they were born on Cypress and Hill.
Yeah.
So that's where that name came out.
Yeah.
And he would always say, man, if you love me, Bob, watch when my brother comes out. So he was always pushing Stennon's group, which is B-Real and Muggs and So he's always been cool, man. I remember I look up to Mellow Man. When I was a little kid, I said, that dude's smooth, bro. He had the fedora, the cigar.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was feeding me.
That's dope. Now, here's another funny question.
Sure.
Was there ever an artist that you said, man, I want to meet this guy, and then you kind of said, man, I wish I wouldn't have met that guy?
Yeah, there was a few times because when you see him in the magazine, you think, oh man, they got to be the coolest dude on earth. And I met people that just broke my heart, how rude they were and how mean. And like with Snoop, bro, like he tells everybody hello. Doesn't matter if you're fat, black, ugly, white, pretty. He goes up to everybody and shakes their hand. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Sometimes the security doesn't allow him to do everything that he wants to do, but they're doing their job.
Yeah.
But I learned from the best that no matter how big he is in the status in the hip hop world, he's just humble, bro.
I won't mention his name, but
Sure.
my brother, who used to work at that club in Long Beach, one day had a R&B singer come in.
Sure.
And I remember thinking, okay, I'm going to have access to get an autograph. So I took a specific paper, and I remember I was home. I was just a teenager. I folded it up nice. I bought a brand new marker because I want to see him sign it. And I told my brother, I'm going to take the camera. You take a picture with me,
Yeah.
And he said, okay. Well, he came in with a huge entourage, and this club didn't have any alcohol. Right. It was just an 18 over club.
Sure.
But he wanted to get drunk.
Yeah.
So my brother actually went to the liquor store, got him drunk in the limo, then walked him in. He was following around everywhere.
Yeah.
The club was packed. And then at the very end, my brother said, I want you to meet Tony, my little brother.
Yeah.
And he was like this. Where? And he goes, him right there. And he goes like, oh, what's up? So then I said, can you give me your autograph? So he started signing everybody's autographs.
Yeah.
Okay, so I waited. And then I finally went like this. And he goes, man, what the fuck do you want?
Yeah.
And honestly, I didn't even want it.
Broke your heart.
Yes,
Yeah.
dude.
Yeah.
I just said, never again. Fuck
But
this
you
dude,
know what I
man.
noticed, Tony, is that, with the artist, bro, like it's very overwhelming, in the sense that I think they get so overwhelmed, you got people that are pulling you, not trying to hurt you, but I've seen it, bro, like with a lot of the artists that I manage, and it's almost like love turns into hate sometimes. If you don't get to sign that, then they're like, fuck you. It's like, whoa, hold on, bro, like this guy just came, on a 6-hour flight. give him a chance. You know what I mean?
True.
So it's like you know, maybe that dude had a bad day. Maybe did some bad bumps. I don't know. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
Who knows, bro? But it's heartbreaking though. You know what I mean?
Yes, it is, because I had a lot of those run-ins also with boxers, because I'm a huge boxing fan.
Right.
And, you know, I had the chance to meet Julio Cesar Chavez, which was a nice guy.
Sure.
But, like, Maromero Paez, like, he was actually a real jerk, you know.
Yeah.
But I have to understand that they got people, you know, from
Right.
everywhere.
Yeah.
So now, what, if you will, I know you say now that you manage, because obviously is managing different from promoting?
Yeah, big time.
And how different?
Well, I mean, when you're managing artists, you got to make sure that they're taken care of by the promoters. That, you know, if they're not in your own show, you got to make sure they're in they're in a good situation. They're not going to be with a janky promoter. They're going to get paid,
Right.
You know, because if they don't get paid, if I don't get them paid, then I got to pay them. You know what I mean? You're responsible because you're getting a piece of what they do to be out there on stage, and you're not on stage. So if it falls apart, it's all falls on you. So the promotion thing is one thing, but the managing thing is you're just basically watching out for them and treating them as family. You're making sure that their deals are good and they're not going to get screwed over.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know, I wanted to bring something up to you that a lot of new artists go through, and I want to know how true this is.
Sure.
If it's really out there. A lot of artists, they get asked by either promoters or club owners, "You want to come perform?" They'll say, "Yeah, you got to sell tickets."
Yeah, and I'm against that.
Okay.
I'm totally against that, bro. I'm against two things. I'm against accepting money to perform on my shows because I just usually, you know, it's not in me. If you got talent, I'll fuck with you. And I don't believe in what you just said. It's the two things that I don't believe in, bro.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
When did that start? Has that always been?
I've heard of it, and you know, I just said, why are you gonna make that man go hustle? He's got to be focused on the show that he's gonna perform for you, and that's it. Like, how are you gonna make that man go out there and sell tickets? You know what I mean? To me, it's like it's not earning your dues; it's disrespect, in my opinion. You know what I mean? But that's just my opinion, because a lot of artists do it, and you know, a lot of promoters do it, but it's not my thing.
Wow. Yeah, I never understood that because I've had people that have asked me, "Tone, would you manage me? Would you manage me?" And I'll be honest with you, I didn't want to, because I don't know the first thing about that. I don't. I wouldn't even know how to even promote them if I wanted to, other than posting them up on social media.
Right.
So I had to turn guys down. They said, "Hey man, let's just do a show. We all put our money and we'll go out and sell tickets." And I go, "What are you talking about?"
Yeah.
Well, this is what we do. This is what we do for this club and for this club. And I'm like, "What the hell?" Like, I'd never heard of that.
Right. It happens. It happens, bro. And it's just one of those things where it's like, I think people want to mess with you, Tony, because you've been in this game for so long, you know so many people. So they automatically assume that you're going to go hook them up with this label, that label. You know, they may not understand that those labels aren't even around anymore.
No.
You know what I mean, bro? Like when you were around, like that's when you and High C were probably making money on these tapes and CDs you sold. Now it's like you can't make shit in music.
No,
just all live performances now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, you know what? And before we go to break, let's touch a little bit on that.
Sure.
In today's day and age with music, this is a very important question, especially for artists that are out there that think that they can make serious money.
Yeah.
Can an artist make a new artist that's coming out today make some serious money? Let's leave the shows alone. Streams.
Sure.
Is there money in that?
There is, but you got to be consistent, and you got to make sure that you're not paying for your own streams to be out there.
Okay.
You know, an artist like King Lil G, like we talked about, he's badass, bro. Like he goes out there and makes money because his music's good, he's independent, and people are buying his shit because he's that good. You know, Capone does it a little bit different because he goes out there and sells them in the streets. You know what I mean? But yeah, you just got to just make sure your product's good enough, bro. You can make money in it. You know, it's not what it used to be because you're not getting $1.99 what do you call it?
Right.
From a CD. Now you're getting like 10 cents.
See, and that right there is key because a lot of people don't know that part.
Right.
You know, I've had rappers say, "Well, look, I'll just sell one song on Spotify or whatever for $1, and if I sell 1 million, I get $1 million."
Nope, not even close.
Not even
close,
not
bro.
even
You're
close.
lucky if you walk out of there with $10,000.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it's just one of those things where it's not what it's supposed to be. I mean, it's not what it's cracked up to be. So there's definitely a disillusion or misconception about what that is, bro. You know?
So would you say that we're at the point of music now where the only way you're going to make money off of this is performing?
No, I mean, look, there's merch. You know, there's the brand that you represent. Like Tay the Third, he's got just such a cool concept with the unicorn, and he's a straight gangster, bro. Like he's the sweetest dude on earth, but then he's also got the other side of him, you know. But his merch is like a unicorn with him as a baby, you know, a cartoon baby.
Okay.
So merch is huge too. You know, merch for each show you could walk out of there with 20-30 grand.
Wow.
You know, if you're
think-
like that shirt right there, bro, like that's badass. I could see that, and that would sell at my shows. You know.
Wow.
Yeah.
I think I need to talk to you. Yeah. All right, cool. We're going to take a little break. We're going to come back, finish off the last 30 minutes, and we'll give our shout outs and we'll say sayonara to everybody.
Yeah.
So once again, everybody, the Roadium Mixtape DOCUMIXERY. I'm gonna give a shout out to. Well, you know what? First, hit us on the super chat. Okay, hit us on the super chat. I'm gonna share something that I should have shared in the first break. That I have 3 Roadium Mixtape DOCUMIXERY hats, and the first 3 people that hit us with at least a donation of or a contribution of $10 or more on the super chat. Get at us on IG and give us your address, and we'll send it out to you. At least $10 or more or whatever, and we'll send you the Roadium Mixtape DOCUMIXERY hat. We have 3 left. We're doing that, so hit us on the super chat. And once again, we're gonna go to commercial. When we come back, I'm gonna play Bobby a video, and I'm gonna ask him to elaborate on what took place there. So we'll be back. Yo, everybody, once again, thank you everybody for the super chat. $10 or more, and you get a hat. Hit us up on IG, and we'll send them out to you. Send us your address and everything. Once again, the Roadium Mixtape DOCUMIXERY. And on break, I asked you, how old were you when you got your first tattoo?
Yeah, I was 17.
17 years old. And what was it?
Liliana.
And what happened with that?
It was all bad. Some big hairy biker gave me my first tattoo, and my mom, I had already moved out, so she couldn't say anything, but that girl broke my heart. She made me Darth Vader.
Wow. Oh, well, yeah. Hey, I like Darth Vader.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, so do I.
So, well, here's what we're going to do. We're going to go ahead and roll a video, and then we're going to ask Bobby to elaborate a little bit on it. So, Johnny, whenever you're ready, go ahead and play it. There we go.
Hey, y'all, I'm finna put some words out about some punk-ass motherfucking agents in the music industry that don't want to see a black man win as a booking agent. I'll be giving up names real soon and what company they would. You punk motherfuckers. Don't want to see a nigga win because I'm connected with somebody that's of a different ethnicity? Because I got a Mexican, a Latino working with me? It's black and brown and y'all don't want to see that? Fuck y'all system, motherfucker. I'm sick of this shit. Any artist that's tired of being fucked over by these punk motherfuckers, holla at Snoop Dogg and Uncle Snoop's Army and Bobby D. ASAP.
Yeah, that was funny.
What sparked all that, Bobby? Even if you don't got to drop names.
Yeah, I won't drop any names, because as you can see, I'm really not a name dropper, bro.
Right.
Especially with negativity. But what happened was we were getting blocked in certain things that we were trying to do as far as black and brown. You know, the industry, unfortunately, is still very segregated, you know?
Yes.
And what Snoop was frustrated about was like, all we're trying to do is just elevate and unify, you know, black and brown and yellow and white and all that, but mainly for the black and brown, because the prison system has it set that we're not supposed to get along.
Right.
You know what I mean? And I've been locked up, so I know how heartbreaking it is to not be able to talk to people that, you know, that I like and this and that, and it's politics. You know, you either get your ass whipping, or you just go with the flow. And in my case, when I was there and did my little vacation, I went with the flow, unfortunately, and it broke my heart. But it is what it is. But out here, we're not in prison.
Right.
So it's like, you know, why not get down together? Why not show everybody that we could do this as far as, you know, Latinos and blacks and be successful without having the backup of, you know, some big white company. You know what I mean? So he was just frustrated, bro, because they're, you know, all the good we were trying to do, they keep trying to hurt us and keep trying to block us and stop us. And he just went off one day. I was like, whoa. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I really like that. I thought that shit was dope. I shared it. I saw that you had shared it. Everybody was sharing it because I've always preached black and brown unity, black and brown love. And I always tell people this. And I didn't even know we were doing this, so it's not like I'm trying to take credit. On mine and High C's first album, that I can remember, we're probably, when it came to rap, the only black and Mexican together on an album cover.
Exactly. Absolutely.
You know, and it's been like that since day one with us, so that's why I can able to relate. A lot of people don't know that my best friend is a black man. My brother married a black woman. I have 5 nephews, 2 nieces, 3 nephews that are black. I have Vietnamese, Filipino, white. My grandbabies are Italian and Irish and Mexican. So I can't live with that. You know what I'm saying? So believe me, I understood it. I just wanted to know what your take was on that. I know he mentioned the word agents. Was there other agents? Again, not to mention names, but was there other agents behind that?
Yeah, there were some big companies that just kept spreading rumors about us. And I told one agent in particular, I said, I'll stop telling the truth about you when you stop lying about me. And it took, you know, how you're thinking about it. He did the same thing. I go, yeah, figure it out. And he did, you know, and he made some mistakes because I wasn't fighting him, you know. So what happened was with Snoop, I didn't go looking for Snoop. Snoop approached me.
Really?
He said, Bob, I've been watching what you're doing. I love these shows you're doing, blah, blah, blah. You know, how would you think about repping me? I said, man, I'm not an agent. You know what I mean? And he goes, you're going to become an agent real quick. And I took an agency license. I did it all right. And went to school for a second and got it. Because it's a bond you have to get. You actually have to go through a course. You have to buy an insurance bond. And I did it. You know, so a lot of the companies didn't think we had it. So when they try to press on me and say, he's doing this illegally, he's booking all these artists, I said, no. Here I am. Here's my serial number, blah, blah, blah. You know, and it's not a prison number. It's a serial number for, you know? So it was cool. Yeah.
I love that about you, man. You know, it's the first time I meet you, bro, and I already want to eat cotele camarón with you and chop it up some more, brother.
That's right.
Wow. So Snoop approached you on that. Wow.
He kept showing up on my shows.
Really?
I was like, man, what's he doing here? You know? And
he's spying.
Yeah, no, because it was R&B shows. We had Voiced Men, and finally we chopped it up, and we shared a lot of the same interests and same ideologies, and he's just a cool cat, man. Like, I'm not hyping him up, but he's just a really, really good person. You know what I mean?
You know, allow me to share this. Sure. I'm for unity. I'm for peace. I would like to really, really bring unity and do away possibly with hate amongst raza.
Right.
Because many times we are our own worst enemy.
Of course.
You know, we hate on each other. Right. No matter how much you try to be a good guy, no matter how much you try to show peace, no matter how much you try to show love and try to help, there's always going to be some people that are always going to hate from your own ethnicity, if you will. You know, but I'm the same way for uniting blacks and Mexicans or blacks and Latinos in general together.
Right.
Believe me, I'm for that. So when I saw that and he mentioned your name, I was like, hell yeah.
Yeah, it was cool, man.
I'm all for that, man. That's a beautiful thing.
Yeah, brother. It's sincere. You know, like I said, he's got nothing to gain by working with me, bro, because he does not need me. You know what I mean? And to know that he reached out to me was not only an honor, it was just more like he just motivated me to do even better. Because I was doing fine on my own, but now I'm doing better. You know, and he continuously tells me, like, we have a song coming up with Banda MS, and it's a banger. It's going to change the game, bro. Like, I finally have the song now. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hit the table. You wanted me not to. And it's going to be history, bro. You know, and everyone keeps asking, you know who Banda MS is, right? It's the biggest Mexican regional band in the world. And we got a song together now. And it's going to be big. Yeah, we're doing a show in July with him, Snoop and MS.
Fuck, that's fucking awesome,
yes,
bro.
Sir.
Well, hopefully I'll be there.
Yeah, for sure.
So now, what exactly, for the people that may not know and they see it, what exactly is Uncle Snoop's Army?
Okay, Uncle Snoop's Army is a coalition of artists that you know may not be getting called every day, whether it be the Mary Jane girls, or people don't think they're being called when in fact they are. Like, these artists are busy, bro. Like, you'll be surprised at how busy Brenton Wood is. You know, that man is making a great living because of promoters like myself that saw the value in what he's doing and paid him a little bit more. So I raised the bar. You know, a lot of the promoters were paying him shit money, whereas I paid him more but got that loyalty. So when I called, and I wasn't buying him off, I just felt this is what you're worth. I can still make this amount of profit and still pay you this. So it worked out. So Uncle Snoop's Army is just all those artists that needed a little protection, a little backup. And that's what we gave them, you know. And I don't mean backup by physically. I mean backup by, like, promoting them in shows, putting them in different places where they're protected, they're safe, and they're getting the proper money. So that's what we do. We don't take a 10% commission. We put it on top. So their money is what their money is. Right. And it's just been great, bro. Like I said, we just signed Bone Thugs and Harmony. We got Lisa.
That was my next question. Like, who is a part of Uncle
There's too many to mention, bro. But we got, you know, Trish Toledo, Warren G, Barbara Mason, Keith Sweat. Yeah, it's just a bunch
There's a lot of them.
Yeah, solid people, bro.
That's freaking awesome. So, like for example, let's just say I was Warren G.
Sure.
And you approach me, Warren, I want you to be a part of Uncle Snoop's Army. What is it that I can expect from you? Like, okay, am I going to be on a tour? Do I make this much money a year? Like, how does that work?
I always ask. I just had this conversation with Trish Toledo. I says, tell me your expectations, your goals, what you need to pay, and let's double that. Okay, tell me what base you need to hit. And I'll make sure, as your manager, as your agent, that I'll double that to make sure you're comfortable and you're happy. And she was so humble, bro. She said a really small number, and I'm like, wow, you don't realize how popular you are and how much people want to see you and pay for you. You know, so that's what I do. I just tell them, hey, let me really assess realistically what I could do for you. I'll put you on certain tours. You know, I'll get you, make sure you're eating. And I never try to overpromise.
Okay. You know? That's a good thing. All right, I'm gonna start rapping because I need to go on tour.
Sure. Let's do it, brother.
So now, what can people? Let me ask you this.
Sure.
What are you working on now? Is there more tours coming? Obviously, there's more shows because you do the summertime in the LBC.
It's called Once Upon a Time in the LBC. We had to switch it.
Oh, okay.
Little politics, but it's all good. You know, shout out to the Dove Shack, but they own that name legally. So now Snoop owns Once Upon a Time in the LBC.
Okay,
But they're always on our shows. You know,
Okay.
they're good dudes. But we got that. We got Lovers and Friends coming up, which is like Usher, Lauryn Hill, and about 50 other artists. It's gonna be amazing. That's gonna be in May. So we have some really good stuff coming up, bro, for sure.
Okay, and I know you also do, if I'm correct, How the West Was Won. Were you a part of that?
I helped Live Nation out with that. That was actually created by Snoop. Snoop created How the West Was Won, and Live Nation took it and made it one of their brands. But yeah, we're part of it with A.DA, you know, from A.DA.
Right.
He's amazing, bro. He's one of the ones I look up to as well.
You did one show a couple of years ago, man, that I wanted to go so damn bad, bro. Ice Cube, Snoop Dogg, and Cypress Hill.
Yeah, that was off the hook. Kings of the West. That's one of my brands. Yeah.
Man, dude, and I really don't care to go to a lot of shows because I've been to a lot of shows. Kind of like you don't show up to your own shows, you know, but that one I really wanted to go. So if there's ever really one, believe me, you're going to be getting I almost said a page. You'll be getting a text. Yeah. Bobby, it's me, Tony A, please.
Consider it done, my brother.
You know what I'm saying?
Consider it done.
But that one was a hot one.
And that was sold out.
Yeah. A lot of people told me it was awesome.
Yeah, it was awesome.
Now, I went to the OC Block Party, and I went there with the expectations of, I didn't want to see artists, I didn't want to see Cube, I wanted to meet Bobby D, and you weren't even there, man.
No, I was home, bro. I told you, I'm a homebody. You know, once I found out that everything was cool and Ice Cube got paid, and you know, that's the main thing, because I also represent him. I'm not his exclusive agent, but I do represent him. And I wanted to make sure that as a promoter, I paid him, then as an agent, I made sure he was in the right setup. And we doubled the numbers that they did last year, because I jumped in with Curious Entertainment. And, you know, we doubled, if not tripled, the numbers they had. So it's definitely a testament to what Bobby D and Uncle Snoop's Army and my partner Jim do. You know, it's been great.
So now, do you do that a lot, Bobby?
What's that?
Where you put these shows on but don't show up?
Sometimes, bro. Because you got to remember, I wear a couple hats. Like, the main thing is if Snoop's doing something, I have to be there with him. Okay. You know, I definitely want him to know that I'm there. Not only because he's Snoop Dogg, but just because I genuinely love being around him. You know, like, I have no problem, bro. You know, my girl will tell you, like, fetching him food. You know what I mean? Like, I become a prospect. You know what I mean? And whatever he needs, I go do. I don't see it as degrading myself. I see it as, like, humbling. You know? Because I know he can't go out there and just go get a hamburger at In-N-Out. So I'll go out there and get it for him. You know what I mean? And people think he has this crazy lifestyle. He's in there playing PlayStation. Yeah, that's what he does. Or I don't know, Xbox, whatever it is, that Madden thing.
I play PlayStation, Xbox.
There you go.
I mean, I'm a Madden PlayStation guy.
Bro, he's a champion, bro. He's a champion, like, in 12 countries, and he takes it real serious.
Really?
Oh, bro, like, you don't understand. He's got the whole setup, and we literally have a big suitcase full of all his stuff for every hotel room. He sets it up and brings his own TV, a big 50-inch TV, and plays.
Okay. I'm going to talk a little mess right now, so if you ever could hook it up, it'll have to be me and Snoop.
There you go.
Heads up.
He's bad, bro. I'm telling you.
I play with the Cowboys.
There you go. All right. He's a Pittsburgh.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. As a matter of fact, I googled a picture of him one time, and he was wearing the Cowboys jersey. So, now, I know he just did that I Want to Thank Me tour.
We're still on it.
Really?
Yeah. Well,
how many days total?
28. It's a 28-day tour. And then this Saturday we pick up again in Agua Caliente in Rancho Mirage. It's sold out, and then we go to the East Coast the following week and go wrap it up.
Now, on these shows with him, do you go?
Always. He likes boots on the ground. He likes soldiers, not pencil pushers. You know. So I'm there, bro. It's fun, man. Like I said, it's not fun in the sense that we're doing crazy things. It's just fun seeing the crowds, and you know, I've been to some white areas where I'm like, damn, I love Snoop Dogg. I'm like, really? So, yeah, it's pretty cool. Yeah.
Well, you know, he is possibly the most famous rapper right now.
100%.
On the face of the earth.
100%. I agree with that 100%, bro. And you know, that's no disrespect to Biggie or Jay-Z or whoever's alive. I mean, not Biggie, but Jay-Z and Kanye. But Snoop's by far the most outspoken and the one that I think resonates with everyday people.
Yeah. And you know, you could just look at his Instagram. It's funny. And for me, the jokes, the memes, the guy keeps it fucking real. Like, he's fucking hilarious,
Oh, yeah,
bro.
he's funny, bro.
You know, I had a chance to meet him, but it was back like in the Chronic days. And it was just like handshake where I would be in the same room with him. Yeah. But my experience was more around the Quick and those guys.
Sure. Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
So, now, this is just me just thinking Bobby D. Big. Do you guys ever plan on doing any type of documentaries, movies, or any reality TV shows?
Myself, you know, I'm always told, but I'm too shy, bro. It's like, I don't want to be the focus of anything. I'd rather be the guy behind the scenes or just doing behind my dad, because he had a crazy life. If I could do a movie about him it'd be a winner.
Right,
You know what I mean?
right.
But as far as I'm cool. You know what I mean? I got stories, but I don't want to bore you with them.
Now, as far as let's take it a step further. As far as movies about maybe like, hey Snoop, let's put together a movie. Was there ever any talks about
I
that?
try to stay in my
TV
lane,
shows?
bro. I try to stay in my lane in the sense that, I just focus on the music, the concerts, because he gets overwhelmed and then you start becoming a groupie. You know what I mean?
Okay.
And I don't want to do that. I'd rather just be like what I'm good at, which is promoting shows and managing and this and that. So I hear people pitch him stuff all the time. When I'm around him, bro, all I want to know is how he wants a cheeseburger done.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
Okay. Well, you answered a lot of my questions here. Because we were going to say, what are you doing now? Well, what can we expect?
Yeah.
But other than that, what can we expect here, if you will, on the West Coast as far as shows? I know we have the summertime one.
yeah, that's gonna be in July 25th and 26th. Then we have Lovers and Friends, which is a big R&B show. Every single 2000 act that you could ever think of: Brandy, Ashanti, Ja Rule, Monica, Music Soul Child, everybody. Megan, and then we got some new ones: Megan Thee Stallion, Kehlani. They'll all be on there.
Wow.
Usher, Lauryn Hill, B2K, Little John, Ludacris. Everybody's on there. It's gonna be about 50 artists. And you're gonna be like, wow, John B, Blackstreet, everybody.
Wow.
Yeah, it's gonna be about it's gonna be epic.
Do you still how would you say still have good time at shows?
Oh yeah, of course, bro. Like I'm very shy. Like despite me being here, I'm probably red right now, but I'm very shy when I always stay in the cut. Like I'm not the type to try to pursue the artist and go say hi because I'm afraid I'll get disappointed like you did.
Right.
They're gonna be a jerk to you and blah blah blah. And even though I'm paying their bills for that day,
Right.
I just say if they want to see me, cool. If not, I'll just stay right here.
Right,
You know what I mean?
right.
Not trying to be cool, but I don't want to set myself up to fail.
No.
You know what I mean?
You're right.
Yeah.
You're right. Okay. I had another question, another interesting question. As far as I know, you said you had all of these shows coming up. Is there anything? How would you say? Any one concert that you look forward to possibly every year that you throw around here?
My baby is the Freestyle Festival, but we kind of put it on hold because it got kind of, people started doing it too much, and there's only so much demand. There's only so many times your Thea and your mom are going to want to see Lisa and Stevie B.
Yes.
So the one I look forward to every year is LBC, of course, but the R&B Rewind Fest.
Okay.
That's usually anchored by Key Sweat, and I'll put like TLC this year, Next, John B, Donnell Jones, Rough Ends, Color Me Bad.
Okay.
And we're sold out. It's going to be January 19th, but that's one I look forward to because I love the music.
Okay.
And I love seeing blacks, browns, Filipinos. It's just cool, bro.
Everybody
I would
amazing
love if
time.
you guys come to the show. I have extra tickets if you guys want to come as far as, just coming and hanging out and put your logo up there. It'd be cool.
Most definitely.
Yeah, for sure.
Another thing that I wanted to ask you, because I think it was either the last year one or the year before, but I think it was the last year one. You had Nipsey.
Yeah.
Nipsey Hussle.
We had him for Kings of the West.
Okay.
And LBC. And it was heartbreaking because he was going to be on Kings of the West, which we did in San Jose, and it sold out. We did 14,000 people with The Game, Snoop, E40, Too Short, Ice Cube, and he was supposed to be, he was the third headliner. And we also had him as third headliner on LBC. And Big U, I talked to Big U from LA, and I asked, is it true? He says, yeah, he just passed away. And broke my heart, bro, because he was just on his way to be big.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he had
Did you ever have, like, because I know you meet a lot of artists, so I have to ask, one-on-one conversations, hang out with him at all?
No, I never did, bro. I just know that Snoop told me that that's the closest thing to his protege. He always said that's little Snoop, but I never got to meet him, unfortunately. So I can't say, I knew him and I was tight with him. I wasn't. I just knew that he was up and coming and that the way people would react to him was just, pretty amazing.
Yeah.
So he had a lot of charisma. He was a good-looking kid and just sad, bro.
Yeah, my son is actually the one that turned me on to him. He would always like, Nipsey this, Nipsey that. And I, again, I don't listen to a lot of new rap today, he was like, Dad, you need to check out Nipsey. And I was like, who in the hell is that?
Yeah.
But when he passed away, I took him. I said, let's just go over there, man. Because I felt that I owed it to him because I would never want to listen to his music. 'Cause my son was always trying to teach me new music. And I'll be honest with you, maybe that's when I'm a bad dad because I don't pay attention to that. But no, I mean, like me, I would love to take my team to whatever show. And,
they love it, bro.
Especially my son.
Yeah.
Especially my son.
I have a 21-year-old and I have an 11-year-old, a little girl and a boy, and they're both always teaching me about who's hot. So I listen because if I want to move into these newer markets where I'm doing old school mix with Kehlani, Megan Thee Stallion, you know, Saweetie. I got to listen to what my kids think is hot. You know what I mean?
Right.
So
right.
you got to listen, bro. You know?
Yeah. All right, man. Other than that, we've come to pretty much our end. Is there anybody you would like to give a shout out or acknowledge? Let me say something.
Sure.
I want to say hello to his father.
Yeah.
To his dad.
Yeah.
Because you know what? Because he played such a just such a vital role in your life, and I loved hearing the father and son stories. And I'll tell you why. Because my father, being a father of 10, I don't ever remember ever spending one-on-one time with my father.
Right.
When he wanted to go to TJ, he would take me and my younger brother, and we would go on the bus. But the sad part is my dad was always drunk. He'd get up at 12 o'clock at night.
It's old school Mexican.
Yeah, dude, and go give me one more. And those are really my stories about my dad. So when I hear your stories, they really mean also a lot to me.
But you gotta remember, bro, like it wasn't easy being with him, because I put in work. My other brothers, they love my dad just as much, and he loves them too. But I was down to put the work in. You know what I mean? Like I would wait till 4 a.m. till he'd get home from the club, and what do you need me to do? I'm ready. You know what I mean? The next, all right, let's go to drop me off over there on Pacific Boulevard. I'm ready again. You know?
Right.
So I earned that with him, because I definitely loved being around him, but I loved the hustle that he taught me. Yeah, for sure. So,
that's amazing.
Yeah. But as far as saying hi to anybody, just my mom and dad. I mean, they're my anchor, and I love them to death, and they're alive and kicking and doing good. I take care of them now. So
that's awesome, man.
Yeah.
I love that you said I take care of them.
Yeah.
Now, because I think that's what we should do.
Sure, of course.
Yeah.
So
that's amazing. You know what? And I can keep going on, and I probably just be interviewing you just for me. But without further ado, let me go ahead and give a shout out to everyone. First of all, let me give a shout out. First of all, to Bobby D for coming over here, for giving me the opportunity. I've been truly blessed, humbled, and honored to be able to sit down with you and talk with you, and just even learn from you.
Sure.
Because being 51 years old, you know what? You can never stop learning.
Right.
Also to my right-hand man, John motherfucking Elkins, because without him, none of this would be possible. Yeah. My boy, Daniel, DG Media Clips. My boy, Doc Nasty, my MC. Also, Big Daddy Swoles. You don't ever want to fuck with Big Daddy Swoles.
You can see that.
Blanca came.
Yeah.
And Blanca, J Booty, she's watching. And everybody else who tuned in, thank you very much for tuning in. Sunday, I have another special guest. I have a female coming in, very, very talented female. And you guys have asked, so tune in on Sunday. Once again, the Roadium mixtape DOCUMIXERY. You can order that at DOCUMIXERY.com, unlimited streaming. The hats, for those of you that have donated, DM me and we'll get back to you. Send us your address and we'll send them out to you. Other than that, man, I just want to say once again, thank you for everything.
Thank you, brother.
And you know what? I don't know what I can offer, but if you ever need me for anything, I'm right here. If you need me to flip tortillas.
Just our friendship, brother. That's
yes,
it.
sir.
Now we're friends, bro.
Yes,
I appreciate
absolutely,
you. Thank you, brother.
man.
And I'll make sure I support the show, too. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you very
appreciate
much.
that.
So, everybody, Sabrina, big shout out to Sabrina. Yes, so everybody, once again, much love, much respect. God bless. Have a blessed night, and we'll see you guys Sunday, and we out.
Thank you.
Earlier you sang that hook, and fuck, that was dope, man. That was dope.
We were chilling in the park, just waiting for the sun to go down. Dun, dun. It was me, Shiro, and the homies, a lighter shade of brown.
Everybody, round of applause, please. Everyone.
Thank you.
No auto-tone. No auto-tone, okay?
No auto-tone.
Yes. That was so awesome. You're actually the first person on here who's ever done something like that.
Oh, see? First for everything, you know what I'm saying?
And
Gotta be a
popped.
first.
And that popped. So,
Oh, wow.
yeah, that was dope.
Hi.
Hey. So, before the commercial, I had asked you about Bobby, and so now on a serious note, when did you first hear, or where were you when you first heard of Bobby's passing away?
I was actually at my family's house, which is one of my cousins, and I got a call from Roadium, Robert of a lighter shaded brown, and he called me and he said, it's not looking too good. Bobby is in the hospital, and he's been in here actually for over a week. They didn't know who he was. He was classified as a John Doe because he did not have his ID or anything on him. No one knew who he was. But fortunately, what ended up happening was one of the nurses felt like there was something special about him. It was something different about him. He had a cell phone on him, but there was no battery charge. So what they did was the nurse had said to herself, you know what? I think we need to charge his phone and see if we can get in contact with some of his family members, because there's just something about him that just seems different. So they charged his phone. The first person they called was his mother, because that was one of the calls. That was one of the last calls he had made. And he was in Vegas. He was actually on vacation with his, at that time, girlfriend and her daughter. And they had ended up getting into it for some reason. And he was on the strip, from what I understand, and they got into it, and he ended up going to get some alcohol and was trying to shake it off or whatever. But he ended up over drinking. And we had, episodes like that with him before, where he would overdrink and kind of pass out. Well, he ended up passing out on the sidewalk in Vegas. And what ended up happening was, you know how hot it is in Vegas. The heat actually gave him heat stroke and kind of boiled his brain pretty much. And they picked him up on the sidewalk. Someone called and said, hey, there's a guy that's on the side of this building. He's passed out. They picked him up, took him to the hospital, and that's where the nurse comes in, and, the whole story about her saying he has a phone on him. Let's charge the phone. They called his mother. The mother got the call, and then they called the brothers, and then they called ODM, and then ODM calls me. And then one of our dearest friends, Tanya Estrada, flew me out to Vegas, and I was able to see Bobby. And he was in a coma, and it was a sight to see. They said the first couple of days his face was swollen and everything, so I didn't get to see that part, but I did get to see, of course, some of the effects of what the sun had did to his skin, and his head was a little bit swollen, but not as swollen as they said it was prior to me seeing him. But he was just laying in the bed. And then, I was speaking to him. We prayed, and then we all kind of waited around, and then we said our goodbyes, pretty much. Then we announced it to the media.
Okay. Before that, was he living in Vegas at the time?
No.
So he was just out there visiting?
Yeah, he was just visiting. He was supposed to be on vacation with his girlfriend and her daughter. Okay. And they went out there, and they were just going to be there for a couple of weeks. But again, they got into it, and then they ended up parting ways, him and his girlfriend. Okay. So she ended up leaving him in Vegas and taking her daughter and just going wherever she wanted to go. And he had no more money. He calls one of his friends. They pick him up, and then they give him money and go get him alcohol. And then from what I understand from the friend that picked him up, Bobby said that he wanted to go where Tupac died. And that's where he dropped him off. And he was thinking, oh, it's a joke. It's a joke. Bobby's not serious or whatever. But, what are you doing? What are you going to do? He was questioning. He was like, man, just take me where Tupac died. Right. So he said he took him there, and he just dropped him off on the corner. And then that was all she wrote.
Right.
We got the news.
Now, how true, or if you could fill in these blanks, because there's people that were saying, and again, this is all social media stuff, that supposedly he was out there for a couple of days before they picked him up. As far as you said, he had a heat stroke.
Yeah.
Somebody has said that he was out there on the street for 3 days. Is there any truth to that?
I have never heard anything about 3 days.
Okay.
From what I've heard it was overnight.
Okay.
Yes,
overnight.
Because you know how in Vegas people are partying. They let you drink on the streets. Everybody's walking the streets. There are events that are happening. The streets that, you know, at some point are always crowded. So people that are, you know, knocked out on the street, they don't really pay much attention to them because everybody parties on the streets of Vegas. So nobody's really paying attention to the fact that someone could really be sick or there could be something really wrong. They're just thinking this person is just drunk or whatever. But he literally collapsed, and him collapsing knocked him out on the cement. So he was knocked out. So he couldn't even wake himself up, even if he were to sober up, because he had already hit his head. But no one was really paying attention to that. So with dealing with that in the heat, and then the morning comes, he's still laying out there, and then the sun kind of just boils him because it's hot.
Yeah.
And then somebody said, okay, listen, I think we need to call someone because this person is not moving. They're not getting up. They're not. And then that's when they put him in the ambulance and took him to the...
So he was in the hospital for how many days was he in the hospital for?
From what I understand, it was at least a week or so. And they had just classified him as a John Doe because no one knew who he was. Again, he didn't have an ID. He didn't have any identification on him. The only thing he had was his cell phone, and his cell phone was not even charged. They started looking in his clothes, like trying to figure out, who is this person? And the cell phone was there the whole week, but they didn't think to charge the phone. And then the nurse then said, why don't we try to charge the phone and see if there's something?
Right.
He has a phone in his belongings. Let's do that. And thank God that she did do that, because she was then able to reach his mother. And that brought us all to the understanding of what just occurred with Bobby at that point.
Okay. You know, it's funny because I had seen, you know, I've known Bobby for a long time, but towards, if you will, leading up to that, I had seen pictures of him and he didn't look well.
No.
You know, he didn't look well. Was he going through health issues at all?
He was. He struggled with a lot of, he was an alcoholic. You know, he would tell you himself, if he were here today, he would tell you himself. He struggled a lot with alcoholism. Bobby and I were really, really, really close. That was my brother. We would have a lot of private conversations. He valued my opinion. He would ask me about certain things. What did he think you should do? A lot of phone calls. I did receive a lot of phone calls when he was intoxicated and couldn't do a show. There were times where he would be out of town and he would be so intoxicated. He would call me and he would say, what do you think I should do? I can't make it. I can't go to the show. And I would literally have to tell him, stay in the room and sleep it off. Don't go to the show. Don't leave the room. Sleep it off. And I'll call and check on you in a few hours or so. And I've had to do that. There's been times where he's literally collapsed for 2 days at a time and, you know, just over drinking himself, like pints and pints of vodka, you know, and he was just really struggling with that. There are times when we've prayed on the phone and he would cry to me and say, the demons are chasing me. The demons are chasing me. I don't know. I just know that I don't know. And I would literally have to pray with him and, you know, talk him through it, you know, and it was hard. So I was really affected by what happened, not just about his death, but I kind of felt like, why didn't he call me that last time? You know, I kind of felt like I didn't get my chance to talk to my brother again. And maybe there is something that I could have done to help him or talk him down again or give him some advice at that point. So I kind of felt a little slighted, like, why didn't you call me? Why didn't you call me?
Right.
You know?
Right. Well, you know, I'm glad that we talked about it. I thought it was important because there's fans out there that never got closure on what happened to him, you know, and it's tragic. And just like you, I wish he was still here. Yeah. But he's not. But I will say, may he rest in peace.
Yes. So. Yes. Rest in peace.
Yeah, Dr. Dre is in full effect, and I gotta tell y'all a little something. Eazy-E is down with us. MC Ring, you know he's down with us. DJ DJ Yella is down with us. Arabian Prince, you know he's down with us. Tony A the Wizard is down with us. JJ Fag is down with us. Timmy T, you know he's down with us. DJ Pooh Boy is down with us. Toddy B and Spade, they're down with us. My boy Ice Cube, you know he's down with us. I like to mention, so pay attention to where I'm from, Compton, but the tapes are from the Roadium. My name is Dre, listen while I play. And by the way, I'm also down with NWA. Yo, Steve at the Roadium is down with us. Slanging funky tapes, it is a must. We're number one.
Yo, welcome back to Roadium Radio episode 15. But before I announce my special guest today on our second Sunday, once again, the Roadium mixtape documentary is out. It's been out 1 month, and if you haven't gotten that, make sure you get that, okay? It's well worth your money for unlimited streaming. Once again, Roadium apparel is also a free shipping until further notice. So until then, buy me out, you know what I'm saying? But let me give a special shout out to my boy Danny from 110 South. He blessed me with this sweater right here. You can find him at 110 South Streetwear. Danny, much love, much respect. Thank you for blessing me. My boy Willie G for hooking me up with this hat. Once again, my boy Willie G from San Pedro. Much love and respect to him. But without further ado, let me go ahead and introduce my next guest. If you haven't peeked him out, if you don't know anything about him, you're going to know tonight. Stay tuned, text somebody, call somebody, let them know that I'm on live with none other than Bozo. Thank you for coming, brother.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes, brother. Before we get started, I want to say that I peeped out a lot of your music.
Yeah.
You know, and I really, what really stood out to me was your flow. But before we get into what you're working on now and what you're working on in the future, I want to start from the very beginning and talk about Bozo. Where were you raised at, man?
I was raised in the city of Pico Rivera, but I was originally born in West LA.
West LA, so much love to Pico Rivera. Is that pretty much where you were raised?
Yeah, my whole life. Yeah, my whole life until just recently. You know, this time I paroled out of prison.
Okay.
Yeah.
And now what like elementary school did you go to?
I'm a lightning bolt, Valencia Elementary, off of Passings.
Okay. And junior high, was it called junior high or was it?
Nah, it was called junior high. Back then it was still called junior high. I went to Rivera Middle School. That shit's an enemy hood, so.
For real?
Yeah, it's on the other side of Washington. But it's all love though, you know. We all loved each other back then, still junior high.
All good. What about high school?
High school, I went to El Rancho for a couple months and that was it.
That's it? Yeah. So you didn't finish high school?
No, not even come close, yeah.
Well, neither did I, man.
Yeah.
So don't feel so bad.
I got my GED though. I got my GED out of Paramount Adult High School. Okay. I was trying to go to the military for a minute. Right before I turned 18 years old, I was ready.
Really?
I always wanted to be a Marine. That was like my goal as a kid.
Wow. Well, I have a daughter that's in the Air Force. My son was going to go to the Air Force. He was going to work in the medical field, but instead he decided he had other plans. But I wish he would have went. So far, the Air Force has been good to my daughter. So.
Yeah.
But now, in high school, you didn't play any sports at all?
Nah, I tried. I was trash as fuck. I tried football. I did the summer tryouts. I was trash as fuck. They never called me. Yeah, I wasn't no good.
What position would you have liked to have played?
Safety. I would have liked to play safety, yeah.
That's good, man. That's dope. So, growing up, well, let me ask you this: brothers and sisters?
Well, I'm the baby in my family. I'm the only boy. I have two siblings, Amy and Carla.
Oh, okay.
They're the ones that took the roles of parents after my mom passed away.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that, brother. Yeah. So I would have thought you probably would have been the protector of the sisters.
I was young. I was always, you know what I mean, a little feisty fucker, you know, jealous, extremely jealous. When you're raised in a household full of women, you tend to get used to the nurture and the love that they give you. You know what I'm saying? You don't want to share it with nobody. You know what I mean?
Of course.
So yeah.
I remember, you know, I have 4 sisters. And I remember when I first saw, now that you bring that up, one of my sisters hold hands with her boyfriend, who eventually would be her husband. But it felt weird to me because, you know, that's your sister. You
yeah, most definitely. Hell yeah.
So now, as a kid growing up, what type of music was played? Like maybe what would your father play? What would your mother play?
My dad was a huge Elvis Presley fan. He even looked like him to some degree.
Really?
Yeah, heavy on that style. And then my mom, She was also huge on Elvis Presley, like the early rock, you know. But mostly it was salsa and cumbias and rancheras, no corridos. We did rancheras in my family. So traditional Mexican music, pretty much, you know.
Really? Now, where are your parents from? Where's your father? Where's your mother from?
My dad's from Durango. My mom's from San Salvador.
Okay, Salvador. So you have Salvadorian?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, let me just stop right there because I want to nail something down real quick. Due to some comments and due to some things that some people wrote me because they knew I was having you. Okay. Some people said, why are you having that Salvadorian? You know, he's not even full Mexican. Look, let me say this, okay? Both my parents were from Mexico, okay? I don't ever trip on who's half, who's not, you know, who's half Guatemalan or who's whatever. I have a brother that married a black woman, and I have black nephews and nieces.
Yeah, most
bro.
definitely.
You know, I mean, am I only supposed to love the Mexican side of them?
Yeah.
You know, so what I don't understand is that why does a raza come together instead of just nitpicking on, well, you're not really Mexican, well, you're not really Salvadorian. Well, that shit doesn't matter to me, you know, and it shouldn't matter to any of us. And I just would hope that we would just kind of grow the fuck up and not criticize that. When one of us tries to climb the ladder, we know what we do. We shoot each other down.
Yeah, most definitely. Well, it's a psychological issue that's like heavy with our community and our people, like in our culture for the most part. It's, you know, it's a lot of insecurity. You know, it has to do a lot with insecurity. My mom used to refer to people with that kind of mentality that eran indias, you know. They'll be like, es indio ese hombre, you know, like more or less speaking towards the lack of his understanding and knowledge and wisdom of the world. You feel what I'm saying? Because the native Indians, all they knew was their tribes. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's a lot of tribalism mentality that we have, but I believe that it comes with a lot of insecurities, and that's what I believe is the main seed in our community that still has us killing each other. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Even when it comes to like the gang banging and how we're still part of gangs, you know what I'm saying? And how heavy the potential for another Mexican to kill another Mexican is, you know what I mean, to this day.
Right.
It's just a lot of insecurities that we lack of understanding within ourselves, you know?
Yeah.
Like we haven't really come to grasp with our full potential and our greatness of where we stand. You know what I'm saying?
I agree.
Like a lot of people still see themselves in our community as less than everybody else. You know what I'm saying? Therefore, there's always a chip on their shoulder. Machismo for us as male Hispanics, you know what I'm saying? Always testing each other because of the insecurities that we have. You know what I mean? I don't necessarily blame it on our upbringing. I think I blame it more. I guess I would personally blame it like on the men in our culture. Like there's a lot of, you know, the way I could best describe it is that they didn't know no better. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I think that with evolution and with evolving as men in our communities, you know, we tend to grow more of an understanding now because we have a bigger eyesight, even through music, through education, through TV. We have a bigger understanding of what a man really has to do to raise another man. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah.
A lot of times growing up, like I believe that the males in our family thought that they just had to teach us how to be strong. You know what I'm saying? Nothing less than just being a hardworking, back strong, prideful motherfucker. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I think that they didn't know no better. You know, that's probably what their dads taught them. You know what I'm saying? And so forth and so forth. But I think now with our generation, it's very important to demonstrate and lead the youth also with love, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
With a lot of love and a lot of nurturing, you know what I mean?
Absolutely. You know, on that same note, let me share something, and I shared it on past shows. I have family, I have nephews and nieces that are half Filipino, half Mexican, half Vietnamese, half Mexican, half white, half Mexican, half black, except my grandbabies are actually Italian, Irish, and Mexican. So I'm not with all that negativity that he's only half this or half that. Look, man, we've met. I support you. My doors are open. So I would never look at you like that. And I just wish that our people wouldn't look at us like that, you know.
Well, you know what? They look at us like that through the fucking screen. Because ain't nobody in public ever told me you ain't shit, you're half Salvadoran. I'll tell you that right now. So that's a huge fucking, you know, it's a huge cop out, you know what I mean? Motherfuckers are behind the keyboard, so they got something to say about everything. But in person, the motherfucker, you know, has nothing but love and respect and admiration for you. So I mean, you know, insecurities come out in the most shameful ways, you know what I mean? From a distance, you know what I mean?
Yes, yes.
Like I think the weakest motherfucker is somebody that disses you through a DM, you know what I'm saying?
Of course. Or somebody with a fake profile.
Yeah, most definitely, yeah.
So, anyways, I'm glad we touched on that because I think that was important for people to know that we don't play that bullshit here.
Yeah, no doubt.
Next, you're out of high school. So, what is Bozo doing next?
Catching cases. You know, I went to prison. I got sentenced to go to prison at 17 years old. My 18th birthday, I had it in prison the first time. I got caught with a couple firearms. But at the time, like, you know, the war was big, you know what I mean? And the city of Pico, like, we were really, you know, killing each other at the time. So, you know, I got shot recently. I got shot at. And so forth and so forth. So I felt a need to really protect my life, and I got caught. You know what I mean? Because, you know, you grow up in the city, cops get to know you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just like, you know, the neighbors, you know, those local cops. You know what I'm saying? When you're fucking around. So it caught up to me. I went to prison for the first time. I went upstate, a prison called Susanville. So
around what year was this?
I want to say 98. 98, year 98. Yeah. 98. So I went to prison, and I did time with Northerners and homies from Northern Cali. You know what I'm saying? That run Sureño and all that shit. So it really opened my eyes to a lot of unity and a lot of love. You know what I'm saying? Back then, the structure of the Sur was like heavy. You know what I'm saying? It was real. I want to say, I don't know, maybe, you know, it was stronger before, but I believe at that time it was in a real good place. You know what I'm saying? Okay. We took care of each other, loved each other, you know?
Okay. During your teenage years, like junior high school or maybe even elementary, did you ever like go to LP or CYA?
Oh yeah, I did all them shits. I did them all. I went through LP, Central Juvenile Hall, Sylmar. I went to Camp Scobie, Camp Miller, Camp Gonzalez. The only thing I never did was YA, but I even did placements and all that. See, because what happened was my mom died when I was a kid, so my dad kind of took it. You know, he didn't really take it so good. You know what I mean? He kind of lost himself, so he lost custody of myself in the process. You know, so I became a ward of the state. You know. So I was put up in placement homes where kids without families and parents that I've caught cases go to. My sisters were too young to take custody of me. So basically, I just became a child of the state. You know what I'm saying? So I didn't really have a good, I mean, I was in and out of institutions, you know, as a kid. You know what I'm saying? Because I didn't know how to act. You know, you could imagine you're 14 and your parents are both out of your life. Like, who the fuck's going to tell you anything?
Right.
Especially you clicked up with the whole hood. Like, I have the same friends since elementary, you know. My homeboys, literally my whole class that I went to school with from the first grade, we're all from the same clique now, you know.
Right. You know, since you said you went to all these other camps, you know, Los Padrinos. I was in 7th grade when I went to Los Padrinos, and I wasn't there too long. But you know, the crazy thing was, I almost want to say the funny thing was, when I got there, I saw a lot of the homies that I hadn't seen in a long time. And I was like,
who's that disappeared?
Yeah, here you are, you know?
Yeah, most definitely.
But I'll tell you what really helped me change my mindset there was when they told me, you're going to go to the chapel, you have a visitor.
Yeah.
And I'll be honest with you, because I remember my mother telling me, you know, si te vas a la cárcel, no te voy a ir a visitar. I'm not going to go visit you if you go to jail. So I was like, all right, cool, whatever, you know. I thought I was a badass. But I went and I saw her face, bro. And she had tears in her eyes. And at that moment, I knew that I could think I'm hard, but I was really hurting her.
Yeah.
You know,
I never had to face that. I'm lucky.
Yeah.
You know, I consider myself lucky that I never lived the chance to disappoint my mother. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like when she passed away, I was an innocent kid. She never saw me do nothing bad. And I think that's what I lacked, was that conviction, you know, like somebody that I really, you know, loved, like, you know what I'm saying? Like madly loved was disappointed in me because, you know. You know,
there's an emptiness and losing a mother that could never, ever be replaced.
Oh, yeah, most definitely.
My mom has been gone for over 10 years now. And there's still a part of me that feels empty.
No doubt. Yeah, my criminal history is a reflection of that, you know?
Yeah. So now you were in prison. How long were you in there in prison?
The first time, I think I did like a year and a half or some shit like that.
Okay.
2 years. I did 2 years, yeah.
Okay.
I was supposed to come home. I remember this clear as day. I was supposed to come home. I had 10 days to go home. And a friend of mine from Vado Norwalk, Spooky, had got jumped by the Northerners. You know, no. I'm sorry. German from Big Hazard got jumped by the Northerners, and I'm in the kitchen chow hall. I used to work the chow hall, and Spooky from out of Norwalk, young fool my age at the time, tells me like, "We gonna let that shit ride?" And I'm thinking in my head, I think we gotta wait for like instructions, no, from like older people in the fucking yard to tell us what to do. And he's like, "Nah, fuck that. We're taking off right now. Like, there's only one Northerner working in the kitchen with us, you know?"
Right.
And he's like, "We moving on him." And he's from my area, you know, we're from Southeast, so I couldn't turn him down. You feel what I'm saying?
Right.
And I remember though in the back of my head thinking like, "Fuck, I'm going home in 10 days." He doesn't know that shit, nor does he give a fuck, you know? So he's like, "Let's get him." So I'm like, "Fuck it, like let's get him." And I ended up doing another fucking year. Wow. I didn't go home. Like we fucking, you know what I mean? We chased him down the yard, trying to stab him and shit. Fuck, got caught, got shot out by the tower, and I was in the shoe. I remember I went to the hole. I got a shoe, but I'm in the hole in the back, and I swear to you, I'm there 2 weeks past my date, and my sister writes me a letter, and she's like, "Hey." No, I mean, I hate to bring this up. No disrespect to my baby mama, but I get a letter, and my sister's like, "Hey, your fucking baby mama moved on." And then she tells me the name of the guy, right? And it's like one of my older homies. And I'm like, "Oh, fuck." Like, I had never, you know, I didn't, as a kid, you don't see these circumstances happening, you know what I mean? And you don't comprehend all this shit that real life is gonna throw at you, you know what I'm saying? You think you're a youngster from the hood and everybody loves you, and the hood is, you know, is a bond, you know what I mean, indestructible, you know what I'm saying? And then you start to see what real life will do to you, you know what I mean? Yeah. And you know, you learn a lot. Like, nobody told me as a kid, like, "Hey man, when you go to the joint, like, you're gonna fucking squat and cough for whatever officer tells you to," you know what I mean?
Right.
On a 3R, you might have to hoop your fucking fierro, you know what I'm saying? Like, I think that if motherfuckers would have told me that when I was a kid, I would have looked at prison different.
Yeah.
But all I knew was American me, and all I knew was the barbecues we would throw for my homeboys every time they paroled. And the way every bitch in the hood was trying to suck their dick. You feel what I'm saying?
Of course.
That's all I saw was a glorification of fools coming home from prison. I remember the Polaroid pictures they used to send from the yard, all yoked up. All these motherfuckers, like, they look like gods to me. You know, as a kid, those were my superheroes. I didn't fucking read Iron Man or fucking X-Men. Like, I was looking at fucking Polaroids of my big homies, tatted up, swole, looking like Aztec gods, dog, you know? Everything creased, shoes shined, like, impeccable. Them fuckers were impeccable, you know? And, but my big homies never told me, you know what I mean? Like, yo, like, you might have to go on hunger strikes. You might not eat for a fucking month, you know what I'm saying? Like, you might have to fucking wake up 5:30 in the morning and have to bust out 113 burpees, 113 Navy SEALs, and 113 fucking squats before fucking breakfast even comes, you know?
Right.
But so, you know, I think now, you know, there's a lot more of us speaking up on that shit now to the youth, you know what I'm saying? Okay. I think that there's a lot more game that's being told. I don't think my older homies even thought that far ahead though, you know?
Yeah.
I thought they were teaching us. I truly believe that they thought they were teaching us the best they could, you know what I'm saying?
Right. Okay. Now, in between all of this, how did music, or how did what you do now, how was that inspired as far as rapping is concerned? Was it before you went to prison, in prison, you know?
It was my love for hip hop started when I was 5 years old. I fell in love with rap like as a kid. And
share that part.
Yeah, like, well, my mom was a very unique individual. Like, my mom wouldn't buy me toys, you know. My mom would buy me music. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
She would never buy me a fucking G.I. Joe. To her, it was a waste of money. I don't know what her train of thought was behind that, because we never had that conversation. Obviously, I was a child. But I remember that if I went into a record store and I wanted a CD, it didn't matter if fucking Ice Cube was on fucking flipping the middle with a 9mm Blu-ray on the cover. She would buy it for me. You know what I'm saying? Okay. Like, I don't get her train of thought back then, because now that I think about it, I'm like, I wouldn't buy my little boy that fucking album. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But she would buy me literally any CD and any tape that I wanted, and Walkmans and headphones. I always had them.
That was what I was going to ask. Was it vinyl? Was it cassette? Was it?
No, it was cassette tapes. And I remember I used to be excited to go buy a single for $4. You know?
Yeah.
We used to go to the local fucking Music Revolution or Tower Records, and they would have the little singles in the car, and those to me were the shit. Like, I remember I bought Vanilla Ice's single as soon as it dropped, Ice Ice Baby. I thought he was black as a motherfucker when I first heard him.
Right.
Yeah, so my love for music started early, man. Like 5 years old. I remember I would stay up and they used to have this TV show back in the days on regular TV. I think it was Channel 13 in LA. Now, I want to say that it was called Uptown Videos or some shit like that. I don't remember the name, but I remember that I would stay up. And to be honest with you, my first favorite rapper was MC Hammer, you know?
Really? Now, be honest. Did you ever try to dance like him?
I did. I didn't try. I did that shit. Like,
Really?
I shot that shit. Like,
Can you still dance like him?
Nah. Nah, hell no. But that Hammer Don't Hurt Him album, that was my shit. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, that was my shit. I remember my sister used to go to concerts, the powerhouses that were having them ready, and he would be there. You know what I mean? I remember footage of him on stage with actual hammers fucking hammering on the stage, and his whole fucking entourage of like 30 motherfuckers up there dancing. And to me, that was the dopest shit ever. You know what I'm saying?
Now, have you ever met him? Hammer?
Nah, I never even seen him. And
okay,
you know how I just met that was a huge like fuck. I was like, I don't get starstruck. You know what I mean? But I met Keith Sweat, and I fucking got starstruck.
Wow.
Because I remember as a kid, like all the killers in my neighborhood banged Keith Sweat.
Make it last forever.
Make it last forever. How deep is your love? Something just ain't right. All that shit. They would knock that shit. Like,
I mean, those were like oldies to us.
Exactly.
You know?
Yeah. And I remember they would post up on my block in like Bugs, you know, Volkswagens back then, and the mini Nissan trucks, and fucking be knocking that shit.
Yeah, man.
Neighbors didn't call the cops back then, you know.
Last Sunday, I interviewed a guy named Big Daddy Swoles, and I hope he's watching. Much love and respect to Big Daddy Swoles. His good friend is MC Hammer.
Oh yeah.
So if he's ever in town, I'll call you.
Yeah, no doubt. Let
so
me
you
know.
could come meet him, man.
For sure.
But I want to catch you guys doing the same moves together. Is that cool?
Yeah, we can try.
I had to throw that out there.
We can try.
But so you loved Hammer. When did you start getting into, or should I say, when you first heard like rap, other than maybe a Hammer, Ice Ice Baby, like that's my shit. That's what I want to do. Was there anybody?
Ice Cube.
Ice Cube.
America's Nightmare.
Okay.
That album fucking hit me like God.
You mean America's Most Wanted?
America's Most Wanted, my bad. America's Nightmare is a Spice One, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, America's Most Wanted, I heard it, and I remember fucking, it was over. I was in a gangbang.
Now, when do you think you started like, okay, I'm going to start writing lyrics?
Writing lyrics didn't come till like late. Because see, the thing is, like, I was so heavy with the gangbanging. Like, to be honest with you, like, you know, gangbanging was my life, dog. You know what I mean? Like, I loved it. You know, to this day, like, I still, you know, I'm not shooting at people, but I love my neighborhood. Like, I'm very heavily involved and participate in anything my neighborhood does. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So, yeah, like, I didn't, you know, I don't know. I mean, I think, you know, if I talk about dark places in my life, I can't really put it on the 10 years I did in prison. I got to do it. I got to put on the 10 years I did before prison. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Because I was heavy on drugs. I was heavy, you know, with the robbery shit, gangbanging, shooting. You know, a lot of people died in that time. You know, I've had homeboys die in my arms. People that I really, really loved were murdered. You know what I'm saying? And horrible ways and shit. Fools that I grew up with. So, yeah, writing music didn't come till I was in prison for the second time. I was in prison for the second time.
And what did you go to prison for the second time? The
second time, I believe it was for robberies, a string of robberies I had done. Okay. It was my first time ever being busted for violence, you know, so they gave me a 4 with 80 or some shit like that. I did 3.5 years off of that. And then, but I have a cousin. Well, I had a cousin, rest in peace, Smiley from Bel Garden Locals, Anthony. And he was like, you know, we were like brothers, you know what I'm saying? I'm on the streets. We grew up with the same people. We grew up in the same neighborhood. He got into a different gang from a different city because I wouldn't allow him to join my neighborhood. You know what I'm saying? Right. I was trying to protect him or whatever the fuck I thought I was doing. But yeah, he was murdered. And he was murdered when I was in prison. I was in reception. They killed him. And I remember clear as day, man. I had a premonition that somebody was gonna die that I loved. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I remember I was asleep in my bunk. And I remember that in the dream, I was in the audience and there was a dude on stage rapping, and he was saying, he was basically saying that a mother was shedding tears because her son had just got killed, you know? And I woke up and literally, like, the warden was calling me to the office to notify me that my cousin had got murdered. He got shot 9 times in the city of Bell Gardens. So due to you know, lack of resources in prison, you know, there was no psychologist to come see me on a fucking 3R that wanted to talk to me. You know what I mean?
Of course, yeah.
So they sent a guy to my cell, and he knocked on my window, and he was like, "Look, I know you just suffered a huge blow. You had a tragedy happen in your life, and in normal circumstances, you know, I would have you come into the office and talk. He's all, but I don't have the resources or the time to do it. Like, you're probably a 30th dude I got to see today, you know? But he told me, I want to give you some insight and I want to give you some advice and hopefully you'll hear me out. And I was like, yeah, no doubt. So he gave me a notepad and he gave me a box of pencils. And he told me, since I can't talk to you, he told me I would like for you to talk to this notepad. He told me every day, take some time and write down what you're going through and how you're feeling, whether it's a good day or a bad day. You know what I mean? Use it as a diary. And then in certain amount of times, pick whether a month or 2 weeks, every 2 weeks, I want you to go back and read it. You know what I'm saying? I want you to go back and read it and see how you're growing through this process that you're going through, you know? And see that if you see yourself either gaining hope or getting more sorrow from living on, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I was like, all right, no doubt. So I tried doing that and it didn't work for me. So I had to write music. I would write what I felt in music and that worked for me a lot.
Okay.
So since then I started writing music, yeah.
Okay. Now, what year did you get out of that 10 years? What year?
From doing my 10 years in prison, I got out in 2015. What are we in right now? 2019, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got out in 2015. I originally moved out to Colorado. And then...
What part of Colorado?
It was a city called Longmont. It was a city called Longmont. I was there for like 6 months.
You lived in Longmont?
Yeah, and I caught a case out there.
I know people from Longmont. Much love to Longmont.
Yeah. It's a weird little town, man. It's a strange little town, but
they call it Longtown or
some
something like
shit.
that.
I don't know, but anyways, I caught a case out there. I beat somebody up pretty bad, and they locked me back up, and then I lost my right to be out there. You know what I mean? I was with somebody in a relationship at the time out there, so that's how I ended up out there. When I got out of prison,
when you were living out there, were you recording already or no?
Nah, hell no. Well, no. Well, what happened was that I was doing a lot more time, you know. But what happened was that the laws changed, and there was an overturn in charges that I had, like so they had to reassess my time, you know. And what happened was that the laws changed, and a few cases that I had that were being held against me to do prison time were no longer punishable by time in prison. So when they took my case back to court, I ended up having done more time than I should have. You know what I mean? I was 10 years, 2 months into my sentence, and I should have been out like fucking 6 years ago. You know?
Right.
So literally, I'm on my rack. I knew the process was going on because I had spoke to my lawyer, but it was a non-appearance. I didn't have to come down or nothing. But long story short, they call me into office. They're like, "Hey, like you're going home in 10 days," you know? And it was like, of course I was happy, but at the same time, like I wasn't mentally ready. You know what I'm saying? Like to me, I still had 6 more years to go. You know, I wasn't even fucking thinking about getting out. You know what I mean? So it was a shock.
What prison were you being released from at this time?
At this time, I was being released from Jamestown. Jamestown, I believe it was. Yeah. I had dropped points after fucking being in the cell, locked down so many years. You know, my last 2 years, I did them on a lower level, like 1 and 2 yards. You know. But anyways, yeah. So they told me I was going home in 10 days, and I was just like, I didn't really know what to do. You know what I'm saying? Like mentally, I wasn't ready. I didn't have like. I had a complex of being a burden, you know what I'm saying? Like I had been down so long that I want to say kind of, I was a little ashamed of the situation I was in, you know what I'm saying? I was ashamed of being in my early 30s and not having established myself and like doing nothing but fucking prison time. And I mean, I got to say, being locked down the way I was for so long really broke my confidence, you know what I'm saying?
Okay.
So I wasn't the man that you see now, that wasn't me. You know what I mean? It took a little time and it took a little nourishing from my family again to make me complete again. You know what I'm saying?
Let's. I want you to hold that thought because what you just said right now was key. We said the man that you are now wasn't the man who you were then.
Yeah.
That's what I want to talk about when we get back.
Most definitely.
Okay. So once again, we have Bozo in the building. We're going to talk about how he got his name, what he has out, what he's working, what he's going to be doing in the future. Yo, once again, welcome back to Roadium Radio. Thank you for tuning in. Let me give a shout out to Ontario. I saw your message, bro. Much love, much respect to Ontario. And I want to address some of you people that have ordered shirts and hoodies. Let me say this, that they will get to you ASAP. The shop that usually sends them out, what happens is Number one, they're backed up because of the holidays. Number two, we just moved buildings. So please give us some time and we'll get your hoodies and your shirts out to you. I guarantee you will not be disappointed. So I needed to address that. But once again, you can order the Roadium mixtape DOCUMIXERY at DOCUMIXERY.com. Once again, you will not be disappointed. Without further ado, Bozo, thank you for being here with me.
No doubt. Thank you.
Let me ask you something. I know this sounds kind of funny. I know you have Salvadoran and have Mexican. So what do you prefer, pupusas or enchiladas?
Pupusas all day.
Pupusas all day, you know. Hey, you know what? I like pupusas too, but the human kind.
Yeah.
Nah, I mean, okay. Anyways, so now you're out of jail. Out of prison, I should say, and you said your mentality was not all there because you thought you were going to do more.
Yeah.
Now, when did you actually start now saying, okay, I want to start recording? Was it soon after that, or was it later after that?
It was later after that. It was like a year after that.
Okay, so you said what, 2006 maybe?
No. Oh, you mean, okay, my original time from the original time I got out, it was 2004. And my homeboy Stomper, shout out my homeboy Stomper. He was already signed to High Power, Capone's label.
Okay.
You know? So when I was first originally busted, Stomper used to come, he was with me in the county jail. And I used to rap in the cell, being on bunks and doing my shit. So Stomper used to always tell me, like, I gotta get you in the studio when you get out, So he started this music shit for us in my neighborhood, you know what I mean? And as soon as I touched down, I was out, I think, 2 days, and he was like, hey, we got to go to the studio. So he took me to Mr. Criminal Studio. Back then, it was called the Crime Lab in Fontana. Shout out Mr. Criminal, too. He was the first dude to ever, like, really encourage me to really write and rap, like, really,
Right.
So anyways, yeah, we went to the studio and recorded the first song, you know what I mean? And
around what year was this?
This is 04.
04,
like 04,
okay.
Yeah, middle of 04 and shit. Because I went back to prison, I want to say 05, late of 05.
It just seemed like you just couldn't stay out of prison, huh?
Nah, I'm telling you, it was, I trip on that shit, man, because I couldn't stay still,
Okay.
Like, to me, there was always a robbery I didn't commit that I could have. There was always somebody I could shoot that I didn't,
Right.
There was always pussy I could have fucked that I didn't fuck, you know what I'm saying?
Of course.
There was always, like, a hunger, you know what I'm saying? That a young man's hunger that fucking was relentless in me, like relentless. The only ones that would pick it up was my sisters,
Right.
I have a big mouth, you know what I'm saying? So when I was quiet, they knew I was plying,
Yeah.
And my sister would be like, what the fuck's wrong with you? You're not comfortable? Like, what the fuck? And I'd be like, nah, I'm not.
Right.
You know what I mean? So yeah, so I was, I don't know.
As a kid, I was never a thief, okay? And then whenever I did slang dope, it was small time. I was a nickel and dimer, only to buy my Jordans, my records, my mixer, my, whatever. Because I knew once I got a record deal, I was going to go straight legit, So I was a nickel and dimer, curb serving pretty much. But I remember I was never good at stealing, and I learned it when I was in elementary school. It was summertime. We wanted to have water balloons, but I didn't have no fucking money. So I remember going into the liquor store, and I grabbed some water balloons, and I was looking around, but I didn't realize that they had that corner mirror where they can see you. And I got some water balloons, and I stuffed them my calzones. And when I walked outside, I don't know why I was hanging around. I was just kind of looking around, and then the owner of the liquor store comes out and he goes like this to me, and he said, "What do you have in there?" And I just said, and I gave it back to him. So he held me, called my mom. My mom beat the shit out of me in the liquor store. And that was my last robbery. Or me trying to steal. That was the last time that I've ever did that. So I was never really good at stealing. So I kind of learned my lesson, and I'm kind of glad because I got my ass whooped, because every ass whoop that I ever got, it was well deserved. So I'm not one of those kids that looks down like on my mother for beating my ass.
No, I think ass whoopings are necessity.
Yes.
Like, I think that shit, man. I don't. There's a difference between giving your child an ass whooping than to giving a fucking stranger an ass whooping on the street. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's two different completely fucking arguments right there. You feel what I'm saying? I think that I don't know about females. I can't really speak as far as females, but I think as far as men raising boys, you gotta whip a motherfucker's ass.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I have, one of my older homies, man, like me and him are still close as fuck. I remember I was a kid. And I disrespected him, I was 16 years old. I was high as fuck off of meth, and I thought I was the fucking man, you know what I'm saying? And I came at my older homie sideways, and I remember him telling me, like, all right, motherfucker. Like, You know, you're strapped right now, but one of these days I'm gonna catch you. You're not gonna be strapped. You know what I mean?
That's right.
And sure as fuck, man, he caught me, man, and he fucking that fool put hands on me like I had never been. I was 16 at the time, and he was easily 27. You know what I'm saying? So a grown man, I had it coming though. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But that was a huge eye opener for me though. You feel what I'm saying? I had to decide whether I was gonna take it in a negative way, or I was gonna take it the right way. You know what I'm saying? Because ignorance will tell you like, fuck that, I'm gonna catch that old motherfucker slipping. You know what I'm saying? But love will tell you like, nah, that's my big homie. You know what I'm saying? If you fuck me up, it's for a reason. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I gotta give him the benefit of the doubt, no matter the bruises, no matter how much it hurt. Like, I fucked up because this fool would never do that to me. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I learned, and that shit taught me a lot. You know what I mean? Like it taught me a lot of respect, and it taught me a lot of understanding. You know what I'm saying? Not to be so quick and act off of impulse. You know what I'm saying?
Well, you know, I'm glad that you can admit that, because most people would never admit that they got their ass whooped.
Nah,
you know
well,
what I'm
I've
saying?
had a few, but you know.
So that's a good thing. So you record at the Crime Lab, if I'm correct?
Yeah,
okay.
no doubt.
What happens with that first song? Did you guys put it out just yet? Did you guys just wait on it? Did you start building it on an album? What is
right
the
away.
future from there?
After the first song, I did it. It was from my homeboy Stomper's album. He had a group called Soul Drink. It's called The Newest and the Strongest, the name of the album. We did a neighborhood song, more or less. We're from the new side of Pico, so we called it Newtown. But after the first recording, Criminal always used to, you know, make sure to involve me in sessions, you know, like, hey, where's Bozo? Where's Bozo? He got my number. And he would be like, yo, like, I hear you on this track. Like, I want you on this. So I was constantly, after the first recording, I was in the studio like all the time, you know, like I don't think a week went by that I didn't have my own sessions, you know. Capone pretty much opened up the doors to their studios also at the same time, you know what I mean? So, and whenever Stomper had it, I would go, you know what I mean? So forth and so forth. Like I caught a pretty quick buzz, you know?
Okay.
After my first verse that I really dropped, like people were really want to hear my music, and off top, like I just signed a deal with High Power, you know.
Okay, that's what I wanted to ask you. Is like, now most people will probably never admit it, but I'm going to ask you: did you have any ghostwriters, or did you write your own shit?
Oh no, I always wrote my own shit. Can't nobody write the shit I write or how I say it, you know.
And that's good. That's good, because it doesn't necessarily mean that you're better than anybody. It just makes it that you're different from everybody.
Yeah.
And that's what I like. I like different. That's why I like Misfits music, because Misfit is different, and I love his shit. Bro.
Yeah, well, it's a state of mind, you know. I think that it's a conscious choice that you make when you start writing.
Yeah.
And I think that it's something, you know. I think everybody has their own translation of life. You know what I mean?
Okay.
And you hear that through people's music and lyricism and how they talk and what they say and how they word shit and the stories they tell in music. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, people do ghostwrite and it, you know, it works for some people, but when you're translating the pain, suffering, lifestyle of the streets, like, can't nobody emulate that shit. You know what I'm saying? You could probably emulate a party song, you know? Anybody could write you that.
Now, here's the $1 million question. Where did the name Bozo come from? Because, you know, when we think Bozo...
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, what do we think of?
Yeah, but idiot, but jackass,
The clown, Bozo the clown, okay. So how did that name come about?
A group of kids that I grew up with, man. Like, I was always the class clown, you know. Like, I have a fucking yearbook where on the back of it, class clown is me, you know what I'm saying?
Wow.
I couldn't, you know, I was always fucking jackass, you know?
Right.
I always like to joke around and fuck around, so... I got into my neighborhood over the summer, you know, from going to junior high to high school, I believe. And I was gonna be called Clown originally from my hood, Payaso, you know.
Yeah.
But it just so turned out that the name Payaso was no good in my neighborhood, you know. Whoever had it before, like, shitted on it, you know.
Yeah.
So that wasn't even an option. But my mentality was still like, I gotta be that. That's me. You feel me?
Right.
So a group of kids, I think it was like summer school. We sat down. A girl I grew up with, Anna Robles, the homie Andy Bonilla. I want to think who else is in the fucking classes. But these are all kids. We're all kids, and we're talking about, like, because they already know I got into the hood, and back then they were like super excited about it. You know, like, damn, this was from PN now. You know, like, the fuck. So we were throwing around names of clowns, and Bozo, I liked it, you know. I was like, Bozo, I like the way that shit sounds.
Fuck it.
And I was like, fuck it, that's me, you know what I mean? And I rode with it since then. I've always had it, you know what I mean? People always told me, like, you should think about changing it for rap, and I'm like, nah. Like, my name carries weight, you feel what I'm saying? Like, that shit ain't, and it's not a rap name. This is like a real motherfucker's name, you know. I'm not gonna give that shit up, you know?
Okay. Now, You said earlier that you signed a deal with High Power.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, what year was that?
2005.
2005. Yeah. Now, when you say High Power, is it more than just Capone? Is there other people, or is it just like he's the main guy?
Well, at the time we had distribution through Universal.
Okay.
And I believe that he had a distribution deal, you know, more or less. Like they told him, all right, like you bring in you bring in whatever music you can or whatever artists you can, we're gonna pay you for it. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
And then you pay them however whatever you deem is fucking, you know. So it was a distribution deal that he had. You know, he had started his own label, and they had allowed him to sign whoever, however he wanted. You know what I mean? So he signed me to a deal for one album. Well, it was more than that actually, but literally 4 months after I signed my deal, I caught my 10 years. You know.
Wow.
Yeah, right after that. So I literally, the album that they put out for me was called Free Bozo, but it was just literally a bunch of music that I had around so many studios. They grabbed it and just created an album, so that I wouldn't fucking default on my contract. You know what I mean? But he cashed me out though. He paid me. He even paid me when I got out this time. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Money that I believed he owed me. He still, you know, he didn't really give me a hard time. He gave me a check, and you know,
okay,
that was cool. You know what I'm
saying? So now you went in, you did your 10.
Mm-hmm.
And then now you're released what year again now?
Released 2015.
2015. Did you immediately start recording?
No, I didn't, because, you know, like I said, I wasn't here, you know? I wasn't mentally here. You know what I mean? I wasn't ready to get out, man. Like I still had a lot of questions of myself, you know, self-doubt. So, and then it didn't help that the woman that I was with was beating me up mentally even more. You feel what I'm saying?
Okay.
Like was trying to make me feel like I didn't know how to act, you know what I'm saying? Like on my own,
right?
My own decisions weren't normal life, you know what I mean? People make you convince you sometimes that you're a fucking animal, dog, you know what I mean? They need to hold your hand through life, or else you're gonna fucking destroy everything, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
So that's literally how I felt for a minute, you know what I mean? But then the world around me, as usual, embraces me, you know? I don't really have like people that dislike me, you know what I mean? Like people meet me, I typically get along with everybody. If I don't get along with somebody, it's for a reason.
What you get.
Yeah, exactly. So, you know, outside of that relationship, I was becoming successful, like, you know, meeting people, making money, having a job, being successful around, you know what I'm saying? So that literally, you know, it opened my eyes, you know what I'm saying? And I remember that I met up with a pastor, you know. I have a lot of faith, you know. I have a lot of faith in God, I always have, you know. Even through the thug and shit, like I always, you know, believe God walks with the gangsters, you know what I'm saying, at all times, you know. So I spoke to a pastor, and the pastor literally told me, like, man, God didn't design you to be a doormat, you know. Like, and that shit, as simple as it is, like, it hit me, you know what I'm saying?
Of course.
He's all, somebody stepping on you, like, that's not what God intended for you, you know what I mean?
Right,
like,
right.
You gotta get yourself out of that way, you know what I mean? And I did, you know what I'm saying? It kind of worked out, like, you know, God's plan is perfect, you know what I'm saying, immaculate. So I caught a case and it brought me back home.
Okay.
Literally, sheriffs from the parole department went and picked me up. They flew my ass back.
Okay.
You know what I mean? And right here, the parole determined that, you know, they would let me out, so they released me as soon as I got here.
Okay. So around what year now can we say that Bozo starts recording music once again? 2016. Okay, 16. Now, yeah. Who was this with independently?
She was on my own with the homie down the street. My niece's baby's dad, primo, David Vergara, Da Vinci, and Kevin Vergara. They live down the street. The boys, man. Kev the Kev. Shout out to Kev the Kev.
Okay.
I think I was out 2 days and I hit them up and I was like, yo, like, I want to spit some shit, you know? And they were like, all right, we know who you are. You know, they had heard my high power shit, you know?
Okay.
So they just had a fucking M-Box and a Mac Pro and a microphone, and they were like, let's do it, like right here in the fucking laundry room. And you could tell it was in the laundry room when you hear it, you know what I'm saying? But at the time, to me, it was like, whoa, like, let's get it. And that's just where it started.
But the hunger, the desire, and the want to was there.
Well, I felt like I had unfinished business, you know?
Yeah.
And I seen the state of Chicano rap, like where it was at, or not even Chicano rap, to
just rap in general.
Just rap in general, as far as our culture, you know? Like, I just feel like a lot of potential got slept on, and a lot of talent got slept on due to a lot of fucking non-talent that was like flooding the streets, you know what I'm saying, at a time. Like, you know, it's almost like it was like fucking like a bad batch of dope, you know?
Right.
Like it hit the streets, and after that, nobody wanted to fucking touch that dope no more, you know what I mean?
I had heard somewhere, I don't know how true this is, that there was bad blood between you and Capone at one point. Is
Yeah,
that true?
well, it was him, being, I guess, to me, this is the only way I can, like put in perspective. Like, I think that he's been in the music business so long, you know what I'm saying, that he's developed, bad habits of how he approaches people, you know what I'm saying? And first and foremost, you got to respect me as a man, you know what I'm saying? And he just did some funny shit that I didn't agree with, you know what I'm saying? And I took it there, you know what I'm saying? Like, I took it there. Like, I just, I went on a little fuck campaign of just dissing him and dissing everything that he stood for, you know what I'm saying?
Okay.
But that's over with, you know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, if we see each other, I would like to catch a fade, I want that head up, but it's not going to happen, and I'm cool with it. Fuck it,
Okay.
You know what I'm
Okay.
saying?
When's the last time you actually seen him or talked to him?
Fuck, I haven't seen him in years, man. Like, it's been like 2 years, yeah.
I invited him to the show. I think a couple of shows back. I invited him to come, and I would like to interview him. I believe he has an interesting story on how he started.
Yeah,
his,
most definitely. Capone did a lot of shit, man, that a lot of motherfuckers don't, I remember doing shows, like not these shows that I'm doing now with like 100 people, 150. Like, I remember doing shows with that fool where there was thousands of people out there, you feel what I'm saying? And him being like one of the mainliners, you know what I'm saying? And him working with like Twister back in the day and Snoop back, even Game, and a lot of motherfuckers really weren't, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so he was doing this shit, you know what I mean? My beef with him isn't over, like anything that other people, have held against him. A lot of people hold against him. They don't believe he's, like we said earlier, raza, or he represents our culture right. You know what I'm saying? A lot of shit. My beef with him is just he tried to play me for a sucker. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's just that. As simple as that.
Okay. Now, let me ask you a question. When it comes to Chicano rap, just rap, Chicano rap, not including black artists, but just Chicano rappers, is there anybody that you listen to or that you like maybe in the past, you like now, give me a couple of names
that I actually listen to, put my ear to. Misfit. I always thought Cujo was stupid talented, I think it's a shame he doesn't drop more music, Who else is out there, man? I genuinely liked the way Sad Boy did his shit,
Okay.
When he signed to the 400 label, I like the way he did his shit. Let me see who else, man. There's like new artists that I listen to that I think are dope. They're on the come up. They're not really like too known, but like the homie OJ the Great, I believe in his talent a lot. There's other homies like, for instance, let me see, who else am I listening to, man? That I really put my ear to. Cause I'm guilty of being into that gangster shit.
Okay.
I like that street shit.
What about the Frank Breed Proper Dose thing?
Oh shit! Well, when I was growing up, I was. I'm gonna be honest with you. I wasn't heavy on Chicano rap growing up. The only artist that I listened to was Proper Dose, because they were actually on the radio and they were doing, they were making fuck good music. Lighter Shade of Brown, you know what I'm saying, which was dope as fuck. Psycho Realm, you know what I mean? And that's about it. You know what I mean? That's about my. Now, Mellow Man Ace. I love Mellow Man Ace.
Much love, Mellow Man Ace. He was here on Wednesdays. Okay. Now, as far as black rappers today, who are you bumping today?
Who am I bumping regularly is RJ. I listen to a lot of RJ, G Perico. Let me see, who else am I listening to? Well, fuck, all the West Coast artists, man. Savvy Third, Joe Moses, OT Genesis. I fuck with OT a lot. That's the boy. A.DA. Who else? Rucci, somewhat. Shoreline Mafia. I like their shit, what they do, their sound. You know what I mean? To me, they're dope as fuck. And that's probably Drummer Boy. That's another Chicano rap artist that I to me, he's dope, man. He has his own sound. Fuck, kids fly as fuck. You know
yeah. A couple of people have requested him on this show. I just don't know how to get a hold of him.
I get a hold of him for you.
Okay.
That's the boy, man.
You're more than welcome to come, Drummer Boy. I want to interview you and just make it happen.
Yeah, Drummer Boy's doing his shit. King Lil G's dope,
Okay.
I put my ear to them. Devour's dope, There's a lot of artists out here, man, that like really have a lot of potential. You feel what I'm saying? That Girls Know the Product.
Okay.
GT Guards out of Houston. They're all Hispanic and they represent it well,
Dope. Is there any old school artist that if you had a chance to be on a track with,
anybody?
Anybody. Any old school artist. Obviously, they're still alive.
LL Cool J.
Really?
Yeah.
Now, why LL? That's interesting to me. Why LL?
Come on, man. Why? He was the fucking dopest motherfucker when he was like Mama Sinakiata album, Walking with a Panther, like that to me.
Remember that one Big Bud?
I'm that type of guy. That shit.
Yeah, that shit, bro.
That shit was fucking.
Going back to Cali.
Yeah, I used to like that one. He had on the Mama Senakiara album that Cross Ride By with the boom and system. That beat that he took that beat from En Vogue and fucked it up.
Yeah, that's dope, man. I'm glad you said that because LL. I bump LL when I work out.
Yeah.
You know, I love LL. Anybody else you want to throw out there? That
anybody else around that?
What about like a Snoop Gang?
Well, to me, like they're dope. Don't get me wrong, like they're legendary and shit. But you know, I mean, I guess I think back to when I was a kid, you know, and I like really looked at fools like they were like, you know,
of course,
like they were fucking gods. You know what I'm saying? So back in that era, I would have to say Ice-T.
Okay.
Original Gangsta. That was my album, man. Original Gangsta. Yeah.
Dope. Okay, so like, what can we expect from Bozo now? Are you working on anything? Do you have a project you're working on?
Yeah, I constantly drop music, man. I just did my own campaign called The Hunger Games, where I was dropping a song and a video like every week. So I did that. Right now, currently, like I stay working on music, man. I'm still rocking with the homie from Fam First. Shout out Steve. I still fuck with Peep CNT. That's my management, you know. I still fuck with this fool. Like Misfit calls me randomly, hey, get in here, and I'm in there. A.DA. Shit, I'm still working. I'm you know, this last Spotify numbers that came out really like motivated me, you know.
Yeah.
I was able to look back at my numbers a year ago, and I was able to look at it now, and like I fucking shot through the roof, you know. I hit over 500,000, and I was telling Misfit like I made money, you know, this year, you know, independently on my own, you know. God was good to me this year as far as my grind. You feel me?
Yeah.
So you know, I'm really motivated by that shit, and I'm gonna drop more content than I have before, like coming up. You know, like I'm gonna drop an album in the next, hopefully 60 days. You know what I'm saying? Then I'll still keep dropping. Within that time, I'll still drop like I'm sure a video and a single every month. You know?
Okay. What producers are you working with, or are you producing your own stuff?
No, I don't produce at all, man. I believe in letting, you know, dudes do what they do. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I'm glad you said that.
Yeah, you know, I mean, I think that everybody has their craft, man, and like, you know, one thing there's nothing that an engineer or producer can tell me about writing music, you know. So therefore, there's nothing that I'm gonna tell a producer and engineer about making a beat or how they mix master my shit. You feel what I'm saying? Like, I trust if I'm in the studio with somebody, a producer, it's off top because I already know they're dope.
Right.
I don't just walk into a stranger's room and be like, hey, what you got? Let me hear your, you know.
Right.
Nah, it's like I seek fools out, you know. With Misfit, I already know guaranteed I'm gonna get what I want. With AI, the same shit. Producers that I work with like Audio, Ace Beats. Those fools are just right now. I started working with Sunny Slick. Shout out to the homie that reached out to me. And yeah, so you know, I trust the people that I work with and I let them do their shit, you know.
Okay. You know, the reason I'm glad you brought that up, that I let producers produce, you know, and nobody could tell me about rap or whatnot. Yeah. And I'll tell you why, because there's very few people like Misfit that can write and that can produce, that can direct, film, edit, whatever. There's very few people like a DJ Quick. There's very few people like a Dr. Dre that can
do it. Yeah, they're rare. Yeah,
you know, of course, you got guys that learn the equipment, but they might not be good.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But then there's guys that are good. Those are the guys that I just let them do their thing. Like me, I know how to produce, okay? But when I listen to Misfit stuff, I wouldn't go in there and try to redo his sound. He's good for himself.
Yeah.
I can maybe just kick in a little idea and say, right here, it might need a little that type of shit. But that's pretty much it.
We're learning together, you know, like me. Well, I started a little bit before him, you know, on this, I like to say this era of my music, you know, because it started since I came out of prison, but we've come a long way, you feel what I'm saying? Like we've really made some noise, you feel me? Like, you know, our name is like, it's, you know, people know who the fuck we are. And that was like, I think, I can't speak for him, but to me at the beginning, that to me almost seemed impossible. You feel what I'm saying? Like there was so many people out here, so much talent, that to me I was like, fuck, like I'm really gonna have to will myself to a point where I can make money off of that shit. And honestly, I'm very lucky. Like off top, I started making money off of my music, but it's our sound that separates us, you know. For him, like, you know, this fool has a very soulful, you know, classical sound, you know what I'm saying? Like this fool's music's timeless, you know.
You know,
I believe you could listen to his album now and 10 years from now. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. You were sharing with me before the show actually that when you were in prison, you were listening to different types of music.
Yeah, I always have. Yeah, most
what
definitely.
types of different music? Because I like people to get to know you, not necessarily just for rap. You know what I'm saying? But what type of music did you listen to?
Shit. I like, you know, people ask me what kind of oldies do I listen to. I really don't listen to the typical type of oldies. Like, I mean, of course, I'm, you know, Brent Wood, Marvin Gaye, and Al Green, all them fools, other shit. But, like, you know, I like to listen to a lot of soulful shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, for instance, who am I listening to right now? Billy. Shit, let me tell you right now. As a matter of fact, I'll go through it on my phone.
I know you mentioned, correct me if I'm wrong, Johnny Cash?
Yeah, Johnny Cash, most definitely. Any fucking convict. Man, I would think that's the soundtrack to any convict, you know. But I listen to, well, obviously Rick James a lot, James Brown, the Funky People, Lynn Collins. I listen to Lynn Collins a lot. I listen to, let me see, who else? Bobby Bland and the Dreamers.
Okay.
Shit, who else do I listen to? Cameo. I've always been on my Cameo shit. Lionel Richie, you know what I'm saying? I like some of Lionel Richie's older shit. And I'm really heavy like on the white boys, man. I think the white boys.
Give us some white boys.
Daryl Hall and John Oates.
Oh yeah.
Who else did I listen to?
There's a lot of hip hop heads that sample them, bro.
Man, them fools. You know, I think the white boys have a different sound. Like even this kid Mac Miller that just passed away. You know, their vocals are just different. You know, and I think that you know, they might not be as loud and as I guess flamboyant as a lot of, you know, other artists are, but they don't really need to, you know what I'm saying? Like they're just cool as they are, you know what I mean? So yeah, so I listen to a lot of different shit. Nirvana, of course, you know. Okay. Guns N' Roses and shit.
You know, you probably just tripped out a lot of people by giving them your playlist, you know, because some people just think that we possibly just live by swap meet music alone, that we just buy oldies and, you know, drink micheladas on the weekends and that's it. You know,
I mean, when you love music, you generally love every part, all kinds of music. You know
all kinds of music. It's very, very important. Like, I was talking to Alonzo from the World Class Wrecking Crew, and I had mentioned that I don't really bump hip hop in my car. But when I want to get away with it, get away from music, I listen to classical music. I love listening to different types of instruments because I get ideas.
Yeah,
you get so many different ideas. You can hear a timpani and you can hear a violin, and then you can start putting a dope, rugged break beat under it. Then you start placing it in your head what you want to hear. You come home, then you start playing it on your keyboard. Yeah, you fuck with
it. Well, you know, it sparks a match in your brain, man. Like, you know, creativity's a motherfucker, man. Like you could find a creative spark from some random ass shit that you wouldn't even think about. You know, the other day I was watching an old interview of Mike Tyson, you know?
Yeah.
And I know it's kind of crazy, but you know, he was reflecting on his past, and they showed footage of him fucking talking shit to some white reporter in the audience, you know? He's telling you, white fucking pussy, I'll fucking rape you, you know what I mean? Like, you don't want to fuck with me, you know? But literally, like, what he said after reflecting on that, he was like, he was saying that basically, Billy Otto, I believe, was his trainer.
God, what's his name? And I know his trainer's name.
Customato used to fucking hypnotize him. You know, they used to put him through hypnosis, and fucking during his hypnosis, they would tell him like he was invincible. He was gonna be the greatest heavyweight champion that ever fucking existed. That couldn't nobody fuck with him. But he said that they never turned it off. You know, like, you know, in hypnosis, they usually hypnotize you and they, you know, act like a chicken, but they turn it off. He's like, they never fucking turned it off, you know?
Wow.
And a lot of times, I feel that way. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I feel like the hood fucking, whether it was my homegirls, whether it was my family at home, whether it was my homeboys, like they told me, like, you're the baddest motherfucker out here, you know?
Yeah.
And you're going to continue to be the baddest. And nobody ever told me otherwise. They never turned it off.
Right.
That's why even now, like, I consider myself the baddest motherfucker in any fucking room I'm in, you know what I mean?
Right.
Of course, I have mutual respect for people, you know what I'm saying? But I don't know. I mean, nobody ever turned it off, you know, the confidence, you know? Since a little kid, I remember my Nina telling me I was a king, you know? She never called me by my name, you know what I'm saying? So that's always... You know, when people don't turn it off, you got nothing but potential. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean?
That's dope, man. So now, since we're on the subject of boxing, we just had a boxing match yesterday. And I want to talk about it in closing. Then we'll give our shout outs. Okay. Okay. Here's what I heard, and then I'll open it up to you. Okay. on Friday, Andy Ruiz was a hero to us Mexican people. Okay, Ruiz, the Mexican champion, Viva la Raza, Viva Mexico, everything. That's what everybody was saying.
Yeah, no doubt.
He loses on Saturday night. Guess what? Those very same people, fuck that fat motherfucker. You know, fucking burrito con piernas. You know. We can't just switch like that.
No, you can't.
Bro.
No,
you can't.
You can't.
You know, I've been talking to somebody, and I won't name him. I'm trying to get Andy Ruiz here, and he's heard of the show and he's interested. Okay. Whether he wins or whether he lost or not, it doesn't matter to me. He accomplished something.
What he did,
that most of us will never be able to. And right away we want to shit on him.
Well, that's the thing that people don't see. People don't see it from that perspective. You know, you gotta always, whether you like a person or not. You know what I mean? You could be looking across the room at your worst fucking enemy. For instance, my worst enemies. You know what I'm saying? Like, now that I'm more mature and I have a lot more understanding, like, I remember when I was a kid, I would always be like, man, that fool's a bitch, just based on where he was from.
Right. Or
based on their history, their neighborhood. You know what I'm saying? Now, when I see my enemies, I think, like, that fool's a killer. Like, he's a gangster. He's from where he's from for a reason, you know?
Right.
You can't take nothing away from Andy Ruiz. Like, we all lose, we all win.
Yes.
It's a process, you feel what I'm saying? But just the fact that he's in the position to be going through that process speaks to his potential and his greatness, you feel what I'm saying? And it's not because fucking he's Mexican or he's waving the Mexican flag. It's because of the way his family brought him up and the integrity they put in his heart and the way they trained him and what they programmed him to be, you know what I mean?
Right.
Like, he trains around where I live at, you know? And shit, that boy came from nothing, man. He did something amazing. Like, what the fuck? You
exactly.
know what I mean?
Let's continue to support and show him love, because let me tell you something. His race is not over.
Yeah.
It's not over.
He's only starting. His only, I would say, mistake was, I don't know, maybe being too happy. You know what I mean? Being too happy. Yeah.
Probably, but you know what? That a lot of times that comes when
it's a learning process, man.
Yes,
yeah.
We get so much too soon.
Yeah.
And we don't know how to contain because everybody loves you.
You see fools with 10,000 followers think they're the shit. And they ain't accomplished a motherfucking thing.
Say that again,
please. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Like, motherfuckers think they have the right to opinion. Motherfuckers think they have the right to tell me that I'm trash. And it's like, bro, I'm a million fucking views on this motherfucker. Like, I got millions of views. Like, I got millions of streams. Like, how the fuck you gonna tell me something that you don't even attempt to accomplish? You feel what I'm saying? Like, don't speak. Don't be that guy, man. You know what I mean? Like, don't be that guy.
I found out that the people that actually hate on people that are trying to make it are people that never get any shine, people that don't hustle, people that might be feeling sorry for themselves. Nobody ever wants to talk to me. Nobody ever wants. You know what, man? I encourage everybody to hustle. Get your grind on. You know what I'm saying? Don't wait for somebody to support you to come around and pick you up or whatever.
Nah, ain't nobody gonna
do
give
it
you
yourself.
Shit, that's not gonna happen. You know, on the tier, motherfucker ain't gonna offer you a soup. You know,
you know how many times, how many days, and how many hours I spent just on the turntables, bro, as a teenager, just fucking it up. Well, all my friends went out, and you know what I said? What I would say to myself: one day it'll be my turn.
Yeah.
That's all I would say. One day, I was 17, 16 years old, cutting it up in my room Friday night. I would listen to Uncle Jam's Army on the radio, the Canadian Mixmasters, and I would just be cutting it up and would say to myself, one day it would be my turn. And I'm gonna tell you something. I was 21 years old, and we were at a stadium in Texas, and we were opening up for EPMD. You know, guys that I grew up listening to, you know, and I saw 14,000 people. And I didn't get nervous not one time. Because you know what I said? Now it's my time.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah.
Now it's my time.
You got to rise to the occasion.
Yes. So, once again, I encourage everyone to start up their own podcast because I believe this is the wave of the future. I believe radio will be extinct in about 10 years.
Yeah.
Okay? You have your own voice created. Don't hate on anybody.
Yeah.
Don't hate on anybody because you see somebody trying to make it. That's why we don't have a voice because we're too busy shooting each other down. So,
well, you got hate's it's a big word, man. You gotta really make somebody earn that motherfucking title. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying?
Right. Well, Bozo, let me tell you something, man. Before we say our goodbyes, go ahead and give our shout outs or where people can reach you.
Yeah.
Where people can hear your music, etc. So.
Okay. Social media. I mean, on IG, I'm heavy on IG. That's really what I work most. This is the most fucking convenient thing for me. It's Bozo _B.A.M. I'm on every streaming platform you could possibly think of under Bozo also. Just follow me, man. And I'm on Twitter. I'm on Facebook. Same shit, Bozo. So just follow my shit. I got my own YouTube channel now on on YouTube, obviously titled Bozo, that I'm pushing heavy. You know what I mean? I'm gonna start uploading a lot of content,
Good.
more personal type shit. You know what I mean? Everyday life type shit. How I react to events that are constantly happening and shit. You know what I mean?
So when you drop your album, we welcome you back. So
no doubt.
You can promote
For
it
sure.
and announce it, because my thing is helping and pushing Raza to have a voice.
Yeah.
We need a voice, and the only way we can ever go forward and upward is us coming together.
Yeah, for sure.
Supporting each other.
Yeah, there's power, there's strength in unity, you know what I mean? And I appreciate what you're doing. Stay at it likewise, you know what I'm saying? Like, make us, the goofy shit is going to play itself out, you know what I mean? Your platform has to have integrity and some kind of fucking depth to it, you know what I mean?
Yes.
And that's what it definitely has. So keep doing your shit, man.
Thank you, brother, for
Appreciate
coming.
it.
You greatly
No doubt.
appreciate it here. You got my support. Once again, welcome everybody to Roadium Radio, episode 15. Wednesday, we'll be back on the air with Arabian Prince, the former member of NWA. We're going to be talking about hip-hop, electro-funk, his background with Bobby Jimmy the Critters, his background with NWA. You ain't going to want to miss that one, okay? There are people, yes, especially sad to say, our own Raza that will hate on us because they see us doing good. They see us, if you will, climbing the ladder. So they'll hate, okay? I've never understood that, man. Sure. Anybody that I help, anyone, if I believe in their talent and their gift, I want to help them. And I'm going to tell you why I want to help them, because I want them to surpass everything, or if anything I've ever accomplished, I want you to go farther.
Right.
And then what I want you to do, I want you to help the next man to go farther. That's what we should be doing instead of fucking throwing dirt at you.
Exactly.
I've never understood that, and I still don't. And that's why I want to try to create this. I created this platform to open up doors so that we can now have a voice and speak and help and unite people, instead of, hey, man, can you just imagine if we all just got together and,
We're already a majority.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? So if we really stuck together like all these other races do, the sky ain't even a limit. You know what I mean? We're past that, bro. Like it's incredible what we can accomplish.
Absolutely.
If that happened, and it's happening.
Yes.
It's happening. You know what I'm saying? So, we just gotta keep pushing.
Yes, absolutely. Keep pushing, and we have a voice, and we're going to use it. Okay. I want you to hold that thought. We're going to be back, and we're going to talk about a little controversial subject that everybody wants to know, and we're going to touch on that. But meanwhile, since we were talking about unity, I want to touch on something that's controversial, but I think it'll be beneficial to us if we have an open mind and we really think about what I'm about to say. So, John, put me on this camera right here, please. Okay. I've been receiving a lot of emails, a lot of DMs, and a lot of inboxes, a lot of comments on YouTube. Am I ever going to interview a norteño rapper? Okay. Or are you only going to interview sureños? That's what they asked me. I don't comment, because people want to get into a debate. I'm not going to do that, but I will address it here. First of all, I want to say this. I don't interview sureños, and I don't interview norteños. But what I do interview is artists. That's what I interview. This is, I don't want to bring that sureño, norteño element to Roadium Radio. I want to interview people that are gifted and people that are talented. I will never judge someone because of their geographical location, because they live up north. Me saying that, I have booked already some people that do live up north and that are artists, and they eventually in 2020 will be on this show. So I want to get rid of the whole, are you only interviewing sureños or norteños? I interview artists. I need to make myself clear, okay? If you're gifted and you're talented and you're dope, that's fine. Now, before we go to commercial, I need to take care of one more thing. Somebody asked me, well, you know what? One of the biggest rappers from up north is Sir So-and-so. Okay, I won't mention his name. So I asked this individual, I said, well, have you ever heard his music? And he said this. Now, I don't listen to norteño rap. That's what he told me. And I said, okay, you don't. And he goes, no, I don't. And I said, okay, isn't it funny? Because they live up north, you won't play their music. But yet, you have other rappers that live up north from a different ethnicity, like a Too Short, like a Rapping Forte, like a E40, like Digital Underground, like a Spice One. You don't have any problem bumping them. But when it comes to our raza, because they live up north, no, we don't listen to them. We don't support them. I really want you to think about that, okay? Because I want to do away with all of that. You know, many of you guys don't have a problem going to an Oakland Raiders game, and that's up north. You guys don't have a problem going up to a San Francisco 49ers game, and that's up north. You guys don't have any of that problem, but when it comes to our raza, because they live up north, you know, we don't play them. Well, you know what? I don't do that, okay? And I don't play like that. If you're talented, I don't care where you stay at, man. If you want to come on Roadium Radio, send me your music, and if me and my team agree, then you're going to be on this show.
Yeah, Dr. Dre is in full effect, and I gotta tell y'all a little something. Eazy-E is down with us. MC Ring, you know he's down with us. DJ Yella is down with us. Arabian Prince, you know he's down with us. Tony A. the Wizard is down with us. JJ Fag is down with us. Timmy T, you know he's down with us. DJ Pooh, boy, he's down with us. Toddy B and Spade, they're down with us. My boy Ice Cube, you know he's down with us. I like to mention, so pay attention to where I'm from, Compton, but the tapes are from the Roadium. My name is Dre, listen while I play. And by the way, I'm also down with NWA. Yo, Steve at the Roadium is down with us. Slanging funky tapes, it is a must. We're number one.
Yo, welcome back everyone to Roadium Radio episode 4. This actually completes 1 month. Before we get started and I introduce my special guest, once again, I just want to remind everybody why we have Roadium Radio. I was inspired by my good friend, my mentor, and a father figure named Steve Yano and his wife Susan. You cannot mention Steve without mentioning his wife Susan. I like to say that they were like the dynamic duo. Steve Yano has passed away now for 5 years, and I want to continue his legacy that he started at the Roadium Swap Meet. And the reason why we call this Roadium Radios, it was inspired by the Roadium Swap Meet stand that he had, where he gave independent artists a voice, whether through the mixtape, selling their vinyl, etc. But once again, so I am here to give independent artists a voice, a platform to actually be heard, to share their story, and so that you can get to actually know them a little bit better. But without further ado, I would like to introduce my good friend, somebody that I've known for years, since the early 90s, somebody that I believe has produced 2 classic albums, at least that I know, at least that are my favorite. And we've been friends for a long time. Not only is he a producer, he's a DJ, but also an engineer. Without further ado, my good friend Ernie G, all the way from Santa Monica. Thank you for coming, brother.
Thank you for inviting me.
Yeah, most definitely, most definitely. You know, before we get into all the good stuff about Frank V, the first Proper Dose album, the second Proper Dose album, I want to introduce to the public a little bit behind the scenes of Ernie G. Where were you raised at?
Santa Monica.
Okay,
right here.
Santa Monica. Okay,
yeah.
Now, were you always raised there? Did you move?
Always raised there. Always raised there. Yeah.
What elementary school did you attend?
Edison.
What junior high school?
John Adams.
What high school?
Samo High.
Samo High?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you
Santa
play?
Monica High, basically. Samo High.
Did you play any sports?
I tried baseball. I was on the Giants, but you know, most people were on the Little League, which was on 14th Street on Olympic.
Uh-huh.
We were on the low budget side on Stewart, you know, and I kind of sucked after a while. I'm like, this ain't for me, so I didn't pursue it.
So you kind of sucked.
Yeah, super sucked.
So now growing up, and if I'm correct, in a Mexican home.
Yes.
Are your parents from Mexico?
Straight out of Mexico. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. What part of Mexico were your mom and dad from?
My dad's from El Valle.
El Valle?
You know, they call it Turkey City because they always have a nickname. And my mom's from Buenos Aires.
Okay.
Buenos Aires, yeah. El Pueblo. They call it El Pueblo.
As a kid, well, were you born there as well?
No, I was born and raised here. From what I know, it's UCLA.
Okay.
I was born in UCLA.
Any other family members that were born in Mexico, as far as sisters, brothers?
No, they were all born here.
So they got married and came over here to Santa Monica.
My parents, yeah. From what they told me, yeah. I think.
From what
I
they
don't
told
know,
you.
wait a minute. Yeah, they got married over there. Then I think my mom came first, then my dad came. After.
Okay, that's the way it is. Huh?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to tap into that after. Yeah.
Now, how many brothers, how many sisters do you have?
Well, I had one brother. He passed away
Okay.
in '96. That's Chato.
Sorry to hear that. Rest in peace.
So he passed away in '96, and my sister. I got one sister.
So there was three of you. Now there's
three of it. Now there's two. Yes.
Okay, now paint a picture for me. Growing up, what kind of music was played around your house? Did your mom play something different than what your dad did? Did your dad play something different than what your mom did? Or did they pretty much play the same thing?
My father never played music. My mom was always, I know it sounds cliche,
right?
But it was them Saturday mornings when you get your ass up and to clean the house, and my mom would play. Man, my mom still has albums. Actually, I have her albums. She would play a lot of Spanish, like from Los Bukis. Okay. Even to Cepillín.
Cepillín, of course.
Cepillín. To the one she would always bump, Funky Town. My mom actually bought funk and would play that shit. Would you take me to Funky Town? She would know the words, but she'd make her own ad libs to it. Yeah, of course. So she played everything.
So as a kid, that's pretty much what you heard.
Yeah.
Exactly. As a kid, the person who introduced me to music was my father.
Okay.
And he had one of them big old long stereos,
TV with the TV in the middle?
No, actually, it wasn't. It was just some speakers and a turntable on the side, and it was pretty much 45s. Okay. But he played pretty much everything. I remember the first song that I ever heard him play, and I was just a kid. It was Monster Mash. Remember that song?
Yes.
Okay, Monster Mash. And he was like bien romántico, He always played like Los Panchos.
Okay.
And my mom's favorite was Juan Gabriel. Okay.
Yeah.
So those were my mom's favorites. But I kind of wanted to get a picture of what you grew up with, to what formed and what made Ernie. Now, what kind of music maybe possibly did your brother or sister play?
Well, at the time, I didn't pay too much attention. My sister was way younger. I think I don't even know to this day. I don't know how younger she is. Maybe 10 years younger than me.
Okay.
And my brother, the oldies, typical, know, Bone Thugs and Harmony. He really liked that one first of the month. So that's what he was bumping. But I can't really recall them like, they always wake up with the stereo. It wasn't that. It was me that was always like, I got introduced to it when I first heard Rocket and Buffalo Gals mixed together. That's where I can remember like, wow, like that. It blew my mind, bro. Like Now
I know. Hold that thought, because we're gonna come back to that.
Yeah.
I know you DJ'd first before you started producing, before you started engineering.
Yeah.
Around what age would you say that we talked about Rock and Buffalo Gals?
Mm-hmm.
About what age were you say enthused or excited when you heard that kind of music? Like, what were you in junior high, possibly?
Well, I don't know if I heard it before. I think I heard it with Mello, and you gotta understand, like, I'm from '71, so even by late '78, I was already listening to Tom Petty, because my dad used to take us to a bar on 20th. And Wilshire, like it was the House of Billiard, and so he'd give us a bunch of quarters just to be like, here, go play Pac-Man or Galaga, and it might have been like, I want to say 82 or something, but they were playing 78 music, 79, so the jukebox was always playing there, so I was picking up on that. And then I remember we would drive in his Ford truck, and I still remember Shalimar, playing. So it was late 70s, maybe early 80s. I'm not good with time, but I remember that feeling like, wow, what is this, And then gradually, here comes this thing called hip. I must have been in third grade when like Sugar Hill popped up, because I want to say I remember. I don't think I'm making this up, but I would take records to Edison like on a Friday or a Wednesday, and it would let us play those records. And I remember buying like 83 or when Zap came out, because I remember my mom saying, why are you buying those records for?
Right.
Yeah. Why are you spending your money on Zap? And that was around 83, from the Roadium. I would buy them. This is before I even knew I was gonna get into DJing and stuff.
Right,
So I want to say the first record I bought was, if you guys remember Thrifties. Now is what do they call it now?
CBS.
CBS.
Probably?
No, actually Rite Aid, right?
Rite Aid. Okay.
Remember K-Tel, the brand?
Yes.
I think I bought A Taste of Honey from. They used to have it like a little rack that spins around.
Right.
I remember buying that from there. Like I remember Taste of Honey.
Albums,
The
45s.
album.
Okay.
So
you were a youngster already buying records.
yeah, without knowing yet, without knowing that I'm gonna get into DJing. I don't think I knew.
Who was it through the radio, through a cassette, through vinyl, or was it somebody you saw? Who was the first DJ you ever saw that inspired you to say, I want to find out more about that, or I want to do that?
I want to say, if you remember, Grandmaster DST.
Yes.
This is gonna blow some people. Like, remember that he I think, didn't he? I want to say he did the scratch. I didn't know this. I know it now because we can go back and search it. But I think he might have done some of the scratches for Herbie Hancock. Like,
yes.
We didn't know at the time, but to me that was like mind blowing. To me was like, wow, you know what I'm saying? So.
Wow.
Yeah, so you know what I'm talking about.
Of course.
Grandmaster DST, where he's in front, and the album covers. That's what I tell people. It's like, I miss album covers, bro.
Yeah.
Because it was an experience.
That,
people don't have that anymore.
And the cassettes that you would open and actually read
the credits.
You gotta read the credits.
Or just even trip out on the art cover, like Grandmaster Flash and the Furious 5, the Ghetto Blaster with the standing, like that. To me, I mean, we remember that.
Now, who was the first person you ever seen in person cutting and scratching, if you could remember?
I want to say, and I might be the first time. Look, believe it, Uncle Jam's Army.
Okay.
I don't know what year that was, but I remember the Civic Center in Santa Monica had them there. The Civic Center in Santa Monica had Uncle Jam's Army. Bro, the best shit ever to me. I don't know how, my mom, either my parents were kind of naive, like, hey, I'm going to a concert, and dude, I want to say I was probably 16 at the most. 16, and dude, walking into an arena, of course, it's dark, smoke, Sherman in the air, and people getting thrown through windows, dude. Like I saw, like it was like the show lines in the 60 rolling Crips. I remember it was the show lines were right there in Venice. So like, damn. To me, I mean, as bad as some people might see it, it was the best shit ever.
Now, around how old were you around this time?
I want to say, and I'm bad at dates, dude. I'm bad at dates. I'm gonna tell you guys that right now. But
if you had a guess,
16.
See, you had it good because we both come from Mexican families, but I'm sure at some point your family was very strict. With mine, at the age of 19, I was still very strict.
Yeah. You know what's funny? My parents weren't strict. They were like, they never ever said nothing about bumping music. I was throwing parties at my house in '86, dude.
Wow.
I was throwing literally in '86. I remember. I mean, people would come to the back room. You've been to my pad,
right?
When it was a little, and they were so shermed out, and they would be upset, and people trying to calm them down, like. People that know that, hey, this is true. And they'd be like, oh, when she left me. And they would punch holes through the drywall. Like, man, what the hell are you doing?
Right.
Because they're so high and stuff. But, dude, people would come out. Hey, get in here. The police are coming. People fighting outside. And it was like, and my parents would never say nothing. They would just stay inside the pad. And then when they come out, and we just had to regulate ourselves.
Wow.
But
Now, at what point in your life, and possibly at what age did you start picking up the turntables, or say to yourself, I'm going to start practicing or getting the hang of this?
It started, I want to say I remember my dad giving me a turntable. Like I said, I don't remember. Could have been 14, 15.
Okay.
And it wasn't a 1200. It wasn't, it wasn't
Hell
that.
No.
It was a Nikon.
Okay.
Like not the camera, but Nico or something.
Right.
And then I remember borrowing one from my friend that he got one too, and then kind of putting them together. They were mismatched. Of
course.
And I remember saving some money from a paper route, the Evening Outlook in Santa Monica. I had a paper route.
For those people that may not know what a paper route is, explain to them.
A paper route was after school, they would leave a bundle of papers, and you cut them, and then you'd have to put them together and fold them, put a rubber band on, and you had a bag, and you put those on your bike, and you fill it, and you had a route. You got to go deliver around the hood and throw the Evening Outlook. For me, it was the Evening Outlook.
Right.
And so, you know, you would get I think you get paid every fucking month.
Yeah.
I think it was every month. And I think from there, I asked my brother, hey, let me borrow your money. Go to Radio Shack and buy a mixer, because I didn't really know what it was, but I would hear, hey, it's a mixer that you need to put these, and I was been into electronics. I always like electronics. I was always like, you know, even back then, we were just talking about the old stereos, the Marantz and the old, because I was looking at the mics, and I'm like, oh, Marantz, I remember that, you know. And to me, that's nostalgic. To me, it's like, man, that brings a lot of. I would remember I'd go with my dad gardening, and I'd go into these white folks' garage, because they were open. I wasn't breaking or nothing, and I would be like, damn, look, that stereo's badass. And I would even get the magazines just to look at the stereo, the early 1980 stereos.
Now that's a trip that you said you had a paper out, because when I first bought my first 1200s, now I had already known how to DJ, but to make a long story short, I had a paper route job. And I knew what I was getting paid, and I knew how long I wanted to work, because there was a guy actually down the street here. It was a white guy, a few white guys here in Wilmington, because it is predominantly all, at that time was predominantly all Mexican and black. Okay? And I remember he said, I'm selling my old 1200s. And when I heard 1200s, se me prendió el foco. The light turned on.
I know that feeling.
So I said, how much do you want from him? And he told me, he said, I'll take $300. So I knew how long I had to work, and I knew I was going to quit that damn paper route job just so that I can get the 1200s. Now, they were raggedy, but you know what? When you love music, it doesn't matter.
I still have my original 1200, so as ragged as them motherfuckers are built to last.
Now when we say 1200, for the public, for the youngsters that may not know, we're talking about turntables.
Turntables, the original 1200 MK2s. Yes. And they were about, and the trip out on this, like, I didn't get enough money to buy them. And I never got to, until one day there was this guy named Chuy Garcia, and he had a DJ business.
And every Mexican family just like a Chuy, huh?
Yeah, Chuy. It was Chuy Garcia, and he would use. I wouldn't say use me, but I was just blown away, because that's when. And I still got a GLI mixer.
Oh wow!
So if people know what I go, I mean, GLI was Jam Master Jay. Remember you? I would just look at it. Anyways, that's how I got into it. And then my mom, I probably had like $300, but then remember the credit cards we used to put them on the machine and slide them like this with carbon copy.
Right.
We went. I remember going up Fairfax down to, I want to say maybe Sunset. They had stereo places back in the day, Leo Stereos and stuff like that.
Right.
So we got them from one of those places, and she charged the rest up, and I paid them off, and that was it.
You know what I miss, because I used to love to go, was Radio Shack.
I love Radio Shack.
And think about this, you know. Okay, I'm 51 years old. Okay.
Yeah. Radio Shack.
And here's what breaks my heart. Okay, we have no more Toys R Us.
No.
We have no more Radio Shack.
No.
Tower Records, Music Plus.
Nothing.
The Warehouse.
Nothing.
You know, so that's starting to make me feel older. You know.
Yeah.
But the good thing is that, and I love this quote, thank God that we had a childhood before technology took over.
Yeah.
Now I'm saying technology is bad, because it's actually good, because we're actually live right now.
We're still, you know.
So thank God for that. But now, I want to jump a little bit ahead. So now you got your turntables. At what age do you remember going to the Roadium Swap Meet? And once again, for our viewers, the Roadium Swap Meet is an open air market or a flea market in the city of Gardena.
Well, if I can say, when I can say I bought Zap album at the Roadium.
About how old were you?
Well, my parents used to go to the swap meet to buy whatever they needed to buy.
Clothes, Mexican candy, whatever.
And I can even say we probably went to the Roadium without me even knowing about the music yet. You know, like I'm sure we went there when we were young. But as I can remember, it must have been like 80, let's say 82 to be safe.
Okay.
But it might have been even 80, you know? So for sure 82 or 83, I started going there, like, you know.
At what time or how old were you? What year possibly was it when you actually met Steviano?
You know what's fun? It had to be like it had to be like a little maybe before 90, because that's when we had promoted our album on Big Chill Records. Shout out to my cousin, you know.
Okay, stop right there, because I don't want you jumping too ahead.
Yeah.
Okay, so say probably about 90.
Yeah.
Okay.
90.
Let me back up now. At what year, or possibly how old were you when you first met Frank V?
I think I was, and I wish I had a couple of friends here that know the dates, but I'm not good at dates. But
if you had to guess,
it had to be during high school, and it had to be maybe 11th grade, 12th grade. Maybe it might have been 12th grade, because a friend of mine, Victor Campos, introduced me to him. Well, he's like, I know this guy. You know, the same scenario, cliche. This guy, he's pretty good. Bring him by. Yeah, okay. And he wouldn't show up. He wouldn't show up until finally one day he showed up.
So now you were DJing at the time, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
By that time, yeah.
So you weren't producing just yet?
No.
Okay.
No.
So you meet this guy, Frank V. Now so you met him around the 12th grade, possibly 11th, 12th.
Yeah.
Okay. So now he was rapping. When you first heard him rap, what were your thoughts?
You know, you don't get a lot from me. I'm just like, this guy's good. Okay. You feel a vibe. You feel like it's almost like it's meant to be. So I don't remember like saying, wow, this guy's great. I was just like, we got something. So, you know, I'm just quiet. I'm like, I know we got something.
See, and that's good, because with High C, it wasn't like that.
Yeah.
When I told him last week, I said, when I first heard you rap, I didn't like it.
Okay.
But it wasn't until I performed with him and I saw that he sounded just like the way he would rap to me at home.
Exactly.
He didn't change. And the way he engaged the crowd at the age of 17 years old, that's this guy's young and he's good.
Yeah.
Okay, so it must have been around the same, you must have met Frank possibly around 16, 17 years old. Now you meet Frank. Now, from what you know of, that Frank V, is he originally from Santa Monica?
I believe his family, I'm not 100% sure, because, you know, the funny thing is, like, just because you're in a group with somebody, like you're in a high seat, people will probably assume that you and him hang out all day, and it's probably far from the truth.
Right.
And that was the same situation with me and Frank V. I always said, he don't step on my toes, and I don't step on his toes, you know? And Frank V, I don't know when he got here, but...
Now, when you say got here...
Yeah, like to Santa Monica. That's what I'm meaning.
Okay.
Santa Monica.
Where did he come from?
I want to say look, I should know this, but I'm saying this just like a disclaimer, not so people always like, no, he didn't. He came, I think, from Texas. His family was from Texas. Like, his mom probably spoke Spanish and, you know, Tex-Mex and stuff like that.
Right.
And I think he was the youngest out of his older brothers. And the reason I say that is to say that the reason I think Frank V was different was because he didn't get raised like maybe like how we did right here, right? So the flavor that he had was he was into a lot of classic rock.
Okay.
But I think when he got here, he was kind of like, wow, I like this, you know.
Okay.
The gang lifestyle and stuff like that.
So, as far as you know, okay, and like you said, you're not 100% sure. You believe that he was originally from Texas.
Yes.
And when do you know possibly?
You know what? I'll take that back. I think he might have been staying in Long Beach.
Okay.
Yeah, he might have been staying in Long Beach.
Okay.
I wish he was around. We can ask him.
Well, we'll get to that.
Yeah.
The reason why I asked you is because somebody told me that he was originally from Texas. They've never told me what part of Texas.
Okay.
And they said he got here around when he was a teenager. Nothing was for sure around what time, what year, how old he was. But I asked because what you're telling me kind of makes sense.
Yeah.
To what somebody told me that a female actually told me this. So now he raps for you. You're DJing. Around what point that you started getting or introduced to producing?
Well, this all circles around the mixtapes, your mixtapes, because I was blown away by that. I didn't understand how the hell you guys are mixing a song after another. I mean, I get. No, that would be impossible for you to.
You're talking about the Roadium?
Yeah, the Roadium mixtape. Like, how the hell you went, hey, boop, bang, doop, boom, this song, that song, boom, hey. I mean, is somebody handing you these records? Are you nah? So I remember Steve would always be like this. I said, how do they do that? Oh, that's a 4-track. And, you know, I'm like, what the hell is a 4-track?
I know.
What's a 4-track? I think you guys had an 8-track. But I ran down. Now, here's another one. We didn't have no Guitar Center.
Right.
We didn't have no Sam Ash.
Right.
We didn't have none of that. But I did. That's why I feel like I was blessed. In West LA, we had West LA Music.
West LA Music.
Remember West LA Music?
My favorite store.
Yes. It was almost like the Mecca. You had to go there.
Yeah.
Like everybody's picture was on the wall.
Yeah.
Like you would go in there and you'd see all these. So I asked them, hey, what's a 4-track? And they're like, oh, here's one. And, you know, and I was like, shit, I just got to get it. I didn't know what it was.
You know, today I talk to people and they all swear, oh, I knew you were using a 4-track. That's a damn lie.
Yeah.
Nobody knew that I was
knew.
using a 4-track because
That was all new.
before I started making them for Steve, I would hear Dre, you know, cutting and scratching and everything, and then he would be talking over. I'm thinking, there's no way he could be doing this and then talking at the same time.
Exactly.
So when I first did my first mixtape, that was in 1987, Steve came over and I clearly told him, I don't have 4 turntables. You know, so he said, don't worry about it, we need a 4-track. So when he pulled out that Tascam Porta 1,
okay,
I said, what is that? You know, and he said, this is how we're going to do it. Now, that was different for me.
Yeah.
So it took a while for me to, like, master that, if you will.
Yeah.
But for people to say today, oh, I knew, that's a damn lie, because Steve would always tell me, don't tell anyone, you know. And, of course, that was Dr. Dre's way of being ahead of the game.
Yeah.
You know, because Dre's actually the one that introduced him to that, because Dre was doing bootleg records for Lonzo, Crew Cut Records, Mix Tricks. So,
and back in the days, that was, dude, for you to have a 4-track was like, dude.
Yeah.
I mean, now we even take it for granted. Now we have all the technology we wish we had, and we still don't do shit with it. Oh, well, at least for me. I'm
right. Okay.
You know.
So you get a 4-track. You learn how to use it.
No, I don't. I don't know how. Because remember how I used to say pan, left, right? And I was like, what the hell is pan?
What is pan?
What is pan? What is pan? Okay, you didn't want to know what's pan? Pan just means balance, left or right.
Left or right.
That's it. But why did they have to call it pan? I don't understand. So anyways, so I would sit there and be like, what the hell? And the problem with me is I get something, I acquire it, and I'm like, okay, I got it.
Right.
Yeah, I lose kind of what's next. I need this.
And you're still that way today.
Yeah, I'm still that way today. Okay. And I realize it. I'm like, oh, I need this drum machine. Oh, I need that. And I buy them, and I'm like, I just get them, and okay, I got it.
So you get a 4-track. You eventually learn how to use it, obviously.
Somewhat, yeah.
Frank V comes over.
Uh-huh.
What do you remember the first rap that he actually ever put together, or what beat?
I don't remember like the first rap. I'm sure there must have been some, but of course it was like a diss song, you know, the neighborhoods and stuff like that.
Right.
And I was so much into like learning the 4-track and trying to be like Tony A and Dr. Dre that as long as I knew that, whatever, I kind of left him alone. Like, you do you, because I don't even have to worry about you. It wasn't like, oh, bro, you're offbeat or you're sounding kind of whack or like, no. That's how good Frank was. I didn't have to worry. He was like, I already got him locked in. Cool. Oh, yeah, cool. Let me do my little thing. I was so focused on like, how do I make this work? How do I bounce? Because you had to bounce. After 4 tracks, you had to bounce. And you were talking about mono, right? Like mono. That was another thing I couldn't understand. And, you know, so anyways, so it was kind of like a diss song and stuff. Like, you know, and I was trying to do like, oh, this is dedicated.
Around that time, did you guys ever perform or do any shows? Like, let's try taking this to the stage?
I want to say the first show I remember somehow was at like a car show at Samo High. It was kind of like on a Saturday or Sunday.
And this was like your first time you guys together.
Yeah. Like we didn't. I think it was like a cassette was your DAT machine. You know, like it wasn't records. I don't think it was records. Okay. And it was just kind of like we didn't know what we were doing. I want to say Lighter Shade of Brown might have been performing that time. Okay. So I'm not sure.
Hold those thoughts, okay? We're going to go to a break, and then we're going to get into your albums.
Okay.
And working with Steve. Once again, I have my good friend Ernie G from the group Proper Dose. We're going to get into what we call Chicano rap today. We're going to get into where is Frank V. But first and foremost, I want to say this, that before I actually ever met Ernie, I heard a song called Mexican Power. They didn't say Chicano Power. They just didn't say power. They said Mexican Power. These brothers were actually bold enough to come forward and they didn't care if they got rejected, but they came out and said, this is Mexican Power. And that's the song we're going to be playing. First, we're going to play something that he probably hasn't heard in years. Because these brothers actually used to work at Power 106. They were DJs there, and we're going to talk about that. So these drops that you're going to be hearing are, one of them is for Power 106.
Yeah.
One of them, one of the songs that we're going to play is one, The Misadventures of Frank V.
Okay.
Produced by you.
Yeah.
And after that, you're going to hear the original version of Mexican Power, which was on Rainbow Records.
That was on Big Chill Records.
Big Chill
the
Records.
original, yes.
Big Chill Records.
It was
So-
pressed by Rainbow
Yes.
Records.
So we'll be back in 10 minutes and call somebody, tag somebody, or text somebody and let them know what we're about to get into. Thanks, everybody. Welcome back once again to Roadium Radio. I'm your host, Tony A, and we're here with my boy, Ernie G, from the group, Mexican rap group called Mexican Power. Actually, proper dose. That was a song you heard called Mexican Power. Now, Ernie, jump back into it. I don't want to waste any more time. You and Frank are now, if you will, together as a duo. Okay?
Yes.
Kind of like a Fresh Prince, Jazzy Jeff. Okay?
Yep.
Now, you hook up with Chill.
That's my cousin. Big Chill, rest in peace. Big
Chill, rest in peace. And where's he originally from?
He's from Linwood. He was, you know, when we used to go visit them, the family, they were in Linwood.
Now, how did he play a role?
He played a big major role. Like, people don't know it. I mean, at the time, look, I went through the DJing. I'm starting to get into the 4-track mixing. Now I got this guy named Frank V. And now, you know, I'm starting to understand, like, making records. I don't know shit about making records, but I know now my next thing I want is a SB1200.
Okay, which is a
drum machine, which you're familiar with it because, you know, you did High C and his album. But so there was one problem. There were $2,700.
Yeah.
You know, and at the time, when you want something, you know, hey, at the time, Big Chill, I mean, he's the man. He's the man at the time. He's the man. He was doing what he was doing. He's the man. Well, it wasn't that easy because I would tell him, hey, I want this drum. And when I say this, it's because we're here. We only have certain time. It didn't happen overnight. It didn't happen in a week, 2 weeks, to a month. It was just more like, hey, Chill, buy me this drum machine. I'm kind of paraphrasing because I don't 100% remember, but I know it was like, hey, and I remember him like probably saying, yeah, I'll get it for you, and I'm like, hell yeah, he's gonna get it for me. He's gonna get it for. Then maybe a week goes by, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. You know, you want to.
Well, it's a lot of money.
Yeah, it's a lot of money. But he had a lot of money, like a lot of money. Like this guy at that age, he's the same age as me at the same age, and he already had a house, 2 houses maybe. You know, he was so I'm like, okay, I'm gonna get it. And then I'm like, you know, time goes on. I'm like, I'm not going to get it. Okay, so plan B.
What is plan B?
Plan B, I was like, okay, maybe it's still a lot of money. So I'm like, but by that time, why I'm saying this is because by that time, I'm still like, you know, 4-track and I don't know if Mexican Power's around. Then we bumped, you know, everything was aligned. Everything was aligned. So I was like, Steve, you know, we had like a little manager, this white guy, John Brunda. As much as people want to hate or if he robbed us or he robbed you or he's taking all the money, dude, you got to look at it this way. If it wasn't for him, whether he robbed us or not or whatever, we probably wouldn't be here because he worked at Rainbow Records. He knew how to press these records. He has connections.
Okay.
Sort of like Jerry Heller, right?
Right.
You can hate all you want, but maybe Jerry Heller, if he wasn't that piece of the puzzle,
right,
bro, you got to take it for what it is. So, anyways, long story short, by this time I'm still doing my thing. It's not stopping me. I'm not sitting here waiting for the drum machine, and it wasn't like I was like, oh, how can I get it? It was more like Plan B was like, hey, could you rent out a studio time for us? Mm-hmm. At Paramount, and you know, I'm just thinking, I just know what I want to do.
Now, at this time, did you already have an idea what songs you were going to produce, or you just wanted the drum?
Yes. At this time, the 4-track, I was taking Cutie Pie and I was looping it. You know what I'm talking about? Like dun 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 dun, like the first 4 bars.
Right.
I would stop it and I had to play the record again, play the cassette and play that 4 bars. So when the next 4 bars come in, I was recording on track 2. Boom. Right. And then I was recording on track 1 again, and then 2 and 1 and 2 until it became like maybe 5 minutes, and then Frank kind of just rapped. That's what you call a demo. Frank probably rapped the demo.
have Mexican Power written specifically for that beat?
I think he just had it written, or he just wrote it, or he had it written. Man, I wish Frank was here. But I think
we'll get to that.
Yeah, I think he had it written, or whatever the case was. I was zoned in into making the music, and he was zoned in into writing. You know, and that's how I always looked at it. It wasn't like, you know, maybe I would say, hey, let's change this word some, but we did a little demo. We didn't know any better. To us, I guess it's like being a fan. Like you hear your stuff on a cassette,
right?
And to you, you're like, wow, check that. And people are like, oh, let me get a copy of that. And then that's how it and it becomes kind of, you know, like, in the hood.
Ghetto fabulous.
Yeah, ghetto fabulous. So,
okay, so now, speed up. Do you get the drum machine from your cousin?
It doesn't happen till first. Maybe I don't know if I showed him, or maybe John Barunda at the time spoke to. We all probably got together and like, hey, because what happened was like he did fork money out. I don't remember how much money it was. And there's a video. There is a video. If you look like on my channel on the I think it's high. I don't even know my channel, High Caliber Exclusive. If you look on there, I actually have my mama bought me a videotape, one of those big ass videotapes of like that, and I didn't know we were gonna get this far, but I might have erased over some of it.
Okay.
It's because, you know, you run out of space and you want to record Yo MTV Raps or something. And so anyway, but there is you'll see us recording our first ever recording studio was at Mexican Power, and he paid for it. Big Chill paid for it, and from there we pressed up a record and a cassette. And whoever has the cassette with the Mexican Eagle, it was all about pride for us, man. We're young, you know, it's warriors, and it was a pride thing, man. It was never about the money.
When you guys came out with that single, obviously you guys were selling that out, if you will, out of the trunk of your car.
Yes.
Okay.
That's the phrase.
No distribution, no record deal.
Nobody's thinking about that. You're
right.
not. You're just like.
Now, how did you feel knowing that he came out saying his first lyrics were Mexican Power? Were you cool with that?
Yeah.
Okay.
We wanted. It was a statement. Who was doing that? We didn't say Latino or like, you know, this and that. Mexican Power.
Okay. Now, we're going to change the channel just a little bit because I need to ask you something that usually when I ask certain rappers, they get real pissed off because they tell me that it's a controversial subject. Me, I don't care. I didn't get inspired to do Roadium Radio to dick ride artists.
Yeah.
I give artists their proper respect, their credit. We give them their props, okay? My thing is this, that when I ask these rappers today this question, they all shy away from it. So my question to you is, what is Chicano rap?
Now, I guess, is anybody that's Latino, or, you know, they say Latino, that they throw them in that bucket. Chicano rap. I'm like you. I don't sit there and be like, oh yeah, we're Chicano rap. That's what they labeled us maybe after, like, maybe the new generation. I wouldn't even say the new generation. I don't pay attention really to that, like Chicano rapper. I don't. Okay. I just do what I feel like doing, and that's it.
That song drops on Big Chill Records. Okay. At that time, did you ever hear anybody refer to you guys as that's Chicano rap?
No, never.
Never. Okay.
No.
Did you ever hear anyone? Now I'm talking about a certain time, certain era, when La Raza came out. Did you ever hear anybody refer to him as a Chicano rapper?
No.
What about a lighter shade of brown?
No.
Never. Okay.
Never.
When do you think that name started floating around? If you had to guess, I'll tell you when I think I first heard it. I would say it was possibly late '96 and on up.
Is that when, like, maybe the Kool-Aid was on the radio around that area?
I believe so.
I want to say maybe that's when it happened, where they like just let's put that genre on them, like Chicano rappers.
You know, when I interviewed Misfit Soto a couple of weeks ago, when I asked, because as of right now we are filming a documentary called "What Is Chicano Rap," and I interviewed some very well-known Chicano rappers. And I caught him off guard when I asked him that question. And one guy said, well, Chicano rap, I think it's just Chicano rap into oldies. That's what he said.
Yeah.
Another guy said, well, I think we just remake funk songs. And if that doesn't work, then we rap to more bounce. And if that doesn't work, we'll use talk box. So that's pretty much in a nutshell what this one rapper, it wasn't me that said this. He said that's pretty much what Chicano rap is.
Yeah.
So my next question is it a good thing to be known as a Chicano rapper, in your opinion?
I guess if you're on top of it, and that's what you're gonna do, I guess so. I mean, I guess so. Like I said, I think people could see through that. Like, yeah, I'm sure that some people could be like, yeah, they're like, I'm a Chicano rapper. I'm a Chicano rapper. So.
Now, have you ever heard somebody refer to you as a Chicano producer, Chicano DJ?
No, not that I have heard. I'm sure they probably said it or like, oh, he's a Chicano, but no, I don't think so.
Okay. No, it was just a question because your answers will definitely help me piece together this puzzle that I'm trying to put together for this documentary. So those are good answers, and I'm glad you answered it. But some people actually get upset when I ask them those cool questions. Why would I guess if I had to guess, it's because I guess they want to be left alone. Like this is our shit. Mm-hmm. But if you really think about it, a lot of that music is just sold either at the swap meets or at the car shows.
Yeah.
And that's pretty much it. Yeah. You know, it's a regional sales. You know, it won't go farther than Texas,
exactly,
Colorado, Albuquerque, and maybe some places up north. Yeah. You know, but anyway, and it's funny because Haisi was here last week.
Japan's real big on it.
Real big.
Yeah, real big.
Yes, they're really big. Actually, if it's just not so much the Chicano rappers, also the culture.
Yeah.
So that's a good thing. But anyways, so now back to what I was saying. The record comes out. Fast forward to where you go to the Roadium and you're trying to convince Steve, sign us.
At the time, I think I just took some records over there because, I mean, we're like, Swami was the internet for us, I guess.
That was our social media.
That was our social media. Everybody was like, you know, that's why I went to the Roadium because West LA, I was going to say, Music Plus, the warehouse, right. They didn't have that special stuff that Steve Yano had because everybody would go and almost handmade give it to him. And that's where you would be like, hey, Steve, what's that? Because he would play the music.
Yes.
That's something
you couldn't go anywhere else.
Yeah, Warehouse and Music Plus wouldn't do, you know. And so I go and I say, hey, can I leave you these on consignment? And, you know, tell me what you think. And I want to say, I remember this. He played it, or either he played it and later I heard the response and he was like, that Lighter Shade of Brown was already out, but they had like what was their hit single off the top?
Sunday Afternoon.
No, I don't think it was Sunday Afternoon.
Latin Active.
I think it was before. They had another one like
they had a song called El Barrio. So they had quite a hit singles off of that first album.
But it wasn't the album. They had a single. I think Tony G produced it.
Okay,
Tony G. Yeah. So it's and I can't remember. Anyways, so. I don't know if they already had an album, but like I said, I'm bad with timing, man. But I remember Steve saying, oh, this kind of sounds like Lighter Shade of Brown. And I was like, shaking my head like Shaggy, like, what?
That pissed you off?
I was like, no, I don't get pissed off. I'm just like, that's cool. But I was like, no, it don't. Hell no, it don't. Our shit was more, you know, you got to remember, this was NWA, gangsta rap. So I was like, hell no. I said they were more like on the pop side, you know. That's why they hit, you know, because they were playing their songs on the radio and they were doing more shows than obviously we were.
Right.
We were more like the underdogs, you know, like the Mexican. We were the NWA version,
right?
You know.
Right, okay.
So I was like, no, it's not, and I was like, whatever. So I'm like, oh. But then he calls me later on, like, hey man, I need some more. Because he sold them out.
Right.
Because at first he was like downplaying it. I don't know if he was downplaying it, but I was like, whatever. Just.
Well, that's like everybody in the business. Yeah. They downplay it so that they can offer you a little.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. So maybe that's what it is.
So how later after that did you get signed to SKANLESS Records?
That was another ordeal. It's like we can almost make a movie on that. Because I didn't realize at the time, you know, I remember saying, hey, you know, you want to press up a record, let's rent the studio. And then, that's when I got my drum machine. After that, I got my drum machine. But like I said, my cousin was a busy man, you know. So Ernie G at the time was like, man, I need to be in the studio. And one thing, that's when you guys you guys went before us, so you guys got a big deal and shit.
Yeah.
So that it's Steve got broken up. He's a smart man. He bought a property and he put a studio in there. Now tell me who the hell had and he was giving you studio time. And Ernie G likes to be in the studio.
Right.
So I don't think I kind of knew about it a little bit, but I was thinking like, okay, this is a record label, and I wasn't trying to like disrespect my cousin. I didn't even think about that. I was like, hey, like, you guys figure it out. Look, chill. I want to go over here. This is a record label. Right. You guys, I didn't care about the money. You guys, whatever you want. I was like, hey, but he got really upset. I mean, to where like we were running around the table.
You know, you said something that is very, very true, and I would like the audience to hear that. When I first started producing, I never did it for the money. I never did it for the money. And I've always told friends, and I've always told even my son, I don't chase money. If you release good music, money will come knocking. I mean, we got a deal once again off of a mixtape, not even looking for a record deal. So let me tell you something that possibly you didn't know. Steve let me know about you guys. Okay, he actually showed me a newspaper clipping where it talked about Mexican power, and it had a picture of you and Frank together. Okay. And he said, I'm going to sign these guys. He said, and I remember it was the first time before Paris Hilton. He said, these guys are hot.
Yeah.
You know, these guys are hot.
Yeah.
And I was like, hot? You know, when I think hot, I'm thinking of a girl.
She's hot. That was, you got to remember, Steve Yano was Japanese.
Yeah.
And
he said, these guys are hot.
He was a straight date.
So I said, well, Mexican power? Now, I said, yeah. I said, you just want to sign them to that one song? And he said, no, they got more shit. And I was like, okay. But I will say this, and this is kind of skipping ahead a little bit. When I started to hear your guys' music, I was fucking blown away, honestly. I really, your production, Frank's mic presence, his delivery, his lyrics, there was nothing out there like it, bro. You couldn't even compare Frost to him.
Yeah.
It was nothing out there like it. I did a show with Frost in Lighter Shade of Brown up north when you guys were still working on the first album. Okay? This is when you guys were doing the, working in the album in Alhambra. Okay? And I told Frost, I talked to Frank V, so you guys are supposed to be doing a song together. And when I say Frost, talking about Kid Frost, La Raza, Kid Frost. And he said, really, what did you say about me? And I said, well, he said that you guys are supposed to do a song. I think the song was called Shoot the Puta. I don't think it ever came out.
I don't think it ever came out.
Okay. So that was the name of the song. And he goes, yeah, he's supposed to put me on. Now, me and High C, we filmed the Leave My Curls Alone video at Venice Beach.
Yeah.
That same night, we went to go put gas after we left the video shoot. We ran into Bobby and Robert from Lighter Shade of Brown at a gas station. It was weird.
Crazy.
And I remember he said, what are you guys working on? And I said, nothing. And he Robert asked me, what is Proper Dose doing? They had already known of you guys.
Yeah.
And I said, finishing up their album, that's it. And I remember Robert said, are they dissing anybody? You know, and I said, not that I know of. They were concerned because they thought you guys were going to actually diss them. Was there ever any truth to that?
Yeah. If you listen to, what song is it? I'm bad with names and I just do shit at the moment. I don't think.
Is it the one dancing on stage like chavalas and doing nada to bring up the raza?
Yeah. That could have been a little shot towards them, but you got to remember at the time that's kind of like what it
entertainer,
was.
I think.
Yeah, it's. I think I was gonna say is you're the entertainer. Yeah. You know.
Okay.
So I think that's a song that was dissing them. Yeah, it was a diss.
Do you ever remember why Frost never made it on the album? Because I had heard he was supposed to be on that record. So I don't know. Maybe contracts.
I never even thought like, oh yeah, Kid Frost. You know. You know.
Okay, because when I brought that up to him, that was one of the things he said. He said, "Yeah, I'm supposed to do a song," you know, and I was like, "Oh yeah." You know, Frank told me, you know.
There might have been like, you know how labels are. Like he was signed to Virgin, right?
Yes, if I'm correct.
And then it's like you got to ask for permission. Like they just if it doesn't benefit them, they probably be like, "No, you can't use this." You know,
I'll tell you what. I know you don't really care for it, but one of my favorite songs was a song called "One Summer Night."
Okay.
Which we'll play later on. That was one of my favorite songs. I loved Hard Times. I loved The Entertainer. Of course, I love Mexican Power, Motherfucking Mexican. I can name pretty much all of them because that shit was dope, bro.
Yeah.
That was when I first bought my first Benz, bro. I was like 22 years old, and I was bumping the cassette in my car, drunk as hell, driving home from Alhambra, bumping that shit. And Steve was really, really hyped up on you guys.
Yeah.
Now, when the sales started to go down, because he was selling a lot.
Yeah.
He started thinking maybe it was too brown. That's what he said.
Okay.
You know, but
Could be.
But you know what? That shit was tough, man. What is your favorite song? If I had to twist your arm on that first album, what would you say was your favorite song?
I don't go for the popular stuff, so it wouldn't have been like, even Mexican Power was like a statement. It was like, okay, that. But for me, probably Aquí para Frank V.
That was
I kind of go for the stuff that's not too popular. That's always
that
been
shit
my,
was hard,
yeah.
bro. That shit was tough. Now, here's the $1 million question. Okay, when I posted last Thursday on IG, and by the way, everybody that's looking for me on IG, for some reason, IG deleted my ass again. That was my second page. I started to gain followers, and I woke up on Friday of last week, and I just was fucking logged out. You know, why that happens, I don't know. My son, everybody tells me, oh, there were a bunch of haters. I don't really know. You know, if you don't like the shit that I post, and all I do is post up throwbacks, you know, album covers or whatever. If you don't like it, don't come on my fucking page, like, period. So I posted that Ernie G was going to be here, and the number one question was, where is Frank V? So now my question to you is, where is Frank V from what you know of?
That's a good question. I would like to know myself, because I would have said, hey, man, come down. This got to be told, dude, because he has a great memory. Frank V has a great memory. Frank V, I mean, I think the best times wasn't just record. It was going on tour, dude, sitting in the Astro van. And I remember that Astro van had a cooler in the middle. It was luxurious touring, so it was all bucket seats. And those were the best times, because we used to bump, not rap, nothing. He used to school me to a lot of old classic songs. He would tell me this or that, the Beatles and this. So Frank V was really, and I like that. That's the to me what was special.
It was a break from hip hop.
From hip hop, yeah. But
I have to bring you back. Where is he? Okay, now let me narrow it down more. What are the stories that you have heard of where possibly Frank V is?
I mean, you don't hear too much about him, but last time he was in Oregon, the last time he came to my house, and I want to say 2013, and we might have recorded a couple songs.
Was that about the last time physically you saw him in person?
Yeah, physically I saw him in person.
Okay.
And I don't know.
Whenever I interview somebody, even though I've known you for years, I still do research and I ask people certain things. And I look at a lot of blogs, you know, because I never want to interview somebody and be unprepared. Okay. I read a lot of blogs about him, and one of them was that, and actually I received a phone call from someone that told me that he was locked up in Oregon. Okay. Somebody said he was going to do 2 to 3 years. I don't know if that's true. Again, this is what I've read. One guy actually confirmed it, that as of right now, he is still locked up, still incarcerated. On what charges, I never asked, and I've never read on why he's locked up. But that's what I heard.
I mean, it could be. It's like it ain't like it's the first time. Frank V been in jail before, so.
Right, so this is nothing new.
This is nothing new. So I mean, I could say, yeah, maybe that's where he's at, you know.
Okay.
And people would probably be like, hey, they ask me too, like, where you and Frank V should. Well, sometimes because you're just a group, people assume you're buddy, but that wasn't the case.
No,
we weren't like What I'm trying to say is we never really hung out after we did what we did. Even though it was like the same people, we knew the same people in the hood, but there's different cliques. You're in a different. I hang out over here, and you hang out over there. It was all good but I didn't really see him after the shows and all that stuff. It was only like, hey, we need to go here, and that was it.
The last time you saw him face to face, was that the last time you actually spoke to him?
I spoke. I want to say, and again, I don't want nobody to say no, that's not, but I want to say around 2013. It might have been, 2013, okay. maybe 2009. I might have, it's that much of a.
And you guys were working on a demo, if I'm correct?
Yeah, I was trying to be like, hey, let's do this, but what you fail to realize that once you kind of go through the motions, and that whatever it was, is kind of, you already know how it is, and you're like kind of burnt.
You already know how the book's gonna end.
Yeah, you already know how the book. So now you're worrying about like people nowadays flake on you because they can't get a ride. You know, I remember Ernie G would go to Alhambra every single time. If you told me to be there at 10, I'd be there. If a show's happening, I'd be there. And Frank V, when you're a rock star, where's Frank V? Where's Frank? He's not showing up today. That's what happens.
So you guys finished the second album, which to me, I believe was another classic. Now, I'm saying this, you're not saying this.
Yeah.
This is just me, not only as a friend, but also a fan. Everybody that I've interviewed, I like to say, not only am I a friend, but I'm also a fan of their music. You know, I wouldn't be producing or working or DJing with somebody if I didn't like their shit.
Yeah.
Not all money is good money.
Yeah.
I've known people that have told me, hey, I want you to do some scratching on one of my songs. Let me hear the song.
Yeah.
I'm good, bro. And I've turned down money.
Yeah.
There's times where people have hired me to do beats, and once I heard their lyrics, I gave them their money back and I took my beat back.
Yeah.
You know, some people say maybe that's not good business, but that's just the way I am.
Exactly.
So now, the second album to me was a classic as well. Okay. I really liked Ghetto Baseball.
Yeah.
That's one. I mean, I can go down the list.
That Ghetto Baseball, man. If people don't know, just YouTube Ghetto Baseball by Frank V. That right there, to this day, and call it what you will, I'll put money on Frank V. Like, whether we fell off or call it what you want, but if they're still talking about you maybe 25 years later,
right?
Then okay,
you made an impact.
Yeah, I'll be like, okay, you made an impact or something.
What would you say was your favorite song off that second one? Would it be Ghetto Baseball?
Yeah, I want to say Ghetto Baseball.
Okay, now if you guys are referred to today as Chicano rap, then I'm gonna make a statement. Okay, and this is not my opinion. This is facts. If you guys are known, once again, I'm gonna repeat it, as Chicano rap, the first Proper Dose album and the second Proper Dose album, to me, are the epitome of Chicano rap. I have yet, and I challenge everyone, change my mind. I have yet to hear an album that tops those two.
I agree, but I don't want to be the one saying it because it doesn't sound as good as it is coming from other people.
Well, I'm saying it, so if anybody gets pissed off or anybody wants to debate, you know what, like I said, change my mind, throw names, but
and I think people know that. Like, you don't even have to say it. But even like, there's been people from you know, different neighborhoods that I bumped into later on. You grow up, and they're not gonna tell you like, bro, like, because you know nobody wants to be dick riding people. That's how they feel.
Of course.
But so that's why we get love from Arizona, from Texas, from everywhere else. But around here, everybody kind of like, and I understand. But later on, they told me like, dude, your shit was hard. Everybody thought you guys, you know, hard. And I'm like, I knew that. I'm like, come on. But I did it for you guys. I did it for the whole Mexican power. I did it for everybody. I did that shit for everybody.
Was there ever a third album?
Yeah, I think it was he. But by that time, me and Frank were like, you know, because it just got a little bit too much for me.
Okay.
Like there's only so much I can take. Like, you know.
Reason why I asked that, because I saw an album one time that said Proper Dose, and the title of the album was called Overdose.
Yeah, that's I think when he went to when he went to San Diego and they probably snatched him up, and here's
now.
You know.
Overdose, was he talking about the Proper Dose was done, or was he talking about overdose as in drugs?
I want to say I don't take it, even if it was overdose, like it was over. That's pretty fucking clever. Sounds like Frank V. Like that's clever. Overdose. Why I would name it too, but
was there ever a time where you figured, you know, fuck it, we just went our separate ways?
Oh yeah, like by the third album, I already knew like. You know, you have your pride, bro. Like, you have your pride. So I'm like, as much as, hey, as dope as you can be, and no hard feelings. Like, I wish that guy the best of luck. Like, there was never hard. We would always kind of still talk and be like, hey, come through, or like whatever. But it would never happen. It was just, it's different. You grow out of it, or that when I'm talking about that magic, is gone, dude. That's why people, and it's not only me. I'm not talking. EPMD broke up.
Yeah, of course.
You know,
of course.
NWA broke up. Ice Cube and his own. It happens.
Yeah.
You know, it happens.
Now, let me say this, because sometimes, and I know some people are probably going to get upset at what I'm about to say, but I don't care because, I speak my mind.
Yeah.
I found out that the older you get, the less you care what people think, okay? Exactly. You have a bunch of dick-riding fans that will whisper in the rapper's ear, you don't need him. Mm-hmm. My other homeboy, he does beats for cheaper, or I can get this producer, or I can get this producer. Usually when a rapper is somewhat on top, they tend to believe that because these guys are just jocking their ass. I've sat in a room with a very well-known artist, okay? Platinums all over his wall. Record sales, millions of records, known all over the world. I won't mention his name, personal friend of mine. He was playing music. I was shaking my head like, okay, this is not the guy that I know. He had about 10 dudes in the room, and they were all dick riding him, telling him that his music was amazing. Yeah. He didn't listen to them, but he turns around and he tells me, what do you think about this song? And I said, it's not the guy that I know. This is not you. And, excuse me. He said, okay, it's just not you. You're going way off on left field. Mm-hmm. And he said, okay, he took that song off of his album. And you know why? Because I didn't dick ride him and just tell him that it was the shit. Now, a lot of guys, I'm sure we're in Frank's ear. You don't need that dude, And you know what? Sometimes as producers, here's where we get reduced to. Well, he's just a DJ. You can get any DJ. For years, and I never had anything against High C because I know it wasn't him. Mm-hmm. People would always tell High C, well, you don't need another DJ, not knowing that I produced a whole fucking album.
Yeah.
They didn't know that, but they just referred to me as the DJ. You can always get somebody else. And I believe part of that is what happened between you guys.
Yeah, I never thought about it that way, but I never, it was what it was.
So if people are getting pissed off right now, then the shoe fit.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Anyways, we're going to come right back, okay? One thing about these guys that you guys didn't know, they actually were DJs at Power 106 for a hot minute. We're going to talk about what actually took place and why they're not there anymore. And what is Ernie doing now, what is Ernie going to be doing in the future. You are going to want to stay tuned because it's actually pretty exciting. So once again, my boy, Johnny Boy, please take us away. And we're going to be listening to another radio drop. Okay.
There was another one?
There's another one for the Roughnecks, the Roughneck Show.
Okay.
And Johnny Boy, I know one of them is On and On. And what was the other one, if I'm correct? But we'll give you the titles actually after the songs. Something to Bump and On and On. Mm-hmm. Stay tuned. We'll be back. Yo, thank you everybody for tuning in and for welcome back. Actually, what's so dope about one of those songs, On and On? You actually heard Ernie G rap.
I did rap, huh?
That was dope, man.
I think Frank V wrote the lyrics for me though.
Oh, really?
Yeah. He ghostwriter. So I don't write my own rhymes.
Okay.
For the haters.
You dropped first album, second album. Is that when? A lot of people don't know that you guys actually were DJs at Power 106. Around what year did that happen?
I don't know why I remember that. Right. 1996.
Okay, 96. Your both albums were already out?
Well, for sure, Mexican Power was out. And I want to say We're At It Again came out in 95.
How did you guys get that hookup to work at Power?
Okay. Back in the days, remember we had to kind of almost say, hey, we got a new album, let's promote it.
Right.
And Power 106 was, again, the web. Like, that's what you want to do. You want to get your stuff on the radio. So, long story short, somehow we hook up and we get in there. And this is how they were. At that time, the Mexican, the Latinos were blowing up. And Power 106 wanted to
right,
snatch up the Latinos and
right, the movement.
So I think somebody in there is smart enough to know, like, hey, get those guys to do a little drop for us. So we're like, they call us up, man, and they're like, hey, we need you to. We don't really want to promote. This is what I'm thinking. That's not what they told us. We don't really want to promote your records. There's nothing, but can you guys come up with some kind of a drop or something like Power 106 where hip hop lives, but like in Spanish, like Spanish lingo, and we're like. Órale, Power 106, Power 106. Yeah, that. Okay, go and record it with Edward Scissor. I remember that guy, Edward Scissorhands, and he's very important because we did that a couple times, and they were good at cutting checks, bro.
Now, was that through Steve, or did Power 106 contact you guys personally?
Oh, I think if it was through Steve at the end, they were contacting us personally. We were going up there, and they were cutting them checks. Like, I think at that time, for just saying something like that, Power 106, Simon. Yeah, they loved that. They would be like, okay, go see so and so, and they cut us $250 each, bro. I'm like, damn, why not? So, if you guys, well, I know this. Me and Frank V had a sarcastic relationship. We were sarcastic with each other.
I know he was, for sure.
Yeah, for sure. He's a sarcastic guy. And if you weren't up on game, if you were a fan and like, hey, Frank, sure, buddy. Yeah, anytime you want. You would believe that what he's telling you is, and I'm like, bro, you're going in for a ride. But hey, I don't want to shoot your plane down. Anyways, make a long story short, me and him, when we were doing all this stuff in the booth, recording.
These radio drops that were hearing.
The radio drops and like say this and all that. While that was happening, me and him would be like, hey, fool, you should change your name to MC Assassin. And then he would laugh, but he knows I'm being sarcastic, you know?
Right.
He's like, you should be DJ Thunder or something. Like, you know, I'm like, yeah, okay, I'll be there. So we're having fun in it. And that was the whole beauty of it. It was fun. So what would happen, the engineer or whatever, that he would be laughing, dude. I'm like, hey, man, you need to tell them to put us on the air because you guys don't know what the hell you're doing here. But we were just joking.
Right. Just going around.
We were joking, and one day, dude, believe it or not, one day they say, hey, guys, report at 12 o'clock at night, bring some headphones, and report here. And we're like, all right, cool.
Right. You guys didn't know.
We didn't know. We report. Okay, they gave us like a 1 day training, and the next thing you know, okay, you guys are going to be on the air.
1 day training?
Maybe 2 or 3. Okay, but you know, it just sounds better, right? If I say
okay, disregard my question.
Part of the movie, yeah. So, anyways, and that's what happened. We got a job at Power 106. Yes, on the air. We were on the air. I remember. You know what I do remember? I was making $35 an hour in 1996, bro.
So 12 o'clock to what time?
I think the Baker boys were coming in the morning.
What about 5 or 6?
5. Yeah, about 5.
So they gave you guys like the vampire hours.
But that was all right.
Just to start off.
Yeah,
it was just to start off. Now,
which was a bad thing. But
okay, I heard through the grapevine. Correct me if I'm wrong. That you guys actually ended up getting fired.
We got fired.
Okay, fired. How long before you guys got fired?
I think and again, I have the worst memory. I do.
You keep reminding me of that.
I tell you,
so if you can remember
if I have
that,
Alzheimer's disease later on, you'll know that I wasn't bullshitting. But I think we lasted about a year.
Oh wow,
a year. But let's just say 6 months, in case I don't want nobody to say I was lying. But to the best of my knowledge, I learned that word. Okay. So if you guys ever in trouble, use that.
See, like me, I've been blessed with a photographic memory. I remember a lot of shit.
I don't.
It's almost like in my mind, I see, like, you know how we stack our records and we put in a file, right here's my funk, right here's my classic soul, right here. That's how I remember shit throughout the years. I say that because I remember Steve one day tells me, and in his voice, man, I can't believe those guys got fired. And I said, what the hell happened? Now, tell me your story and I'll tell you Steve's story.
My story is this. So we finished our shift, I guess, and here I go again. It might have been it might have been the next day. Frank calls me and says, yo, Michelle Mercer wants to see us in her office by, let's say, 2 o'clock today. I'm like, she didn't call me. You know, we always play that like.
And who was Michelle Mercer at the time?
Michelle Mercer was a big wig. I want to say, Power, whatever you call them, what E-Man is right now or something. Okay. Michelle Mercer. Somebody can tell me who Michelle Mercer was. But he tells me that, so I just play like, well, she didn't call me, so I'm
cool.
I'm cool. I'm like, shit. I know he ain't bullshitting. We need to go over there. So let's say an hour before, I'm like, hey, Michelle, Frank tells me that you want us to be there, like in 30 minutes. She's like, oh my God, you guys are not here? I'm like, well, I don't know. I said, you know, look, man, I'm just going to do this. I'm paraphrasing. I'm just maybe, but he's like, you guys are fired. I'm like, whoa, what happened? What? Oh, you don't know what happened? I'm like, and honestly, I don't know what happened.
Now, keep in mind, for the audience that may not know, for those that may not be from LA or California, Power 106 was the biggest radio station.
It still probably is one of the biggest radio stations now.
But in LA, that was the station.
Yeah.
Okay, if you came from New York, you came from Louisiana, from Florida, you tuned in to
Big
Power
Boy
106. Okay, so that's how big this was.
Yeah.
So you guys are fired, and what did she say you guys did?
She said somebody left. What is it?
Just say it,
can,
man.
40 ounce, and a used rubber on her desk.
Okay, now I'm gonna ask you, yes or no?
Was it me? No.
True or false?
Was it me?
True or false? Was that true or false? That story?
That was true.
Okay.
That was true.
Whose rubber was it?
Not mine. Cause look, man.
Too big?
No, I don't know. I didn't see it, so I don't know. Cause if it was,
I'm just joking.
I would have cleaned it up.
Of course. Of
Yeah,
course.
dude. I mean, like your boy Frank liked to drink, and he's the rock star. I'm just the engineer behind the board.
Right.
Sometimes I had to wake him up by 3 a.m. or 4 a.m. They had a little couch. I'd be like, Frank, we're coming. We're going in 3 minutes. Because I used to put all the commercials.
Right.
Like, Frank. Frank was out like a baby. Well, here comes Ernie G. I'm like, Power 106, and I had to represent, and there was nobody in the office. It was night shift, so it was just us.
It almost seemed like at times the golden opportunities that Frank had, it almost seems like he never took things serious.
Yeah.
And that's the sad part, because I've worked with rappers that, like, to me, could be that goose that lays the golden egg.
Yeah.
But they never took that shit seriously. And you knew how the story was going to end. And it did.
It did.
You guys got booted off the biggest radio station in LA, bro. LA, I like to say, and I believe this is true, the entertainment capital of the world.
Yes.
This is Hollywood, bro.
Yes.
And you guys got fired.
We got fired. And not only that, what happens is people say, oh, what happened? Well, you get blackballed because that travels.
Right.
So, like, oh, why don't you go get another, bro? At that point, I was like, and then it was like, well, you took a mic from there. I'm like, bro, they didn't even miss that mic. That thing was on the ground and shit. I'm like, and that was way before this. And I'm like, man, I said, and
Here's another story that I've heard. There was a guy named Frank Lozano.
Yes.
That used to be on there. Lozano on the Loose.
Yes.
We're friends actually on Facebook. Good dude.
Uh-huh.
Was there ever a beef or a problem between you guys that you can remember?
I want to say there probably was one, but it was never with me. I never started nothing. I was the nice guy.
Okay.
I was trying to mend whatever was like I needed, because I knew the vision. I seen where I wanted to go. So I'm like, man, Frank, if Frank needed to be, I would go get him, give him a ride.
Right.
Or somebody else would go give him a ride to a certain time. But no, now if there was, maybe you know about it, and then maybe I can collaborate on it. But I'm like, I don't recall.
I had heard the story went that Frank and him had a beef. That was it.
That I want to now. It's kind of like coming back. I think so, because remember, like those drops you guys heard right now during the break. There was like, what was it, a rap attack type of thing?
Yes.
Where like our song was actually hit #1. I think it was Mexican Power.
Yeah, they actually went. You guys went up against Jump from
You're right.
Crisscross and beat Jump.
We beat. Yeah.
People would call and say, "We take Mexican Power over Jump" or whatever. You guys won.
Yeah.
The story was that Frank Lozano actually said, because whatever beef he had with Frank, that he said, I will never ever play a proper dose record on Power 106. The reason why I brought that up, because you said that you guys get blackballed. So I was wondering if that was part of it.
I don't think that was part of it. I think that was maybe
his personal beef.
His personal beef. Yeah.
Okay.
Because it didn't only happen. I don't know who else it happened, but I remember him calling, because we had the number to the hotline.
Okay.
And I don't even know if it was when we were on the air or before we were on the air. and I think we beat like the Redman and Eric Sermon or something. They had a single. I think one of our songs they beat us. And then Frank maybe he called up and like, oh, fuck them and fuck this and.
That's right. I believe he cussed over the air.
And maybe it wasn't over the air, but just say you're the personality and those are your guests. Right. And I call you, Tony, oh, fuck them. You're going to be like, bro, you know, they're not playing that shit. And they're like, you out of here, dude. And
wow.
That was kind of like, but that was Frank. That was Frank V. You know,
I mean, you're kind of describing like the Mexican Jim Morrison.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean, this guy just popped pills and drank and didn't give a shit. And at the age of 27, he checked himself out.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Thank God that Frank's still around, you know? Yeah. You know, it's funny because a lot of people may not know this, that Frank actually came here. When I built this studio, I want to say like in 2005.
Okay.
I built this studio and I called him and I said, Frank, you need to come down. I don't know if you remember, that's when he was eating good, drinking a lot of water, and he actually slimmed down, okay? And we had a meeting here, and I said, I want to produce a record. And I told him the truth. I love Ernie's production, and I'm not going to compete against it. But I want to give you some Tony A production.
Yeah.
You know, one thing, Ernie, I heard a quote years ago from Steve Jobs, okay? The Apple guy. Mm-hmm. And he said this when they asked him, you know, about Microsoft doing this, what are we going to do? And he said this, I'm not trying to be better than my competition. I just want to be different. So I never wanted to try to be better than you or better than any other producer. I just wanted to be different. Mm-hmm. So I told him, I want to do a different album. But the name of the album, I had already had a name. I wanted to call it Aquí para Frank V.
Yeah. And
I wanted to do it like, remember the Eastside Records?
Yeah.
It'd be in front of a body shop or whatnot. I already had a photographer, everything ready. I started doing beats. He came twice. And when he came twice, he just came, let me hear him. I gave it to him. Showed up twice and never showed up again.
Yeah, that sounds familiar. But at the time when you're doing it, that's why I say, when you're doing it, when it's brand new, it's kind of, oh yeah, come on. And then once you kind of get a taste for it, you kind of either, I won't say slouch, just lack of a better word, but you know what? And the last time I talked to him, I say, Frank, like, we were much older now, and I'm the kind of guy that looks around and be like, I see. You know, a lot of people came through the studio, mm-hmm. and I be seeing shit that they don't think I be seeing. I'm like, hey, bro, you depressed, right? And I remember him telling me, yeah, I think I am depressed. Like he was going through something. Right. So when you're young, nobody wants. Right. No, they don't pay attention. So I don't know.
You know what? Steve used to always listen to me when I was a youngster. He used to always listen to me because a lot of people don't know that he was going to a major university studying to be a psychologist. Okay. But he found out he could make more records selling at the swap meet, more money selling records at the swap meet.
Yeah.
Crazy, okay? So he checks out of there. So many times he used to try to pick my brain. Tony, what's going on in your life? See, to him, it was kind of hard to pick my brain. I'll tell you why. Because I was never one of those depressed persons. You would never see me down, getting drunk, fucking bumping Chalino, Vicente Fernandez, taking shots. I was never that guy. If I ever got myself in a rut, I always knew that I could get myself out of it. So when I saw guys come to the studio and I knew they were down, it was always had to do with something about baby mama.
Yes.
She cheated on me. And it was always the girl's fault, not theirs.
Yes.
Okay? So, so I understand what you're saying about the way some of these rappers, and you see it.
Or the rappers get on the phone and they do this, like, hold on. And they go outside and you kind of hear them like, okay.
Yeah.
So I dealt with a lot of, and I see it, and maybe because I know, because it's happened to me too. So I understand. I don't want to say that it didn't happen, but that's what happens. And things happen,
Well, one of the funniest stories about Frank V, he was here, okay? Mm-hmm. He was on his phone. And he hangs up, and he's putting me on hold, and I'm just sitting right there, like kind of like looking at him, and he's like, "Okay, baby, I love you. All right, I'll talk to you later." He had the flip phone.
Yeah.
Closes it. About 2 minutes later, somebody else calls him. He goes, "Shoot, I gotta take this phone call." Yeah, okay. Listen, I'm right in the meeting. Let me go ahead and call you back. Okay, baby, I love you. All right, I'll talk to you later. Hangs up. 5 minutes later, the phone rings again. That happened 5 times, and I just said, "Dude, you need to stop this shit." And here's what he said, "Hold on, this is the last one, I promise."
Yeah.
So he's like, "Okay, mama, yeah, I'll call you after. All right, baby, I love you. All right, I'll talk to you later." And I said, "Your girl called you that many times?" He goes, "No, that was 5 different ones."
Yeah, I was going to tell you it was 5. Yeah, that's what you never think that, hey, that's gonna happen, because you're like, hey, I'm gonna call, but it happens. It happened,
and that type of shit, believe it or not, kind of derails you from what you really want to accomplish, and you don't accomplish nothing.
You don't.
And if it's true, sad to say, that's why possibly he's incarcerated today. And I wish him nothing but the best, and I wish he would get out, because you've known him for a long time, I've known him for a long time, and we don't deny his talent.
Oh no, I think he's the best. I think he's the best to this day.
Now tell me the guy. Now here's the funny part. Some people know, some people don't know. They would call him the what? The Mexican what?
Ice Cube.
The Mexican Ice Cube.
Yeah. His primes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Ice Cube.
I believe so.
Yeah.
I believe so. So, anyways, moving on. What is Ernie G doing today? Is Ernie G engineering a project? Because I know you love engineering. When I was on IG, and for those, once again, I'm gonna announce my IG they just booted my ass. I don't know what it was.
The second time, right?
Second time. It wasn't like I even had that many followers. My first IG had 4,000.
Yeah.
They booted my ass. And when I say booted, you just log in and it just says logged out. You tried logging back in and it tells you've been blocked. If you feel you reached a mistake, appeal it. So I appealed it, followed all the procedures. The very next day, you've been permanently disabled. Okay, cool. I tried getting another one, no problem. I had maybe 1,200 followers, maybe within a month. I get logged out again. So for those that have been asking me, because I've been getting text messages on, am I still on IG? For the moment, no. Over the weekend, I'll probably make another one. But now, damn, I even lost my train of thought now.
Happens,
so much for a guy that has a great memory. Yeah. But anyway, so Ernie G, there it is. Ernie G loves to produce, loves to engineer, because I see your IG stories.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, sometimes I see you post shit.
Yeah.
And then in the morning, I don't know, pedo, like you just delete it.
Yeah, that happens.
What's up with that?
I just like, I go through little things, and I'm sure everybody else does, and I just like, okay, I wake up and like, what was I thinking? Like Ice Cube, you know? What was I thinking? Boom. And that's it. Yeah. So, and sometimes I do it so I can remember the next day. You know, I forget, because I'll do something, I'm like, I really like this, and I get that feeling, and in the morning, I'm like, damn, what was I thinking? Nah, I don't like it.
Right.
And I just, and it might have been great, because most of the time, people was like, oh, I didn't like that song.
See, I told you, now you could do whatever the hell you want. You're a grown man, and I got nothing but love for you. But many times, a lot of producers, they're producing a beat.
Overproduce.
No. And they play it on Instagram or Facebook, and all you're doing is giving other producers ideas, and they'll take that shit.
You're right, because I have heard people.
I remember you sampled like a Culture Club song,
and
I thought that was the shit right there.
Yeah, I still have it, and I think it's.
And I told you need to take that one off, bro.
Yeah,
because somebody from fucking Texas, Florida, whatever, will listen to that shit and just say, I didn't take it from you. So I get guys all the time, hey man, where can I listen to your beats? You can't.
Yeah.
Why not? I said, you think I'm just going to give you ideas to take?
Yeah.
What I like to do, I like to tailor make a song or a beat specifically for a rapper.
Like my boy Conejo says, custom made for the streets.
That's exactly
that always stuck to custom made for the streets.
Much love to Conejo. We're trying to get you on here.
Yeah.
So please get at me. So other than that, what is Ernie G doing now? As far as music is concerned.
As music, the great thing about technology now is that everything's in the box. Like, when I mean in the box, is on your computer. Sure, you like to be, even the greatest people that you see in big studios, it's almost like they got this big old $1 million board, but they're not using they're just running their computer through the board, and it's for a vibe. If I could afford that and bring on my homies and vibe out, I'll do it. But anyways, we come so far now that, I mean, some of the greatest engineers. Now that's what I do. So I started DJing. I started trying to figure out what producing. And at the time, I was working with great equipment that I knew it was great, but I didn't know what it is.
Right.
It's like me telling you that's a great compressor. And now, because of technology, I wish I could have all those toys. Like, if I had the money, I'd buy them just to say I buy them. Anyway, but we're getting to a point where, like, dude, I overdo it. Now I get into like, let me buy that compressor, let me buy that plugin, let me buy this plugin. I had to stop myself. Like, if I can't do shit with, I mean, the guys that have a $200 laptop are making the hits.
You know, it's funny because I've been in a studio with a multi-platinum producer. Okay, we all know who he is. I won't mention his name. One day he played me a song. I didn't think the song was all that. I really didn't. But he was like, listen to the tambourines. I added this effect. Listen to the hi-hat. I did this. I tweaked the 808 kick drum.
The reverb.
Now, and all of that sounded beautiful, but the song sucked.
Okay, yeah.
Now, I compare that to MC Breed, who Ain't No Future in Your Frontin'.
Yeah.
Now, for an engineer, let's be honest, the engineering sucked on that song.
Yes,
okay,
it did.
But the song sold.
Yes.
That's all that matters to me. So I told this guy, look, I don't give a damn. I knew MC Breed, may he rest in peace. I said, but he did that song in somebody's bedroom and it went 2 million copies.
Yeah.
That's what it sold. You're over here tweaking every damn song, trying to make it sound like a Michael Jackson album, and the song sucks.
And what I'm learning is that, like, if you do a little demo and I give it to you, and then later on I feel like I'm gonna tweak it better, you got used to the demo, and you're like, well, you did something, and so I gotta like stop doing all and just be like, it is what it is.
So Ernie is more into engineering right now.
Yeah, like more into engineering, and I'm trying to be Rick Rubin, like Ricardo Rubin. We're like, I don't necessarily have to hit the button, but I'm like, with technology, I can be like, they don't know. Like, I'll have some guy that recorded something today or 10 years ago, and now I can kind of grab him from 10 years ago and put him with some new stuff, or get him, and then you kind of mash it up.
Well, that's the awesome thing about technology, that you can do that now.
Yeah.
Okay. We got a couple of more minutes, about 6 minutes, and I wanted to tell the public, first of all, that after this interview, after our next 2 songs, to hang on, because we have a special guest at the end of this show. We're going to give some special announcements, concerts, fundraisers, etc. But so please hang on. The show's not going to be over. But I wanted to ask you a question, because working at SKANLESS Studio, me and you were label mates. We were signed to Steve's record label, SKANLESS Records.
We were.
Okay. You were the first guy that ever showed me a Conejo demo.
Yeah.
A Conejo demo. I remember that. I don't remember the name of the song, but I remember he said something about him going to hell and you seeing my placazo on the wall.
Yeah.
Do you remember the name of that song?
You know what? I'm bad, but yeah, those to me were like, fuck. Yeah.
Okay, now what year was that, you think?
I want to say it was Conejo. Where you at? I know he's probably listening. Tap in right there. Tell me what year. If you look on the thing, but I want to say it might have been 94.
Okay, because it was early.
Yeah,
it was early.
Yeah, that's the raw
and
shit.
even then, it still wasn't called Chicano rap.
No.
Now, when I heard that shit, I thought, this is some dope shit. And now, I don't know what other who produced that stuff, but I know of, you were one of the other guys that was actually working with him as well.
Yes.
And he actually recorded at Steve's studio. But yes, when I heard his shit, I thought it was really freaking dope.
Yeah, I mean, that guy has 100 albums. Conejo has 100. Who does that?
Yeah.
Who does it?
Well, I talked to Johnny J.
Yeah.
The producer.
Rest in peace.
Yes, rest in peace. The producer of Tupac's All Eyes on Me album. Even though they had Daz and Quick and a bunch of other Dre do some beats, all his hits were the ones that made the singles.
Yeah.
And he passed away in county jail. He told me that him and Pac were always working. Before he went to jail, me and him talked for about maybe a good hour. And he told me this: I have about 80 Tupac songs. Tupac's mom contacted me and we're working together. She's suing Suge for like over 100 million.
Yeah.
Because Tupac died a broke man. He didn't have any money, etc.
I believe it.
So what happened was he said, Tone, I'm going to need some help. That's what he said. I'm sure he contacted other producers, but this is mine and his conversation. When I get out, he said, I'm going to do a couple of months. He thought he was going to do 2 to 3 months and get out. And he said, when I get out, I'm going to need some production. That's what he said. Well, long story short, he never made it out. May rest in peace. Another show, another time, another story. But I said that because you said Conejo had over 100 albums. Tupac, he told me, just loved to work, and he was always recording. So there's still in his, maybe Johnny J's wife's vault, 80 Tupac songs that have never been released.
Yeah, and they can get, like, at that point, like, I'm old enough to know, like, that could be a little bit tricky. You don't even want to say you have, because believe me, somebody,
you may end up missing.
Yeah, you may end up. Yeah, you will.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, any rappers right now maybe that you're working with, you want to shout out?
Actually, right now, at this time, it's been the only time that I kind of I'm not into it. Like, I'm almost like, either I need to like refresh or just get away for a little bit, because I'm not vibing. Like, you know, I just feel like I was, you know, constantly. You always see me that I'm always working, even though I'll still get on the drum machine. Just it's a habit.
Right. Of course.
It's a habit.
Of course.
But now, you know, it's just no time.
So Ernie G doesn't have anything new coming out anytime soon?
No. Right now I'm waiting for.
And that's by choice.
Yeah, that's by choice. Yeah.
Okay.
It's like,
you know, because people always tell me, when are you going to DJ next?
Yeah, I don't want to be like, yeah, I got this. Because a lot of people, you ever listen to interviews and like, oh, we got this project. And I'm like, bullshit. Because they'll never come out.
Right,
because you really don't have, it just sounds good that you have this project. But most people, like, you can tell, like, you know, I don't have, that's why I say I don't have nothing. You might hear me play this or that. And maybe I should do like, what I want to do though, is I have a lot of bits and pieces that never got completed. But then I'm like, I don't have a second verse to this, but what I want to do, I recorded my boy Bad News. For those that know, like, this is not, but Bad News, you know, like, I really like that guy, Young Chapo, you know.
Okay.
But people feel some certain way, but I mean, if you want to get stuck, like you said, back in the 90s, that's cool, you know. But sometimes you got to move forward. But as far as, I just want to put like maybe a work of art, just where it might just be one verse and a 1 minute song, but who says that is wrong now? So I'm like, I might just do that, you know.
Quick question. Now, where can people reach you? If they want to follow you, they ever want to DM you, chat with you, where can they reach you?
Usually it's Instagram. I don't do Facebook. I know I should, but I do have an account, but I keep it more like personal. Like, I don't mess with that. Even though there is a high caliber page that is run by my boy Jay West, but I don't do Facebook. Like, I might see the things once in a while, and I might, but I don't. But mostly it's just IG.
Okay, what is your IG name?
I believe it's Proper.
You
Dose.
believe?
Yeah, believe me.
Okay.
Because it used to be Proper Dose, but then I deleted it one day, and then I couldn't get it back. So it's Proper Dose _ DOS. DOS, yeah.
Proper _
DOS. Yes.
Okay.
Proper
and that's what they could reach you in. I hope you're pretty good at getting back to people.
Sometimes I am, but sometimes, you know, I'm busy too.
Okay, yeah.
Life.
That's understandable.
Like my boy Bad News said, what happened to so-and-so? Life came knocking at the door and I had to answer.
Right.
Yeah, so that's
one quick question, because I want to save this hopefully for a show that we will do another year where I'm going to have you come back. I see a lot of things on your IG, and I have a question for you. Are you a big conspiracy theorist guy?
I kind of keep that to myself, because then people think you're kind of crazy. Cool, but I'm just kind of like, well, okay, I won't say. I kind of was, but I catch myself. I'm like, oh, I'm not gonna say nothing.
Okay,
you know what I mean?
We'll say that for another show. Is that cool?
Yeah, that's cool. We can do that.
Okay, because I'm gonna bring back High C next year, and instead of the sci-fi, we're gonna call it the Hi-Fi.
That's dope.
And we're gonna talk about Bigfoot, paranormal, extraterrestrial, alien abductions,
or what happened to
forced into an alien weight loss program, whatever.
Everything.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and do that. Next, stay tuned. We have another Power 106 drop, produced by Ernie G, rapped by Frank V, and we're gonna have my favorite song. What is the name of that damn song? See, and here I am for
I get it.
One Summer Night.
One Summer Night.
And in the video of Firme Jaina, another classic song. But stay tuned, because after that, I'm gonna have a special guest just for a short while, and this person's going to announce what's coming up, and you want to stay tuned because you do want to be a part of this. So please stay tuned. Okay, and we're back really quick. I know we went a little bit over, so I apologize for that, but I'd like to thank everybody for tuning in and staying there. I know it's been a little while, but believe me, you won't be disappointed. Really quick, I know my boy Ernie, he's got to get going, and he's got some shout outs. You got to give some shout outs, and then we took 3 questions. So go ahead and give your shout outs right now, brother.
Before I forget, can't forget my boy, Reggie. What's up, Reg? Shout out. But Reg, I'd also like to say, tune in to Manny, my boy Manny B, my son, and one son. They got a new project out too. And, my boy Conejo and Prime, big shout out to them. And I know there's many more, but we only have certain times. So,
Okay. The sad thing is that if you forget somebody, they get kind of pissed off.
Yeah, but I don't mean it.
Let me give my shout outs really quick. I want to thank my boy, John motherfucking Elkins, JE Visuals on Instagram. I'd like to thank my boy, DG Media Clips. I'd like to thank my boy, Roger Mera. Boomer did it. Kerry Fujita, South Bay Drones. But once again, I just want to extend the thanks to John for making all this happen, for doing my visuals, for doing my audio, for doing my YouTube, for doing my website. The list just goes on and on and on for everything that he's contributed. Everybody has somehow has contributed to Roadium Radio, to the DOCUMIXERY. And speaking of the DOCUMIXERY, it will be dropping on our website, www.documixery.com, and that will be dropping May 4th. Stay tuned to after these announcements that there's going to be the official trailer for the DOCUMIXERY at the very end. And the official trailer will drop tomorrow on social media, whether it be Instagram or whether it be Facebook and YouTube. For those that have subscribed to our YouTube page, you'll probably get it early in the morning if you subscribe. If you haven't subscribed, subscribe not only to my YouTube page, but also to the DOCUMIXERY page, and you'll get notified whenever content is released. You'll actually get it first. So stay tuned to the official trailer, and November 4th, the DOCUMIXERY drops. And also give a shout out to my son, Brian B-SKANLESS on IG. Also to my boy Wiz, and in case if I forgot anybody, please remind me next week, and I'll give you a shout out, because I give credit where credit is due, and thank you very much. But we got 3 questions that we want to cover. So Ernie, the first one was, what do you think about the state of rap today? We're not talking about just Chicano rap, just rap in general compared to rap when it started. Because here's rap today and here's rap when it started. What is the difference?
It's a young man sport, dude. So maybe they were feeling, older guys were feeling the same way. So I think it's a great thing. And, it's a lot of people now, so I can't keep my eye on everybody. So it ain't like, but yeah, it's different from our shit. But they were probably saying that from when we were doing our stuff, So it's evolution. It's going to happen. Change is going to happen, dude, whether you want to or not. I mean, you can get stuck over here. And, I have gotten stuck over here. Then I try over here. And, I think it is what it is, dude.
Okay, I'm going to give you 10 seconds to name me one song that's out today that you like. One.
I don't know. Hey, I got a bad memory, so.
Okay. All good. My second question is, somebody asked, whatever happened to Too High?
Too High?
Yes.
Well, we invested a lot of money into Too High.
Yeah.
Luckily now he's up on all streaming platforms.
Okay.
Too High. It's kind of hard to find, but you'll find if you see the Marijuana Leaf on there.
Right.
That's Too High. I produced all that 2 albums. I think they were actually great, good albums. Just
okay.
But what happened was, I know he got busted.
Okay.
He got busted, and he got deported.
Okay.
And we kind of got him back. And then
what's kind of got him back?
Well,
like, you got his arms over here and his
yeah,
legs
we
over
hooked
there?
him. We got him back over here.
Okay.
And then, then he might have got busted again. And, if you look at rappers, you only have a period of time.
That's
you know
it.
what I'm saying?
Yeah,
And especially if you're like already 25, 30, 40, if you're a rapper, you know.
Okay. Okay, so you can reach him on all platforms. That's if
anybody's looking. Too high.
Okay, now the next question, actually the third question is, we kind of already covered this, but since I want to give everybody opportunity to ask, is you have any new projects or any new rappers you're working with or anything new coming out?
Nah, I don't. I do have a lot of stuff in the hard drive that eventually, when I find the way, because this is the way I like to do stuff, you know? If I just wanted to put out music, just put out music, I would have done that. But, I kind of want to be like, whatever I put out lasts.
As for me, I like doing what I'm doing right now. I DJ occasionally. I'll produce occasionally, but I feel kind of like a football player that's retired and is now in the box, kind of announcing the game. That's kind of like where I am right now. So I'm kind of having fun. Now, if somebody wants to bring me out of retirement, say, hey, Tone, I got this much money. Like every once in a while, I'll get hired to go to Colorado, El Paso, or Albuquerque, and I'll go DJ. I got no problem with that. But I will say this: I don't play no new shit. I don't. I can't relate. I don't hate. The sad thing is that we live in a generation where truth is the new hate speech. If I say I don't like it, they'll label you a hater. So.
No, I get it. And the reason I tune in is like I just want to keep my ears to the street. I want to feel that again. I want to feel like, damn, that shit's dope.
Right.
But I haven't yet.
Okay. Well, Ernie G, thank you for coming through, brother. And I'm going to bring you here once again at the beginning of the year. We're going to talk some conspiracy shit. I want to pick your brain about that.
Yeah.
Okay, so you better sharpen up on your memory, eat some carrots or something. Oh, that's for the eyes. What is it, walnuts for the brain or something like that?
Yeah, walnuts. Walnuts are good for the brain because they look like brains, the walnuts.
Exactly.
I'm telling you.
Okay, I don't want to tell you what figs look like, so we'll talk about that on the next one.
Yeah, I don't want to know neither.
Once again, the DOCUMIXERY drops November 4th, so please stay tuned on that. The official trailer will drop. I also got a special guest that you've been tuning in that you can actually, well, she'll tell you a little bit more. Without further ado, this is my good friend, Blanca from Bobby D Presents, and she will give you a little bit more insight on her background and what you're doing, what you got coming up.
Hey everybody, how are you guys doing? I'm Blanca. I work for Bobby D Presents. I also have Sky Events and Entertainment.
Okay.
And basically what we're working with this week is Barbara Mason.
Oh, okay.
Barbara Mason, Brenton
and where's this going to be at?
It's going to be at the Greek Theater.
Okay, at the Greek Theater.
At the Greek
are there still tickets available?
There's still tickets available. Tickets are available at www.axs.com or on bobbydpresents.com.
Okay, and you know what? Give me one quick second because I need everybody in the background to be quiet, please. So once again, it's this Saturday, if I'm correct.
It's this Saturday. It will be held at the Greek Theater. It's Barbara Mason's 55th anniversary, you guys. So we got to make it special for her. It's almost sold out. Go in there. Buy your
enjoy it. Have a good time.
Yeah.
I never got to see her in person, but I know she always puts on a great performance. Whenever Bobby D or whenever you promote a show, I always hear that, things turn out great. A lot of times I don't attend shows because I've been performing since like the age of 21. So sometimes it kind of gets old a little bit, but no, I don't mind a good concert,
Yeah.
So after that, what else do you have coming up?
So we have a few events and shows coming up in October. Our few shows and events are on October the 17th. No, the
Take
19th.
Your time.
Okay. So October the 17th, I am going to be hosting with Janet. We're going to be hosting the Tego Calderon concert. That's at the Velasco Theater.
Now, I have to ask, why J Booty?
Because she got a booty.
Okay, we'll save that for another show.
Yeah, we'll save it for another interview. This is a promo. So you could go ahead and look for her at jbooty.com. No, just kidding.
Dope.
On Instagram, but yeah.
So give me those dates again.
So we have October the 5th, which is Barbara Mason at the Greek Theater, brought to you by Bobby D Presents, Uncle Snoop's Army, and FKOA.
Dope. Okay. And what do you have coming up after that? I know you had mentioned something about a fundraiser possibly.
Yes. So I have a fundraiser, which is a cancer awareness event, which now it's even more important to me because 2 days ago my grandpa passed away from cancer.
I'm sorry to hear that. And I'll tell you why, because about 10 to 11 years ago, my mother actually passed away from cancer. And my mother was my best friend. And that was the hardest thing for me to accept, But we don't deny that cancer does exist, and you are fundraising. This is a good cause, so we need people to participate.
Yes,
to be a part of this.
Yeah, so. It's a big deal for me, a big thing. We have a few artists already that are going to be attending. We want more artists to come out, show support for the cause. The funds are going to go, 100% of the proceeds that are donated are going to go to Children's Hospital of Los Angeles. And some of our ticket sales are going to go also towards Children's Hospital of Los Angeles.
Now, to get a little bit more detail, is this going to be like a concert, like a show, just like a party atmosphere?
So it is a Halloween event. People can go ahead and wear their costumes if they like. We are going to have a 2-hour buffet as well included on your ticket sales. So you have general admission, VIP as well. And they can dress up if they like. If they don't want to dress up, they don't have to dress up. It is a concert.
Okay.
So we do have a lot of artists that are going to be participating.
Okay.
One being like Little Blackie.
Oh, okay.
We just brought him in. We have also Namek.
Okay.
That's
That'll work.
We have Trey Fred from LBC.
Oh, okay.
Trey Fred.
All right.
And then we have other artists as well. We have upcoming artists also, people that
Good, good.
that shows. I believe it's Susie and Sam and Susie.
Okay. Now, and give me this date again, just in case somebody just tuned in and didn't hear.
Oh yeah. So it's October the 25th, you guys.
October 25th.
October the 25th. Doors open at 6 p.m. Should I look at the camera?
No, that's fine. However you feel comfortable.
So October the 25th, you guys. Doors open at 6 p.m. The show starts at 7 p.m. and buffet is from 7 to 9.
Okay. Okay. And do you already have your costume picked out?
I do.
You don't want to tell nobody what you're going to be? You don't have to. It'll be a surprise. It'll be
yeah, I think it's October is the day that you get to dress however you want. So it is going to be
okay, that'll work. Now,
sexy. 21 and over, you guys.
21 and over. Now, where can somebody get these tickets? Can they buy them ahead of time? Is it at the door or?
They can buy them ahead of time at Eventbrite. It's under Monsters Ball at Steven Steakhouse. And the tickets right now we have pre-sale for $25. We have $30 and $40 tickets.
Okay.
And then we have tables for sale.
So that's three shows. Barbara Mason. What date is that again?
That one's October the 5th.
October the 5th, you guys. And then the next one?
We have the next one on the 17th, Tego Calderon.
Tego Calderon, the reggaeton guy.
Yeah.
Yes.
We have October the 19th too, which is How the West Was Won.
How the West Was Won, yes.
We are promoting it.
And of course, who's headlining that show? Is it Cube or Snoop?
Snoop Dogg.
Snoop Dogg. Okay. You'll be there?
Yeah.
And then the next one is the fundraiser.
The fundraiser, October the 25th at Steven Steakhouse, Halloween cancer awareness event, you guys. We need everybody's support.
If you
we
care,
have USC
be
support.
there. Yes.
If you can.
Yes. If you care, be there. And once again, I lost my mother due to cancer as well. Once again, my apologies, my condolences to your grandfather. So if there's anything else you want to share, right now is the time. Maybe you want to give a shout out or you want to thank somebody.
Just a really quick, a few more shows for Bobby D.
Okay.
We have another show coming up another show October the 25th, the same time at Palm Springs Casino, Agua Calientes. And that one would be J Balvin. We have another show coming up as well, November the 1st, which is at Steven Steakhouse as well. And that one's with Melissa Morgan. Okay. And we have Brittany. We have Matt Legaspi on that one as well.
Okay.
So if you guys want to join us on that one. We have another Bobby D one, Gerardo Ortiz, November 9th.
Dope. You're good at remembering those dates.
Yeah, some
that's
of
good.
them.
Well, that's your business. That's what you do.
Yeah.
So.
My business is promoting, marketing, and producing.
Well, you know what? I wish you all the luck. I wish you guys the success. And ultimately, I wish you guys make a lot of money. Ultimately, as well, I want people to attend and to help out and to be a part of this cancer awareness event that you're...
I think it's very important. My grandpa didn't know that he had cancer. And I think if we all go to the doctor, I mean, it's an awareness. It's for a reason. You go to the doctor, you can have more time with your family. They told us it was 6 months, but he passed away within a week of us talking to him.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, if there's anything else, if not, we'd like to say goodbye.
Follow me at Sky_Cast68. Follow me at Blanca_Bobby D Presents. Follow us on Bobby D Presents, Uncle Snoop's Army, FKOA. I still got to give them a shout out.
Now,
thank you also for having me here.
Oh, you're very welcome.
You are the best. I love you since day one. We are supporting you no matter what.
Thank you.
I got you. You know this.
I've never met Bobby D yet, but you know what? I would like to meet him one day. So much love and much respect to him, because believe me, his shows are great.
Yes.
I'll tell you where I think he knocked it out of the ballpark. I hope I get it right. Did he put together? It was Snoop, Ice Cube, and Cypress Hill one day at Microsoft Theater. I think it was like Christmas time.
Puff Puff.
Yes, there you go.
So we have the Puff Puff tour.
Okay. Wow. Awesome.
Yeah.
Big ups to Bobby D.
Well, you haven't met him yet?
Never met him yet.
Oh, we gotta make that happen.
Dope.
Well, actually, we are gonna make that happen.
Okay.
You know why, right?
Yes.
Because we already talked about what we're gonna do.
Yes.
Yeah.
All
so
good.
you are gonna meet him.
All good. So once again, the official trailer drops tomorrow. Please follow her. Please support. Buy tickets. Okay. Believe me, you won't be disappointed. You will not be disappointed. So once again, a DOCUMIXERY drops November 4th. The official trailer drops once again tomorrow. I know I'm repeating myself, but I got about 100 things going through my mind. So I will be back on IG next week. So be looking for me there. And tomorrow I'm under Tony Alvarez on Facebook, and I will be dropping my next guest. This is a gold and platinum manager, and he's managed some of the biggest acts in West Coast. You don't want to miss that. So check out my Facebook, and you'll see who it would be. You know what? Are you still selling those dolls?
No, that was a gift actually. The doll, the famous a Baby Loco doll.
Yeah,
that was a gift.
Okay.
From my wife. My wife actually came up with the idea to do the doll. Coincidentally, she did it so well. The motherfucker looks, I mean, like identical. You feel me?
Yeah.
I've had offers for the doll, but I can't give it away. It's a gift, you know. I can't sell it. It's a gift. Yeah.
I thought for some reason you were making them and you were selling them, because I was gonna say, bring me one, aquí lo pongo.
For real, that'd be an awesome idea. Now I've looked into it, like to do it, but it had to probably like a limited, because my girl, she's just so talented and takes her time with what she does, and it, I got to look into it for sure. But that doll was, it was a custom gift, a custom doll from my beautiful wife, and
that'll work.
Yeah,
that'll work. Is she watching right now?
I don't know. I don't know.
Okay,
I can't say. She might be. She could be.
Okay.
For sure. If she is, what's up?
Okay.
What's up, P-Love?
I have to mention this because my boy Knightowl sent me his doll, so I put his doll right here. And if you ever get your doll, I'll put it right here también.
Beautiful. We're going to have to add it right there.
Yeah, most definitely.
Let's do it.
So we're going to go ahead and take a 10-minute break so you can go outside and get medicated, do what you got to do, homie.
I rolled it up, but I didn't smoke it.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
so
I'm going to have some micheladas in case you want one and a shot.
Okay, let's do that.
And then we'll talk some more bullshit. Is that cool?
Yeah, man.
That'll work.
Hell
man.
yeah. I
That'll
feel
work.
like I'm at home. Don't trip. Let's go.
We got about 5 minutes, and it's one thing I need to ask you. Out of respect for him, not out of respect for you. I got love for you, brother, and I got love for my boy Knightowl, okay? We all know what happened. There's no need for us to drag it on. What's in the past is in the past, and if we're ever going to unite and become one and move forward, we have to, if you will, close some doors, leave it in the past, and move forward, okay? If we're ever going to, if you will, what is that word I'm looking for? I'll say win. I want to ask you a question, and it's up to you how you want to answer it. I would like to somehow set up a meeting between you and Knightowl and have you guys chop it up, talk like men, and see where we can go from here. Would you be interested in having a conversation with him?
Who's that? Who is that? I don't even know what we talking about here. But I'll wipe my ass with that doll right there that you got right there. If you want to let me get that doll real quick, right before we went off, I wiped my ass with that doll one time. Other than that, I don't even know what you know what I'm saying?
Okay, well, you know what? That's your answer, and we'll leave it at that.
Straight up.
Okay.
Yeah. Blessings, my boy.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
My thing was this, that I was trying to bring peace to a situation. That's all I was trying to do.
See.
So, and look, I respect him, I got love for him, and I respect you. But it was important for me to ask that.
I don't even know who that is. So,
all right,
some
cool.
old, I don't even know.
Okay, we'll leave it there. Okay.
You know, life is beautiful. You feel me? Like, we went in hella hard. Like, there's, you know, like, I don't know. Life is beautiful. You feel me? Like, all that shit is for the birds. You know what I mean? Like, I'll wipe my ass with that dog. You feel me?
Okay.
Straight up. I'll shit on that dog. Like, I don't give a fuck about none of that. You feel me? Like, I told you, someone tried to take my shit.
Right.
You know? Same thing with you. Ain't nobody taking your shit from you. You from the harbor. I know that.
Yeah.
You feel me?
Yeah.
I know ain't nobody taking my boy shit.
Right.
Just ain't nobody taking my shit. Straight up. You feel me? And I don't acknowledge no suckers. I don't fuck with no suckers. I don't give free promotion to no weenies. You feel me? Like,
right.
Fuck no. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
I'm winning. I stay winning. You know what I mean? I stay winning. God is way too great to me. Way too great. Because I don't, you know?
Okay. That'll work.
Because I recognize my blessings and I move forward from shit that, you feel me?
Yeah.
So, yeah, I wish I could speak on it, but.
All good.
It's all.
So what can we expect from Spanky Loco now as far as music is concerned? You dropped your single yesterday?
Yesterday we dropped a single. We've been bumping heavy. Another single that I dropped, which is super dope. It's encouraging to see Spotify and see like how the song is percolating, and go on your artist profile and see how, you know, who's listening where, and shout out New York, and shout out Thailand, and shout out Connecticut, and shout out Virginia, shout out all, you know, worldwide, all the people that tap in and show love and major respect. You feel me? And I got nothing but love and respect right back. Reason why I work so hard.
Okay.
Reason why I think and sit there and be like, man, fuck it, let's do some music. You know, let's create a painting. Let's paint a wall. Let's tattoo this.
Right.
I stay getting it. You feel me? And I appreciate everyone that fucks with me. I appreciate all the love that I get, and I appreciate being here. It was a blessing being here. You feel me? So, creating. That's it. Creating. I got new music in the works. I got a bunch of projects in the works. I got a few collaborations that I'm doing. My shop. We've added a bunch of new things to our shop. So life is beautiful. Too many blessings. You feel me?
Okay.
Too many.
That'll work. And you're gonna be releasing an EP or an album or just songs? You know.
Right now, I'm working with my boy Epidemic MCs, mixing and mastering on my shit. And as I've been getting them, it's just like I get so antsy. I wanna put them out there. So it's been a couple singles, and I am working on putting together a little album. So yeah, that's the next move.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir.
Epidemic, much love, much respect to you. I know he's been here before.
That's my boy.
MC.
Epidemic MC.
No, I have his card that he gave me still.
Solid.
So
that's the homie
so
right there.
at this time, we're coming to a close. Any other shout outs you want to give? Any other things you want to promote? Your tattooing, another album, or you already shared that. Any merch, anything?
Shit, you just go to spankylocal.com, check out the website, check out the merchandise through there. I got artwork on there. You can send us a message through there. Check out the shop page through there. The shop is in East Los. Anybody that wants to come see me, wants to come collect some artwork, wants to come fuck with me, wants to come say hi, smoke a blunt, hit me up, send me a message, and more than likely we could bump heads at the shop. 5615 East Beverly Boulevard in East LA, 90022. And that's my shop. That's my tattoo shop. That's the hub. Right there in the Mecca of the black and gray tattoo, right there in East Los. So I appreciate the neighborhood. Neighborhood's been good to me. The people been good to me. My city been good to me. My state's been good to me. You feel me? 2 years there and nothing but blessings and love. Nothing but encouragement, love, blessings, like it should be. You feel me? A straight storefront.
Okay.
I got a storefront right there in Novato. So
that'll work. That'll work. So, other than that, thank you for coming through. You know what? You kept your word and you kept your interview with me, man.
Yeah.
I think the last time I talked to you, you were at the airport somewhere.
Yeah, I was. My bad. I did want to probably just been so hectic. I know I've been like back and forth with it, and I was super excited to coming on. So I know when we talked, it was like I had gotten a new phone. So I was hoping that you hit me up. I was like, fuck. I hope the homie hit me up because then he gonna know I'm an asshole. You feel me? He gonna be like, damn, this fool. But I'm really glad it happened. I was super excited to come in here and spending some time and, you know, pouring up with a legend. You feel me? So thank you for the invite. It's a blessings. And you told me you had a lot of people tapping in tonight.
Yeah.
Unusual high amount of people tapping in. And I want to say thank you to every one of y'all that tapped in. Whether you a hater, whether you a homie, whether you admire the music or the art or whatever the case might be, keep tapping in. Keep tapping into these avenues and keep, you know, supporting these underground artists, you know, not just music, you know, tattooers, painters, car painters, car modifiers, hydraulic guys, DJs, street vendors, food caterers, you feel me? Barbers, stylists, tattoo artists, you feel me? Rappers, you feel me? If I didn't give y'all a shout out, I'm still thinking about y'all and I love y'all. And on the next interview, I got y'all. But thank you. Thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
All good. And you know what? One thing a lot of people may not know, you came by yourself.
Yeah, Dr. Dre is in full effect, and I gotta tell y'all a little something. Eazy-E is down with us. MC Ring, you know he's down with us. DJ Yella is down with us. Arabian Prince, you know he's down with us. Tony A the Wizard is down with us. JJ Fag is down with us. Timmy T, you know he's down with us. DJ Pooh Boy is down with us. Toddy P and Spade, they're down with us. My boy Ice Cube, you know he's down with us. I like to mention, so pay attention to where I'm from, Compton, but the tapes are from the Roadium. My name is Dre, listen while I play. And by the way, I'm also down with NWA. Yo, Steve at the Roadium is down with us. Slanging funky tapes, it is a must. We're number one.
Yo, welcome to Roadium Radio. December 18th, episode 18. That's actually kind of special right there. Before I introduce my next guest, my very special guest, my good friend, once again, quick promo shout out, the Roadium Mixtape DOCUMIXERY, available at documixery.com. I've said it in past shows, you will not be disappointed. I put it up against any West Coast documentary. Okay, I put my money where my mouth is. But once again, the most anticipated interview of 2019 on Roadium Radio is tonight. Episode 18 with my good friend, Mr. Knightowl.
What up, Tony?
What's up, my brother? How you doing, man?
I'm doing
Ten
good,
cuidado
man.
con la cerveza.
Simón.
Knightowl, first of all, you know, before we get into what you're doing now, who you're working with, what can we expect from Knightowl in the future? I forgot how we met, bro. I know it was in the 90s.
It was in the 90s, and if I remember correctly, I don't know how I got your number and I called you.
Yeah.
And we talked on the phone, and I remember you told me, hey, why don't you come by the crib?
Yeah.
And I came to your pad, and we chilled for a little bit,
Yeah.
we chopped it up, and I mean, ever since then, you know,
we chopped it up. Yeah. I remember when you came down, you brought a couple of your homies, and I think I want to say it was '94. A mí se me hace because something a bump by Proper Dos was about to drop, and I had an early copy that my manager Steve had given me, and I had played it for you guys. And I remember you and your homies really enjoyed it. But I really appreciated that you came all the way from San Diego to come chill with me. I wish we could have worked a little bit more. You know, if anything, we could have done something, because that was early in the 90s when we first met.
Right. It was early in the 90s. I just think we both got caught up in our own business, you know, with music. You know, we were both busy doing things, and but it would have been great to
Yeah.
be able to work together. It would have been a blessing because, I mean, you know, you're legendary, my boy.
Well, you know, I don't see myself as legendary. I see myself as your friend, and if people want to call me that, it's very hard for me to accept that. It really, truly is. But you know what? I thank you, bro. So now, Mr. Knightowl, before we get into, once again, what we said we were going to get into, where are you originally from? Like, where were you born at, brother?
I was born in Tijuana.
Tijuana?
Tijuana, straight Mexicano.
And well, how long did you stay in Tijuana before you moved to San Diego?
I was like 4 years old.
Okay.
I was 4, and we moved to San Diego, ended up in the neighborhood where I grew up at, and, you know, I was there till I was about 25. Then I moved out of the neighborhood to a different neighborhood because my parents bought a house.
Oh,
and then, you know, shortly after that, I started doing my thing, and I bought my first house and blah, blah, blah. And, you know, things just blossomed from there.
And are your parents from Tijuana también?
My mom's is from Tijuana, and my dad was born in Ventura.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, how did they meet in Tijuana?
Well, the way it was back in the day, you know, my dad's dad, he used to be like one of them gamblers, and they used to make wine and beer back in the Capone days.
Okay.
And they used to live in Chicago, and they were looking for him because they had like an underground casino, and they used to do all that illegal shit, you know.
No shit.
Yeah. So they had to move out. So they moved, and they ended up in Ventura for a little bit. And then when the war and all that stuff was happening at that time, my abuelo, I never got to meet him, but he didn't want to go to war because he had like 16 kids. You know what I mean?
Damn.
So they moved to Tijuana, you know, and then that's where, you know, eventually.
That's where Mr. Knightowl was born.
That's right.
You know, it's funny because I have so many good memories with Tijuana because when I was a kid, my dad, whenever he wouldn't take the family over there just to go hang out or whatever,
right?
Because I have some family members that were born in Tijuana. He would take me and my little brother Ruben on a bus at Tijuana, and we used to always go eat tacos de vapor, caldo de caguama, los coteles de camarones. You know,
right.
You know, and that's when TJ had the streets all como se llama, dirt roads,
right?
You know. And he was a big lucha libre fan, so he used to take us to TJ to go see, you know, las luchas, pues. And the highlight of going to TJ was when he used to buy his luchadores. You know, the little luchadores. Yeah, the kind that didn't move. They just were like this. Yeah, those.
I used to have those también, and check it out. We used to get a little piece of board. We put 4 nails in each corner, and then we get rubber bands around the nails, and that's how we would make the ring.
That's how you would make the ring.
Trip.
I mean, the highlight would probably be not only the luchadores, pero también to get a mask.
Oh, I used to have Santo, Blue Demon,
Huracán Ramirez,
El Matemático,
Solitario. We can keep going back and forth,
bro. Oh my God, yeah, it was the shit, bro.
So the dope childhood memories. So now you're living in San Diego. Now, what elementary school did you end up attending?
Washington School Elementary.
Okay, and in junior high?
Roosevelt Junior High, Pacific Beach Junior High, Dana, Collier, a bunch of like continuation schools. I was all over the place.
Okay, and high school?
San Diego High School.
Okay, now in any of those schools, play any sports?
You know what? Yeah, I did. I played 1 year, but I only played a couple of games. Football.
Football?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was going to Kearney.
Okay, and what position?
Fullback.
Really?
Yeah.
Just knocking fools.
Man, I step on fools, man.
No shit.
The fuck off me. Bam.
That's dope, bro. That's dope.
We used to play back in the day in my neighborhood. We used to play all the other barrios every weekend on Saturdays, and we never lost, man. We played every neighborhood in San Diego.
No
we
shit.
Never lost. Yeah.
That's dope, man. You know, here in my neighborhood in the city of Wilmington, me and all my homies, we used to all get together and play, you know, other neighborhoods. También at Banning High School, we used to play on Thanksgiving, you know, and I'm not going to say we won every game, but we had some dope ass games, you know.
Right.
And a lot of times it ended up with 1 or 2 guys throwing some putazos.
Yeah.
You know, but that's just the way it is.
Right. That's how it goes. But it was different back then, though. You know, everybody, you know, did their thing, and you know, we took the aggression out on the field, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And after that, I watch him, and then we see him the next day or the next week. Hey, what's up, puto?
Half of us were playing drunk anyways, bro.
Yeah,
So now, growing up at home in a Mexican, family, bro, what kind of music would you say maybe your dad played, your mom played as you were growing up as a kid?
Growing up as a kid, my dad was into rancheras.
Okay.
Pedro Infante, Javier Solís, José Alfredo Jiménez, El Charro Avitia, all that type of shit. The original old school shit that these kids know nothing about.
Yeah.
And my jefa, she liked oldies, and cumbias and, all that type of stuff like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Same thing. You mentioned a lot of singers that my father liked, and my mother was big into cumbias as well también. So now, you're out of high school now. What is Knightowl doing now? Are you working? Are you inspired to do music? Are you rapping? Or what happened after high school for you?
I was working at a car rental agency. We used to rent cars.
Okay.
And I used to drive a shuttle. And I used to drive it at the airport. So I was doing my thing over there, and it was in the neighborhood where I grew up at. So I was just basically kicking it in the hood.
Yeah.
And whenever they called me, I would go pick somebody up, and I was making a little money and still being in the neighborhood, And shortly after that, I was doing raps for the hood. We were doing like neighborhood raps, roll calls, and we would battle other rappers from other barrios and stuff like that. And I ended up coming to LA to Norwalk Records, and I met Vince from Norwalk, and he's the one that introduced me to a guy named Murray Brumfield.
Okay.
And that's how it all started.
But how old were you around that time?
When I finally got my first break, I was like 23 probably.
Okay. Now let's back up just a little bit. Who do you think it was, or who did you hear, or who did you see that inspired you to say, I want to try this rap shit, man?
To be honest, the first rap, I'll tell you the story. The first time that I heard rap music, I was in junior high. And we used to have a bus driver that would take the cassette player on his bus, and he would put it to like the speaker where you talk, and he would bump it real loud, and he was playing Rapper's Delight. That was the first rap that I ever heard. And I used to always write poems, like a lot of the homies would have problems with their ladies and shit. They'd break up or whatever, and I'd write a letter for them, a little poem. And the next day they were back together. I was always real good at writing shit.
So you were like Cupid to the homies.
Kinda, I was like Cupid, but you know what I mean. I was like ducha, because I'm gonna step in that motherfucker,
Right.
But
right.
I mean, no, I would always do that, and I always had something for like rhyming, you know what I mean. So when that came out, I really liked it, and so I would say Rapper's Delight was the first one, and then right after that, I don't know if you remember Blowfly.
Of course.
Rap Dirty.
Right.
That was like my jam right there.
Yeah.
And I just started rapping, back then. I mean, obviously I was whack as fuck, I was barely starting, but, I kept working at it, and, here I am today. You know what I mean?
So when Rapper's Delight came out, you were probably maybe 7th grade or something, huh?
I was like 7th, 8th grade. I was one of those. I was in junior high.
Yeah. Because I think, if I'm correct, you're 1 year older than me. I'm 51.
I'm 52.
52 years old. Wow.
I was going to Pacific Beach Junior High at the time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Dope. Now let me ask you this. You lived in San Diego for so long. How come you never moved out this way? Was there ever a reason, or te gustaba allá? Or you just,
I just, loved San Diego myself.
Okay.
That's all I knew. I used to like to come out here, because I knew a lot of people. I had friends out here. Mm-hmm. But there was nothing like going back home. And I'm sure you feel the same way. Like, you're here and you can go to any place in the world and have lots of fun and enjoy yourself, but you can't fucking wait to get home once you're tired, and then just go to your pad and relax and say home sweet home. You know what I mean?
Oh, dude, I go to New York, or I'll go to Philly, I'll go to Florida, whatever, but I cannot wait to get back home, bro.
Yeah.
There's nothing like, at least for me, like LA. Once you get on that fucking 110 or the 405, you're like, okay, I'm back home.
I'm back.
Because it's bumper to bumper.
Right.
So, but yes, okay, so now, Rapper's Delight, vamos a decir, what was that other song you mentioned?
Blowfly.
Blowfly.
Rap Dirty.
Okay, Rap Dirty. Now, what rappers growing up, before you say you got your little first break, 22, 23, before you met Brumfield, who were some of the rappers you would listen to?
At that time, there was really no
much of a choice.
Chicano
really.
rappers. We didn't have a choice. You know what I mean? Frost wasn't out yet. Proper Dos wasn't out yet. And I basically used to listen to like Grandmaster Flash.
Of course, yes.
You know, Spoonie G, the Treacherous 3,
right?
The Dynamic 4. You're talking about, they were all East Coast groups because we didn't really have a lot of West Coast groups out here, and they were the only ones that were doing the rap, you know.
Right.
And then little by little, you know, it came out here,
right?
And you know, it just took off. You know what I mean?
You know, it's funny because I talked to Violet Brown, Lonzo Williams, you know, from the World Class Wrecking Crew,
right?
And it's funny how they were there when hip hop started, like us too as well. But since they're a little bit older, I like to say they have more seniority in hip hop. Okay, how they would hear that this is just a fad, it's going to play out, it'll never evolve to anything type of deal. Okay, and look at, man, you know, over 40 years now, and we're still here.
Yeah, they told me the same thing. You know,
yeah,
they said, hey, this is just a fad, it's going to die. But I mean, you're right. It's stronger now than ever, actually.
Yeah, and you've made a living off of it.
I've made a living off of it. Yeah.
Yes, yes. That's dope now. Okay, so now you come out to Norwalk Records. Up until that point, were you working at all on any demos? How far along were you in your career as far as, I'm going to try to do this?
I actually was, but the demos were all done on 4-track.
Okay.
On a 4-track. And
now, around what years would you say you started these 4-track demos?
In 89.
Okay, in 89, okay.
Yeah.
And were you producing these yourself?
No, the first producer that I had was a guy named King Sandman.
Okay.
Still a good friend of mine, you know.
Okay.
That was my first producer. And he helped me out, you know, and we got the little demo going. And I started shopping it around. And then I got a deal.
How many songs did you guys do together, you think, before you started shopping it around?
Like 6.
Okay. Yeah. And now, can you say that you were happy with your lyrics at that time? Like, okay, this is the shit? Or were you just taking a chance and like, let's see what happens?
Honestly, at that time, I think I had really good lyrics. You know what I mean?
Okay.
At that time, I was like probably ahead of my time because back then, there was nobody really rapping for the hood. It was basically just all hip hop. And when I started doing it, I was kind of gangbanging. That's what it was. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it was more for the barrios and shit. But then I had to tone it down because no one was going to want to hear about my homeboy Speedy and this guy and that guy. You know what I mean? So you have to kind of change it up a little bit. You know what I mean? So I did that. And I think it worked out for me, man.
Okay. Okay, so you had about 6 songs on a 4-track.
Yeah.
Now, do you remember what kind of equipment he had other than a 4-track? Did he have a drum machine yet?
Yeah, he had a drum machine.
Do you remember what kind it was?
It was a Roland. I don't remember which one.
Okay.
But it was a Roland. Then he also had a Yamaha.
Okay. Reason why I asked is because there's a lot of people out there that just like to ask detailed questions like what kind of drum machine, what kind of turntables,
right,
etc. Now, was this all original music or were these samples?
Half and half.
Okay.
Half and half.
Okay. Were any of those songs Here Comes the Night Owl?
No. Here Comes the Night Owl came about in maybe 91.
Okay.
In 91.
We'll get to that. So now you shop your demo. Who is the what was some of the feedback you were getting? You know, this shit sucks. It's you got potential. What was some of the feedback you were getting while you were shopping it?
The feedback that I got was great.
Okay.
I got nothing but good feedback. And that's why Vince hooked me up with Murray Brumfield. He goes, hey, I know some guy that's from Compton. He's a high school teacher. And he's got a label. You know, he's a black dude.
Yeah.
He's got a Chicano rap label. I'm like, oh, okay. Well, let me check it out, you know. So I met the dude, and we hit it off pretty good. And the first song that I put out at that time, there was 2 songs that I put out. One was called A Tribute to Mary Wells. And the other one was You Can't Fuck with the Night Owl. The reason why I did A Tribute to Mary Wells, because I had different songs, but she had just passed away.
Okay.
And us as Raza, we love her music. So it was just a tribute I did for her. You know what I mean? And then the other one, You Can't Fuck with the Night Owl, there was another guy named Knightowl on Thump Records that had released 1 song.
Really?
So I'm like, man, fuck this fool. I'm Knightowl. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I mashed on him. That's why I say in the song, I say, fuck that vato on Thump. I was like ready to get busy with this dude or whatever.
Right.
And after that, he just disappeared.
Okay.
And
you ever meet him?
I never met him. He was from Paris. I found out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Paris. Here, Paris, not Paris.
No, Paris, California.
Okay. All right. Okay. Now, it's funny because when you said "fuck that dude," what a lot of people don't understand about the Chicano culture, especially living in the hood, is that when you claim a name, vamos a decir that your name is El Chivo or whatever, and then there's another guy 5 blocks on the street que se llama El Chivo. Most likely, you're gonna have to get him up with that dude for that fucking name, bro.
Yeah.
So I understand, and for the public, why you said what you said about
right.
Homeboy.
Yeah, because I was ready to get busy. You know what I mean?
Right.
That's what it was about then. But
right.
He never stepped forward, so we just left it at that.
Right. Okay. Now, how did you come up with that name, Knightowl? And why Knightowl?
When I was a youngster in the neighborhood, I was always out at night.
Pinche desveladas, ¿verdad?
Yeah, desveladas. I just wouldn't go home. And hey, pinche vato, you're a night out, So that's basically how it stuck.
Okay.
And I kept it. You know what I mean?
Okay.
But I remember that was my barrio name, right? When I first started rapping, I was like, say, 13, 14. And I wasn't Knightowl, the rapper. I was Ray Rap C.
Really?
Yeah.
Ray Rap C.
Ray Rap C. My last name is Corona. So see, that's something nobody fucking knows. You know what I mean?
Right.
Now I don't give a fuck, But back then, that's what it was, Ray Rap C. And I did a few shows like that, and later on, I'm like, you know what? Nah, I got more into like the gangster rap, and I just kept my hood name.
Ray would be for Ramon.
Ramon, yeah.
Ray Rap C. Wow,
yeah.
That's something like that. A little East Coast twist to it, right there.
Yeah.
Yep. I mean, because if you really think about it, a lot of East Coast rappers have like 3 names:
right,
Cool D, Cool Rock Ski, Grandmaster Flash.
I didn't think of that.
Yeah,
you're right.
And Ray Rap C.
Right.
There you go.
That's what it was.
He could have been an East Coast legend. Anyways, brother.
Another Fat Joe or what?
Yeah, exactly. So now you're getting good feedback. So you drive down to meet Brumfield.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, isn't it funny that here was a black man that had a Chicano, if you want to call it that. I don't know if he called it that at the time.
Right.
But for the sake of the conversation, we'll call it a Chicano label.
Mm-hmm.
And isn't it funny that here was, if you will, a black visionary that saw possibly the beginning of Chicano movement.
Right.
It's kind of like Steve Yano when he signed Proper Dos. He said, Tony, I can sell this shit. That's what he said. I can sell this shit. I guess they all saw this movement coming in. And so you go down to Norwalk Records. Is that where you meet him?
No, I met Vince there.
Okay.
And Vince gave me his number. And then we met up at a studio.
Okay.
Yeah.
And how did that meeting go? Did you play in the demos there?
Yeah, I did. And right away, he took me to the studio. He's like, hey, let's get busy. Let's start recording.
Okay.
So right away, within like 2 weeks.
Really?
Yeah.
Was it talk about any money yet?
Not at the time, but once I started recording, I'm like, hey, so how are we gonna do this?
Uh-huh.
And I was probably, out of all the people that he dealt with, obviously I was more business minded, more smart. So I was the one that made the most money. I know that he had a bunch of other artists that really didn't know how to get that money, But I used to, hey, how much you gonna break me off, and blah, blah, blah. I get 20 grand here, 10 grand here. I mean, I made decent money from him. And see, the only difference between me and everybody else is that every time I did something with him, or when I did any type of any type of business with anybody, I never sold my rights. I gave them the rights to distribute my music and everything that I signed. I never signed my rights, so you own my shit.
Right.
I was very smart in that. And now I own all my music, and that's why I'm getting paid.
Okay, and that's a good thing. The reason why I bring up the business aspect is because many times, especially us Chicanos, we just want to rap, we just want to work, we want to get our shit out there, and it's almost like, okay, I'm about to get my break, but when it comes down to the business, many of us are ignorant, and we have to get educated in that area. Like what you said. Right. You kept all the rights to your music, and you still own your rights, and that's why you can get paid.
Exactly.
I mean, imagine if somebody today says, "You know what? I want the whole fucking Knightowl collection. Here's a fucking $1 million."
Yeah, man.
You know what I'm saying? That's all. It's all you.
Yeah.
I know rappers today that had platinum records, that had sold 1 million copies, and don't own shit.
And are broke as fuck.
Are broke as fuck.
Yeah.
Okay, their plaques, you know, their gold plaques or platinum plaques are in the fucking ¿cómo se llama? In the closet.
Right.
You know, and I knew a guy, and I won't mention the name. He has the key of COMPTON, in his fucking closet.
Wow.
And I said, what the fuck? And he's fucking broke as fuck. Oh, you know, it's because I sold all my rights, and they have nothing.
Right.
So I'm glad to hear that at least you were smart enough to at least think ahead of time, because most people think, you know, short term. You thought long term.
Yeah.
And for me, I like to take it upon myself to try to educate, especially our raza, into being smart when we do business. You know, because many times, you know, people that think for the now, here's what they want to go out and fucking buy, you know, some fucking Louis Vuitton belt or Gucci Ferragamo belt, or, you know, some fucking True Religion jeans or whatever.
They just want to flash. That's all.
They just want to fucking flash, and then somebody will say, "Well, I'll give you another 1,000 for all your writers' credits or for all your writers," you know.
And they do it.
And they fucking do it, and then they want to go on Instagram and you know, do one of these fucking numbers,
Right.
and then give them about a fucking year, and now they're saying that the label fucked them.
Right.
You know,
it wasn't the label; they fucked themselves.
Pretty much.
You know,
pretty
what I mean?
much.
Yeah.
You know, and I know, you know a bunch of rappers that are out right now that sold their shit.
Right. I
You
know
know?
a whole bunch. I won't mention any names, but
Right.
I know a lot of them.
Okay, so now you did your first album. How long did it take you to do your first album?
Like 6 months.
Okay, 6 months. See, and you know that's the difference. Today, we could do a record. Honestly, I've known people that have did like 10 songs within about a week and a half.
Right.
And I don't know, me being a producer, how I can build chemistry with a rapper in a week and a half.
Right.
You know, si tú me dices, if you tell me, Tone, I want an album, and let's just say I'm your producer.
Right.
I want to vibe with you, bro. I want to drink with you. I want to eat with you. I want to chill with you. But so that way I can kind of feel you.
Yeah, and to do something creative that's positive.
Yeah, there has to be some type of chemistry
Right.
between us. Today, guys are just like, well, you know what? I got a boom, okay, let me rap to it. And then that's it, you know?
Right.
And they're dropping albums, you know, like, you know, left and right. But I like the fact that you took your time. When it got released, what was the name of that album?
I just self-titled it The Knightowl.
The Knightowl. How did that do?
Fuck, it did great.
Really?
Yeah, in the streets, probably sold like easy in the streets. Fuck, man, maybe like 300,000-400,000 copies.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. Well, so did you sign a multi-album deal with Brumfield?
No, Trip Out. This is what's funny. When I met him, somebody else heard what I was doing. It was a label out of Miami.
Okay.
The label was called Pandisc. I don't know if you're familiar with them.
No.
Okay, Pandisc. The owner was a guy named Bo Crane. They had Stevie B.
Okay.
Debbie Deb. They had freestyle
yes,
music.
now I know.
Okay, that was them. So they offered me a pretty big deal. But in the process, they wanted me to change my rap style and to do stuff like DJ Laz at Mami El Negro or something like that. Like kind of
shit.
You know,
on some pit bull type of
yeah.
stuff.
And I said, nah, I'm not gonna do that shit. So they tried to shelf my whole album. We did it on 2-inch reel. It was recorded on 2-inch.
Right.
So they didn't want to give me the masters back. And luckily, I had gotten a cassette from Bo Crane with all the songs. So that's how I did my album. I took the cassette to the studio, made a glass master, and then I said, fuck this dude. And I started pressing them with Murray.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And so now your first album does well. How soon after did you start working on your second one? Or were you doing shows, touring?
I was doing a little bit of shows here and there, not too many. But then I met a label named Greenside with some guy named Tone Mendoza.
Sounds very familiar.
From, I guess he was from like the Oakland area.
I was going to say
like
the
that.
Bay Area.
Yeah,
yes.
he was from up there. And he wanted to put out my second album. So they gave me a little bit of money and we're working on the album. And Tone was a hustler. He was making money, you know, the illegal way. He got busted, got locked up. So that label just disappeared. So I basically took the album back and I released it through Murray. Again,
Okay.
I went back to Murray Brumfield. He gave me like 25 grand or something, put it out. And After that, I mean, that one did real well. Is También, you know what I mean?
Okay, that was your second one then.
My second one.
What was the name of that one?
The Wicked West.
The Wicked West.
Yeah.
Those are dope names, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. How many songs did those?
The Wicked West had about, I think, 17 maybe.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. And now, same producer?
No. The Wicked West was all done by a producer named Chris Gunn. He became my main producer.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what year was that one released? Do you remember?
It had to be 94 or 95.
Okay, so it's pretty much around the time either we met or after we met.
Yeah, I think it might have been right after we met because I don't think I had the Wicked West out yet.
Yeah. I remember when I first heard you rap. I knew there was talent there, but it was so weird because you were kind of flipping it like that song, Here Comes the Knightowl. Although you were flipping it, and I remember I told my boy, I said, this guy reminds me of like the Mexican Bone Thugs or something, you know. You were just flipping it so dope, bro, and I really
yeah, it was something different. I remember when I got that beat, it was really hard to rap to because it was a swing beat, and I'm like, damn, how am I gonna do this, you know? And it took me like 2 months,
really,
to figure out the rap style. But once I figured it, I pretty much mastered it, and then I did it, and it was a piece of cake after that.
That song right there became a hood classic, bro.
Yeah.
Okay, and I'm gonna tell you why. Because when I was still DJing, I would, you know, I already had my record deal and I was traveling, but every once in a while, I would still DJ here in the hood. Okay. And when I would play that song, I would have shermed out ass motherfuckers, you know, dancing to fucking
Right.
Here Comes the Night Out,
Doing the
homie. Yeah, you didn't even know you had Wheel Meadows out here dancing to your shit, bro.
Right,
Seriously.
right.
So that was such a dope song. But anyways, we're about to go into a little commercial break.
All right.
And then when we get back, we're going to talk about what everybody's been waiting for. Okay. Let's give them what they want. So
Let's give them what they want.
Let's give them what they want. So
All right.
once again, Mr. Knightowl, I don't know if it's Mr.
Hey, it's not Mrs. That's for damn sure.
No.
Mr. Knightowl, my boy.
Knightowl is in the house on Roadium Radio. We'll be back, and I need you guys to stay tuned because at the very
Salud.
end of the show, we're going to have a very special guest, okay? A little surprise for you guys. So once again, call somebody, text somebody, pay somebody. I would say slap somebody, but slap somebody, okay? Because that's what we're going to be talking about next. So once again, 10-minute break, and we'll be back. Peace. Yo, welcome back, everybody, to Roadium Radio, episode 18, December 18th. Special day. I got my good friend, Knightowl, in the building. We're going to get into exactly what everybody's been waiting for because, you know, it's just kind of like raza, you know, we all love chisme, you know. We all love to hear all the juicy details, and let's give it to him, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Let's give it to him.
You know. So now, take us down that one day here, not necessarily here, but in the city of Norwalk. You come down, I guess you're having a meeting with somebody?
Correct.
Okay. And I don't know, walk us through it, man.
Well, what happened was I went to sell some CDs to a guy named Jimmy from Urban Kings. And I was in his studio. And some guy got there, and he didn't want to come upstairs because I was there. Some guy named Creeper. And I told Jimmy, well, tell him to come upstairs. You know, I don't know the dude. And he was asking me, do you got a problem with him or something? I go, I don't even know who he is. So I knew there was something shady going on, but I really didn't know what it was. You know what I mean? Eventually, the guy came up and got a little smart. You know, we're going to get busy, and then he didn't want to. And then he left. And then he called back about maybe an hour later and asked if I was still there. They told him that I was there.
Okay. And where was this guy from? Was he a local or?
He used to do like DVDs, I guess.
Okay.
I don't know where he was from, but I know he was Capone's homie.
Okay.
At that time, you know what I mean?
Okay.
And
before you go any further, who were you there with?
There was two little kids that I took that were helping me carry all the CDs because we went all over LA dropping off CDs everywhere. We had like a couple of thousand CDs to drop off. So, you know, I would bring a couple of little morrillos. They were like 15 years old, 13 years old. They were just like regular kids, though. They weren't like not from the neighborhood or gangsters or nothing. And I was just trying to help them make a little bit of money so they would help me out. You know what I mean? So they went with me, and they were there that day. And anyways, this dude calls and asked if I'm there. So they told him that I was. And Jimmy said, yeah, he's right here.
Right.
So I get on the phone. He wants to talk to me. And he asked me if I would license him In Love with a Gangster. That song, he wanted to use it for a DVD or something. So I'm like, well, yeah, no problem. He was,
and this is the same guy?
The same dude. So I thought something fishy, but he's like, these Spanish saying blah, blah, blah. And anyways, to make a long story short, I figured if he comes over here and he gets smart, I'm going to knock him out right quick. But that wasn't the case, though. The case was he was calling all kinds of people because he knew that I was there. And all kinds of people showed up. And the outcome was what it was. You know what I mean? All these people showed up. I was in the restroom. And when I came out of the restroom, a dude, Weddle Snipes, came at me. And I remember he had a nice pick, and we was going to get busy. And all of a sudden, everybody else came out from the room.
Now, when you say everybody, about how many guys would you say were there? Is there a number?
It was either 5 or 6.
Okay.
But they were all strapped up, though. You know what I mean? And at that moment, I got hit in the head with a pistol. What was I to do? You know what I mean?
Right.
I couldn't really do much,
Okay, so you got hit with the pistol. What happened to those 2 kids?
Oh, they threw them in the room at gunpoint, and they held them there. And they didn't let them get out. They put them in the closet or some shit. And, they were shitting in their pants. Little kids, it was not cool that they had to go through that. You know what I mean? Because they were youngsters, and they weren't even like gangsters or nothing,
Right.
They were just regular people. And I think it was pretty fucked up. But, it was all set up. You know what I mean? And I don't know of any real people that show up to places with cameras prepared to record an individual. It was just kind of...
Well, somebody's not going to be cruising around with a camcorder, hoping to get into something so they could film it.
Right.
Obviously, it was set up. At least that's what it seemed like.
Yeah.
Because when I saw the video, you were sitting there. That's the only part I saw. Mm-hmm. And I saw maybe 1 or 2 guys trying to come up to you, whatever. And of course, the camera guy. And I saw the guy that went up to you, Spanky, if I'm correct.
Right.
Okay. He went up to you and he started talking to you. And but I did see a couple of other guys there. I just didn't know who was there. That's not important. But I know there was more than 1 guy there.
Oh yeah, it was either 5 or 6.
And if I'm correct, from after I shared something that someone told me that was there, because someone shared with me the story that took place after it happened. About a month later, it happened. This guy told me the same story, and I'll leave him unnamed because he told me if you ever share it, don't tell him who told you. Okay, so anyway, so these guys were there. You have a camera guy on you, and Spanky's talking to you. Do you even remember what you guys were even going back and forth about?
Well, basically, it all started over a girl. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. That's why it started. From the MySpace days. And
MySpace, wow.
Yeah. And he was trying to get at some girl that at the time I was with. You know what I mean?
Okay.
And I told him, hey, bro, what are you doing? You're disrespecting. And he kind of came at me like, fuck you and fuck respect and blah, blah, blah. And to me, those words don't mean when I see you, I'm going to kill you. I mean, it's like, okay, if we have a problem like that, I mean, it's not going to go beyond a little boxing match or something. You know what I mean?
Of course.
It's not that serious. You know what I mean?
Right.
But he used that as an excuse to try to boost his career and to make himself look big. And that's why they did all this setup bullshit. And, I ended up getting set up. And it is what it is. You know what I mean?
Right.
I can't change what happened. But, I'd say I came out a winner. You know what I mean? I got slapped. Oh, well. But I'm still here. You know what I mean? Now, a lot of people tell me, if I would have been there, that wouldn't have happened to me or whatever, blah, blah, blah. Bro, if you would have been there, most likely you would have shitted in your pants when you got guns pointed at your face. I didn't do all that. I was trying to talk my way out of it because I'm human.
Right,
you know what I mean? I'm not a fucking man made of steel.
Of course.
So at that point, there's a difference between being scared to die and wanting to die. You know,
Right.
I'm not scared. Doesn't mean I want to. Therefore, I'm gonna be smart and I'm gonna protect myself the best way that I can because I want to make it back home. I didn't know what their intentions were.
Of course.
You know what I mean? I've never spoke on this before, Tony, publicly, because at the time when it happened, if I would have been some kind of punk, I would have ran to the cops.
Of course.
You know, I never did that shit.
Right.
You know, I never went and I never told on them. I never said any of that. I just kept it to myself. And I let whoever think whatever they wanted to think to say what they want, you know. And I've gotten a lot of hating behind it or whatever, but yet, you know, I'm still here.
Yeah.
You know, and the bottom line is, I'm not here to challenge nobody or whatever, but anybody that feels a certain way, I'm always easy to find. You know what I mean?
Right.
I'm not here to disrespect nobody. I've always helped a lot of people. I've been a good dude. And I didn't think that I deserved that because I've never done anybody wrong.
Right.
And I think to set somebody up is a straight bitch move.
Right, I understand.
Yeah.
Now, when, you know, and all that happened right around the time that YouTube kicked off, like in 2004, if I'm correct, YouTube, you know, went live.
Right.
So that video went viral, you know. And when I saw it, I remember I called you.
Right.
You know, because we had each other's numbers.
Right.
And we talked and everything, and then, but I never told you what I'm about to tell you now, okay? About, I want to say about a month or a month and a half after that incident happened, I was, there was a guy that called me, and he said he wanted to buy some of my mixtapes. So I said, okay, I had just pressed them up on CD, okay?
Right.
So me llamó, and cool, you know what? I think it was through MySpace as well. You know, so I went over there. We're talking. We're doing a little bit of business, and he tells me, he goes, "You recognize that couch over there?" And so I turned around and I said, like, you know, nobody ever asks you, "Do you recognize a couch?"
Right. Right.
So I was like, "Nah," and he said, "That's where it all happened." So I'm thinking, what, a fucking porn or what, you know?
With your mind, yeah.
Yeah, exactly, you know? So he goes, no, he said, that's where Knightowl got slapped. So I turned around, I looked, and I was looking at it, and I was like, no shit? And I said, you were here? Or did you just buy the couch? You know? And he was just like, no, it happened here. And he goes, I was here. And he goes, they pointed a gun at me. He said a bunch of guys, this is the way he said it. A bunch of guys came in, pointed a gun at me, and they put me in a room, but I was still able to see. He says, and they had a camera guy, and there were some guys behind the camera, and they were pointing guns at him. He goes, I thought they were gonna blast his ass. He says, and then when I saw him got slapped, I thought, okay, they're about to throw it down. There was no way he was gonna be able to fight 5 or 6 guys. That's what he said, you know. And I said, no, okay, so, you know, what else happened? And he just started telling me. He said, no, that was it. And then they started hitting him with the gun. They told him, you know, open up your mouth. And, you know, as far as with the gun is concerned. So he let me know the whole detail. And it was funny because when I talked to you, the stories were exactly the same, you know. So when you shared stuff with me on what happened, I never known you as a mentiroso.
Right.
I've never known you as a liar, bro. You've always been a 100 with me, okay? And that's why we've been able to maintain a relationship
good
over
friendship.
Yes, you know, over 25 years, bro. So when he told me that, I wasn't expecting that. you know?
Right.
You know, so it went pretty much right along with what everything you had said. Now, let me ask you a question, and it's just a man-to-man question, okay? If he would have showed up by himself, would things have been different?
Well, first of all, he wouldn't have showed up by himself. But if he would have, of course, I mean, he would have been snoring real quick. I mean, there's no doubts about that.
Right.
I mean, and I'm not saying I'm a bad dude or nothing, but I mean, the guy's like 5'2" with heels.
Right.
So, I mean, it's just easy to see. You know what I mean? That's why he got there with all the people. But, I mean, it is what it is, you know, and I think that it's bad for the game to do things like that to your own people and to set people up, because that's what makes us look stupid.
Right.
You know what I mean? And I mean, we'll leave it at that. You know what I mean? It is
good.
what it is, man.
Now, let me say this, okay? Because here in the neighborhood where I'm from, okay?
Right.
When somebody didn't like you, they called you out, and you guys will throw putazos, okay?
Yeah, you throw chingazos.
And then after that, you have a fucking beer and then you squash it as dead.
Yeah.
That's the way it is. I understand that, but I know that this beef went on for a long time. And what I'm not getting from you is that you're still trying to reopen this old beef. I know you're not. It's done away with. It's water under the bridge. But we're talking about it because you know what? People wanted answers. You've never addressed it, and I wanted you to address it with me. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I know you're a man, and I know you're a man about it, and you want to talk about it. And but you know, like you said, you were set up. What this individual said, I wasn't there, so I can't say this is what happened. But what this individual said, that most likely you were set up. I get it. I understand it. I would have liked to have seen better if he would have just walked up to you and at least talked to you. Hey, man, you know what? You said this, said it, and just talk about it or whatever. You know, because one thing about me, man, is this. Being in the position that I am right now, I'm 51 years old. I work with black artists and I work with Chicano artists, okay? I'm at that point now, bro, where I don't want to see beef within the raza, bro. I don't. I'd rather try to build a platform like this and try to unite raza to come together, because that's why we've never climbed that ladder, because we hate on each other, man. You know, I think sometimes we are our own worst enemy.
Our worst enemy. And I think you're exactly right, because every time, ever since day one that I can remember, whenever you have something that comes out, the other man, instead of giving you props, he's trying to put you down like, that shit's whack, or this guy is better, or whatever. But there's never a good comment from another artist. Usually it's bad feedback, because they feel inferior or they feel threatened that you're better than them. So, you know, it's hating,
right?
You know, and
right.
It sucks. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like if we had a merry-go-round and everybody held hands instead of like having gaps, we'd go so far. Because,
well, you know, me and you talk often.
Right.
And
right.
I told you the Chicano rap game is almost like playing musical chairs. There's
Exactly.
people fighting for a chair, you know. And what I want to do, and what I hope you help me do, is let's put chairs out for everyone, bro.
Right.
There's just enough light for everyone. There's enough money for everyone. There's no need to be hating on anybody, bro.
No, there's not.
You know what I'm saying? You know, look, you don't know how much longer you're going to be here, and I don't know how much longer I'm going to be here. We know that tomorrow's not promised, bro. So I'm not going to go around talking shit about somebody, or fuck that fool, fuck that leva, or whatever. I'm not, bro.
Right.
When that happened to you, see, I never met Spanky, bro. I've never met him, and I don't have anything against him. As a matter of fact, right now, I'll take the time to invite him to come onto the show. And if he doesn't want to address this, that's all good. I'll talk about his art, I'll talk about his tattooing, or whatever, because I'm into furthering the raza instead of holding us back.
Right.
You know, this is a platform that maybe one day we've laid a foundation where we want our own raza to, if you will, surpass everything that we've ever accomplished. So when we're no longer here, they can at least remember us as saying, esos dos, o esos tres, o esos cuatro. You know, they laid a foundation for that. There could be unity with the raza, for us to be heard, for us to have a voice. Because, dude, we are the majority, but yet we're still on the outskirts of this thing that we call hip hop.
Right.
Okay.
And, you know, that's the thing, you know, that we need to stick together and stop fighting each other. You know what I mean?
Right.
And if we can do that, we can grow.
Right.
You know what I mean? But we have to stick together. We got to stop fucking fighting each other.
Absolutely. Now, let me say this. If I would have had a bunch of guys pointing guns at me, okay, my least concern would have been a fucking slap.
Well, yeah, of course.
You know, people like to hang on to that. Oh, you got bitch slapped, or you're a bitch. Why didn't you ever do anything? Let me tell you something, man. Here's one thing I would not have wanted: for the police to call my mother and saying, "Can you come and identify your son?"
That's the main reason, Tony, that I held back. You know what I mean? Not because of me, because I had to fight my pride, and I didn't want my mom to go through that.
Of course. And
tuve que morder un pinche huevo, carnal.
Yeah, exactly. Now think about this. People have been DMing me, been messaging me, emailing me, asking why he didn't do anything. You know, first of all, All those people that are asking that are not in your shoes, so it's easy to ask those questions. I get it.
The main reason, Tony, look, when that happened, my first intentions were to create a lot of harm.
Of course.
Okay. I did come up this way, and I looked for him. I couldn't find him. And then I got in trouble. And I got caught with a bunch of weapons, and I got locked up. During the process of getting locked up, I bailed out. My mom had an aneurysm, ended up paralyzed. At that point, I didn't give a fuck what people said about what happened. You know, I just wanted my mom's to get good, you know what I mean?
Of course.
She was in a coma for a couple of months. That's what I dealt with. And after that, I had to turn myself in and do some time. So when I got out, it gave me a different state of mind. And I'm glad I didn't do nothing at that moment, because if I would have did something, all fingers were pointing at me. Everybody would have known it was me.
Of course.
And I would have been in there for the rest of my life. And I wouldn't be here right now speaking with you.
Of course. You know what? And you know what? Let me tell you something. And I think that's a blessing, bro, that nothing happened, because now you're here. Okay. And you know, many times, let me share something with you that happened to me. Not necessarily similar, but you could understand why a person sometimes doesn't retaliate. Okay. I want to say it was like 1994, 93, somewhere around there. I had a Cadillac on gold dames. I had sounds and everything.
Right.
And one of my homeboys told me, you know, can you give me a ride home? It was about 3:30 in the morning. And I was fucked up, bro. Like estaba tomando toda la noche. I was drinking all damn night. So he told me, can you give me a ride home? And I said, yeah, okay, cool. I'll give you a ride home. I remember I was bumping Ramon Ayala, just bumping that shit. I dropped them off. I flipped the U. And I remember I was starting to see blurry, okay? But I see a guy about a half a block down the street, in the middle of the street, waving at me like this. Now, I'm bumping this motherfucker, okay? I got my windows rolled up, but I'm like, what the fuck is that?
Who is this guy?
Yeah, 3:30 in the morning, and he's waving at me like this, okay?
Excuse me.
So as I get close to him and I pull up this close, now I'm like this now. This motherfucker does this, and he's fucking starts shooting at me, okay? I knew who the guy was. I recognized him. You know, I saw him close. Thank God, bro, that I didn't fucking die that night, okay? I still don't know until this day why he shot at me. Like, I don't know. I know he was from a rival neighborhood. Maybe that was just it. I drove to my friend's house, and it was so funny, man. I was so drunk, I wasn't even concerned that I get hit. I was more concerned this motherfucker shot at my Cadillac.
Yeah, like, is the pain okay?
Yeah. So about a year later, I saw the guy, and me and my mom were in the market, and he had maybe about 3 guys with him, and he's calling me out in front of my mom.
Wow.
Okay. And I told him like this, look, if you want to go outside, bro, it'll just be me and you, but we're not going to take your homeboys out there, because I'm not going to fight all 4 of you guys. That's exactly what I said. And he kept telling his homeboys, nah, fuck him, let's jump him. And I looked at their homeboys and I said, hey, bro, you guys want to join me in front of my mother? I said, look, have a little bit of respect, bro. Tell your homeboy that if he wants to throw down with me and him can go outside, and you 3 can wait right here. They finally told him, well, take him outside, and he didn't want to go. Okay? He didn't. Fine, they left it alone. But I told him, I'll see you later, bro. 6 months later, passed by me and my younger brother, walk into a liquor store, and he sees us, and he's fucking by himself, and he looked like he fucking saw a ghost. And he looked at me and he said, I bet you now you want to fuck me up. And I said, let's go outside, man. Make a long story short, I told the guy, because he wanted to shake my hand and told me he was sorry. I said, I'm not going to shake your hand, bro, because that fucking hand put the trigger on me. All I'm going to say is get the fuck out of here, bro. I don't ever want to see you again. Now, my brother told me, why don't you give the guy a fucking pass? And he was so upset with me. And here's what I said. If anything would have happened to him, guess who they would have came looking for?
You.
Me. And guess what? I would have did fucking life for a fucking idiot. And I wasn't going to do that, bro.
Right.
So let me tell you something. So what happened to you, I've never lost any respect for you, bro. I still called you and we still talked.
Yeah.
Okay? But I understood the situation. So, again, I don't have nothing against anybody. I don't. I want to make that clear. I don't have nothing against anybody that was there that day, because I can't live with unforgiveness or bitterness in my heart, bro, towards anyone. you know. But I just hope that this is just past now and we can move forward onto this. But I do believe that this needed to be addressed, and I'm glad that we addressed it, you know. So
it's the first time I actually speak on it, you know. I've never spoke on it for many reasons, you know what I mean? The code in the neighborhood is you never talk about that type of shit. When it first happened, you know, if I would have said something, it's like I'm ratting, you know what I mean?
Of course.
So I never said nothing, you know. I just said, hey, you know, it is what it is. Let people think whatever they want to think, you know what I mean? You got to know how to keep your mouth shut at times, you know. And at least that's the code that we're raised by, and that's what we learn. And not everybody follows it, you know what I mean?
Right.
But everybody knows what's up now, and, you know, through it I got a lot of bullshit, a lot of hating. And, you know, sometimes I get depressed because I'm like, man, how can people turn on you so quickly?
Right.
After all I've done for our fucking people.
Right.
I mean, I do this for the fans, bro.
Of course.
Not for me.
Of course. Well, you know, for people to, you know, then they were never really your friends to begin with or supporters to begin with, because if that's all they have
Amen
on you,
to that.
You know, as a fucking slap, then whatever. You know, those people weren't there, so we could let them talk and say whatever they want to say, you know. But the way I know things is that motherfuckers would go hand to hand, mano a mano, one on one, and that obviously that didn't happen, bro. You
Right.
know? And I'm not going to say anything negative about those people because I don't know those people. You know, I just wish shit wouldn't have went down like that, because that, if anything, I think that set us back years, bro. Because
It did.
If anything, us Chicanos should be moving forward. You know, we shouldn't be, and I'm just saying this out of my own heart, we shouldn't be on some gangbanging shit in this rap game. Okay?
Right.
In this rap game. I'll give you an example. When La Raza first came out, the Kid Frost song, okay?
Right.
Many of my homies in the neighborhood, we would be cruising and they had the cassette single. They put it on, the song had just dropped and it spread like wildfire. I mean, you know that song.
Yeah, yeah,
okay?
it was big.
It was big. And instead of my homies saying, you know, what do you think? The song's fucking dope, huh? Like what he's saying, this is like a straight hood song or whatever. They were too busy saying, I wonder where that vato's from. That's what they were saying. It wasn't even about that he was a dope artist, that he was a dope lyricist, the beat was banging. It was about where's he from? Where is he from? And then that's when I saw, okay, this could possibly be in trouble for us, because we're incorporating the hood shit into this music thing. So, is that a good thing?
Man, it's
where has it gotten us?
I mean, it's gotten us to a certain place, but with a lot of bullshit involved.
Yeah, exactly. So, anyways, man, I hope we gave the people what they wanted, because that's what they wanted to hear.
Right.
And I hope, you know, once again, bro, I never saw you any different. I never did. Okay.
Right.
As a matter of fact, when we go to break, we're gonna have a couple of more beers.
That's right. Yeah, because I'm out.
Yeah. We're gonna get you some more
Stellas.
and I'm gonna take a couple of shots with you, and I want people to hold on, because we got a nice little surprise for them.
Oh, we got a guest in the house, right?
Yeah, we got a guest in the house, so we got a nice
People
little
are going to
surprise.
trip the fuck out, and I think some jaws are going to drop.
Yeah, I hope some calzones drop after this too.
That'll be nice.
So yeah, man, that'll be good. So for anybody out there hating, look, let me say this. Let me save you some time, okay? It's not going to get you anywhere. You know,
Right.
I remember this one wise man told me a long time ago, because when I was younger, dude, I used to be so fucking full of hate and anger. And one day he told me, jealousy's going to get you nowhere. And
you know who told me something very similar, and I still remember it to this day, was Jerry Heller, rest in peace. Jerry Heller told me, when you need to worry is when people don't even talk about you. As long as they're talking shit or being positive, it doesn't matter. You're in their fucking mouth. So they're promoting you. So, I mean, I'd rather people talk good about me, because, you know, I don't like to hear bad shit. I mean, the only bad shit they can possibly say is a little hating. But as far as anything else, I'm a good dude. You know, I'm righteous. So I know that the hating, it doesn't bother me anymore. I'm used to all these internet superstars. You know what I mean? There's a bunch of
internet gangbangers, bro.
Yeah,
That's
they're
what it
fucking
is.
tough on, you know, behind the camera,
Yeah.
and I just trip out, man. It's
They-
like, let them have their fucking fun.
Have you seen that meme where it's a guy in, I think he's in like California, arguing with a guy in Japan. Where you from, fool?
No, I haven't seen it.
You know, on the fucking internet. Like, really? Fucking cyber bangers, homie.
Right.
But anyways, we don't listen to that, bro, because that's all negativity. You know what?
Right.
I want to move forward, bro. And we're going to go to a little break. And when we come back, we want to talk about the state of Chicano rap and other things, man. And then,
right.
And then we'll get into our guest.
You know, we're going to do our thing.
Yeah, man. So thank you, bro, for sharing that with us. Hopefully that's water under the bridge. Let us move forward. And once again, I want to invite Spanky to the show. We don't even have to address this, man. Get at me, contact me, and I'll book you. We could talk about your art. We could talk about your tattooing. If I can help you through this show in any way, I would like to do that, bro.
Yeah, so, I mean, you know, no problem. And if he would like me to be here and sit next to him and we can talk, that's cool too.
A tomar unas caguamas.
Yeah, we can drink a couple of beers.
No, that'll work, man. All right, we'll be back. Yo, welcome everybody to Roadium Radio, December 18th, episode 18. This is a special day. My boy Knightowl, all the way from his hometown, San Diego, is in the building. And we're going to get right into it. My brother, did you get another cold one?
Oh, yeah. I got another cold right here.
You feeling good?
I'm good.
You know how good I feel right now, bro? I actually feel that if I had like a big-ass bowl of pozole, like we could just be eating live, bro, right man now. You know what I'm saying?
Un pozolazo and some more beers and un pinche mariachi.
Exactly, bro. So anyways, so now, right now, the last time we talked, you sent me your album.
Right.
And your new album.
Right.
When was it released?
On the 13th.
Of this month?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just came out.
I'm going to tell you what I liked about it.
Uh-huh.
The name of the album, Al Pacino.
Right.
That shit was hard, bro.
Yeah, it's pretty dope. You know?
I like that shit, bro.
A little creative.
Yes, Al Pacino.
The cover, you see the cover, I took it from one of the scenes in the movie, and I dressed the owl in the Scarface suit, you know?
That shit is dope,
pretty
man.
Dope, yeah.
Would you ever wear like an owl like for Halloween or anything like that?
Nah, never.
Do you ever get an owl and like while you're performing or anything like that, man?
Nah, but I was trying to buy one, you know, at one time.
Right.
Nah,
I mean, you know how sometimes you see these guys that are about to get their taxes done, and they're holding the sign, and they're just like a clown, or
right.
You know, maybe an owl costume or something like that.
An owl outfit.
You know what I'm saying? So now, what are you working on now? Are you just kind of like trying to push this record? Are you working with any artist? What can we expect from Knightowl in the future?
Well, I got a lot of new music that's unreleased and a lot of old stuff that I never released. But my main focus now, it's not really myself to release new music. You know, I'm gonna put out some stuff and continue for a little bit. I still got music in me, but I want to help youngsters. You know what I mean?
Yes.
I want to help other people blossom and become the next great superstars, you know, if I can be a part of it, you know what I mean? And one of my artists, you know, which is here today, he's in the back chilling, Big J. That's like my little brother.
Yeah, we got Big J and we got Big Daddy Swoles in the house.
That's right. So. And, you know, I'm definitely trying to, you know, finish up his album. We're probably about 75% done.
Okay, and who's producing this record?
VMF.
Okay.
And basically just VMF right now.
Okay.
And that's who we got right now. But he's dope. He's really, really dope.
Okay. Now, somebody had asked me a question. I thought it was important to ask you because I know how many albums now. First of all, before I get to my question, would you say you have out like that Knightowl has released your own stuff?
My own stuff, probably about maybe 20.
20 records. Fuck,
yeah.
Who does that, bro? That's a lot. But you know, it just goes to show your hustle.
Right.
Okay?
I mean, I've been doing it for about 25 years.
Okay,
you know,
so almost a record a year, pues.
Yeah, I've been doing it for quite a long time, and you know that's one thing that I mean I'm proud of myself, you know, because a lot of people, you know, they were able to do one album, 2 albums, 3 albums, and you know 3, 4, 5 years, and they disappeared, and I've been able to stay in the game for 25 years, you know what I mean, and I'm still here.
Dope. Well, you know, I've been in the game for a long time and I'm still here, but I wish that I could have done a lot more. Like I wish I could have done a record with you. I wish I could have done a record with Frank V. I really
Right.
liked Rank B, you know.
Right.
I really liked Ernie. I wish we could have somehow collabed and did something together.
Right.
Another guy that I wish I could still. Well, we did do a record, but it never came out. But hopefully, I would like to do some more stuff, even with my boy Mellow Mayonnaise. Okay.
Yeah, Mello's, man, that's cool. A cool dude right there.
Yeah, exactly.
Cool cat.
And I would, you know, say that. Well, I'll mention that person later. But there are other artists that I would like to work with, you know, because I do want to see them
Right.
progress and move up ahead and surpass whatever we have accomplished, you know, because that's what it is. You know, a lot of people that have made it, they don't want the next man to come up.
Right.
You know, there's enough room for everyone, bro.
There's a lot of room, man. You know, so what we need to start doing as like Chicanos is be more united. I mean, stop fucking hating so much, man. And if that stops, we're gonna grow.
Absolutely, grow and grow strong and take over this entire business, bro.
Hey, you seen what's happening as of next year, Tony?
With
YouTube and all, Billboard.
Oh yeah, you were telling me about that.
You know, so all that stuff's gonna start counting. You know, the YouTube views, the streaming, the Pandora, everything, iTunes, everything's gonna be accounted for now.
Yeah, and there's a lot of us there that are hungry, and I'm not saying everybody's hating, but those that are, man, it's better if we just unite and take over this business that I believe belongs to us because we are the number one consumer of hip hop. I said this on the show with Akwid. We are hip hop's economy here.
Right.
Okay. All of the money that is spent on music, concerts, clubs, apparel comes from us.
Right.
You know. Now, can you imagine if we start supporting each other?
Man, unstoppable.
Unstoppable, bro. Unstoppable. Because there's power in numbers, and we have plenty of numbers. I mean, you know what? I got Mexican friends that live in Wisconsin. Okay? Seriously, okay? Let me tell you something. I know it's going to trip you out and it's going to trip out our listeners. The best pozole that I ever had, bro, was not in Mexico. You know where it was? It was in Jackson, New Jersey.
Is that right?
Yes. Okay?
And don't tell me some white people made it.
No.
Oh, okay.
No. Esta gente vino de Mexico. They came from Mexico, bro. And they said that they came, they offered them a job. So they sent them to New Jersey. They didn't know where that was. So they set up shop. Of course, it's a white man owner, but they cook all the food. Man, I swear to you, I want to go back. Yes, I want to go back to just for that pinche pozole, bro.
Wow.
Seriously. You know.
You know, the best pozole I ever had was green.
Really?
Pozole verde.
¿De dónde?
In San Diego.
No
There's
shit?
a spot over there. But it's so fucking good, bro.
Okay. Yeah. Well, let's stop talking about food because I'm gonna want to cut the show early, bro. Okay. So now, okay. So you got an artist coming out. Do you have your own label?
Sawed Off Records.
Sawed Off Records.
Yeah.
And how many artists do you have signed?
I have about 20.
No shit.
Yeah. I got The Real Most Hated, Ewok.
Ewok, like the Ewok from Star Wars?
Yeah.
Oh, no shit. That'll work.
My boy Big J. And then the majority of my artists are in Mexico.
Okay.
I got a lot of artists out there.
Yeah, see, you're investing in something that's about to take off.
It's booming out there.
Yeah.
People ain't knowing.
Yeah. Okay. So now, the question that somebody had asked was, now you have a bunch of unreleased, I guess, or do you have a bunch of unreleased old stuff?
I do.
That never really came out. Do you ever plan on doing anything with it?
Yeah, I'm gonna release it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know when, but whenever I get in the mood for it.
Okay. You know? Okay. Because I know that there's a lot of stuff that a lot of artists like would have said, you know, I would have never put that out, but I did it, you know.
Right.
It's kind of like Prince, you know, one of my favorite, if not my favorite artist.
Likewise.
You know, when he passed away, they started digging into his vault and started releasing shit that he would have never have released.
Right.
And I get it, you know, that he would never release it, but still, us, the fans, we want to hear it. And you have fans that want to hear it.
I have probably, Jesus, man, about 100 songs.
Really?
That I've never released, yeah. A lot of stuff is not finished. They only have a verse, some 2 verses, you know, but I got a lot of stuff that's there.
No shit?
Yeah.
Now, you shared with me, and I think it's important that you share with people why you don't do shows anymore. You know, I know you told me that. Well, I'm gonna let you share it because people have been asking me why doesn't he perform anymore? When can we see him? I don't remember the last time I saw him. And you shared with me why, as of lately, you haven't been doing any shows.
Right. Well, I mean, some people know. You know, some don't. The majority don't. But I ran into some health issues. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I ended up in the hospital for like 7 months. I almost didn't make it, but I pulled through. When I came out of the hospital, I was blind. I couldn't see shit. So how in the hell was I going to go out and perform when I wasn't able to do so? You know what I mean? I just recently got a operation on my left eye. So my vision's back on that eye. I'm going to get my other one operated in about a month. And I should be all right after that. And with my health, you know, things have been getting better. And I really, really miss performing. And I look forward to being 100 and to do more shows. The reason why I didn't do them is because whenever I do a show, I give it 100. And if I'm going to go and look like a fool and have people see me on stage looking stupid, I'm not going to do that. If I ain't 100%, I ain't doing it. You know what I mean?
Right.
So I want to give the fans their money worth. You know what I mean? And
of course.
I'm going to do it as soon as I'm able to. But I ain't forgot them. You know, I'm still here. And one of the reasons why I'm really proud of this last album I did was because during the whole process of that album, I wasn't able to see what the fuck I was writing. So the whole album, I basically freestyled it. I couldn't write because if I wrote, I wasn't able to read what I was, you know, doing. So I had to just get on the mic and just come up with the shit right off the top of the head. So for doing that, I think I did a pretty good job.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Wow, I didn't know that.
Yeah, I mean, that's how I did that album.
Yeah.
And so, my boy Big J was a witness to that. He was there on 6 of my songs.
Now, this may sound like a dumb question, but I need to ask it. Mm-hmm. You having all these health issues and recording this album, why didn't you just stop and just say, I don't want to do this anymore?
Because I love music.
That's dope, man. That's dope. Well, you know what? If I'm correct, they can buy this record on all platforms?
Yes, it's out now.
Okay, it's out now. And what is the feedback you've been getting from it?
Fucking bomb.
No shit?
Really good, yeah.
Okay. Any features? Any guest producers?
Chris Gunn, which has been my main producer throughout the years. I got VMF. I got David Salas. I got my boy named Bogus. I got Sick One. That's about it. And excuse me if I forgot someone, but I don't think that I did. But my main producers have been VMF and Chris Gunn. I mean, those guys are fucking ridiculous.
Yeah. Okay. Now, you still want to perform though, right?
Of course, man. I love it, man.
See, and that's what I love about you, because you're not a quitter, bro. You can actually say, you know, ya no se puede, I can't, you know, my health, but you know what? You're eventually going to get better. You're eventually going to get back on the road and start doing, you know, your shows again. And I want to say, because as long as I've known you, I've never seen you perform.
Right.
You know. Now, as far as music, is there any producers or any rappers that maybe you want to work with in the future, or you just want to pretty much just build your own artist?
Honestly, I've always wanted to do a song with Scarface. He's like my favorite rapper.
You know, now he's Scarface, Ghetto Boys, Houston, Texas.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, it's funny that you say that, because I asked Frank V that, and who would your dream come true rap song? And the first one he said was Scarface.
Really?
Yes, and then he said Ice Cube.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, why out of all people Scarface?
Because he just comes real with it. To me, I feel what he does, the emotion and passion he puts behind his lyrics. And I can relate to what he does and what he says. It's not like all radio shit, but I love his music, man.
Dope.
It's a little dark, but I can relate to it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's as far as rappers. As far as producers, there's quite a few producers I'd like to work with, but definitely we got to pick up where we left off, and we got to do something, make a single or something.
Okay.
I think,
Yeah.
I'd like to do something with you in the future, man.
I would like to do that, and I'll actually even do a video with you, bro.
Of course.
Even do a video. Is there any videos out? I know your health conditions, but were you able to do any kind of videos for any of these songs?
I haven't, but I will.
Okay.
I'm gonna do a couple of videos. I mean, I'm a lot better than what I was. I mean, you got to remember, I was in the hospital for like 7 months. I couldn't even walk, man. I was all fucked up. You know what I mean? So at that point, the haters really came out then. You know what I mean? Oh, fuck, we can't do shit, But, you can't even see, But now, everything's getting back to normality. So the new and improved Knightowl is going to be in the building very soon.
That's dope, man.
Yeah.
That's dope. Okay, here's what we're going to do then. All right? We're going to take a 5-minute break. We usually don't do this.
Okay.
A 5-minute break, and then we're going to bring our special guest.
All right.
You ready for that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hell yeah.
And I hope you guys are ready for that too, because you guys will not be disappointed. I try not to disappoint you. I try to bring you guys the best shit. I try to ask other Chicano rappers to come on to my show. Many of them have denied me that and have said, well, you know what? I'm cool. That's fine. No problem. But we go with what we got, okay? And that's our motto here. So give us 5 minutes. We're going to get ready, and we're going to have a surprise for you guys. So call somebody, text somebody, and slap somebody.
If not, we'll slap them for you.
Yeah. So see you guys in a minute. Yo, welcome back, everyone, to Roadium Radio. And I said that today we would have a special guest in the building. But before we get into that special guest, I want to touch on something that was brought up about a month and a half ago. I had a special guest here that had something to say about a certain individual, and we want to clear the air here, live on Roadium Radio, simply because, for this reason, I am for the uniting our people together to go forward, to move forward. And if I can be a part of uniting people, then I feel that my mission's accomplished. Put it this way, I don't get paid for doing this. I give up my time for doing this because I want to see, especially our people, move forward, climb that ladder, if you will. I want to see more people working for Netflix. I want to see our people working for HBO and Showtime, working for radio stations. And I'll tell you why. So that when our younger talent goes to these places, you guys are already there opening the door for our people because you guys understand our culture. I try to shop this documentary, and everybody that I met, if I had 10 meetings, everybody that I met was either white, black, Indian, and there's nothing wrong with that, but they didn't understand the culture, and that's my point. So without further ado, allow me to introduce, once again, Knightowl and my boy Misfit.
Yes, sir.
Misfit Soto, thank you for coming here. Knightowl.
What up?
I know about a month and a half ago, somewhere around there, I did a show with Misfit. Some things were said. Misfit was a little confused. He wasn't sure what was going on, what he said that was wrong. I know you heard some things. You felt that he owed an apology. Since then, you guys have talked, okay?
Right, yeah.
And I'm glad that you guys did, because to me, when he texted me and he told me we talked, everything's good. To me, I'll be honest with you, I was very, very happy, bro. I was very excited because I'm gonna tell you this, Knightowl. I've known you for a long time, bro.
Right.
And I've only known him for a short time, but I got a lot of love for this dude, bro.
Right.
And if I can help him accomplish things that I've never was able to accomplish, I want to do it. And I think it's important for people like me and you,
right,
to if you will, to coach or to help or if you will, be a huge influence for the next generation. Because let me tell you something, when we're no longer here, he'll be able to do the same thing for the next generation to allow our people in to this business, if you will.
Right. Well, like I've told my lady, when I'm not here, I want to be remembered as somebody that helped and did something for my gente, just kind of like you. You know what I mean?
Yes.
That's always been me, and I've never been one that I have to be the one to shine. I've always been like, if I can help that motherfucker right there blow up, that's cool with me.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I'm not one of those guys that I have to be the one to shine.
Right.
I've never been like that. I've never been a hater. Even if I don't like somebody and I like their music, I'll still play the music. It's just I might not like the person as a person, but I've never been a two-face. You know what I mean?
Right.
And probably what's gotten me in trouble before is I speak my mind, and sometimes I say, fuck it, what it is. And sometimes shit happens. You know what I mean?
Right.
And that's just me, though. I've never been any different. I don't know how to be different.
Right.
Yeah, we had a situation, me and Misfit, and it really was not towards him. I had never had a problem with him. You know what I mean? It was because of another individual that I don't want to mention, because we're not here to bring negativity or to bash on anybody either. You know what I mean?
Right.
I know who it is, and that's enough for me. But just, certain little comments and this and that, and things got blown out of proportion because of all the things that were going on.
Right.
And then I said some shit. He responded, because you got to remember, it doesn't matter who you are. If someone says something to you, you're going to say something back.
Of course.
And sometimes you're not going to say what they want to hear. It's obvious.
Right.
You're going to be like, fuck you, motherfucker. You know what I mean?
Right.
And that's the way it goes, Doesn't mean I dislike the man. I've never met him until now.
Right.
But we chopped it up and we good. And that's where it's at. You know what I mean?
Dope.
Yeah.
I think.
Go for it.
I just think that behind the whole social media thing, it's like I felt like when I spoke to him, on the phone, it's like I felt like me and him had the same like thought process as far as like the culture and what it needs. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, man, I can't be talking about all this unity stuff and not doing it. You know what I'm saying?
So speak a little bit closer, brother.
Like I can't be a hypocrite and speak about all this unity and not have any action. You know what I'm saying? So. And I was speaking to him. He was bringing up some things that I was just like exactly what I felt. You know what I'm saying about the culture, man. And it's definitely we do gotta just put the petty stuff to the side and just come together and just rock shit.
Right. Exactly. That's what it's about. It's about the music that's the glue that keeps us together, bro.
It is. And my whole thing is, excuse me, that we have a lot of talent within our own gente. Unfortunately, we have a lot of shit that's whack too. And that's why sometimes we don't want to be associated with it, because there's a lot of garbage out there.
True.
But on that same token, there's a market for us right now.
Yes.
And it's growing and it's getting bigger. So let's embrace this fucking Chicano market. Doesn't mean we have to go and say, I'm Chicano, I want to rap. No, because I've always said, look, in Chicano rap, there's people that rap gangster. There's people that do love shit. There's people that do party stuff. So there's different types of music. And when you're a Chicano rapper, we didn't give ourselves that title. The media did. They put us in the box themselves. We didn't choose to be called that and to separate ourselves from everyone else. They separated us. You know what I mean? So I feel that in the beginning, we were powerful enough to create our own genre.
Yes.
That's fucking pretty good, I'd say.
Yeah.
Who else does that shit?
Absolutely.
We created a genre, myself, Little One, Shadow, S.A. Rich Rock, Frank V, and we did something that nobody else had done, to create a genre, and let's take this shit to the next level. You know what I mean?
Yes.
And let's blow this shit up, man. And there's too many of us, not to do it. We have people here. We got people in Mexico. We got people in Spain, in Chile, Nicaragua, all the Latin continents that you can think of. They support what we do. So why not give it to them?
Absolutely.
Let's do it. You know what I mean? And let's each do it in our own way.
Yes.
Misfit, he's dope.
Yeah.
He doesn't have to, because he's raza, he doesn't have to rap like certain individuals and be like, orale,
Right.
Just
when he told me that, I was like, okay, I got you.
Do your thing.
Yeah,
do your thing. See, we get the perspective of like, okay, just because they're Chicano rappers, they're gonna rap like cholos. It's not about that.
I'm glad you're saying that.
There's cholos, let them rap for the cholos. You know what I mean?
Right.
I'm from a hood, but that doesn't mean I want to rap. You don't see me talking like, hey, Holmes, what's up? I don't talk like that. Come on, that's fucking played out for me.
Right.
But that doesn't mean that I don't respect them, you know?
Right.
They talk like that because that's what they know.
Right. Right.
So there's something for everybody. I'm going to do my shit my way. Misfit's going to do it his way.
Yeah.
Shadow's going to do it his way. Bozo's going to do it his way. Little One's going to do it his way. Everyone's going to do it their own fucking way.
Yes.
Don't change to try to fucking fit in.
Right.
Be who you are.
Be who you are.
Be you. Yeah. And if the people accept you and they like you, then cool. And we're always going to have fucking haters.
Yeah.
I got people saying they fucking socked me up, and I've never even met them. I've got people saying a bunch of shit. It always happens, and I laugh and fuck it. You know, say whatever you want to say. But
right.
when you're in front of me, it's a different story.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
And that's just the way it is, you know?
Yeah.
But I got love for all my people, man. And I've been one of the dudes that I've never charged anybody to do features. You know? I've always shown love. But now people have to understand this is also a business. So if you don't have the talent and you're not dope and you want a feature, well, okay, I'm gonna charge you, motherfucker, because you ain't good, you know.
Right.
I mean, I gotta get something out of it.
Of course.
You know what I mean? That's just how it goes. You know what I mean?
And yeah, they're gonna make some off of your
right.
feature.
Exactly. But when it comes to like working with other individuals or whatever, and that I feel that they're either at my caliber or beyond my caliber, whatever, I do it. You know what I mean? And I show love. I try to show love as much as I can.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Let me bring it back to Misfit here because why did you feel it necessary to give him a call and to talk about it?
Well, because you told me, you know what I'm saying, that you were so disappointed in the whole situation. How you're just like, man, this sucks, you know. And then of course Shadow, you know, I do music with Shadow too, and you know, Shadow's boy right here. So
right.
I just said, you know what, man, and I was just thinking about, you know, the state of the culture and just the way everything is, and I'm talking about uniting, but yet I'm having this situation here. So it's like, you know what, I gotta swallow my pride and just hit him up, and it was good, you know.
Right.
And, you know, and he gave me a call back, and from there we just chopped it up and we were just talking.
How long was that conversation for?
It was, you know, probably
15?
like 10, 15 minutes, 15 minutes.
Okay.
He was just, you know, basically just like what he said right now, like how he was, you know, talking about the culture, and he's like, man, I don't got no problem with you. I don't even know you. I'm like, yeah, me neither, bro. I was just responding. You know what I'm saying? It's like I'm new in this game, like, you know what I'm saying? And
right.
For me, everything like that comes my way, I'm like, I'm ready to go.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So that's just me trying to protect my,
right.
You know? But at the end of the day, it's like, man, you know, it's like you can really probably connect with somebody and find out that you have more in common.
Right.
And, you know, a same kind of like view on shit. And maybe more can get done, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
like,
absolutely.
Just uniting.
That was the key word right there. You said that more can get done.
Yeah, straight up.
You know, now I'm going to tell you something that he's told me about you, okay? And he's told me this about you on several occasions because we talk pretty much daily. Several times, even for about an hour at times, if not longer. He's always said this, and the God's honest truth. I don't have nothing against, you know, Misfit. As a matter of fact, I think he's fucking dope. That's the honest to God truth. Like, if we talked about that 3 times, you said it all 3 times. I think he's fucking dope. I think he's one of the guys right now that can really blow up. He's fucking shining. He's on the right track. And to me, that was music to my ears because I got like mad love for you, bro.
I'm not a hypocrite, bro. I speak the truth. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he's a real, like when I talked to him, he was.
Yeah, you know. So I told you the truth on what he said, and I told him the same. I told you the same thing. I said I really like him, bro. Put it this way: when I look at you and I see your talent, I'm not ashamed to admit it that I think you're like one of those gooses that lays the golden eggs, bro. Like it's rare to find somebody that just comes so different, especially at a time like this, bro.
Right.
You know, and if there's anything that I can do, and hopefully I'm speaking for Knightowl también, that he can do to help you, then we want to be here. You know, to help you, whatever the case may be.
Even just make the first move into squashing shit and just like, you know, really letting it be shown, like, man, shit is not that serious to, you know, because I mean, like he told me on the phone, like, there's motherfuckers that get killed over shit like that.
Yeah.
Like, you know, shit is real out here. Like, you know what I'm saying? I mean, for us, it wasn't that serious, but there's other people that, you know, situations like that, they take all the way.
To the next level.
Right.
All the way. So, I mean, you know, we got to start somewhere. And I just think that, you know, this is a good thing, man. And
good.
I mean, You know, he's cool as fuck. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So like, I ain't tripping.
Yeah, it's all good shit.
The good thing is you have a new album out, and if I'm correct, you have a new single out.
A new single, yeah.
Okay, can you tell us a little bit about it?
Man, I was just watching, you know, The Walking Dead and shit.
Right.
And, like, I just got inspired to like do some zombie shit.
Did you ever see that movie? I think it's called World Z with Brad Pitt.
No, I heard about it though.
Yeah,
World
something Z.
yeah.
Fucking dope ass zombie movie, bro. Yeah. So when I saw the little clips of the video, because I love fucking movies, bro, and I told you I want to do a scary movie one day.
Yeah.
Like I was like, this is fucking dope.
It looked dope, huh?
I thought it looked real fucking dope, bro. Cool. I don't give a shit with anybody. There's always gonna be some fucking idiot saying, "Oh, that was fucking whack, bitch." What have you done?
What have you done? Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You know, always remember this: somebody that's doing better than you is never gonna hate on you, bro.
Right.
It's always the ones that are
right. It's a trip too, man. It's like no matter what, like okay, today was I dropped the video or yesterday, and then you know, just the comments were going crazy, like the first, you know, couple of hours, and then all, you know, then the real comments, because you know at the beginning it's the haters waiting for you,
of course,
boom, 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 and all these negative comments, and I'm on my way to Legoland. I'm just over here talking shit, you know, whatever with my kids, yeah. So and then you know, but then again, and then there's other artists, you know, Chicano artists or Latino artists that you know that started to say opinions or their opinions about me, like without naming me, but like, oh, you know, you're a dick rider and da 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 whatever, because I'm shouting out homies like on the songs, because I'm giving, you know, when there's interviews, I'm saying, man, I love this dude, this is my boy, man, and you know, so, oh, you're a dick rider. Well, hey, you know what? I support my homies, because at the end of the day, they're like, you know, they're really my friends, like,
right.
You know what I'm saying? Because when I've been down and out, I can always count on, what's up? Fool, you good?
Yeah.
Call. Anything you need, I got you. You know what I'm saying? And these artists, they're not label mates. They're not just people I do music with. Like I consider the small circle of friends that I have that are artists, real friends. I mean, I've been to Bozo's house. He's had me over to family events. You feel me? Like
right.
I've been around their families. Yeah, man. You know, like I've been around their families. You know, and you know, these are my friends, and these are people that, you know, I'm always gonna support, and I'm always gonna be fucking, you know, cheerleader number one. I don't give a fuck about anything.
Exactly.
Like yeah, my homie. You know what I'm saying? Like
my homie's winning.
Right.
My homie's winning.
Right. You know, but I'm a dick rider. Whatever. You know what I'm saying? It's cool. Whatever. Like this, I'm just built that way, bro. Like
a lot of it is jealousy, bro. That's all.
You know, when I turned 51, I invited a handful of people. Okay, and he was one of them. Yeah. You know, he was one of them. I invited him because I really dug his fucking vibe, bro. And his fucking music to me is fucking insane, bro. I'm just surprised that nobody in some Hollywood office has said, I want to snatch you up and pay you and put you out there. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? But this is why we're here, so that we can make that noise, create a lane, and have those motherfuckers in Hollywood pay attention that Raza, okay, is here, bro. Is here. And we ain't going nowhere. And as long as we have OGs like yourself supporting this, if you will, movement, then there's no way they can deny us, bro.
Right.
You know, it's kind of like I said when Akwid was here. You take all the Mexicans out of LA, bro, LA will collapse overnight.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. We are here to stay. We just need to make a positive impact. Release good music out. You know, not like over flooded with some bullshit, but release good music out and have them take us serious, bro. Right. You know, and I think that's what we need. And if me and you can help this next generation, then let's do it together.
Yeah, I mean, I'm down for it. I mean, that's all I've ever wanted. And my lady knows that I've always told her, you know, all I want is to help people and to get things out there. And when I'm not here, I want to be remembered as a good motherfucker. And you know what made me really strive for that, Tony, when I was in the hospital for 7 months, that I almost fucking died.
Yeah.
You know, that's when I realized who my friends were. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like all kinds of people that I used to take care of or whatever, they were not there anymore because I couldn't provide for them.
Yeah.
So now that I'm getting better, I ain't good yet, but I'm way better. I'm walking this shit. I couldn't even walk at one point. You know what I mean? I'm like, fuck you motherfuckers. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because you weren't there for me when I needed you. Not that I asked you for anything. But when I needed you to just give me some support or show a little love,
even just showing up,
they weren't there, homie. You know what I mean? And I'm talking. I can mention homies from my neighborhood.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
you won't give them no shine though.
Nah, fuck those that weren't there, you know. And all the ones that are real, I show nothing but love. You know what I mean?
Right. Dope. I want to do something right here for the fans because I don't want them to think it's fake. I want to see both of you guys shake hands, brother.
Are we good?
It's all good, brother. It's all good. It's all raza here.
Yeah, like one thing I want to make clear. Ain't nobody here kissing no one's ass. Ain't nobody here being fake because of Tony or because of us or whatever. We're here because we decided to as men.
Straight up,
and
I
that's
drove
it.
all the way out here.
And you know, we good.
Drove all the way out here.
We good, you know. And I've always been the type of individual, you know, when I'm good with somebody, I'm good. You know, I take my fucking jacket and give it to you if you need it. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
That's just me.
Yeah.
And he seems to have that same vibe.
Dope.
So I'm pretty sure we're gonna vibe good.
Good.
You know what I mean? We gonna get along good.
Most definitely.
And, you know, everything's gonna be gravy.
At least a verse on one of your tracks, bro.
Whatever, man.
At least a verse.
We can get it cracking.
El Tecolote con el Misfit Soto, the zombie.
Yeah.
You know, that shit was fucking dope, bro.
We'll do some shit, man.
Hey, homie, I never seen a zombie clap her ass, homie. That shit was dope.
That shit was fire, right?
Oh yeah,
man.
Hell yeah, clack. I heard that motherfucker.
Fire.
Yeah.
That's zombalistic.
Zombalistic. Yes, we're already vibing. So all good, brother. Well, listen. Let me start off with you. Any shout outs you want to give before we close?
Definitely. You guys want to come through on Friday the 20th. There's a show at the Regent Theater. The Untouchables will be performing. Shout out to my brothers Conejo, Shadow, and Little One. Those are my boys. I love them to death. And everybody else, y'all know who you are. The 20th. Make sure you guys pull up the Regent Theater. Straight up. Yeah.
The 20th, the Regent Theater, the 20th of December.
And I just want to give a shout out to you, man, because like you've been very, like, one of the main, like, you're just very supportive, bro, and like I have a lot of respect for you simply because of your musical background. And like when I first hit you up, I'm like, dude, I just respect what you do so much. You feel me?
Thank you, brother.
So to me, it's just kind of like it drives me like, man, if you know what I'm saying, like,
thank you, brother.
And then when you tell me, when you tell me like I don't fuck with nobody else's music, bro, like I don't listen to nobody but like, you know, from this generation, but you, like, so that's just kind of like, okay, cool. It just inspires me, bro. So I want to thank you, Tony, for having me here and pushing me and just giving me opportunities just to meet people and make connections. You know what I'm saying?
Dope, bro. Well, you know what?
I appreciate that.
I feel, this is from the bottom of my heart, I feel that I'm doing what's required of me to do. Okay? Whether I ever produce another track or not, if I can help my people climb the ladder, move forward, if I can pave a way, that's what I'm here for. Okay? So that's what I believe I'm here for. So thank you very much. You embarrassed the hell out of me, and I feel humbled. So, you know, I'm going to do this emoji right here, you know? So, anyways, brother, any shout outs you want to give?
Yeah, you know, I just want to say thank you for having me here. You know, I know a lot of people, every time, you know, they show up, they tell you, hey, gracias, you know, and stuff like that, you know, and you deserve it. And the reason why I'm here is because I love you as a brother.
Likewise.
And I'm glad to be here with a legend, man.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you, brother. You know what? I'm glad that I can pick up the phone and we could talk about tortas. You know, tortas de lomo. Pozole. But we can talk about whatever, bro.
Yeah. I'm a fat fuck.
And that's what unity is about, brother. San Diego in the house. Hawthorne in the house, and Wilmington's in the house. To all my
Los Villanos.
Yes, sir.
So once again, let me go ahead and give my shout outs to
Chino Brown.
Yes.
Cubo.
John motherfucking Elkins. Okay, my boy John. You know, if there's any single beautiful women out there, I want to invite you to our next show to meet John motherfucking Elkins. Okay, I love this dude. Okay, this would not be happening if it wasn't for him. I would say the same thing about my boy DJ Media Clips, but he's already taken. Sorry, ladies. Anyways, Daniel Jones, much love, much respect to him. Roger Mera, Roger Live, Boomer did it, The Remedy Yard, Kerry Fujita, South Bay Drones, my son B-SKANLESS. He's a scanless fool, but he helps me promote this my documentary and this show. Big Daddy Swoles is in the house. You don't want to mess with Big Daddy Swoles. I'm warning you. Okay. I also want to thank Knightowl Misfit for being here. Thank you for making what I'm going to call history tonight, because I believe that hopefully we can start something new. We can light a fire that can spread, okay, and unite Raza together. Once again, the Roadium mixtape DOCUMIXERY is available live at DOCUMIXERY.com. You can order it there. You will not be disappointed, okay. Other than that, all apparel is, all Roadium mixtape apparel is free shipping until the end of this month. So now, here's what I'm going to do, okay. I'm going to pick up this Modelo. We're going to log off, take a couple of pictures, take a couple of shots. And then I'm going to go inside and play some Juan Gabriel and think about my mother. Because my mother left me about over 10 years ago. And that is a void that has never, ever been filled. So thanks, everybody, for tuning in. God bless you. And we'll see you Sunday with a very special guest.
God bless. Al rato.